Mount Mauer, nestled within the Donglin mountain range, is accompanied by a quaint village at its foothills, where the simplicity of life thrives amidst agricultural pursuits. Isolated from the clamor of the outside world, like a dawn before the village gate, the entire community gathers to bid farewell to a young lad of about 15 or 16. This boy, slender yet fair-skinned, exudes an aura of innocence. Clad in a humble, faded blue garment, he embodies a purity that harmonizes beautifully with the brightness in his eyes, imbuing him with a certain liveliness. His name is by Xiaochun. Dear villagers, I am embarking on a journey to cultivate immortality, yet I find it hard apart from you all. The youth expresses, his face awash with reluctance, his innate gentleness now appearing even more earnest. The villagers exchange glances, their expressions reflecting a profound sense of loss. By Xiaochun, your parents departed early, and you are such a good child. Do you not wish for eternal life? To become an immortal means to live for an eternity, to experience countless years, to go forth. Every fledgling must one day spread its wings. An elderly man with graying hair steps forward, pausing for emphasis when he mentions the boy's virtues. Eternal life. By Xiaochun's body shudders as determination gradually takes root in his gaze. Encouraged by the elder and the surrounding villagers, he solemnly nods, casting a lingering glance at his fellow villagers before striding purposefully out of the village. As the silhouette of the boy fades into the distance, excitement ripples through the crowd, their previous sorrow swiftly replaced by joy. The once benevolent elder now trembles, tears streaming down his cheeks. Fate has smiled upon us. By Xiaochun has finally departed. Who has informed him of the immortal scene nearby? You have rendered a great service to our village. At last, the white weasel has left. Alas, my chickens. This weasel, fearing the crowing of the roosters, somehow incited a group of children to feast upon them, leaving our village devoid of poultry. Today, we celebrate the new year. Cheers erupt throughout the small village, with some villagers taking up drums and gongs in jubilant rhythm. Outside the village, just as Bai Xiaochun ventures further, he hears the distant sounds of drums and cheers emanating from behind him. Pausing momentarily, a peculiar expression crosses his face. Clearing his throat, he continues along the mountain path, ascending Mount Mauer. Though not particularly lofty, Mount Mauer is dense with underbrush, and even in the early morning, it appears shrouded in shadow, enveloped in a profound stillness. I heard from Ergo that just days ago he was chased by a wild boar here and glimpsed an immortal soaring through the sky. As Bai Xiaochun treads the mountain path, his heart races, and suddenly, a rustling noise emerges from the thicket beside him, reminiscent of a wild boar. The unexpected sound sent a chill down his spine. Who's there? Bai Xiaochun swiftly retrieves 4 axes and 6 machetes from his satchel, feeling a surge of unease. He also pulls out a small black incense stick from his robe, gripping it tightly. Do not come out. I implore you, do not emerge. I possess an axe and a hatchet, and this incense in my hand can summon heavenly thunder, attracting immortals to descend. If you dare to show yourself, I shall smite you. Bai Xiaochun shouted in a trembling voice, hastily clutching his weapons and scrambling down the mountain path, the clattering of his tools echoing as the axe and hatchet fell. Along the way, perhaps he truly frightened them, for soon the rustling sounds faded and no wild beasts appeared. Bai Xiaochun's complexion turned pale as he wiped the cold sweat from his brow. He contemplated abandoning his ascent, but the thought of the incense, a gift from his deceased parents, compelled him to continue. It was said that an ancestor had once saved a down-and-out immortal, who, in gratitude, left behind this incense, promising to accept a disciple from the Bai family's lineage, should it be lit. Yet, to this day, he had ignited this incense over a dozen times, and the immortal had never appeared, leading Bai Xiaochun to doubt the veracity of the immortal's promise. His determination to proceed stemmed from the dwindling incense and the villagers' tales of having seen an immortal soaring through the skies a few days prior. Thus, he ventured forth, hoping that being closer might attract the immortal's attention. After some hesitation, Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth and pressed on. Fortunately, the mountain was not steep, and soon he reached the summit, breathless. Standing there, he gazed down at the village, his heart filled with a mix of emotions, then glanced at the small black incense in his hand, which had been burned many times and was nearly spent. 3 years have passed. May my parents bless me, I must succeed this time. Bai Xiaochun inhaled deeply and carefully ignited the incense. Instantly, a fierce wind whipped around him, and dark clouds gathered in the sky, lightning crackling and thunder roaring with deafening intensity beside him. The noise was overwhelming, the force so potent that Bai Xiaochun trembled, feeling as though he might be struck down at any moment. Instinctively, he considered extinguishing the incense with a spit, but he fought against that impulse. 3 years. I have lit this incense 12 times. This is the 13th. I must endure. Xiaochun fears, not surely I will not be struck down. He recalled the experiences of those 3 years. Not counting this time, he had ignited it 12 times, each accompanied by thunder and lightning. Yet the immortal never came. Each time, his fear had compelled him to extinguish it. And curiously, although the incense seemed extraordinary, it extinguished just like any other when doused with water. As Bai Xiaochun anxiously awaited amidst the thunderous cacophony, not far above, a long rainbow streaked through the sky, rushing towards him. Within the rainbow was a middle-aged man, adorned in resplendent attire, exuding an otherworldly aura. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern the deep weariness etched upon his features. I am most curious to see what manner of person has been lighting this incense for 3 years. At that moment, the man spotted Bayer Mountain and Bai Xiaochun at the summit. Enraged, he soared forth, landing directly atop the mountain, and with a swift motion of his hand, extinguished the nearly spent incense. With a sudden cessation of thunder, Bai Xiaochun was momentarily stunned. Upon raising his gaze, he discovered a middle-aged man had appeared beside him. An immortal? Bai Xiaochun cautiously inquired, uncertainty evident in his voice, while stealthily picking up an axe behind him. Yam Li Qinggu, are you a descendant of the Bai family? The middle-aged cultivator's gaze was piercing, disregarding the axe behind Bai Xiaochun as he scrutinized him. He found the young man before him to possess striking features reminiscent of a long-lost acquaintance, and his potential seemed commendable, causing the irritation in his heart to diminish somewhat. That I am indeed a descendant of the Bai family, Bai Xiaochun, he replied, blinking nervously, yet attempting to stand tall despite the trepidation within. I ask you, why did you light a single incense stick for 3 years? The middle-aged cultivator inquired, his tone calm, yet revealing the urgency of the question that had occupied his thoughts for the past 3 years. Upon hearing the query, Bai Xiaochun's mind raced, and he adopted a melancholic expression as he gazed towards the village below. I am a person who values deep emotions and loyalty. I cannot bear to part from those villagers. Each time I lit the incense, they too were reluctant to see me go. Even now, they mourn my departure, he lamented. The middle-aged cultivator was taken aback. This reasoning had not crossed his mind, and the irritation in his eyes softened further. Judging by his words, the young man's character seemed commendable. However, as his gaze fell upon the village below, his spiritual sense swept through, capturing the sounds of drums and cheers celebrating Bai Xiaochun's departure. His expression darkened, a headache brewing as he looked at the seemingly innocent and harmless Bai Xiaochun, now understanding that there was a cunning nature lurking beneath. Speak the truth. The middle-aged cultivator's eyes narrowed, his voice booming like thunder, causing Bai Xiaochun to shudder. It's not my fault. Your incense is faulty each time I ignite it. Thunder strikes. I've narrowly escaped death 13 times. That is no small feat. Bai Xiaochun replied, his tone pitiable. The middle-aged cultivator stared at him, momentarily speechless. Given your fear, why did you insist on lighting the incense so many times? He asked slowly. I fear death. Isn't cultivation supposed to grant immortality? I desire to live forever, Bai Xiaochun replied, a hint of grievance in his voice. The middle-aged cultivator fell silent again, yet he recognized the young man's fervent determination. Perhaps, with some refinement in his sect, he could alter his disposition. After a brief contemplation, he waved his sleeve, enveloping Bai Xiaochun in a whirlwind, soaring towards the horizon. Come with me. Where to? This is far too high. Upon realizing he was soaring through the sky, with an abyss below, Bai Xiaochun's face turned pale. He tossed aside the axe and clung tightly to the immortal's leg. The middle-aged cultivator glanced down at his leg, exhaling in resignation that T.O. Lingxi sect. Chapter 2. The Lingxi sect, situated within the eastern forest continent, lies along the downstream tributaries of the Tongtian River. With its foundations firmly established on both banks of the river, it boasts a history spanning 10 millennia, instilling awe in all who behold it. 8 majestic peaks, shrouded in ethereal mist, tower over the Tongtian River. 4 of these mountains grace the northern bank, while 3 adorn the southern. Dominating the river itself is an imposing peak of unparalleled grandeur. At this moment, a radiant arc streaks towards the southern bank of the Lingxi sect, within which the middle-aged cultivator Li Chiho accompanies Bai Xiaochun as they delve into the servants' area beneath the third peak. Faint echoes of Bai Xiaochun's anguished cries can still be heard emanating from within the radiant arc. Bai Xiaochun felt as though he might be overwhelmed by fear. During his flight, he beheld countless towering mountains, and on several occasions, he almost believed he would lose his grip on the leg of his companion. Suddenly, his vision blurred, and when it cleared, he found himself outside a loft. Upon landing, his legs trembled as he surveyed a world utterly distinct from his village. Beside the loft stood a large stone inscribed with 3 flamboyant characters, ZYCH, Miscellaneous Affairs. Seated beside the stone was a woman with a dull complexion. Upon noticing Li Qingho's arrival, she immediately rose to pay her respects. "Take this lad to the kitchen," Li Qingho remarked, offering no further attention to Bai Xiaochun as he transformed into a streak of light and vanished into the distance. The woman, taken aback by the mention of the kitchen, cast a fleeting glance at Bai Xiaochun. She handed him a bag designated for the sect's miscellaneous workers, expressionless as she relayed her instructions before leading Bai Xiaochun out of the loft. They traversed a courtyard adorned with numerous lofts, pathways of blue stone, and fragrant flowers, resembling a celestial paradise. Bai Xiaochun's heart soared, and his initial anxiety gradually diminished. "What a splendid place. This is far better than my village," he mused, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. As they continued onward, the beauty surrounding him became increasingly breathtaking, and he even caught glimpses of some elegantly beautiful women passing by, deepening his fondness for this place. Moments later, Bai Xiaochun's excitement peaked, especially as he spotted a 7-story loft at the end of the path. Its entire structure seemed to shimmer with clarity, and even celestial cranes flew across the sky above. "Sister, have we arrived?" Bai Xiaochun eagerly inquired. "Yes, right there," the woman replied, maintaining her impassive demeanor as she gestured towards a nearby path. As Bai Xiaochun followed the direction indicated by the other party, a sense of anticipation filled him. However, upon closer inspection, he found himself frozen in place. Rubbing his eyes to ensure clarity, he observed that the small path before him was marred by numerous cracks in the ground, and the surroundings were in a dilapidated state. Several straw huts appeared precariously poised to collapse at any moment, and an odd, unsettling odor wafted forth from that vicinity. Bai Xiaochun, on the verge of tears, clung to his last shred of hope and inquired of the woman with the gaunt face, "Sister, you must have pointed the wrong way." "No," the gaunt-faced woman replied coolly, leading the way down the narrow path. Upon hearing her response, Bai Xiaochun felt as if all his hopes had collapsed in an instant. His face contorted in anguish as he followed her. After a short distance, he reached the end of the dilapidated path, where several large black cauldrons were bustling about. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that beneath each cauldron was a rotund figure, corpulent and plump to the point of almost oozing fat. One particularly hefty individual resembled a mountain of flesh, causing Bai Xiaochun to worry about the possibility of him bursting. Surrounding these portly figures were hundreds of large pots, and the corpulent individuals were busy adding water and rice to them. Upon noticing the arrival of others, especially the gaunt-faced woman, the mountainous figure's face lit up with delight. He grabbed a large ladle and rushed over, shaking the ground with his hefty steps, his body quivering with countless ripples. Bai Xiaochun stood there, dumbfounded, instinctively searching for an axe nearby. "I have brought this lad to join your kitchen," the gaunt-faced woman declared, her countenance darkening with a hint of anger as she quickly retreated upon sighting the mountain of flesh. Bai Xiaochun inhaled sharply, having noticed the woman with a pockmarked face throughout the journey. Her beauty was nothing short of exquisite, leaving him bewildered as to the taste of the rotund figure before him, who appeared utterly captivated. Before Bai Xiaochun could finish his thoughts, the massive figure suddenly loomed before him, casting a shadow that enveloped him in darkness, blocking out the sunlight. Bai Xiaochun raised his gaze to behold the enormous figure before him, a rotund man whose flesh quivered with every movement. He swallowed hard. It was indeed his first encounter with someone so corpulent. "Oh, a newcomer has arrived," he mused, noting how this individual had managed to displace Su Baochai from his predetermined position, a remarkable feat, indeed. "Senior brother, I am Bai Xiaochun," he stammered, feeling overwhelmed by the imposing stature of the man, instinctively taking a few steps back. Bai Xiaochun? Fair-skinned, petite, and possessing an innocent charm quite delightful. Your name is indeed to my liking, the corpulent figure replied, his eyes lighting up as he clapped a heavy hand on Bai Xiaochun's shoulder, nearly toppling him over. May I inquire about your esteemed name, senior brother? Bai Xiaochun gasped, rolling his eyes in disdain at the rotund man, secretly contemplating how to playfully tease him about his name. I am Zhang Depeng, and this is Huang Erpeng, and over there is He Sanpeng. The corpulent man chuckled heartily. Upon hearing these names, Bai Xiaochun was struck by their profound significance, immediately abandoning any notion of frivolity. As for you, henceforth you shall be known as Bai Jiao. Little junior brother, you are rather slender. To venture out in such a state would be to disgrace our fire stove workshop. However, fret not. In no more than a year, you shall be quite plump, and from then on, you will be affectionately referred to as Bai Jiopeng. Zhang Dapeng patted his chest, his ample flesh quivering. Upon hearing the name Bai Jiopeng, Bai Xiaochun could not help but grimace. Now that you are indeed the 9th junior brother, you are no longer a stranger. Our fire stove workshop has a long-standing tradition of bearing the burden. Do you see this pot behind me? It is the king of pots, forged from iron essence, inscribed with the earth fire array. The spirit rice cooked in this vessel surpasses that prepared in any ordinary pot by leaps and bounds. You too must choose a pot to carry. That would indeed be impressive, Zhang Dapeng boasted as he slapped the large black pot on his back. Brother, must we really bear the pot? Bai Xiaochun cast a glance at the pot behind Zhang Dapeng and was overwhelmed by the thought that all members of the fire stove workshop were pot bearers. Imagining himself with a large black pot on his back, he quickly interjected. That is out of the question. Bearing a pot is our tradition in the fire stove workshop. In the sect, once others see you carrying a pot, they will recognize you as one of us and will think twice before bullying you. Our fire stove workshop holds considerable prestige. Zhang Dapeng winked at Bai Xiaochun, insisting on the matter as he whisked Bai Xiaochun behind the grass hut, where thousands of large pots were stacked closely together, most of which were covered in a thick layer of dust, clearly neglected for quite some time. 9th junior brother. Choose a pot. We must prepare the meal, or else it will burn, and those outer disciples will start complaining. Zhang Dapeng called out, turning to join several other portly companions as they began to flit around the multitude of pots. Bai Xiaochun sighed, contemplating which pot to choose as he gazed at the array before him, when suddenly his eyes landed on a pot nestled in the corner, partially concealed beneath another. This particular pot was rather unique. It was not round but rather oval-shaped, resembling a turtle shell, with faint, indistinct patterns barely visible upon its surface. Intrigued, Bai Xiaochun's eyes sparkled with interest as he hurried over, crouching down to examine it closely before pulling it out. Upon further inspection, a satisfied expression emerged in his gaze. Since childhood, he had harbored a fondness for turtles, as they symbolized longevity, and his pursuit of immortality was precisely the reason for his foray into the realm of cultivation. The resemblance of this pot to a turtle shell struck him as auspicious, a promising omen. After extracting the pot, Zhang Depeng, noticing from a distance, rushed over with a ladle in hand. Junior brother, why did you choose this one? This pot has been here for countless years, untouched by anyone. Its turtle shell-like appearance has deterred others from selecting it. Are you certain? He inquired, patting his belly in a gesture of concern. Absolutely, I want this pot. Bai Xiaochun replied, increasingly enamored with it, his resolve unwavering. Zhang Depeng attempted to persuade him once more, but seeing Bai Xiaochun's determination, he regarded him curiously and ceased further argument. After arranging a humble thatched cottage for Bai Xiaochun to reside in the cooking area, he returned to his duties. As twilight descended, Bai Xiaochun examined the turtle-shaped pot closely within his cottage, discovering dozens of faint lines etched on its reverse side, hardly discernible at first glance. Instantly, he felt that this pot was extraordinary and carefully placed it on the stove before surveying his new abode. The dwelling was quite simple, furnished with a small bed, a table and chairs, and a copper mirror hanging on the wall for daily use. As he surveyed the room, a fleeting glimmer of purple light flickered from the seemingly mundane pot behind him. For Bai Xiaochun, this day had been filled with numerous events. Though he found himself in the long-desired realm of immortals, a sense of bewilderment lingered in his heart. After a moment, he inhaled deeply, his eyes glimmering with hope. I shall attain immortality, he declared, sitting beside a pouch given to him by a maid in the servants' quarters. Inside, he discovered a Dan medicine, a wooden sword, an incense stick, a set of servant-s clothing and a token, along with a bamboo book inscribed with a few small characters. Purple Qi controlling the cauldron technique. Qi condensation chapter. As dusk settled and Zhang Depeng and others busied themselves in the cooking area, Bai Xiaochun studied the bamboo book, his eyes alight with anticipation. He had come here in search of immortality, and the gateway to such a destiny lay within his grasp. After several deep breaths, he opened the bamboo book and began to read. Moments later, excitement sparkled in his gaze as he discovered 3 illustrations within the pages. According to the text, cultivation was divided into 2 realms, qi condensation and foundation establishment, while the purple qi controlling the cauldron technique comprised 10 layers, each corresponding to the 10 levels of qi condensation. As one progresses through each level, the ability to manipulate external objects for personal use is attained. Upon reaching the 3rd tier, one may command the weight of half a ding, and upon advancing to the 6th tier, the capacity increases to 3/4 of a ding. At the 9th tier, one gains mastery over an entire ding, while the ultimate perfection allows for the manipulation of objects weighing as much as 2 dings. However, the techniques inscribed in this bamboo manuscript only encompass the first 3 levels. The remaining are not documented. Moreover, to cultivate this purple qi ding manipulation skill, one must adhere to specific breathing patterns and movements. With renewed determination, Bai Xiaochun steadied his breath, closed his eyes, and assumed the posture depicted in the first illustration of the bamboo scroll. However, after merely 3 breaths, he let out a painful cry, unable to endure the strain, and found that this method of breathing left him feeling breathless. It was exceedingly challenging. The text had promised that practicing this first illustration would allow one to sense a subtle energy coursing within, yet all he felt was discomfort and emptiness. Frustration welled within him, yet for the sake of immortality, he gritted his teeth and attempted once more. Thus, he stumbled through the hours until dusk, but still, he failed to perceive any trace of energy within himself. Unbeknownst to him, even those with exceptional talent require external assistance to cultivate the first layer of the Ziki Yuding technique. A minimum of a month is necessary. Whereas he had only spent a few fleeting hours, making any sensation of energy utterly impossible. At this moment, his body ached, and as he stretched lazily, preparing to wash his face, a sudden commotion erupted from outside the door. Peering out the window, he immediately spotted a gaunt young man with a sallow complexion, standing at the gate of the kitchen courtyard, his face a mask of anger. "Who has taken my place?" Su Baokai. Step forward. Chapter 3. 6 true words. As Bai Xiaochun extended his head, the emaciated youth immediately spotted him, his gaze landing fiercely upon Bai Xiaochun's face. "It is you who has usurped my place," he exclaimed. "Not I." Bai Xiaochun, realizing it was too late to retract, hurriedly feigned an expression of innocence. "Nonsense. You are so gaunt, with such a small head. You are clearly a newcomer." Su Baokai clenched his fists, glaring at Bai Xiaochun with intense fury. "This truly has nothing to do with me," Bai Xiaochun murmured, feeling aggrieved as he noticed the other's rage about to erupt. "I care not. 3 days hence, at the southern slope of the sect, we shall engage in a battle to the death. Should you emerge victorious, I shall swallow my pride, but if you lose, this place shall rightfully belong to me," Su Baokai declared loudly, casting a bloodied letter from his bosom, which landed squarely on the windowsill before Bai Xiaochun. Inscribed with countless crimson characters of death, Bai Xiaochun gazed at the blood-stained letter. The numerous crimson characters of kill inscribed upon it sending a wave of murderous intent crashing over him, leaving him unnerved. The chilling declaration of a life-or-death duel from his opponent made him gasp in disbelief. "Brother, what on earth is this? To use your own blood to write so many words, how much pain must that have caused? What could possibly be so grave?" He recalled the years of frugality, the 7 years spent meticulously saving spirit stones, all in honor of the elders, merely to earn the qualification to enter the kitchen. "Only to have you undermine me. I shall not rest until one of us lies dead." Su Baokai seethed with fury, his teeth clenched in rage. "I refuse to comply." Bai Xiaochun quickly pinched the blood letter between his fingers and hurled it out the window. "You." Su Baokai was about to erupt in anger when he felt the ground tremble. Suddenly, a massive figure appeared beside him, Zhang Depeng, standing there with a cold, scrutinizing gaze fixed upon Su Baokai. "Jiu Pao, go help your second senior brother with the dishes. As for you, refrain from making such a ruckus here. Go play elsewhere." With a mere wave of Zhang Depeng's hand, the air stirred with a gust of wind. Su Baocai's expression shifted dramatically as he retreated several steps, wanting to voice his objections, yet he held his tongue upon seeing Zhang Depeng. With a final venomous glare directed at Bai Xiaochun, he begrudgingly departed. Bai Xiaochun pondered for a moment, feeling that the gaze of the departing individual was rather venomous. To be prudent, he decided it would be best not to venture out of the kitchen recklessly, remaining within its confines, for he believed the other party would not dare to intrude. Days passed, and Bai Xiaochun gradually acclimated to the duties of the kitchen. Each night, he practiced the technique of the purple qi controlling cauldron, yet regrettably, his progress was sluggish, as he could never maintain the practice for more than 4 breaths, which caused him considerable distress. On one particular night, while engaged in his training, he suddenly heard the excited voices of his portly senior brothers from outside the kitchen. "The door is closed. The door is closed. Huang Pang, hurry and secure the door." Haishan Pang quickly checked for any onlookers. Bai Xiaochun was taken aback for a moment. This time, he had learned his lesson. Instead of peering through the window, he cautiously glanced through the crack of the door. Outside, he beheld several portly figures moving with remarkable agility, bustling about the courtyard with an air of mystery and fervent activity. Bai Xiaochun gazed for a considerable time until he noticed that the group of portly figures had ceased their erratic movements and were now gathered mysteriously before a humble grass hut. Even through the shrouding mist, he could discern the imposing silhouette of Zhang Depeo, seemingly engaged in hushed conversation. He believed it prudent to remain oblivious to the clandestine matters at hand, and thus he stepped back, striving to adopt an air of nonchalance. Yet, at that moment, Zhang Depeo's voice echoed, "Jiao Pao, you have seen everything. Why do you not hasten over?" The tone was not loud, seemingly subdued with intent. Bai Xiaochun blinked, displaying an innocent demeanor, seemingly harmless as he stepped outside. As he approached, Zhang Depeng swiftly seized him, drawing Bai Xiaochun closer to a circle of portly companions. Instantly, Bai Xiaochun was enveloped by a distinctive fragrance, inhaled deeply, transforming into countless warm currents that coursed through his entire being. Observing the others, he noticed their expressions mirrored a sense of comfort and satisfaction. Bai Xiaochun's spirits lifted as he beheld in Zhang Depeng's grasp a piece of Ganoderma, astonishingly the size of an infant's head, shimmering and translucent, unmistakably a treasure of extraordinary quality. "Ninth junior brother, come, have a taste," Zhang Depeng said, glancing at Bai Xiaochun as he extended the Ganoderma towards him with a jovial tone. "Huh." Bai Xiaochun looked at the Ganoderma, then at the portly senior brothers surrounding him. Noticing his hesitation, Zhang Depeng's expression darkened, conveying a silent threat that if Bai Xiaochun refused, their matter would remain unresolved. It was not just him, Huang Pang, he Sampang, and the others also fixated their gazes on Bai Xiaochun, awaiting his decision. Bai Xiaochun swallowed hard. It was an unprecedented experience for him to be presented with such a remarkably valuable and extraordinary spirit mushroom as if it were merely a chicken leg, compelling him to take a bite. He had encountered such a scenario in his dreams, but this was the first time it had manifested in reality. Bai Xiaochun's heart raced as he gritted his teeth, taking the precious Lingji mushroom into his hands. With determination, he bit down hard, and the flesh of the mushroom melted in his mouth, spreading a wave of exquisite comfort throughout his being, a sensation far more intense than before, causing his face to flush with warmth. Having consumed this century-old Lingji, specifically designated by Elder Sun for the soup, it was as if he had finally been accepted as one of their own. Zhang Dapeng's expression reflected satisfaction as he too took a hearty bite, then tossed a piece to the next hefty companion. In no time, the group devoured the Lingji in a flurry of eager bites, casting knowing smiles towards Bai Xiaochun, all revealing their camaraderie. With a soft chuckle, Bai Xiaochun instantly understood that he had succumbed to the temptation of indulgence. Observing that his senior brothers had grown quite plump without any repercussions, he surmised that such a way of eating must be quite safe. No wonder Su Baokai had issued a challenge to him, inscribing so many words of slaughter. "Senior brother, this rasher is truly delectable. It makes my entire body feel warm," Bai Xiaochun remarked, licking his lips and gazing eagerly at Zhang Depeng. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Depeng's eyes sparkled with delight. Bursting into hearty laughter, he generously pulled out a piece of huangjing from his robe and offered it to Bai Xiaochun. "Junior brother, now you see how wonderful it is here, right? I was not deceiving you before. Eat to your heart's content from now on." In Bai Xiaochun's eyes, a glimmer sparkled as he seized a large bite. Just as he finished, Zhang Depeng produced another treasure from the earth, golden and exuding an irresistible aroma. This time, without needing Zhang Depeng to utter a word, Bai Xiaochun eagerly bit into it, savoring the sweet and sour flavors that enveloped him in a delightful comfort. Soon after, Zhang Depeng presented a crimson spiritual fruit, its scent rich and cloying, with a hint of swirling energy within. As time passed, Bai Xiaochun indulged in a variety of delights: spiritual mushrooms, medicinal herbs, spiritual fruits, and earth treasures, sampling each with zeal. The other portly companions followed suit until Bai Xiaochun felt a dizzying sensation, akin to intoxication, as warmth surged through his body, even wisps of white smoke rising from his head. He perceived his form expanding, as if he had gained weight. With each morsel consumed, the gazes of Zhang Depang and the others grew increasingly gentle, culminating in a chorus of laughter, their mirth tinged with a sense of shared indulgence. In a state of inebriation, Bai Xiaochun released his limbs and playfully slapped Zhang Depang's belly, bursting into laughter. Junior brother, each of us possesses enough cultivation to qualify as outer disciples, yet we must keep it hidden. Look at this century-old ginseng. Outer disciples would go to great lengths, even injuring themselves, just to have a taste. Observe this. Zhang Depang promptly broke off a root, popping it into his mouth and crunching it down before offering the remaining ginseng to Bai Xiaochun. Senior brother, I'm quite full. I truly cannot eat anymore. Bai Xiaochun's eyes were glazed over. He was genuinely stuffed. Just as he was about to speak, Zhang Depang yanked another root and shoved it into his mouth. Junior brother, you are too thin. If you go out like this, which girl in the sect would take a liking to you? Our sect favors robust and plump individuals like us. Come eat. Zhang Depang burped contentedly, pulling out a stack of empty bowls while gesturing towards the nearby thatched cottage, where a couplet hung. Indeed, we all perish here from hunger. Yes, all perish. With a glance at the couplet, Bai Xiaochun patted his belly and let out a burp as well. Zhang Depang and the others erupted in laughter, finding Bai Xiaochun increasingly endearing. Today, in celebration, junior brother, allow me to impart a morsel of wisdom. In our cooking room, there are certain rituals associated with eating. There is a saying you must remember: eat the edges of the spirit root, do not touch the main stalk, cut the meat with a firm hand. Leave a third of the bone, dilute the spirit porridge with water, and have half a cup of the divine brew. These 6 phrases are the distilled wisdom of our ancestors over many years. If you adhere to these guidelines, you shall encounter no issues. Now, everyone disperse. Tonight's supper is concluded, and the outer disciples are still waiting for their soup. As he spoke, Zhang Depang poured rice soup into each bowl. In a state of hazy confusion, Bai Xiaochun's mind was filled with the 6 profound phrases. He glanced at Zhang Depang and the others who were pouring rice soup, then looked down at a bowl in his hand. After letting out a burp, he squatted down to pick up an empty bowl, examining it closely before breaking into a broad smile. Brother, this bowl is rather inadequate, he remarked. Zhang Depang and the others turned to him, their expressions reflecting astonishment. Look at this bowl. Though it appears small, it can actually hold quite a bit. Why shouldn't we make it seem larger while it holds less? For instance, if the base of the bowl were a tad thicker? Bai Xiaochun said with an innocent demeanor, a cheerful grin adorning his face. Zhang Depang was momentarily stunned, feeling as if struck by a thunderbolt. His corpulent body trembled, and his eyes sparkled with interest. The other hefty fellows also breathed rapidly, their bodies quivering with excitement. With a resounding clap on his thigh, Zhang Depang erupted into hearty laughter. Excellent. This is a notion that could echo through the ages, benefiting countless future disciples of our cooking domain. Who would have thought? Ninth junior brother, that you, appearing so docile and unassuming, possess such ingenuity. Ha, you are truly destined for the culinary arts. Chapter 4. Refining spirits. The crowd was overjoyed, their admiration for Bai Xiaochun reaching its zenith, appreciating not only his charm but also the cleverness that lay beneath. Consequently, Zhang Depang decided to reward Bai Xiaochun with a grain of spirit rice, pressing it into his hand. That night was extraordinarily sweet. When dawn broke, Bai Xiaochun awoke invigorated. Lowering his gaze, he noticed he had gained some weight, his body feeling sticky and covered in a layer of black grime. Hastily, he ventured out to wash himself. Upon seeing Bai Xiaochun's state, Zhang Depang and the others, busy preparing breakfast for the disciples, burst into laughter. Ninth junior brother, that grime is merely the impurities from within you. Once removed, your cultivation will proceed much more smoothly. You need not assist for a few days. Take a break and return to work later. That grain of spirit rice is a precious item. Be sure to consume it soon, lest it lose its potency. Indeed, the sustenance of immortals was extraordinary, Bai Xiaochun mused. He ignited a few pieces of wood in the stove, and as the flames blazed, an intense heat enveloped him, causing him to retreat hastily. Gazing at the fire within the stove, he marveled at its extraordinary nature. It burned swiftly and was significantly hotter than the flames in his village. Upon inspecting the wood again, he surmised that it was indeed exceptional. At that moment, As the flames rose, Bai Xiaochun was astonished to see the first line on the turtle-shaped pot begin to glow brightly from the bottom upwards, illuminating completely from head to tail in no time. Bai Xiaochun was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly smote his thigh. I knew it. This is a treasure. Surely better than senior brother's pot. The more he contemplated the extraordinary nature of this cauldron, the more he hastily cast the spiritual rice into it. Sitting nearby, he began to practice the techniques outlined in the bamboo book of the purple chi cauldron manipulation, following the movements and breathing patterns depicted in the first illustration. Almost immediately upon commencing his practice, Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened in astonishment. He found that the pose, which had appeared exceedingly challenging just yesterday, now felt remarkably fluid, devoid of any discomfort. Even the method of breathing that had previously induced a sense of suffocation now brought a pleasurable sensation. Notably, he recalled that he could only endure for 3 or 4 breaths at most before, yet now he had persisted for 7 or 8 breaths without a hint of soreness. Suppressing his exhilaration, Bai Xiaochun endeavored to calm himself and continued until he reached 30 breaths. Just as he began to feel a slight ache in his body, an unexpected surge of energy emerged from within him. This energy was cool and swiftly coursed through his body. Although it did not complete a full circuit before dissipating, it still elicited a surge of excitement from Bai Xiaochun, causing him to leap with joy. I have energy. Ha! I have energy, he exclaimed, pacing within the confines of the room, attributing his newfound vigor to the celestial treasures he had consumed the previous night, feeling as though he had not eaten enough. No wonder senior brother Zhang said it was better to starve at the stove than to contend with the outer disciples for such fortuitous opportunities. Bai Xiaochun promptly seated himself once more to practice. This time, adhering to the breathing method and movements of the first layer of the purple chi cauldron manipulation. He persevered for a full 60 breaths. At the moment he attained 60 breaths, a surge of energy, twice as potent as before, suddenly blossomed within him, flowing like a stream as it raced through his being. With newfound experience, Bai Xiaochun promptly followed the indications illustrated in the first diagram, silently contemplating the various pathways within his body. Soon, the energy channels within him began to flow in accordance with his thoughts, following the designated route. As he persisted in maintaining the pose depicted in the initial image, he even sensed a subtle coolness emanating from different parts of his body, akin to droplets of water merging into the currents of energy, causing them to swell in size. Ultimately, these currents transformed into a small stream, and after completing a full circuit, Bai Xiaochun felt a jolt coursing through him, as if a veil had been lifted from his mind, accompanied by a resounding boom. An unprecedented sensation of lightness instantly enveloped his being, and clumps of impurities began to exude through his sweat pores. Moreover, the small stream within him did not dissipate as it had in the past. Instead, it remained, meandering slowly throughout his body. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed a newfound clarity in his gaze, imbued with a sense of vitality. He could even distinctly feel a considerable lightness in his frame. The constant presence of the energy channel signified the successful attainment of the first layer of the purple chi control technique, also indicating that he had reached the first layer of chi condensation. Overcome with joy, Bai Xiaochun rushed outside for another cleansing. Upon witnessing his rapid achievement of the first layer, Zhang Dapeng and the others exchanged knowing smiles, surprised yet understanding of the reasons behind his swift progress. Upon mastering the first layer of the purple chi control technique, one could manipulate objects, a celestial skill capable of remote retrieval. Bai Xiaochun's eyes sparkled with excitement, and following the prescribed method, he formed simple hand seals, pointing towards a nearby table. Instantly, he felt the small stream within him surge forth like a wild horse galloping towards the fingertip of his right index finger, even detaching from the tip. It appeared as though an invisible thread connected him to the table. Alas, just as the connection was established, the thread faltered and shattered with a resounding crack. Bai Xiaochun's complexion was slightly pale, and after a considerable pause, he gradually regained his composure. After careful contemplation, he abandoned the table and instead retrieved a wooden sword from his pocket. The material of this sword was indeterminate, and although it was lighter than the table, it still bore a certain weight. He raised his right hand and pointed. The wooden sword trembled momentarily and began to float gently. However, it only ascended an inch before falling back down. Bai Xiaochun remained undeterred, his excitement driving him to attempt repeatedly. The wooden sword, which initially rose just an inch before plummeting, gradually ascended to 10, 20, and 30 inches. By dusk, the sword had acquired the ability to float in a straight line. Although its speed was modest and it struggled to bend, it no longer fell easily as it had in the beginning. From this moment on, Bai Xiaochun was a cultivator. Standing proudly, he placed his left hand behind him and raised his right hand to wave forward, causing the wooden sword to sway and dart about clumsily. As he lifted the lid, a rich fragrance wafted from the spirit rice within the pot. However, upon the rice, an astonishing silver vein appeared, glaringly conspicuous. This vein was striking, and upon closer inspection, it possessed an almost hypnotic allure. Yet, as time passed, it gradually transformed into a dark silver hue. Bai Xiaochun squinted, pondering the intriguing phenomenon, then carefully extracted the grain of spirit rice to examine it. The vein seemed somewhat familiar. He glanced at the hearth, realizing the fire had long since extinguished, leaving only ashes behind. The bright vein on the pot had also dimmed. It dawned on him that the silver vein on the spirit rice was identical to the markings on the back of the pot. Suppressing his confusion, Bai Xiaochun chose not to consume the rice for safety, instead placing it in a cloth bag. After a moment of contemplation, he exited his dwelling to join Zhang Depeo and others in their chores. Time passed swiftly, and half a month slipped away. During this period, Bai Xiaochun's cultivation stagnated, progressing slowly. However, he discovered that others did not encounter any silver veins when cooking spirit rice. His curiosity grew, and he increasingly felt that his grain was peculiar, especially concerning the pot, which seemed increasingly odd. Finally, a few days later, while he somehow ventured to the cooking room to procure supplies, Bai Xiaochun visited the Sihai house, a place where he had learned that miscellaneous workers could gain insights into cultivation knowledge. In the realm of immortal cultivation, 3 essential practices were indispensable: alchemy, artifact forging, and spirit refining. Bai Xiaochun recalled the illustrations in the texts he had perused at Sihai house, comparing them to the silver vein on the spirit rice, and the resemblance became ever more pronounced. Spirit refining. After a lengthy moment, he exhaled deeply. Moreover, the most astonishing aspect of spirit refining was its potential for stacking and refinement. If one were to successfully refine a spirit 10 times, it could lead to a cataclysmic transformation of the item. The more precious the item, the more terrifying the results after successive refinements. However, the probability of success diminished with each attempt, and even masters of spirit refining hesitated to try, for the cost of failure was daunting. The text had mentioned that the treasured protective artifact of our Lingxi sect was the Tianjiao sword, refined 10 times under extraordinary circumstances. Bai Xiaochun felt a dryness in his throat and swallowed hard, his eyes revealing a mix of astonishment and confusion. Instinctively, he glanced at the numerous dim markings on the tortoise-patterned pot, his heart racing as if it might leap from his chest. At this moment, he was convinced that the reason for the spirit rice bearing the refining vein was entirely due to this pot. After a moment of hesitation, Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth. He realized that if he did not unravel this mystery, he would be unable to find peace and sleep. However, he also understood that if this pot was indeed extraordinary, such secrets must not be disclosed to another soul. Thus, in the dead of night, he cautiously approached the pot, took a deep breath, and with a heart full of trepidation, retrieved the wooden sword he had been manipulating. Following the same motion as when he had cast the spiritual rice into the pot, he tossed the sword within. As the wooden sword fell into the pot, no immediate transformation occurred. Bai Xiaochun let out a soft gasp, his eyes widening in reluctant anticipation as he scrutinized the sword. This piece of wood was not an ordinary item, having been procured from a notably rotund individual. As he ignited the wood, he soon beheld the first line of the tortoise-patterned pot illuminating with brilliance. The flames danced vigorously before gradually extinguishing. At that moment, as Bai Xiaochun's spirit stirred, the wooden sword within the pot suddenly emanated a blinding silver light. Bai Xiaochun retreated a few steps, and after a brief moment, the radiance dissipated. He immediately sensed a piercing intent emanating from the pot. Taking a deep breath, he cautiously approached and beheld a wooden sword within the pot, adorned with a dazzling silver pattern akin to that of the spirit rice, which gradually faded until it transformed into a dark silver hue. The entire blade, while still wooden, exuded an aura of metallic sharpness. Bai Xiaochun's eyes sparkled with excitement as he carefully extracted the wooden sword, feeling it heavier than before. When brought close, it emitted an intimidating glimmer. At that moment, he realized that the wooden sword had successfully undergone a spiritual refinement. Overjoyed, Bai Xiaochun held the sword with great affection, glancing back at the pot and contemplating how to handle this treasure. Ultimately, he decided to leave it there. The less attention it attracted, the better. As for the spirit rice, it was meant to be consumed, but the wooden sword should remain concealed from prying eyes. Bai Xiaochun pondered using some dye to obscure the spiritual patterns, perhaps diminishing their brilliance. In the days that followed, Bai Xiaochun thrived in the kitchen, forging close bonds with several senior brothers. He grew accustomed to the tasks at hand, particularly the varying types of fire required for different spiritual dishes. He learned that the wood beneath the tortoise-patterned pot was the spirit wood that produced the first-grade fire. Zhang Daping took a particular liking to Bai Xiaochun, providing him with extra care. Months later, as Zhang Daping had predicted, Bai Xiaochun began to gain weight. No longer the emaciated figure he had been upon entering the sect. He had rounded out considerably, his complexion becoming fairer, rendering him increasingly harmless in appearance, as if he were gradually aligning with the moniker of Bai Jupin. He experienced several additional meals, yet the troubling matter remained. His weight continued to rise while his cultivation progressed at a sluggish pace. Eventually, he chose to dismiss such concerns, spending his days indulging in food and drink with his senior brothers, reveling in the carefree atmosphere. Over these months, he gleaned much about the Lingxi sect from Zhang Daping, acquiring a rudimentary understanding of its inner workings. He learned about the distinction between inner and outer disciples, and that if a servant could cultivate to the third level of qi condensation, they could challenge the trials of various peaks. Success would allow them to join the outer disciples of the peak they tested for, marking their entry into the Lingxi sect. However, this endeavor was akin to leaping over the Dragon Gate, as the trials opened only once a month and accepted only the top 3 candidates, thus maintaining a fixed number of new outer disciples each year. Feeling somewhat insecure, Bai Xiaochun sought out a sturdy pot to carry on his back, which provided him with a sense of safety as he unsteadily made his way out of the kitchen and descended the mountain. Walking along the jadestone paths of the sect, he gazed at the exquisite courtyards and pavilions surrounding him, a profound sense of superiority blossoming within his heart. Particularly, several female disciples giggled softly upon seeing Bai Xiaochun, their laughter ringing like silver bells, delightfully melodious. Bai Xiaochun, with a round face slightly flushed, felt a burgeoning sense of valor. Clearing his throat, he strode forward with his head held high. Before long, as he had yet to exit the servants' quarters of the third peak, he suddenly observed a throng of servants in the distance, their expressions animated as they hurriedly dashed towards a particular direction, the mountain path frequented by outer sect disciples. Gradually, more and more servants, brimming with excitement, joined in their fervent rush. This spectacle momentarily stunned Bai Xiaochun, prompting him to seize the most frail-looking youth among the bustling crowd. "What has happened, junior brother? Why is everyone rushing over there?" Bai Xiaochun inquired with curiosity. The boy, initially displeased at being grasped, softened his demeanor upon catching sight of the imposing black cauldron behind Bai Xiaochun, his eyes reflecting envy. "Ah, it's you from the kitchen. You should go and take a look as well." It is said that the prodigies Zhou Hong and Zhang Ida among the outer disciples are engaged in a duel at the trial grounds below. They have some personal grievances, and both are at the 6th level of qi refinement. Such a spectacle is not to be missed. Perhaps one might glean some insights and gain from the experience. After explaining, the youth, eager not to miss a spot, hastily sprinted ahead. Bai Xiaochun, filled with curiosity, hurriedly made his way through the crowd. Before long, he had exited the servant area and arrived at the foot of the third peak, where he beheld a grand high platform. This platform towered at an impressive height, surrounded by a throng of servants, and even on the mountain above, numerous figures adorned in luxurious attire, clearly the outer disciples, were also observing intently. Atop the platform, 2 young men donned equally opulent robes. One bore a scar on his face, while the other possessed a complexion as pale as jade. They engaged in a fierce exchange, their silhouettes intertwining amidst a cacophony of thunderous sounds. Both exuded a radiant aura, with the scarred youth commanding a small flag that waved autonomously, as though gripped by an invisible hand, conjuring a roaring misty tiger that echoed ominously. Meanwhile, the pale-faced youth darted about, wielding a blue sword that traced ethereal patterns in the air, its movements remarkably agile. Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened in astonishment as he inhaled deeply. Although he too could manipulate a wooden sword, he found himself utterly incapable of comparing to the prowess of the jade-faced youth. Particularly striking was the unabashed ferocity exhibited by the 2 combatants, their lethal intent palpable, leaving them with numerous wounds, albeit non-fatal, that were nonetheless quite shocking to behold. This was Bai Xiaochun's inaugural glimpse of cultivators engaged in battle, starkly contrasting with his preconceived notions of immortals. The brutality and malice on display sent shivers down his spine. In light of this realization, he instinctively began to retreat. However, at that very moment, A thunderous shout echoed from nearby. Bai Xiaochun. As Bai Xiaochun beheld the approaching wooden sword, his pupils contracted, and he was immediately engulfed by an overwhelming sense of impending doom. This is an attempt on my life. Realizing this grim reality, he emitted a heart-wrenching scream and fled with all his might. Murder! Murder! His cries resonated loudly, startling many of the onlookers, including the disciples nearby. Even Zhou Hong and Zhang Yida, engaged in their duel atop the platform, paused momentarily, astonished by the ruckus. Su Baokai was equally taken aback. He had merely called out to Bai Xiaochun while pursuing him, and yet the latter's scream was akin to having been pierced by numerous wounds. Have the courage to stand your ground, Bai Xiaochun. Su Baocai's face turned ashen, his teeth grinding in frustration as he chased after him. If I had the means, I would have ended you long ago. What need is there for me to run? Bai Xiaochun, in his frantic escape, resembled a plump rabbit, swiftly disappearing from view. Meanwhile, atop the mountain, in a protruding pavilion, two cultivators, one elderly and one middle-aged, sat across from each other, engrossed in a game of chess. The middle-aged man was Li Qingho, while his opponent, an elder with flowing white hair and a rosy complexion, possessed eyes that sparkled with brilliance. Casting a glance down the mountain, he chuckled softly. Forgive me for the amusement, master. This young man still requires much tempering, Li Qingho remarked, shaking his head with a hint of exasperation after placing his piece on the board. The children in the kitchen are quite proud. It is impressive that this lad can hold his own among them, the elder replied, stroking his beard with a teasing glimmer in his eyes. Chapter 6. The surge of spiritual energy from a distance. One might struggle to discern Bai Xiaochun's figure, yet the sight of a large black pot, akin to a beetle, scuttling across the ground was unmistakable. Notably, the several knives dangling from his person clashed together, producing a cacophony of metallic clinks as he ran. Murder! Help! I do not wish to perish. Bai Xiaochun shouted as he sprinted, gaining speed with every moment. Behind him, Su Baocai's face was a mask of fury. His eyes blazing with intense malevolence, his heart aflame with urgency and rage. As he pursued Bai Xiaochun, the commotion attracted the attention of many nearby workers, prompting Su Baocai to worry about attracting the attention of the overseers, his anxiety mounting. Enough of your screams, you wretched fool. Lower your voice. What are you shouting for? Silence. Su Baocai roared, gritting his teeth as he formed a hand seal. Instantly, the wooden sword at his side flashed with brilliant light, accelerating as it sped toward Bai Xiaochun. With a resounding crash, the wooden sword collided with the black pot on Bai Xiaochun's back, creating a resonating hum. Yet, Bai Xiaochun appeared unfazed, continuing his flight. Su Baocai clenched his teeth in frustration, realizing that the pot obscured most of Bai Xiaochun's body, rendering him unable to strike effectively. And he stubbornly continued his pursuit. The two raced through the workers' quarters, one in front and the other in hot pursuit. This fellow, burdened by a pot, still manages to run with such speed. Su Baocai was gasping for breath, and as he watched Bai Xiaochun almost vanish from sight, he felt increasingly frustrated. Despite his cultivation at the second level of qi condensation, he exerted every ounce of strength he could muster. Yet the other seemed to bound away like a rabbit with its tail stepped on. What was even more exasperating was that, despite his own immense exhaustion, he had not managed to lay a finger on Bai Xiaochun, who continued to wail as if slaughtering a pig. In the blink of an eye, Bai Xiaochun spotted the path leading to the kitchen, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. The sensation of nearing home nearly brought him to tears. Senior brother, save me. Su Baocai wants to kill me. My little life was nearly forfeit. Bai Xiaochun quickly concealed himself behind Zhang Depeng. Su Baocai? Zhang Depeng's eyes flickered with a fierce glint as he scanned the surroundings, but saw not a soul. Just as he spoke, he caught sight of Su Baocai in the distance, panting heavily as he approached. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun also noticed Su Baocai's figure and was taken aback. Hey, why is he running so slowly? Zhang Depeng glanced down at Bai Xiaochun, then back at the breathless Su Baocai who had just arrived, and his flesh quivered slightly. Su Baocai, having finally caught up, faintly heard Bai Xiaochun's incredulous words near the kitchen door. Upon hearing those words, a wave of suppressed rage surged within him, making him feel as though he might explode. With a furious roar, he swung his right hand outwards, and the wooden sword beside him whistled through the air, piercing into a nearby tree. With a resounding crash, the tree shook violently, and a hole was left where the sword had penetrated. Bai Xiaochun, I will not rest until we are at odds. Su Baocai's eyes were bloodshot as he glared fiercely at Bai Xiaochun, then glanced at the imposing figure of Zhang Depeng before turning away in bitterness. Bai Xiaochun's heart raced as he glanced at the tree that had been pierced through. then turned his gaze to the hysterical Su Baokai. He swallowed hard, a wave of unease rising within him. "Do not fear, junior brother," Zhang Depeng reassured him. "Although Su Baokai possesses a modicum of influence, should he dare to approach us again, we shall break one of his legs." Pausing for a moment, Zhang Depeng shifted his tone. "However, dear junior brother, it would be prudent to refrain from venturing outside for the time being. You have grown frail, and I shall ensure you are well nourished, especially with Elder Zhou's grand celebration approaching in a few days." Bai Xiaoqun absent-mindedly nodded, his gaze fixed on the tree hole pierced by Su Baokai. "No way, unless I abandon the kitchen for life. What will happen if I step out, and he blocks my path?" The image of Su Baokai's gaze, filled with profound resentment, lingered in Bai Xiaoqun's mind. "I came here to seek immortality, I cannot perish." The unsettling anxiety gnawed at him, causing his eyes to gradually redden. After a considerable pause, he gritted his teeth fiercely. "Damn it, I'll give it my all. I am even afraid of my own desperation." Bai Xiaoqun's eyes turned crimson. His character was not merely one of fear of death, but rather a severe lack of security. Today's experience had profoundly stimulated him, igniting the determination within his nature. "I must cultivate. I must grow stronger." Panting heavily, Bai Xiaoqun made up his mind and immediately retrieved the bamboo scroll of the purple chi control technique. Gazing at the second illustration, his eyes reddened as he began his practice. Though he feared death, he possessed a fierce resolve. Otherwise, he wouldn't have worried about being struck by lightning every time he lit incense, yet he persevered through 13 sessions over 3 years. Now, fueled by determination, he followed the movements of the second illustration, stubbornly holding on. Typically, he could only endure this second form for about 10 breaths. But this time he managed to persist for 15. Despite the aches coursing through his body and beads of sweat cascading from his forehead, the ferocity in Bai Xiaoqun's eyes never waned. He held on until he reached 20 breaths, then 30, at which point the flow of energy within him surged by a significant margin. His vision blurred, and it took him a while to catch his breath. But after merely a moment of respite, he resumed his practice. Days passed in silence, the second, third, and fourth days. For a continuous span of 15 days, Bai Xiaoqun remained encased in his room, emerging only for the necessities of life. This monotonous endeavor was exceedingly difficult for one newly embarked on the path of cultivation. Yet he showed not the slightest hint of relinquishing his efforts. Zhang Daping and the others were astonished by Bai Xiaoqun's dedication. It is well known that the practice of the purple chi control technique is no trifling matter. While the fundamentals may be easy to grasp, the prolonged positions induce indescribable agony, demanding immense willpower for sustained practice. Typically, the disciples of the sect would only practice once every few days. Now, having practiced relentlessly for half a month, Zhang Daping and the others came to visit, witnessing a Bai Xiaoqun entirely transformed from their memories of the past few months. His clothes were wrinkled, his hair in disarray, and his eyes bloodshot, giving him a disheveled appearance. Yet he was utterly earnest, enduring the pain without pause. His physique had noticeably slimmed down, while the spiritual aura emanating from within him had markedly intensified, nearing the pinnacle of the first realm of chi condensation. It seemed he had refined the treasures of heaven and earth accumulated within his flesh in an extreme manner, integrating them into his cultivation, rendering his body considerably sturdier than that of an ordinary person. "Junior brother Jiao, take a break. You have been practicing day and night for over half a month." Zhang Daping and the others hastily urged him, yet what met their gaze was the unwavering determination reflected in Bai Xiaoqun's eyes. Such fervor stirred their very souls. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, Bai Xiaoqun had devoted an entire month to his cultivation. His relentless fervor astonished Zhang Daping and the others. In Zhang Daping's words, Bai Xiaoqun was not merely cultivating, he was risking his life. Under the strain of his rigorous training, he finally surpassed 100 breaths, reaching over 150 breaths, transforming the spiritual energy within him from a mere stream into a significantly larger force. As another month slipped away, Zhang Daping and the others were gripped with trepidation, fearing that Bai Xiaoqun's reckless pursuit might one day lead to his own demise. They even contemplated secretly incapacitating Su Baokai when a resounding boom erupted from Bai Xiaoqun's room. The junior disciple had broken through. He had attained the second layer of chi condensation. Although the fire stove room occasionally provided additional resources, to reach the second layer in less than half a year was indeed remarkable. When I achieved the second layer, it took me a full year. Just as Zhang Daping and the others were lost in their reflections, the door to Bai Xiaoqun's room creaked open. He emerged, looking disheveled and fatigued. Yet his eyes sparkled with brilliance. As he stepped outside, Zhang Daping and the others were about to greet him when they saw Bai Xiaochun sway slightly and deftly perch himself upon the fence in the yard. Hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the distance with a feigned solemnity, embodying the demeanor of a solitary master. What was he doing there? His posture seemed peculiar. Has the junior disciple gone mad? As they exchanged bewildered glances, they heard Bai Xiaochun's exaggeratedly grandiloquent voice echoing from the fence. Su Baokai, a prodigy among the menial workers of Lingxi's sect, renowned far and wide, has reached the astonishing second layer of qi condensation. I, too, have attained the second layer. And in this battle, we are evenly matched. Though our names shall echo through the realms and stir our sect, the outcome will undoubtedly be bloody and brutal. No, this battle is of utmost importance. I must continue my training. Did we inadvertently give the junior disciple something wrong to eat? This is terrible. He has become intoxicated with spiritual energy and is fervently training. Let us not provoke him. Huang Erpang shuddered and declared with certainty. Chapter 7. The tortoise pattern acknowledges its master. In the days that followed, Zhang Daping and the others kept a vigilant eye on Bai Xiaochun's thatched cottage. Ever since Bai Xiaochun's breakthrough to the second layer of qi condensation, he had engaged in a series of soliloquies after venturing outside. And his cultivation within the cottage resumed with fervor. Inside the dwelling, Bai Xiaochun wiped the sweat from his brow, his body bare, gritting his teeth against the searing pain as he struggled to perform the movements of the third illustration. The energy pathways within him had transformed from a mere stream into what was nearly a river, coursing through his body. With each complete circuit, a cracking sound emanated from his form. His once plump physique had now thinned significantly, even more so than when he first arrived at the fire stove room. Increasing amounts of spiritual pressure coalesced within him, this overwhelming sensation driving Bai Xiaochun further. Days passed, and suddenly, a sharp pain surged through his entire body, far more intense than ever before, prompting him to concede. Gasping for breath, his eyes bloodshot, he sensed an alarming reality. His body seemed unable to endure any longer. Although he continuously absorbed the spiritual energy of the surrounding world during his cultivation, it was evidently insufficient to keep pace with his body's depletion. Moreover, the supplementary meals from the kitchen were subject to chance, not available daily. After all, others practicing the purple qi control technique typically did so once every few days. Even the most diligent practitioners indulged at most once a day. In contrast, he was tirelessly engaged day and night. It was not only shocking to Zhang Daping and the others, even the inner disciples of the sect would be astounded if they knew. Nevertheless, Bai Xiaochun felt this level of cultivation was still precarious. His nature inclined towards caution and security. Thus, he retrieved the single grain of spiritual rice he had hidden away, examined it briefly, and prepared it in an ordinary pot. As the spiritual energy emanated from it, he did not hesitate and swallowed it whole. The rice melted upon contact, releasing an abundance of spiritual energy, exponentially greater than ordinary grains, surging through his body with a thunderous force. Bai Xiaochun hastily resumed his cultivation, adopting the posture of the third diagram and regulating his breath. Half a month later, in the dead of night, his body jolted suddenly. Upon opening his eyes, he was astonished to discover that he had unknowingly broken through to the third layer of qi condensation. This transformation filled him with ecstasy, excitement sparkling in his eyes as he laughed heartily. Observing his body, he noted that the meridians within had completely transformed from a trickle into a flowing stream. This stream coursed through him with unprecedented speed. With merely a thought, the spiritual energy could instantaneously traverse to any part of his body. The third layer of qi condensation. Indeed, the single grain of spiritual rice was extraordinary. Rising to his feet, Bai Xiaochun licked his lips, eager to procure a few more grains of spiritual rice. However, he sensed a slight expansion in his meridians. Recalling the description in the bamboo scrolls, he understood that he needed to allow his body to acclimate, rendering further cultivation unwise in the short term. Thus, he suppressed his earlier thoughts and began to pace around the room, exuding a sense of ambition. Yet soon he paused, his gaze drifting toward the window, where, despite the late hour, the moonlight allowed him to discern the large tree along the path outside the kitchen. No, Su Baotsai's wooden sword seemed somewhat unusual. Even upon reaching the third layer of qi condensation, it still felt somewhat precarious. Bai Xiaochun furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment as he glanced at the colorful wooden sword beside him and then at the pot within the room. If he could refine the spiritual rice twice, perhaps it would provide greater security. With this thought, he made a decisive choice, exiting the room to gather some spiritual wood from the kitchen. After preparations were complete, on that deep night, Bai Xiaochun stood beside the enigmatic cauldron, igniting a wooden fire. Upon witnessing a pattern illuminate, he cast the wooden sword into the cauldron. However, after a prolonged wait, there was no reaction. Bai Xiaochun furrowed his brow. Glancing at the markings on the tortoise-patterned cauldron and observing that the fire beneath had turned to ashes, pondering for a moment, he ventured out to gather more spiritual wood. Yet, despite multiple attempts, no matter how fiercely the flames blazed, the wooden sword exhibited no discernible change. Once placed beneath the cauldron, flames erupted, revealing a fire composed of two colors, an exceedingly elevated dual-colored flame. As this dual-colored fire manifested, the second pattern on the tortoise-patterned cauldron shone brightly for an instant, only for the dual-colored flame to swiftly dim, as if all its vigor had been abruptly siphoned away. Before long, as the dual-colored flame was reduced to ashes, the second spiritual pattern on the cauldron illuminated brilliantly. Success! Bai Xiaochun's eyes sparkled with excitement as he promptly placed the wooden sword into the cauldron, resulting in a sudden burst of silver light. This time, the duration of the process extended several breaths longer than his previous attempt, just as the brilliance began to wane. Unexpectedly, the silver light surged fiercely, rushing toward Bai Xiaochun. The abruptness of this transformation left him no time to react. A wave of indescribable chill permeated his being, freezing him in place as it coursed through him. He was horrified to realize he could not resist, watching helplessly as this icy force violently extracted something from within him, drawing it into the cauldron. At that moment, the silver light dissipated, revealing a wooden sword that was sharper than before, so much so that merely gazing upon it caused a sharp pain in the eyes. Although the sword still appeared gaudy and worn, the wood's texture had fundamentally transformed. If the paint were to be removed, the intricate patterns would radiate like stars, signifying that this sword had undergone a complete and profound transformation. Bai Xiaochun, unable to glance at the wooden sword, took a few steps back, his expression fluctuating between despair and uncertainty. His body swayed precariously, and it took him a considerable time to regain his composure. The fleeting sensation from earlier lingered in his mind, leaving him with a sense of trepidation. Something was drawn from my body. His anxious gaze fell upon the copper mirror hanging on the wall. Instinctively, he stole a glance, rubbed his eyes, and scrutinized it closely, gradually becoming as still as a statue. In the reflection, a single white hair sprouted from his forehead, and although his appearance remained unchanged, he felt as though he had aged a year. Lifespan, Bai Xiaochun murmured, lost in thought. What I have lost is my lifespan. I. Tears welled up in his eyes, but did not fall. His purpose in cultivation was to attain immortality, yet now, not only had he not achieved it, but he had also lost a year of his life, a crushing blow indeed. A loss. He never imagined that after living prudently for half a lifetime, he would experience such a misstep. Sitting there in a daze, he managed a bitter smile. Once his turmoil subsided, he lifted his gaze toward the tortoise-patterned pot, and a peculiar expression slowly emerged in his eyes. He had a faint sense that after his lifespan was drained, he had formed some kind of connection with the pot, as if he could exert control over it. A spark of inspiration ignited within him, and he raised his right hand, pointing at the pot. Instantly, the tortoise-patterned pot shimmered with a dark light, shrinking rapidly and darting toward Bai Xiaochun, vanishing into his fingertips in the blink of an eye. Bai Xiaochun stood in stunned silence, abruptly rising and stepping back a few paces. He glanced down at his fingers, then at the empty hearth. This. He pointed once more at the ground with his right hand, and with a flash of dark light, the pot reappeared with a resounding thud. Bai Xiaochun made several attempts, his expression fluctuating between joy and melancholy, ultimately letting out a sigh. Although he could absorb the energy at this moment, the cost was a year's lifespan, which seemed decidedly unworthy. While he could not perceive the qi condensation at the first level, now at the third level, he immediately recognized that the foremost figure among the 7 or 8 shadows was Su Baokai. Simultaneously, Su Baocai's voice, filled with fury, suddenly echoed, Bai Xiaochun. You have your senior brother to protect you, but I, Su Baokai, have mine as well. Today, our grievances must come to an end. Chapter 8. I will fight you. As Su Baokai approached, Bai Xiaochun sprang to his feet. They arrived swiftly. A flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes. Despite having made ample preparations over the past 6 months, he still felt unready. His original plan was to wait until he reached the 4th level of qi condensation for assurance. Yet, with the adversary arriving with 7 or 8 individuals, Bai Xiaochun knew he could not evade confrontation. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to fight. Drawing a deep breath, He donned several leather coats and strapped a pot for cooking spirit rice to his back before nervously pushing open the door and stepping outside. Almost simultaneously, Zhang Depeo and others wielding kitchen knives and large spoons stood menacingly at the entrance of the cooking room, confronting Su Baokai and his entourage. I wondered why I heard crows cawing this morning. It turns out to be you lot from the supervisory room, who only know how to exploit your fellow disciples. Coming here to wreak havoc in our cooking room. Zhang Depeo scoffed, standing like a small mountain, his voice booming, echoing around them. Zhang Depeo. Others may fear your cooking room, but we from the supervisory room do not care for you. We received Su Shidi's cries for help and have come to exercise the rights of the supervisory room. Do you dare to resist? The 7 or 8 figures beside Su Baokai wore proud expressions, although they donned the garb of miscellaneous workers. Their sleeves bore a distinct character that symbolized the authority and exceptional status of the supervisory room. Among them, one burly man emanated the pressure of the 3rd level of chi condensation, his cold gaze fixed on Zhang Depeo, dismissing the others beside him as if they were inconsequential. Preposterous. You have the audacity to pursue my junior brother. Zhang Depeo sneered, raising his right hand with a swift motion. To everyone's astonishment, the large black pot behind him floated into the air with an overwhelming aura, causing the expressions of Su Baokai's companions to shift dramatically. While the burly man's eyes narrowed. As he formed a seal, a small flag flew forth, releasing a mist that carried the distant roars of wild beasts. In this tense standoff, Su Baokai's gaze fell upon Bai Xiaochun emerging from the grass hut, and a surge of old and new grudges flooded his heart as he bellowed. Bai Xiaochun. In that instant, he charged forward, raising his right hand to fling the wooden sword in his grasp. As Zhang Depeo and the others changed their expressions and prepared to intercept, the burly man from the supervisory room mocked them, promptly stepping in to block. As Su Baokai's words echoed and his body surged forward, Bai Xiaochun's eyes turned crimson, and he shouted with fervor, Su Baokai, you have gone too far. I shall fight you. His heart raced. He had never engaged in a brawl, let alone a clash of spells with a cultivator. In this moment of tension, he felt almost frantic, and his shout was a desperate attempt to bolster his courage. Instantly, the power of his cultivation at the 3rd layer of chi condensation erupted forth. He poured all his spiritual energy into the wooden sword he wielded, pointing it decisively at Su Baokai. With a resounding hum, the sword emitted a menacing aura, and 2 silver streaks hidden within its colorful blade shimmered briefly, causing the sword to expand dramatically. It unleashed a formidable gleam as it raced towards Su Baokai. The speed and might of the attack astonished Zhang Daping and the others, as well as the onlookers in the supervisor's chamber, who were collectively taken aback. The sword's unexpected sharpness enveloped the surroundings, evoking gasps of shock from all present, who momentarily set aside their skirmishes to witness the unfolding spectacle. Before Su Baokai could close the distance, he was already taken aback by the overwhelming aura emanating from Bai Xiaochun. This version of Bai Xiaochun was utterly transformed from the person he remembered just months prior, resembling someone entirely different. The fierce determination etched on Bai Xiaochun's face sent a chill down Su Baokai's spine. His eyes widened in disbelief as he observed the astonishing speed of the wooden sword, which appeared as a white ribbon slicing through the air. The sheer momentum of the weapon was something he had only witnessed during the duels of outer disciples, leaving him in a state of shock and dread. With a thunderous crash, Bai Xiaochun's wooden sword collided with Su Baokai's weapon, causing Su Baokai's sword to tremble violently and shatter into countless fragments, disintegrating entirely in the blink of an eye. Bai Xiaochun's sword, undeterred, surged forward relentlessly towards Su Baokai. Terrified, Su Baokai summoned all his strength to evade, barely escaping as the sword grazed past him and embedded itself into a nearby tree. With a deafening roar, the tree was cleaved in half, crashing down and stirring up clouds of dust, while Su Baokai screamed in agony, blood spraying from his right arm as he stumbled backward, his face pale with fear. This was only due to Bai Xiaochun's lack of familiarity with controlling objects. Otherwise, that strike would have ensured Su Baokai's utter demise. 3 layers of chi condensation. Impossible, this cannot be. Su Baokai's expression morphed into one of sheer terror as he beheld Bai Xiaochun. The immense power of the wooden sword indicated that it required at least the 3rd layer of chi condensation to wield such might. He could not fathom how, in mere months, Bai Xiaochun had undergone such a remarkable transformation. This revelation shattered his understanding and thrust him into a nightmare of disbelief. Not only was Su Baokai horrified, but the burly men in the supervisor's chamber and those around him also gasped, their expressions grave as they turned their attention to Bai Xiaochun. The manifestation of the sword's light, a testament to the mastery of the purple chi control technique, could only be achieved by those who had reached a level of effortless command over their cultivation. The imposing figure in the supervisor's chamber inhaled deeply, casting a wary glance at Bai Xiaochun. Even here, where they were, the atmosphere was thick with trepidation, let alone among Zhang Depeng and the others, who gazed at Bai Xiaochun with expressions of astonishment. They sensed something amiss when Bai Xiaochun reached the third layer of qi condensation. But the radiance emanating from the wooden sword, which had clearly expanded in size, signified a mastery that was effortless. It was the first time they had witnessed such prowess from Bai Xiaochun. Even Bai Xiaochun himself was momentarily taken aback by the sword's might. He stared blankly at the toppled tree and then at the pale-faced Su Baokai before bursting into laughter. Su Baokai, so it turns out you are so weak. Taste my sword. Bai Xiaochun felt invigorated, realizing his strength surpassed Su Bao's size by such a margin. He sprang into action, laughter echoing as he charged towards Su Baokai. Upon meeting Bai Xiaochun's gaze, Su Baokai trembled, and upon witnessing Bai Xiaochun's mirthful approach, fear gripped him, causing him to scramble away in panic. You dare chase me again? Bai Xiaochun's right fist connected with Su Bao's face, eliciting a pained scream as Su Baokai fell to the ground. Despite his desire to resist, his second layer of qi condensation was utterly insufficient against Bai Xiaochun. You've brought this upon yourself. Now you shall learn that I am not to be trifled with. Bai Xiaochun leaped and stomped down fiercely, teeth clenched, raining down blows upon Su Baokai, whose cries filled the air. The sounds of impact reverberated around them, leaving the burly men in the supervisor's chamber and Zhang Depeng and his companions frozen in place, watching the brutal beating of Su Baokai and the increasingly exhilarated Bai Xiaochun. Feeling a chill in their hearts, Su Bao's tears streamed down his cheeks, overwhelmed with injustice. He could not believe that Bai Xiaochun had become so powerful in just a few months. The effortless mastery displayed was not something that could be attained without years, if not decades, of dedication. To Su Baokai, it was evident that Bai Xiaochun possessed formidable origins and had been strong from the outset, merely feigning weakness due to his despicable character. The most egregious part was how convincingly he had played the part, leading Su Baokai to genuinely believe it. Overcome with despair and rage, Su Baokai fainted. Only when he collapsed did Bai Xiaochun dust himself off and rise from Su Bao's side. He raised his hand with a beckoning gesture, and the wooden sword returned to him, which he tucked into his sleeve, adopting an air of a solitary master, striving to conceal his own excitement. The burly man in the supervisor's chamber regarded Bai Xiaochun with a profound gaze, his expression fluctuating between contemplation and uncertainty, before finally clasping his fist in salute. Bai Shidi, you truly conceal your depths. I am impressed. His face betraying no emotion, he turned and departed without hesitation, taking the unconscious Su Baokai with him. Once they had left, Zhang Depeng and the others gathered around Bai Xiaochun, smiles breaking across their faces. The supervisor's chamber had been composed of outsiders, but Zhang Depeng and his companions were aware of Bai Xiaochun's relentless efforts over the past months, and their respect for him grew. You, my friend, have truly impressed us. That half a year of hard work was not in vain. Zhang Depeng clapped Bai Xiaochun on the shoulder. At that moment, I exerted myself to the utmost, even scaring myself. Bai Xiaochun raised his head proudly, resembling a boastful little rooster, which elicited another round of laughter from Zhang Depeng and the others. The book Eternal Recollection has now entered its first complete week. And this week, I fervently aspire to reach the pinnacle of both rankings. Brothers and sisters, lend me your support. Thank you all. Chapter 9, The Longevity Elixir. Time flows like a fleeting shadow, and as the chill winds begin to rise a month later, blowing through the Lingxi sect, and the autumn leaves gracefully descend, Bai Xiaochun suddenly realizes that he has been at this sect for an entire year. This year has been filled with numerous events for him. He has transformed from a mere mortal into a cultivator, achieving the cultivation level of the third layer of qi condensation, and has successfully resolved a series of disputes stemming from his involvement in the kitchen. Su Baokai has not been seen at the kitchen's entrance since. And even when Bai Xiaochun ventured down the mountain to procure supplies, he caught a glimpse of Su Baokai from afar, who promptly averted his gaze, seemingly terrified of him. Despite this, for the past month, Bai Xiaochun has often worn a furrowed brow, sighing inwardly, and has refrained from sharing his troubles with Zhang Depeng and the others, feeling helpless in solitude. A year of lifespan. As Bai Xiaochun gazes at the nearby tree, its leaves turning to a golden hue and drifting down, he reflects. I am like this great tree, The falling leaves represent my year of lifespan. This thought fills him with melancholy. Throughout the month, he has exhausted every means to replenish his vitality, yet the single white hair at his forehead remains unchanged. He has subtly inquired with Zhang Daping and others, coming to understand that while methods for prolonging life do exist in the realm of cultivation, they are either restricted or as rare as phoenix feathers. Gradually, he has lost his appetite, and even his complexion has grown haggard. Just when he is on the verge of resignation, accepting the reduction of his lifespan, one afternoon, while out gathering supplies for the kitchen, he stands beneath the third peak, gazing at a colossal stone tablet, his breath quickening. This stone tablet, situated on the southern bank of the Lingxi sect, is one of many scattered beneath each peak, inscribed with countless lines of intricate characters that shimmer and occasionally shift like flowing water, replaced by new lines of text. This is the place where the Lingxi sect accepts sect missions, where all disciples of the sect are required to undertake tasks to earn the spirit stones and contribution points essential for their cultivation. Contribution points, in particular, are invaluable. Whether attending scripture lectures, visiting the technique pavilion, or accessing various unique cultivation locations, nearly all matters within the sect can be addressed with these points, sometimes rendering them even more precious than spirit stones. At this moment, beside the task stone tablet at the third peak, numerous outer disciples are intently gazing, occasionally selecting a task and respectfully whispering to the middle-aged cultivator seated cross-legged beneath the tablet. There are also several miscellaneous workers among them, clearly distinguishable from the outer disciples by their attire of azure robes. Tasks exclusive to inner disciples are not revealed here, however. All other missions can be chosen by both outer disciples and miscellaneous workers. Many ambitious workers view this place as their first step toward leaping into greatness. Bai Xiaochun had been standing there for the span of an incense stick, his expression fluctuating between uncertainty and contemplation as he gazed at the flickering inscriptions on the broken stone tablet. The words longevity elixir caught his attention. He never anticipated that such a potion existed within the sect. The name itself suggested the potential for extending one's lifespan. After a prolonged silence, Bai Xiaochun murmured softly to himself, lost in thought, as the middle-aged cultivator beneath the tablet was approached by Xiaoqing. Surrounding this man were numerous outer disciples who, upon noticing Bai Xiaochun's arrival, chose to disregard him entirely, their differing statuses rendering them dismissive of a mere servant. Eventually, as the crowd around the middle-aged cultivator thinned, Bai Xiaochun adopted a submissive demeanor and clasped his hands in greeting. "Good afternoon, senior brother." The middle-aged cultivator glanced at Bai Xiaochun, offering a slight nod without uttering a word. "Senior brother, there is a task to gather several herbs that can be exchanged for a longevity elixir. Might this potion truly possess the capability to extend one's lifespan?" Given the personal implications of such a matter, Bai Xiaochun quickly inquired. "The longevity elixir. Yes, there is indeed such a task, and this potion can indeed prolong life, granting an additional year. However, it comes with several restrictions. It is only effective for those at the 5th level of qi condensation or below, and its efficacy is limited to the first use. Subsequent doses yield no benefits. While it is certainly precious, extending life by merely a year does not hold significant value." Observing Bai Xiaochun's docility, the middle-aged cultivator felt compelled to elaborate further. "Typically, it serves as a means for sect disciples to prolong the lives of aging mortals and their families, albeit at a considerable cost. Do you wish to accept this task?" Bai Xiaochun lifted his gaze to the stone tablet, contemplated for a moment, and nodded in agreement. The middle-aged cultivator raised a finger towards the stone tablet, causing the task inscribed upon it to fade to a gray hue. Simultaneously, a jade slip materialized in his right hand, which he casually tossed to Bai Xiaochun. With a sufficient quantity of qi-ling leaves, earth dragon fruit, and stone worm skin, one may exchange them here for a longevity pill. The middle-aged cultivator stated in a nonchalant manner, turning his attention away from Bai Xiaochun to introduce the task to an outer sect disciple who had approached. Bai Xiaochun departed with the jade slip in hand, his mind consumed by the phrase prolonging life, his gaze gradually revealing a sense of determination. He was resolute in his quest to obtain the elixir that would replenish the year of life he had lost. With this unwavering resolve, Bai Xiaochun made his way to the Four Seas Pavilion, seeking information accessible to the lower-ranking disciples. There, he discovered an introduction to the qingling leaf, a herb that flourished only in the habitats of the howling birds. These birds, known for their gregarious nature, were formidable, with even a single specimen comparable to a cultivator of the second layer of qi condensation, making them exceedingly challenging to procure, hence their lofty price. It was said that the skin of the herb was remarkably tough and heavy. The southern bank had few of these herbs, while the northern bank produced them primarily due to its cultivation techniques focused on beast mastery. However, despite both banks belonging to the Lingxi sect, the main peak was separated by a bridge, and only those who became inner disciples had the privilege to traverse this bridge between the two banks. "What do you need this herb for?" Zhang Depeo inquired, patting his belly in astonishment. "These things are inedible, and the prices in the market on the southern bank are exorbitantly high." Upon hearing the term market, Bai Xiaochun's eyes sparkled with interest. After a brief explanation, he hurried down the mountain. During his year in the kitchen, his outings from the sect had been limited, yet he was aware of a market situated beyond the sect's confines. This market was primarily established by the cultivation families of the sect's disciples, and some were directly owned by the disciples themselves, catering specifically to their needs. Over time, it had developed into a modestly sized establishment. The items required by the kitchen were typically procured from this very place. It was terribly dark, particularly the underground dragon fruit, which was merely a type of fruit growing in the earth, yet it commanded such a high price. Bai Xiaochun helplessly realized that, given his current capabilities, he could not afford even a single longevity pill. He held little concept of wealth. In comparison to the value of life, material riches were inconsequential. However, at this moment, his pockets were embarrassingly empty. He often spent time with a few corpulent senior brothers, aware that while they had resources, their pockets were equally devoid of wealth, hardly richer than himself. As for the spiritual food from the kitchen, they could indulge without being caught, but attempting to sell, it was closely monitored by the overseers, a situation intolerable in its severity. After much contemplation, he found no feasible means to earn money unless he sold some alchemical items. The distant rumbling soon faded, and Bai Xiaochun opened his eyes without any look of surprise. He had grown accustomed to the bell tolling every month since entering the sect, having learned from Zhang the Fat that this signaled the opening of the trial path for the disciples, providing opportunities for advancement to outer disciples. To transition from a menial worker to an outer disciple, one must first possess a cultivation level of 3 layers of qi condensation and then choose a trial path on a mountain. Although this path was merely a series of steps leading to the peak, it was imbued with magical power, rendering each step arduous. Successfully ascending it would grant one the qualifications to become an outer disciple. However, the slots for outer disciples were limited, each time. Only the top 3 who completed the trial path the quickest would be selected, thus favoring the best among the many. The menial workers of Lingxi sect were numerous, with over 10,000 just among those on the south bank, making each competition fiercely contested. As for those in the kitchen, they preferred to endure hunger rather than vie for a position as outer disciples, choosing instead to watch the spectacle with disdain on this monthly occasion. Bai Xiaochun closed his eyes, but suddenly opened them again, a peculiar glint flashing momentarily before transforming into delight. A thought began to blossom in his mind. He stood up and paced around the room, meticulously contemplating this idea until joy radiated from his face. It can be done. He immediately flung open the door and called over Zhang Depeng and others, who were discussing which servant had been unfortunate enough to become an outer disciple this time. "Brothers, I have a lucrative idea that I hope you will assist me with. Together, we can prosper." Bai Xiaochun licked his lips, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at Zhang Depeng and the others. This expression was familiar to them. It was the same look he had when he proposed making the base of the cooking pots thicker, benefiting the kitchen. They were instantly intrigued. "What idea do you have, Depeng? To be honest, we are all rather poor. It's all that cursed overseer's fault. Otherwise, if we could sell some items from the kitchen, we would be rich." Zhang Depeng exclaimed, clapping Bai Xiaochun on the shoulder, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. "You are too ambitious, even reaching the second place in recommendations. Brothers and sisters, can we not be a bit more fervent?" As Bai Xiaochun noticed the surrounding plump disciples fixated on him, their small eyes seemed to sparkle with the light of spirit stones, especially Zhang Depeng, whose gaze burned with intensity. Bai Xiaochun cleared his throat, feeling a slight swell of pride. "Brothers, look here. Every month, our Lingxi sect opens trials on 3 mountain peaks, offering us servants a chance to leap into prominence, right?" Bai Xiaochun lifted his fair face, appearing exceptionally obedient. Upon hearing this, Zhang Depeng and the others nodded in agreement. But the sect selects only the best. So no matter how many participate in the monthly trials, each peak will only choose the top 3 who complete the trials the fastest, correct? Bai Xiaochun licked his lips, his eyes beginning to shimmer. As he spoke, Zhang Depeng appeared contemplative. "Your point is?" Zhang Depeng looked at Bai Xiaochun, a glimmer of understanding dawning in his eyes. With our cultivation levels, including myself, we can actually reach the pinnacle of the trial paths on each mountain peak. Bai Xiaochun glanced at his companions, each of whom was at the third level of qi condensation. Notably, Zhang Depang and Yi Sanpang had already reached the apex of that level, had they not been suppressing their prowess to avoid drawing attention and leaving the kitchen. They would have long since broken through. Therefore, as long as we are the fastest to reach the summit at the start of each trial and secure the top 3 spots, we can sell our spots to those behind us. Bai Xiaochun swiftly concluded, looking at Zhang Depang and the others. Zhang Depang trembled slightly, breathless. That is too cunning. He gasped, slapping his thigh with fervor, his eyes shining brighter than ever. This method was not complex, it was exceedingly simple, merely a shift in perspective. Once articulated, everyone understood, yet it had eluded their thoughts until now. At this moment, Zhang Depang felt as though he had experienced an epiphany. As if a brand new door to life had swung open before him, prompting an involuntary burst of laughter. This tactic was indeed the pinnacle of cunning. Ha! Yi Sanpang stamped his foot, his face betraying a mixture of shyness and excitement, flushing with a rosy hue. The other rotund senior brothers also began to grasp the situation, their spirits lifting as they breathed heavily, casting admiring glances at Bai Xiaochun. This strategy was brilliant. They were determined to pursue it. Once everyone felt assured that nothing was overlooked, they began to prepare for the upcoming trial next month with renewed enthusiasm. Zhang Depang joyfully patted his belly and declared, "Tonight, we feast." The sounds of merriment echoed throughout the kitchen, and for the following month, everyone in the kitchen was filled with vigor. To ensure their success, they uncharacteristically devoted several days to cultivation, eagerly waiting for the date to approach. At last, the awaited day arrived. On a bright and sunny morning, beneath the 3 peaks on the southern bank of Lingxi Sect, an unprecedented scene unfolded. At each trial entrance beneath the peaks, 3 large black cauldrons appeared prominently. A closer examination revealed that beneath these cauldrons stood a formidable array of stout figures, exuding an impressive presence. These were the 9 members of the kitchen, the first batch of miscellaneous workers to arrive at the trial paths of the 3 peaks, as previously arranged, 3 individuals per peak. At this moment, a throng of miscellaneous workers hurried from all directions, each one cracking their knuckles in anticipation, filled with energy. Some among them had faced multiple failures, while others were participating in the trials for the first time, all of them teetering between anxiety and hope, yearning to rise from their humble beginnings as miscellaneous workers to become outer disciples. However, as they drew closer to their chosen peaks, they were immediately taken aback by the sight of the stout figures from the kitchen. The kitchen? What are they doing here? One mused. I have been a miscellaneous worker for 9 years and have participated in the trials over 30 times. This is the first time I've seen members from the kitchen here. As these miscellaneous workers exchanged incredulous glances and shared the news that all 3 peaks were graced by the presence of kitchen members, a buzz of astonishment rippled through the crowd. This was a significant event. The kitchen members were audaciously vying for the slots of outer disciples. How could this be? Amidst the astonished murmurs of the surrounding miscellaneous workers, Bai Xiaochun, Zhang Depang, and Yi Sanpang remained composed beneath the 3rd peak, seemingly lost in a trance, paying no heed to the discussions around them. Their complete focus was directed at the entrance to the trials, eagerly awaiting the moment it would open. To them, this was not merely a trial path, it was a shimmering road paved with spirit stones. Bai Xiaochun, in particular, wore an expression of utmost seriousness, his gaze unwavering. Soon, 3 figures floated down from the 3 peaks. Descending onto the peak where Bai Xiaochun stood was a middle-aged man, exuding an ethereal aura, who, upon arriving at the side of the trial path, immediately caught sight of Zhang Depang's imposing, mountain-like physique. The gaze of the middle-aged cultivator swept over Bai Xiaochun and his companions, surprise blossoming within him as he pondered the unexpected turn of events. Had the sun risen in the west? Those from the fire stove room, who usually shunned the idea of becoming outer disciples, were now present. He couldn't help but steal a few more glances, his expression gradually revealing encouragement. With a flourish of his sleeve, his voice resonated across the area. At that very moment, as the trial path opened, Zhang Depang, with unwavering determination, surged forward like a gust of wind, racing up the mountain steps as if pursued by a ferocious beast. He was closely followed by Yi Sanpang, whose eyes glinted with ferocity, as if anyone vying for the trial path was vying for his very life. The third, Bai Xiaochun, moved even swifter, akin to a rabbit, his mind consumed with thoughts of life-extending elixirs, leaping ahead. In the blink of an eye, The three were dashing along the mountain path. At this juncture, the other servants finally reacted, their expression shifting as they gritted their teeth and rushed up the trial path, striving to catch up to the summit. This was not unique to this mountain. The same was true for the other two peaks, with the plump ones from the fire stove room leading the charge. The third peak, known as Shangyun Peak, witnessed by Xiaochun and his companions racing ahead on the trial path, yet they gradually slowed, feeling an overwhelming pressure descend upon them, as if burdened by an immense weight. To snatch my life-extending elixir is to snatch my very life. Taking a deep breath, his face reddened, and the spiritual energy within him surged forth, transforming into a force akin to a cornered wild boar, bursting forth with a roar, overtaking Heisenpang and Zhang Depang, his speed more than doubling. Drawing in another breath, the visible fat on his body shrank slightly, as if being consumed from within. His speed surged dramatically, and with a thunderous rush, he caught up to Heisenpang, the three of them racing ahead like the wind. The other servants behind them, witnessing this spectacle, were left dumbfounded. Despair soon washed over them. Yet they were unwilling to concede, exerting their utmost effort, but could not catch up to Bai Xiaochun and his companions. Some, filled with rage, began to curse. Damn it! Have they taken performance-enhancing drugs? How can they be so fast? After a short incense stick's worth of time, Bai Xiaochun, who had maintained his lead, reached the mountain summit, even catching sight of two outer disciples waiting at the exit to record the servants' admissions. Congratulations, master. As the two outer disciples noticed Bai Xiaochun's arrival, a smile graced their lips, and they began to speak. But before they could finish their first sentence, their eyes widened in astonishment. Bai Xiaochun suddenly halted, staggering a few steps before coming to an abrupt stop, mere inches from the trial path's exit. He exchanged glances with the two outer disciples, who were equally taken aback. After giving a sheepish smile, Bai Xiaochun promptly turned around. Stop. As he turned, he raised his hand behind him and bellowed, causing the two who followed closely, Heisenpang and Zhang Depang, to halt abruptly, breathless. In this proximity to the exit, the three of them gasped for air, exchanging glances filled with joy, and erupted into hearty laughter. Meanwhile, the two outer disciples positioned at the exit exchanged puzzled looks, bewildered by the situation, uncertain whether the trio had lost their senses by not advancing. One of the outer disciples kindly spoke up, "Dear junior brothers, you were the first to arrive. You may proceed. By crossing here, the opportunity to ascend as outer disciples is yours." Outer disciples? Who desires to become an outer disciple? Zhang Depang retorted, dismissively waving his hand, choosing instead to sit alongside Heisenpang, their hefty forms effectively blocking the entrance. Bai Xiaochun sat before them, lifting his chin with an air of pride as he awaited their response. "Oh, you don't wish to become outer disciples, so what brings you here? Are you out of your minds?" The two outer disciples exhibited signs of displeasure. In the face of their remarks, Zhang Depang and the others feigned ignorance, their small eyes fixed intently on the mountain below. After a while, a faint incense stick's worth of time passed before they spotted a horse-faced servant laboriously making his way up the distant steps, panting heavily. Upon seeing Bai Xiaochun and the others, the servant sighed, his eyes reflecting a sense of bitterness. This was his 9th attempt at the trial, and he had never felt more hopeful, yet he found himself in the kitchen, with a face full of indignation. He was about to turn away in despair when Bai Xiaochun quickly rose and called out, "Brother, don't go. Come, I've reconsidered. I can't bear to part with the kitchen, and suddenly, I no longer wish to become an outer disciple. How about this quota?" The horse-faced servant was momentarily taken aback, his eyes brightening instantly. Chapter 11, Ho Shomei. It was a moment of unexpected fortune for the horse-faced servant upon hearing Bai Xiaochun's words. But his gaze soon fell upon the two gluttonous figures with sinister smiles looming behind him, causing him to hesitate. With a radiant smile and an adorable demeanor, Bai Xiaochun took a few steps forward, gently patting the shoulder of the horse-faced servant. With a charming grin, he spoke, "Congratulations, senior brother, on soon becoming an outer disciple. From this moment onward, you shall leap through the dragon's gate, soaring to great heights, with an unlimited future ahead. However, as your junior brother, having made the arduous journey here, don't you think a little compensation is in order?" The horse-faced servant's expression darkened at this moment. If he still failed to grasp the implication, it would truly signify a wasted life. He glanced at Bai Xiaochun, then shifted his gaze to Zhang Depang and Heisenpang. His countenance fluctuated between uncertainty and contemplation as his thoughts raced, weighing the pros and cons. Before long, the horse-faced youth clenched his teeth resolutely. If he were to forfeit this opportunity, it would indeed be disheartening. Waiting a month was trivial, yet who could predict whether stronger contenders would emerge by then? Moreover, these three might still be present next month. Most importantly, his desire to become an outer disciple had grown urgent, and hope lay right before him. With a sudden stomp of his foot, he exclaimed, "How much compensation do you require?" "Not much at all," Bai Xiaochun replied, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "I have prepared for this trial for several months. How about you give me 20 spirit stones?" The horse-faced youth felt a jolt of apprehension at the audacity of the demand, and as he prepared to refuse, Bai Xiaochun continued, "But dear junior brother, I am not asking for too much. You see, there are three of us. Surely, you cannot give me just one share. My senior brother and third senior brother have both grown thin from the rigors of this trial." In truth, Bai Xiaochun spoke no falsehood. Their swift journey had indeed left Zhang Depeng and Di Sampang a tad leaner. The horse-faced servant cast a glance at Zhang Depeng and Di Sampang, inwardly cursing countless times, before engaging in a round of haggling with Bai Xiaochun. Ultimately, they settled on 16 spirit stones. With a heavy heart, he tossed a pouch to Bai Xiaochun. "Is this sufficient?" His voice came out hoarse. "Perfectly fine, senior brother. Please wait a moment while I fetch the other two, and then we shall open the door together," Bai Xiaochun joyfully declared, tossing the spirit stones towards Zhang Depeng. Upon hearing that they would have to wait for two more, the horse-faced servant felt an unexpected anticipation stir within him, a complex emotion that suggested if he were to suffer, so too should others. Simultaneously, the two outer disciples by the exit bore witness to this transaction, their eyes widening in disbelief. "What are you doing? Are you openly trading spots for outer disciples? Such audacity!" The two outer disciples immediately raised their voices in stern reproach. "Why shout?" Zhang Depeng retorted, counting the spirit stones with glee. "We have exhausted ourselves climbing here. Is it not permissible to let our fellow disciples take our place? Seeing our toil, it is only fair for our junior brother to offer us some compensation." At this, the two outer disciples found themselves momentarily speechless, unsure of how to counter his argument. At that moment, on the steps of the trial path, 7 or 8 individuals appeared, their faces flushed and their breaths echoing like thunder as they hurriedly approached. Leading the group was a robust man in his 30s, bare-chested and exuding an air of ferocity. As he ascended the mountain, Bai Xiaochun's eyes lit up, and he quickly moved forward. "Esteemed senior, you've arrived just a moment too late. However, my senior brother has suddenly decided against becoming an outer disciple. Would you care to take this opportunity?" The burly man paused momentarily, processing Bai Xiaochun's words and the sight of the multitude gathered at the summit. Suddenly, comprehension dawned upon him, and he snorted disdainfully. "You little brat dare to extort me? Get lost." With a fierce roar, he raised his right hand and swept it forcefully, unleashing an overwhelming aura of spiritual pressure equivalent to the late stage of the third level of qi condensation. Bai Xiaochun took a step back and shouted, "Senior brother." Almost instantaneously, a colossal mound of flesh plummeted from the heavens. The robust man's expression changed dramatically as he looked up in horror, just as a thunderous crash resounded, the mound of flesh crashing down upon him. His anguished cries echoed, yet Zhang Depeng remained seated atop him, struggling for what felt like an eternity, unable to extricate himself from the weighty mass. Had it not been for his formidable physique, he might have already lost consciousness from asphyxiation. This spectacle was witnessed by 7 or 8 attendants who had followed closely behind the robust man, their expressions frozen in disbelief, hearts racing with trepidation. Even the two outer disciples inhaled sharply at that moment, gazing at the man crushed beneath Zhang Depeng, whose body appeared as though it might implode, evoking a sense of sympathy within them. "Senior brother, there are witnesses," Bai Xiaochun murmured with a twinkle in his eye, glancing at Zhang Depeng. Having been acquainted with Bai Xiaochun for over a year, Zhang Depeng immediately grasped the implication. With a fierce glare, he raised his fist, as large as a hammer, and began to rain blows upon the man beneath him. "How dare you indulge in a free meal before this Lord Fatty? Your audacity knows no bounds." With each punch, he continued, "We laboriously ascended here with the intent of becoming outer disciples. Is it too much to expect some compensation for our troubles? How dare you refuse?" As he spoke, Zhang Depeng not only unleashed his fists but also lifted his body to slam down once more, eliciting pitiful cries from the man beneath, who was on the verge of suffocating. Seeing Zhang Depeng rise again, the man, filled with dread, desperately reached out a hand, raising a pouch high as he exclaimed, "I will provide compensation." Zhang Depeng halted, quickly rising to assert dominance over the man, a gleam of joy lighting up his face as he snatched the pouch and inspected its contents. Unable to contain his delight, he proceeded to dust off the man's clothing. Haha, good brother. You should have said so earlier. Come, line up over there. If we get another, we can commence. The man, feeling wronged and unable to voice his fury, trudged over to the side of the attendant with a horse-like visage, utterly disheartened. Meanwhile, the horse-faced attendant felt a surge of satisfaction, believing his previous judgments to be exceedingly astute. Senior brother, you are magnificent. Bai Xiaochun's face was nearly radiant with glee. Especially upon witnessing the expressions of those who had trailed behind the robust man, their faces still painted with shock. Zhang Depeng, with an air of triumph, swaggered over to the exit, blocking the doorway before sitting down once more. Outside the exit, the two outer disciples exchanged glances, realizing that the earlier antics of the trio seemed mild in comparison to the current events. They dared to rob. The realization ignited a fire of anger within them, mingled with an even greater sense of jealousy, as they secretly lamented why they had not conceived of such a scheme in their own time. Among those most stirred were the 7 or 8 attendants who had followed the robust man. They had witnessed the entirety of his humiliation under Zhang Depeng. Now, they stood there, their eyes gradually lighting up with an extraordinary gleam. Originally, it was exceedingly challenging for them to become disciples of the outer sect. However, at this moment, it appeared that an opportunity had arisen. Esteemed brothers, there remains but one final slot. Thus, let us proceed with the bidding war. Bai Xiaochun, ever so astute, seized the moment and voiced his thoughts, his sharp voice resonating throughout the assembly, igniting the fervent imaginations of all present, causing their breath to grow heavy with anticipation. The peculiar expressions on the faces of the 7 or 8 attendants were suddenly magnified, and a flurry of accelerated heartbeats surged within them. I shall offer 10 spirit stones. 11. This slot shall be mine. I bid 15 spirit stones. In an instant, the clamor of rising bids echoed like an auction house, further stirring the excitement of Bai Xiaochun and his companions. Meanwhile, the 2 outer sect disciples at the entrance felt the flames of indignation stoked within them. To them, this was not merely extortion. This was akin to robbery. Yet here they were, witnessing an auction unfold before their very eyes. Their minds buzzed with incredulity, and they perceived the most contemptible among the 3 was not the rotund Zhang, but rather the seemingly innocent Bai Xiaochun. Such audacity, such shamelessness. One of them seethed, his eyes reddening with a mix of jealousy and rage. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to notify the sect steward. As the bidding continued, Bai Xiaochun felt the excitement had yet to reach its peak. With a quick glance, he urged, "Brothers, do hurry. If we delay too long, the other attendants may seize this opportunity. For them, it is a chance worth selling their very souls." At that moment, a voice pierced through the throng from the trial path, a young woman, her tone brimming with enthusiasm. "I, Ho Xiaomei, bid 30 spirit stones. My family belongs to a cultivation clan, and we are not lacking in spirit stones. Who dares to compete with me?" The speaker was a youthful maiden, her skin fair and her stature petite, exuding an air of innocence even as she huffed and puffed her way onto the scene. The sight of her made Zhang's eyes widen, and he nearly spoke up, but restrained himself, casting a glance at Bai Xiaochun instead. With Ho Xiaomei's bid, the atmosphere erupted, and the prices soared to dizzying heights. Ultimately, the young woman, claiming lineage from a cultivation family, announced a price that left even the stout man and the horse-faced youth feeling a mix of shock and the sensation of having struck an advantageous deal. Before long, Ho Xiaomei, her chest proudly puffed out, emerged from the crowd, casting a disdainful glance back at the throng. She then joined the horse-faced youth and the man who called himself Wolf Master as they ascended the final steps, leaving the trial grounds behind. Behind them, Bai Xiaochun and his companions bowed deeply. "Congratulations, fellow cultivators. May you leap through the dragon gate and achieve great success." Only Ho Xiaomei, who had called out an exorbitant bid, felt exhilarated, her fair and delicate face flushed with joy. Little did she expect to encounter such fortuitous circumstances. "I, Ho Xiaomei, have truly stumbled upon a stroke of good fortune," she mused with a triumphant smile. "Thank you all for your kind votes. Please do not cease." Chapter 12, On the Fence. Thus concluded the trial for the ascension of the outer disciples. As Ho Xiaomei and her companions ascended the mountain peak, gradually fading from view, Zhang Depeng gazed at Ho Xiaomei's silhouette, stroking his plump chin with a contemplative expression. Indeed, fair, petite, and innocent, he mused, casting a sidelong glance at Bai Xiaochun nearby. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun was gazing at Ho Xiaomei's silhouette, his heart filled with a myriad of emotions. Especially upon hearing Zhang Depeng's words and noticing his furtive glances directed at him, Bai Xiaochun could not help but exclaim, "Don't look at me. Observing Bai Xiaochun's rising ire, Zhang Depeng quickly chuckled heartily, producing a pouch brimming with spirit stones to divert the conversation. Come, let us count the spirit stones. This time we have struck it rich. Ha ha, this method is truly remarkable. What is the point of counting spirit stones? It's always the same number. Bai Xiaochun retorted with a huff. Ah, you, my ninth junior brother, fail to comprehend. What we behold is spirit stones, but what we count is life itself. Zhang Depeng uttered, surprisingly articulating such profound insights. Bai Xiaochun was momentarily taken aback, mimicking Zhang Depeng as he counted the spirit stones. Ultimately, boredom overtook him, and he tossed them to Zhang Depeng. At that moment, brilliant lights flickered along the path of trials, and everyone found their vision momentarily obscured. When clarity returned, they had already arrived at the foot of the mountain. The middle-aged steward who had previously activated the path of trials displayed a peculiar expression upon seeing the trio of Bai Xiaochun. After a prolonged silence, he shook his head and chose to disregard them, concluding that matters concerning the stove room were best left to the sect to address. The hearts of Bai Xiaochun and his two companions were still tinged with anxiety. Noticing that all was well, they exchanged glances, cleared their throats in unison, and hastily departed, making their way directly to the kitchen. After receiving their respective shares, Bai Xiaochun lingered in the grass hut, his aspiration being immortality. Were it not for the necessity of acquiring herbs to exchange for longevity elixirs, he would not have conceived such a scheme to earn spirit stones. Meanwhile, thoughts of the longevity elixir plagued Bai Xiaochun, rendering him sleepless. As dawn broke the following day, the unfolding events surrounding the kitchen's trial path began to circulate among the servant quarters on the southern bank of Lingxi's sect, spreading from one person to another, until nearly everyone was aware. Have you heard? The kitchen has done something monumental. Have they gone mad with poverty to undertake such actions? My goodness. Selling spots for outer disciples. How outrageous. Why didn't I think of this sooner? The kitchen, of which he had long been aware, was filled with individuals of notable connections to the sect. Otherwise, how could they afford such lavish provisions? In the servant quarters, discussions about the kitchen dominated the day. Meanwhile, the kitchen had adopted a notably low profile, with its members seldom venturing out alone. It was not until several days later, during dusk, that Bai Xiaochun was pouring rice soup into a thick bowl when the sound of approaching footsteps echoed from the small path outside. The kitchen members, come forth. The supervisory office has been dispatched to investigate your trial path. A chilling voice suddenly pierced the air, and the kitchen's door was abruptly kicked open, with a resounding crash. More than a dozen servant disciples, clad in the garb of the supervisory office, stormed in, led by the burly man who had previously stood up for Su Baokai. Ah, so that's why I heard crows cawing this morning. It's you again, Chen Fei. Zhang Depeng and Bai Xiaochun exchanged glances, feigning nonchalance alongside a few other hefty companions, calmly observing the imposing figures from the supervisory office as they approached. Chen Fei smirked, casting a glance at Zhang Depeng and then sweeping his gaze over Bai Xiaochun, his brows furrowing slightly at the calm demeanor of the kitchen's inhabitants. He had arrived with a sense of exhilaration, believing he had finally uncovered the kitchen's Achilles heel, poised to dismantle it and conclude the years of internecine conflict between the two factions. Feigning composure, Chen Fei internally derided them, his eyes glinting with malice as he spoke coldly. Kitchen members, Chun, inquires whether you nine participated in the recent trial for the elevation of servants to outer disciples. We participated, Zhang Depeng replied with a smile. Then that is sufficient. Take them away. Without further ado, Chen Fei raised a hand to signal, and immediately the cadre of servant disciples behind him surged forward, wielding iron chains, intent on binding the members of the kitchen. Observing the scene, Bai Xiaochun smiled and spoke. The supervisory office oversees everything, even restricting our eligibility to become outer disciples. Truly impressive. Chen Fei, upon seeing Bai Xiaochun, could not help but recall the moment when Bai Xiaochun wielded his flying sword, causing everyone around him to pause. He fixed his gaze on Bai Xiaochun, gradually narrowing his eyes. Junior brother Bai, since you are so unconvinced, allow me to pose another question. Your cooking room has blocked the exit on the trial path and publicly sold quotas. Since you have engaged in such actions, do you dare to acknowledge them? Of course we acknowledge it. It was us. Bai Xiaochun replied nonchalantly, appearing quite obedient as he nodded repeatedly, even pointing at Zhang Depeng and the others. They were involved too. Indeed, we all participated. What of it? Zhang Depeng and the others laughed heartily, readily admitting their involvement. This unexpected admission caused Chen Fei's expression to shift. He had not anticipated that the members of the cooking room would confess so readily. He had assumed it would require a battle of wits and resilience before they would be compelled to acknowledge their misdeeds. Feeling a strange sense of foreboding, he refrained from further words and growled, "Very well, now that you have admitted it, I shall not need to press further. Come with me to the law enforcement hall. Should anyone dare to resist, according to sect rules, they shall be expelled." As Chun Fei spoke, he leaped towards Bai Xiaochun, followed closely by his companions. However, at that moment, Bai Xiaochun suddenly raised his right hand, forming a gesture through which a beam of sword light shot forth from his sleeve. The vividly colored wooden sword flew out, whistling between the supervisory office and the cooking room, its chilling brilliance halting Chun Fei in his tracks, his expression darkening. "Bai Xiaochun, do you dare to resist? Senior Brother Chun, the supervisory office has the right to inquire, but where do you derive the authority to arrest us?" "Humph. You all admitted your violations of sect rules, so I certainly have the authority to apprehend you. Pray tell, which specific rule have we violated?" Bai Xiaochun inquired with a smile, while Zhang Depeng and the others squinted, their lips curling into mocking smiles as they regarded Chun Fei. "You were selling out our disciple quotas. Violating rule number." Chun Fei began, but suddenly faltered, his expression shifting rapidly, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. To his astonishment, he realized that the sect rules did not explicitly prohibit the sale of outer disciple quotas on the trial path. After all, such a tactic was rarely conceived, and even if considered, few would have the audacity to execute it. "Senior Brother Chen, why are you sweating? Please enlighten us as to which rule we have breached." Bai Xiaochun pressed, his voice growing louder with each inquiry, relishing the internal satisfaction that accompanied his questioning. "You speak nonsense, I." At that moment, not only did Chun Fei's complexion change, but the other attendants from the supervisory office also became aware of the predicament, their expressions shifting dramatically. Meanwhile, Zhang Daping raised his hands with a sinister grin, cracking his knuckles in front of him. The other portly senior brothers exhibited fierce glints in their eyes as they advanced towards the crowd in the supervision room. "Chun Fei, you have violated the sect rules, and the enforcement hall will deal with that. However, regarding the grand entrance forged by countless martyrs of the fire stove hall, you must provide us with an explanation today." Zhang Daping's smile was menacing, and his imposing presence surged at that moment. They had prepared thoroughly for this confrontation, having meticulously reviewed the rules since Bai Xiaochun proposed the idea 2 months prior. "Fight." As Zhang Daping's words echoed, his imposing figure sent a shiver through Chun Fei and his companions. In an instant, the sounds of battle erupted in the courtyard. Bai Xiaochun, swaying slightly, instinctively positioned himself against the fence of the courtyard, casually folding his arms behind his back, feigning depth as he gazed into the distance. Embodying the demeanor of a master who, having achieved greatness, chose to withdraw from the fray. With a snap of his fingers, he envisioned the supervision room reduced to ashes. Chapter 13. You shall join us. The conflict between the supervision room and the fire stove hall had persisted for years, marked by numerous skirmishes, yet both parties had managed to maintain a certain decorum, never allowing matters to escalate beyond injuries. The current brawl, ignited by the trial road, lasted no more than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, under the relentless assault of Zhang Daping and his companions. Chun Fei and the others from the supervision room emerged battered and bruised, ultimately compelled to offer several spirit stones as compensation for the grand entrance before departing with harsh words, suppressing their resentment. This altercation drew the attention of the entire servant area, as many servants on the southern bank witnessed the helplessness of the supervision room against the fire stove hall. Indignation simmered within them. However, some, like Ho Xiaomei, perceived the fire stove hall's actions as a promising opportunity for themselves. As the second month approached and the trial road reopened, the members of the fire stove hall rushed forth, standing proudly at the entrance of the trial path. Surrounding servants glared at them with fury. "Fellow disciples, if you can ascend faster than us, you need not purchase our spots. Our actions are for the sect, to enhance competition and select the best." Zhang Daping coughed lightly and addressed the surrounding servants, echoing words imparted by Bai Xiaochun. Upon hearing this, the servants clenched their teeth in frustration. Yet soon, as they watched the figures of the fire stove hall's rotund members, along with Bai Xiaochun, vanish from sight, they could only manage bitter smiles, begrudgingly continuing on their paths. In this manner, Zhang Daping's words held a semblance of truth. Following yet another triumph, the members of the fire stove hall were emboldened, creating a sensation that reverberated throughout the servant area, instilling fear in countless servants. Their profound cultivation and imposing physiques rendered them objects of both admiration and dread. This newfound prominence was unprecedented for the Fire Stove Hall, although they had previously enjoyed substantial renown within the servant area. The magnitude of their fame had now reached an unparalleled zenith in the annals of the Fire Stove Hall's history. 2 months passed, and whenever the path of trials was opened, the individuals in the kitchen were invigorated, rushing forth with enthusiasm. To them, this day of each month signified the day of receiving spirit stones. Bai Xiaochun was equally invigorated, watching as his collection of spirit stones grew. And as he was on the verge of accumulating the necessary amount to purchase herbal medicines, another trial path was set to commence. On that fine morning, Zhang Depan, He Sampan, and other rotund senior brothers rose early, and together with Bai Xiaochun, the 9 of them dashed forth. Along the way, they dispersed into small groups, with Bai Xiaochun and his companions heading straight for Shangyun Mountain. At that very moment, the crowd within the supervisor's office erupted in chaos, prompting Zhang Depan to stomp his foot in frustration. With no time to pursue, he hurriedly joined Bai Xiaochun and He Sampan as they raced towards the trial path on Shangyun Mountain. Upon their arrival, they found the surroundings nearly deserted, which only heightened their urgency to ascend the mountain. Those scoundrels in the supervisor's office, just wait until I descend. I shall rally all our junior brothers from the Fire Stove Hall to lay siege to the supervisor's office. Zhang Depan bellowed, unleashing his full potential. The fat within his body was ignited in a fierce blaze, causing him to visibly slim down in circles, while his speed surged exponentially. Bai Xiaochun felt a surge of anger within. He was merely 1 spirit stone short of his goal. At that moment, gritting his teeth, he doubled his already swift pace, racing alongside Zhang Dapeng and He Sampang, as the 3 of them surged forward, overtaking the miscellaneous disciples ahead of them. As they neared the summit, their expressions suddenly darkened, for there stood 3 figures at the peak, alarmingly close to the exit. The leader was Chun Fei from the supervisory chamber, flanked by 2 burly men, each exuding the aura of third-tier qi condensation. Upon noticing Bai Xiaochun and his companions, they erupted into laughter. Zhang Dapeng, Bai Xiaochun, you have arrived too late. But fret not, I happen to have an available slot. Would you care to join? Despicable, shameless scoundrels. Zhang Dapeng's eyes reddened with fury, his teeth clenched. As long as we adhere to the sect's rules, if you from the fire stove chamber can come, so can we from the supervisory chamber. Haha. This business shall henceforth belong to us. Chun Fei's taunts echoed in the ears of Bai Xiaochun and his companions, igniting Zhang Dapeng's rage. It was evident that their rivals had plotted this encounter, as they had sent members of the supervisory chamber to obstruct them. With a furious roar, Zhang Dapeng prepared to confront Chun Fei and his associates, believing that a clash was inevitable. After all, such incidents were likely to recur, akin to a theft of his precious spirit stones, which only fueled his wrath. He Sampang was equally furious, but just as they were about to strike, Bai Xiaochun suddenly spoke in a low voice, his eyes glinting with cunning. Senior brother, run with all your might and push them up the mountain. This time, let us forego the spirit stones and sever the supervisory chamber's future attempts to encroach upon our business. Upon hearing Bai Xiaochun's words, Zhang Dapeng's face lit up with elation, realizing the depths of Bai Xiaochun's cunning. With a hearty laugh, he surged forward, while He Sampang's eyes sparkled with mischief as he joined Zhang Dapeng, moving alongside him. The trial path was narrow, and as Zhang Dapeng and He Sampang stood side by side, they formed an impenetrable wall, charging forward with a gust of wind at their backs. Their speed was astonishing, and they quickly closed the distance to Chun Fei and his companions. Behind Zhang Dapeng, Bai Xiaochun shouted sharply. Seeing this, Chun Fei and the others acted without hesitation, yet their efforts paled in comparison to the furious charge of Zhang Dapeng and He Sampang, who, like startled wild boars, were now in a frenzied rush. Their onslaught was nothing short of earth-shattering, as they collided directly with Chun Fei. The trio staggered backward, their expressions transforming drastically, dread illuminating their eyes as they discerned the intentions of the fire kitchen. A wave of fear washed over them. In any other area, they could evade or counterattack, but here, their attempts to fight back only hastened their retreat. The more they withdrew, the more their terror escalated. They were acutely aware that they did not wish to become outer sect disciples so soon. Once they crossed over, they would no longer be overseers but mere disciples, losing a great deal of benefits. Brother Zhang, do not act rashly. Let us discuss this. Chun Fei stammered, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. But his words were abruptly interrupted by Bai Xiaochun's shrill voice. Charge, master brother. Push them up the mountain. At this, Zhang Depeng roared to the heavens, his speed doubling in an instant, with Yi Sampang mirroring his actions. As they barreled forward, a burly man from the oversight room behind Chen Fei was the first to falter, unable to withstand the impact in the confined space, and was sent tumbling down the steps to the mountaintop, where he stood, tearful and despondent. Almost simultaneously, another laborer from the oversight room let out a pitiful scream as he stumbled backward, stepping off the path of trials. Upon reaching the mountaintop, he pounded his chest in bitter frustration. Lastly, it was Chen Fei's turn, no matter how he resisted. He was ultimately hurled out with a resounding crash down the narrow mountain path. His eyes blazed with fury as he glared at Zhang Depeng and the others upon reaching the summit, a murderous glint igniting within him. It was not Zhang Depeng he loathed the most, but rather by Xiaochun, who had concocted this underhanded scheme. Atop the mountain, two outer sect disciples responsible for the area watched in stunned silence, exchanging awkward coughs and retreating a few steps without uttering a word. Near the exit of the trial path, Zhang Depeng and Yi Sampang erupted into boisterous laughter. Chen Fei, farewell. Haha, I will miss you in the labor district. I truly envy you for becoming an outer sect disciple. Zhang Depeng bellowed, his belly quaking with mirth. Chen Fei and his companions were left seething, blood boiling with rage. Three brothers, no need for thanks. Congratulations on leaping through the Dragon Gate to become outer sect disciples. May you soar to great heights. Your junior here is quite envious. By Xiaochun proclaimed, Chen held high, a look of triumph adorning his face. Yet, just as his boastful words echoed across the mountaintop, a chilling voice suddenly resonated from the peak of Shangyun Mountain, cutting through the air with an icy indifference. No need to envy. You may join us as well. The moment the sound reached Bai Xiaochun's ears, he shuddered violently, a look of terror flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, an immense force emanated from the mountain peak, enveloping Bai Xiaochun and swiftly drawing his body upward toward the summit. Bai Xiaochun let out a piercing scream, desperately clinging to the trunk of a large tree beside the trial path, his cries growing increasingly mournful. Senior brother, save me. This scene unfolded so abruptly that Zhang Depeng and Yi Sampang were momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, the branch Bai Xiaochun was grasping snapped, and his body was whisked away like a kite with its string cut, soaring directly to the mountaintop. At that moment, a middle-aged man emerged from the summit, clad in a pale blue robe, exuding an aura of quiet authority, none other than Li Chiho. In the morning, the power had gone out, and Bai Xiaochun had rushed out to update at an internet CAF. Chapter 14. Third senior brother? Third senior sister? Witnessing this spectacle, Chen Fei and his companions couldn't help but revel in Bai Xiaochun's misfortune, gazing at him with an expression that suggested a profound sense of cosmic justice. The two outer disciples responsible for this area also displayed expressions of vindication, having never before felt such sentiments towards a mere servant. I'm not going, Bai Xiaochun cried out as he hit the ground, his wails echoing with a sense of injustice so poignant it could bring tears to the eyes of any listener. Meanwhile, Zhang Depeng and Yi Sampang, upon catching sight of Li Chiho, trembled slightly and quickly lowered their heads, attempting to escape unnoticed. Ninth junior brother. It's not that the eldest senior brother want to save you, but with the master of Shangyun Mountain present, you can only endure hardship in the outer sect. Zhang Depeng sighed deeply within himself, crouching low as he prepared to slip away, when suddenly, Li Qingho's voice reached his ears. And you too, come here as well. Almost instantaneously, an immense force surged forth, pulling Zhang Depeng and Yi Sampang upward, leaving them no chance to grasp the tree. I don't want to go up the mountain. I'd rather starve in the kitchen than compete in the outer sect. Zhang Depeng howled, his cries more heart-wrenching than Bai Xiaochun's, causing Bai Xiaochun to pause in astonishment, momentarily forgetting his own lamentations. Yi Sampang remained silent, his face etched with gloom, pouting as he gazed longingly down the mountain. Be quiet. Li Qingho's expression darkened at the sound of Zhang Depeng's cries. In an instant, Bai Xiaochun stood up, his demeanor shifting to one of solemnity, no trace of his earlier grievance visible. He appeared transformed, as if donning a new countenance. Zhang Depeng was taken aback, quickly rising as well, yet the sense of injustice within him surged like a tempest, threatening to overwhelm him. When Bai Xiaochun had screamed, it had gone unnoticed. But why was it that when he cried out, he was reprimanded immediately? Zhang Depeng, you shall go to Ziding Mountain. From this day forth, you are an outer disciple of Ziding Mountain. Chen Qingru, you will go to Qingfeng Mountain. Bai Xiaochun, you shall remain at Shangyun Mountain as an outer disciple and follow me. Li Chiho cast a glance at Bai Xiaochun, feeling a slight headache. He had merely closed the door for a moment, yet upon his return, he was greeted with the news regarding the incidents in the kitchen and among others within the sect. This matter had even reached the ears of the elders. However, to them, such occurrences were but rare amusements during the cultivation process, and thus, they did not seek to impose punishment. Yet, sensing the inappropriateness of the situation, Li Chiho felt compelled to intervene. Having voiced his thoughts, he elegantly swept his sleeve and, disregarding Chen Fei and the others, ascended towards the loftier peaks of Shangyun Mountain. Bai Xiaochun wore a troubled expression as he sighed, bidding farewell to Zhang Depeng and He Sanpeng. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he glanced curiously at He Sanpeng. Uncertainly inquiring, "The esteemed name of our third senior brother is Chen Qinru? Haha, what a beautiful name. It sounds like that of an unparalleled beauty." He Sanpeng, feeling quite dejected, snorted in response and turned to descend the mountain. "What is wrong with him?" Bai Xiaochun asked, looking at Zhang Depeng. Zhang Depeng also regarded Bai Xiaochun with a peculiar expression, patting his shoulder and earnestly saying, "Ninth junior brother, I have never mentioned this to you, but He Sanpeng is your senior brother. In truth, she is your senior sister." With a slight cough, Zhang Depeng hastily made his exit. Bai Xiaochun stood there in a daze, feeling as if a great thunderclap had struck him, the entire world seeming to twist around him. "Senior? Sister?" After a long pause, Bai Xiaochun inhaled sharply, just as he was about to glance at the retreating figure of He Sanpeng, when he heard Li Qingho's cold voice beside him. "Stop dawdling and keep up." As for Li Qingho's identity, he had long since inquired and discovered that Lingxi sect had 4 peaks on the northern bank and 3 mountains on the southern bank, with Li Qingho being the master of Shangyun Mountain, one of the 3 mountains, holding significant power within the sect. The Shangyun Mountain appeared small from the outside. Once one stepped inside, it was a realm of melodious birdsong and fragrant blossoms, resembling an ethereal paradise, and indeed, it was far more expansive than it appeared from without. The mountaintop that served as the exit for the trial path was merely a branch peak of Shangyun Mountain in comparison to the entire mountain. It could only be considered a foothill. As they entered Shangyun Mountain, the surroundings were shrouded in mist, interspersed with the delightful aroma of medicinal herbs wafting through the air. The scent was so pleasing that it warmed Bai Xiaochun's entire being, and he immediately felt invigorated, taking deep breaths. Gradually, his cultivation of the 3rd layer of qi condensation, which had stagnated for months, began to awaken. "You must not act recklessly now that you have become an outer disciple. Our cultivation journey is akin to rowing against the current. We must constantly motivate ourselves," Li Qingho stated with a calm demeanor. Bai Xiaochun, hesitant to voice any rebuttals, could only adopt a compliant demeanor, nodding repeatedly. The cultivation of outer disciples relies not only on the resources provided by the sect, but also on personal diligence and fortuitous opportunities. Thus, numerous tasks are assigned for completion, which you may later examine and select a few to refine your skills, Li Qingho further instructed. His heart leapt with joy at this prospect. But just as this thought crossed his mind, Li Qingho, seemingly attuned to Bai Xiaochun's sentiments, uttered a casual remark. Sensing an arrival, the young man raised his head, revealing a strikingly handsome visage. Upon seeing Li Qingho, he promptly rose and exited the loft, bowing respectfully. Disciple pays respects to the master. With Li Qingho's departure, Bai Xiaochun finally exhaled, feeling an immense weight lift from his shoulders, as if the sky had suddenly become a more vivid blue. The young man scrutinized Bai Xiaochun for a moment before breaking into a smile. "You are the one who, for the past few months, has obstructed my path to the trials at Shangyun Mountain, selling spots." Bai Xiaochun, "Your praise is unwarranted, brother. Such trifles are hardly worth mentioning." Bai Xiaochun replied awkwardly. The young man's laughter grew louder at this, his gaze now reflecting genuine interest in Bai Xiaochun. He chose not to dwell on the previous topic, but instead guided Bai Xiaochun through Shangyun Mountain, offering insights as they passed various structures. Shangyun Mountain holds a distinguished position on the southern bank of the sect. Unlike the sword cultivators of Qifeng Mountain or the sorcerers of Ziding Mountain, we excel in alchemical practices. Even among the 4 great sects along the Tongtian River, Shangyun Mountain's reputation is formidable, particularly the master, one of only 2 esteemed alchemists in all of Donglin continent. Thus, becoming an outer disciple of Shangyun Mountain also entails the role of a spiritual apprentice, necessitating the study of botany and the art of alchemy. Throughout their journey, the young man provided Bai Xiaochun with detailed introductions and led him to receive the garments and items designated for outer disciples, including a storage pouch. Though the pouch contained only a modest space, Bai Xiaochun found it enchanting. After several attempts, he treasured it as a prized possession. Most exhilarating was the unexpected reward of 20 spirit stones upon becoming an outer disciple, a sum that was now sufficient to procure the herbs he desired. As dusk approached, having gained a comprehensive understanding of Shangyun Mountain through the young man's explanations, he was taken to a place known as the Wan Yao Pavilion. Here, he obtained a jade slip. This slip contains information on 10,000 varieties of flora. You must commit it to memory to exchange it for a second slip. Brother Bai. The path of cultivation is long and arduous, and spiritual herbs are indispensable allies. Should you aspire to become an alchemist, the skies will open before you. Spiritual apprentices. Alchemical apprentices, alchemists, your future, Brother Bai, will be determined by your own fortune, the young man said warmly. Escorting Bai Xiaochun to the quarters arranged by the sect as evening fell. Disciple Bai, I shall descend the mountain tomorrow and will not accompany you to the scripture pavilion. Remember to go there at dawn to acquire the latter verses of the purple chi control cauldron technique. Additionally, you may select another skill. This is a unique opportunity bestowed upon every outer disciple to choose a technique, after which contribution points will be required. Should you encounter any uncertainties in the future, feel free to seek me out. I am Ho Yunfei, and I thank you for your care towards my sister on that day. With a slight smile, Ho Yunfei clasped his fists in respect towards Bai Xiaochun before gracefully departing. Ho Shomei. He blinked, feeling as though he had inadvertently fostered a flourishing connection. After a prolonged moment, he inhaled deeply and turned to gaze at his courtyard, gradually revealing a hint of vitality in his eyes. Under the evening moonlight, his figure appeared as majestic as a peak. Perhaps, being an outer disciple is not so bad after all. Bai Xiaochun flicked his sleeve and entered the courtyard. Chapter 15. The Art of Immortality. The moonlight shimmered brilliantly upon the fragrant clouds of Shangyun Mountain within Lingxi's sect, dispersing some of the mist and revealing much of the mountain's grandeur, creating a picturesque scene. At the eastern side of this mountain, at the end of a diverging path, lay a courtyard spanning an acre, surrounded by fragrant flora, quite exquisite in its charm. Within the courtyard stood a wooden house, constructed entirely of deep purple wood, exuding a subtle sandalwood aroma, far surpassing the accommodations of the servant quarters. Outside the wooden house, there was also a cultivated field, with a well nestled in a corner. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun surveyed his surroundings under the moonlight, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. As an outer disciple, he was recognized by the Lingxi sect, and his treatment was vastly superior to that of the servants. This independent residence was indeed delightful. However, he recalled his senior brother mentioning that becoming an inner disciple would allow one to reside in a cave abode. He wondered what such a dwelling might resemble. Bai Xiaochun raised his gaze toward the summit of Shangyun. Such treasures. Bai Xiaochun was enamored with the contents of his storage bag, his gaze lingering on the elixir bottle and the fragrant herb. The elixir bottle bore a label inscribed with the words Ningling, while the fragrant herb was engraved with Shiqing. When he first became a servant, he had encountered similar items, which had enhanced his cultivation upon consumption. The herb, when ignited, released smoke with effects akin to that of the elixir. To consume them directly would be somewhat wasteful. It would be wiser to refine them before use, perhaps allowing me to break through my cultivation bottleneck. After a moment's contemplation, he reached a decision, though he currently lacked the necessary wood for the refining fire. He planned to procure some during the day. His pursuit of longevity fueled his dedication to cultivation. A night passed in silence. As dawn broke, the morning glow mingled with the mist, creating an ethereal radiance that refracted in splendid hues. After a night of cultivation, Bai Xiaochun opened his eyes, invigorated, donned the attire of an outer disciple, and swiftly exited the wooden house, heading towards the scripture pavilion following the directions given by senior brother Ho the previous day. The pavilion was somewhat distant from his residence, situated on the opposite side of the mountain. After half an hour's journey, he finally beheld a towering pagoda, its brilliance shimmering and an aura of pressure emanating from within, enveloping the surroundings. Along the way, I encountered numerous disciples from external sects, most of whom were hasty in their movements. Upon noticing Bai Xiaochun's cultivation level at the third layer of qi condensation, they chose to disregard him entirely. Bai Xiaochun remained unperturbed, yet his steps became increasingly cautious. Throughout his journey, he encountered numerous outer sect disciples, all of whom surpassed him in cultivation. Among them were several who exuded an aura of unfathomable depth. These individuals were often surrounded by a throng of disciples, engaged in jovial conversations as they passed by him. As he approached the scripture pavilion, the number of outer sect disciples multiplied. Just as Bai Xiaochun was about to draw nearer, a brilliant rainbow streaked through the air from a distant peak, spiraling around Shangyun Mountain before heading toward the horizon. Within the radiant arc, a young man could be discerned, swiftly gliding atop a wheel. It was Qian Dajin from the Law Enforcement Hall, senior brother Qian. As an inner sect disciple and a member of the Law Enforcement Hall, he was renowned and said to have reached the 8th level of qi condensation, achieving great perfection, enabling him to fly with the aid of magical treasures for short durations, an enviable feat indeed. Bai Xiaochun gazed enviously until the figure vanished into the horizon, his heart filled with longing. One day, when I can soar through the skies, I shall circle around Shangyun Mountain amidst the throngs of people. He silently yearned as he navigated through the crowd and entered the scripture pavilion. The tower was vast, with the first floor rather empty, save for a single table. Behind it sat an elderly man in meditation. Each disciple passing by would respectfully place their identity token upon the table, waiting for a brief flash of light before proceeding with reverence. Bai Xiaochun approached with a scholarly demeanor, placing the token upon the table. In an instant, the token shimmered with a luminous glow, prompting him to swiftly grasp it and follow the senior brother up the staircase to the second floor of the scripture depository. This level was adorned with numerous shelves, each displaying rows of jade slips, interspersed occasionally with bamboo texts, each enveloped in a gentle radiance, lending an air of sophistication to the entire second floor of the repository. Nearby, a young man with elegantly arched brows was perusing a bamboo book. Upon noticing Bai Xiaochun, he glanced up briefly. "Senior brother, what qualifications are required to access the 3rd floor?" Bai Xiaochun inquired with a curious and obedient demeanor toward the young man. "You must be a new disciple. Only those at the 5th level of qi condensation may ascend there," the young man replied coolly, returning his attention to the bamboo text without further elaboration. Bai Xiaochun understood that the other party preferred solitude. Thus he refrained from ascending to the 3rd level and instead meandered about the 2nd tier. Occasionally, he would pick up a jade slip or peruse some bamboo books. Captivated by the myriad of techniques within, each one stirred his interest, especially a particular fire-based technique that he found particularly appealing. Before long, he discovered the jade slip for the purple qi controlling cauldron technique, which contained illustrations and incantations from the 4th to the 8th levels. Eagerly clutching it, Bai Xiaochun continued his leisurely exploration. As time passed, dusk approached, and he had only traversed 70% of the 2nd level. Noticing that the crowd around him had significantly dwindled, while he contemplated which of the 7 or 8 promising techniques to choose, he casually picked up a somewhat tattered bamboo book. However, upon merely glancing at it, his eyes widened in astonishment and excitement. "The Undying Longevity Technique," he gasped. Taking a deep breath to examine the introduction closely, he realized it was a body-refining technique, and if mastered, it could potentially grant immortality. His breath quickened, and after scrutinizing the name of the technique, he resolutely decided to choose it. His pursuit of longevity had led him to this moment, and he felt a profound connection with this technique, eliciting a hearty laugh as he descended the stairs clutching the bamboo book. In the hall on the 1st floor, the elderly figure behind the counter remained with eyes closed, unchanged from the morning. However, when Bai Xiaochun placed the jade slip for the purple qi controlling cauldron technique alongside the bamboo book of the Undying Longevity Technique on the counter, the elder's eyes slowly opened, casting a glance at Bai Xiaochun. That gaze sent a shiver down Bai Xiaochun's spine, as if struck by lightning, compelling him to assume a posture of respect. As a newly initiated disciple, you may imprint a copy of the first 8 layers of the purple qi controlling cauldron technique and additionally select one technique, the elder spoke in a hoarse voice. As he continued, his gaze fell upon the bamboo book of the Undying Longevity Technique, and his brow furrowed slightly. Though this technique was described as remarkable, it was merely a fragment, and its practice posed significant challenges, inflicting pain that few could endure. Historically, very few disciples within the sect had succeeded in mastering it. Most had abandoned the endeavor, leaving it to languish in the scripture repository for years. "Are you certain you wish to pursue this technique?" the elder inquired, fixing his gaze on Bai Xiaochun. "Senior, I am absolutely certain," Bai Xiaochun replied, feeling as though this technique had awaited him for all these years. Especially as the words undying longevity ignited a fervor within him. The elder ceased his counsel, raised his right hand, and with a flick, 2 blank jade slips soared forth. After imprinting the necessary information, they landed before Bai Xiaochun, and the elder returned to his meditative state. By the time Bai Xiaochun returned to his wooden abode, night had fallen. He sat cross-legged, inhaling deeply before retrieving the jade slip of the Undying Longevity Technique. As he activated the spiritual energy within him and merged it with the slip, his eyes closed, and the technique's secrets unfolded vividly in his mind. After half an hour, Bai Xiaochun finally opened his eyes, lost in contemplation. The art of immortality, as the elder described, is indeed merely a fragmentary text. It delineates that the practice is divided into two realms, external and internal cultivation. The external aspect encompasses the skin, flesh, and tendons, while the internal pertains to bones and blood. However, this fragment only reveals the methods for the cultivation of the skin, and it appears to be exceedingly challenging. Additionally, it mentions that the practice demands a tremendous expenditure of energy. Among the various secret techniques introduced, one is referred to as the shattered throat lock, which boldly claims to be invincible. Bai Xiaochun hesitated briefly, but upon seeing the phrase immortality and eternal life, a resolute expression emerged in his eyes. Following the instructions of the cultivation method, he rose to his feet and began to rhythmically strike various parts of his body with both hands. His obsession with immortality and longevity was indescribably profound, far surpassing that of an ordinary person. Thus, he diligently practiced throughout the night, adhering strictly to the requirements of the technique. By the following day, his entire body was aflame with pain. Standing was a challenge, sitting was unbearable, and even lifting his arms brought excruciating discomfort. Yet, he gritted his teeth and endeavored to move his body as instructed by the method. Release, then tighten. Oh, tighten again. Bai Xiaochun recited a line from the immortal life technique, bounding about the courtyard, his cries echoing incessantly, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. Ultimately, he resolved to bear the pain and, clutching some spirit stones, ventured out of the courtyard and descended the mountain. He reasoned that if he was to engage in movement, he might as well descend the mountain to procure medicinal herbs and exchange them for longevity pills. This would surely be more beneficial than the monotonous exercise within the courtyard. Consequently, on this day, many outer disciples of the fragrant Cloud Mountain were astonished to witness a fair-skinned youth bounding awkwardly along, intermittently emitting cries that, from a distance, sounded rather peculiar. Ah, ah, oh, oh, ah, ah, ah. Bai Xiaochun was reluctant to cry out. Yet the agony was unbearable. Even remaining motionless felt like a torment. However, the thought of immortality ignited a fierce determination within him, compelling him to traverse from the mountain to the marketplace outside the sect. There, trembling, he purchased an ample supply of herbs, along with a piece of wood infused with second-tier fire, despite its exorbitant cost, which left his pockets empty. Gritting his teeth, he returned to the task office to complete a mission he had accepted as a handyman, earning in exchange a life-extending elixir. This elixir, the size of a thumb, radiated a vivid yellow hue and emitted an enchanting fragrance. Gazing at the pill, Bai Xiaochun was rendered speechless by pain, beads of sweat cascading down his body, soaking him thoroughly. With clenched teeth, Bai Xiaochun painstakingly ascended the steps of Shangyun Mountain, leaving a trail of perspiration behind. Many outer disciples who witnessed him displayed expressions of astonishment, with some even showing disdain, for the odor of sweat emanating from him was overwhelmingly strong. That night, despite lapsing into unconsciousness, he was stirred awake by the relentless pain several times, until dawn broke and he opened his eyes, only to find all his aches had faded. This was but an incomplete small cycle. Bai Xiaochun recalled the description of the immortal life technique. A full day and night, without fainting, constituted a complete small cycle. Such cycles would need to be repeated 81 times to form a small zhou-tian, akin to refining one's skin, after which the skin would possess sufficient resilience to alleviate such excruciating pain. If this technique were simple enough for anyone to practice, wouldn't everyone achieve immortality? The more so, he felt compelled to cultivate. If he persisted, he would undoubtedly attain eternal life. A resolute determination glimmered in Bai Xiaochun's eyes, his obsession with longevity reaching a truly astonishing level. This is somewhat of a loss. It would be better to consume it after refining the spirit. He licked his lips and retrieved the second-tier firewood, igniting it and placing it beneath the tortoise-patterned cauldron. Instantly, the wood blazed furiously, turning to ash in the blink of an eye, and 2 lines on the cauldron began to glow. After a moment of hesitation, he placed the life-extending elixir into the cauldron. Almost the instant the elixir touched the vessel, a blinding silver radiance erupted. Drawing on his past experience, Bai Xiaochun remained unfazed, his gaze unwavering. Before long, the silver light dissipated, revealing 2 silver lines on the elixir within the cauldron, releasing a medicinal fragrance far more potent than before, invigorating all who inhaled it. Unfortunately, he could not find any fuel for the third-tier fire. Without hesitation, Bai Xiaochun seized the elixir and tossed it into his mouth, where it dissolved, unleashing a torrent of scorching warmth that spread throughout his being. Bai Xiaochun felt a tremendous roar in his mind, as if his body were engulfed in flames, burning with an intense heat. The solitary white hair on his forehead visibly transformed into black, and he experienced a sensation akin to a replenishment of vital energy. Even after a while, this feeling not only persisted but intensified, causing blood to trickle from his nostrils. The augmentation was overwhelming. His eyes widened in shock as he hastily practiced the purple qi controlling the cauldron technique, yet it proved largely ineffective. After all, this spiritual medicine replenished not spiritual energy, but rather primordial energy. The flow of heat within him swelled, and he felt as if he had become a balloon ready to burst, sending him into a state of alarm. In truth, this spiritual medicine had undergone 2 refinements. Its effects far surpassing its initial potency, its value exponentially greater. With Bai Xiaochun's cultivation at the 3rd level of qi condensation, he simply could not withstand it. At this critical juncture, a thought struck him, the undying longevity technique. He sprang to his feet, using all his strength to strike at his body with his hands. Though related to the refinement process, this was fundamentally a spiritual medicine. So astonishing. Some could enhance spiritual energy, while others extended lifespan. Was there perhaps a medicine that could grant eternal life? As he pondered, excitement surged within him, and his eyes gleamed with fervor. Shangyun Mountain was indeed a place for cultivating alchemists. I shall become an alchemist and concoct a pill of immortality. Bai Xiaochun's breath quickened, and in that moment, an unprecedented obsession with spiritual medicine ignited within him. Chapter 16. Meticulous attention to detail. With this newfound determination, Bai Xiaochun reclined in the courtyard. Although his body felt weak and fatigued, he discerned that his skin had noticeably hardened. This sight further fueled his anticipation of becoming an alchemist. After lying for nearly half an hour, the sensation of fatigue finally dissipated. He promptly sat up cross-legged, his gaze flickering as he retrieved from his storage pouch the vial of elixir and fragrant herbs received upon becoming an outer sect disciple. These elixirs were now ripe for use. After refinement, they should elevate his cultivation from the 3rd to the 4th level of qi condensation. Alas, the materials for the 2-colored flame were prohibitively expensive. While the furnace room was available, he was no longer a servant there, which made things rather inconvenient. Bai Xiaochun's interest in elixirs soared. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved without hesitation to take out a piece of wood suitable for a single-colored flame. Just 1 refinement would suffice. He immediately ignited the wood, and soon, a single-colored flame blazed forth, illuminating a line on the tortoise-patterned cauldron. Bai Xiaochun swiftly opened the elixir vial, revealing 3 pills the size of longan fruit, which he planned to refine in 3 separate batches. A cascade of silver light shimmered, and before long, 3 silver-veined pills appeared in Bai Xiaochun's hand. After refining the fragrant herb, he gazed at the 4 types of spiritual medicine he had enhanced. Sitting cross-legged, he placed the fragrant herb before him and tossed all 3 pills into his mouth. Then, he assumed the posture for the 4th diagram of the purple qi controlling the cauldron technique. Following the incantation, a surge of spiritual energy began to roil within him. And this time, he sustained the effort for a noticeably longer duration, as his cultivation began to awaken and rise. After a single incense stick burned away, the stream of spiritual energy within him surged throughout his body, reaching an increasingly vigorous state. He began to strive for the 4th level of qi condensation. Just 100 breaths more, and he would achieve the 4th level. Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth, enduring the motions of the 4th illustration. His body contorted into a near-spherical shape, accompanied by the sound of cracking bones and the steady drip of sweat. At that moment, however, a sudden depletion of spiritual energy coursed through him. Bai Xiaochun's eyes narrowed, and he instinctively opened his mouth to exhale a breath of spiritual energy towards the fragrant green essence before him. The instant this energy touched the essence, it ignited spontaneously, releasing wisps of emerald smoke that undulated like serpents, swiftly making their way to Bai Xiaochun. The smoke infiltrated through his 7 orifices and pores, transforming into a rich stream of spiritual energy inside him, causing the internal flow to double in volume. With a resounding boom, a wave of energy erupted from Bai Xiaochun, radiating through the wooden house and spilling into the courtyard, as if a tempest had swept through. His eyes sparkled with joy, and he laughed aloud. The 4th level of qi condensation. He immediately felt the vibrant life coursing through his spiritual energy, which flowed freely, rendering his body light and agile. As he glanced down, he noticed countless black impurities clinging to his form, realizing that the toxins within him were once more being expelled. With a swift motion, He floated out of the wooden house and into the courtyard to cleanse himself. Feeling refreshed, he made a hand gesture, and a wooden sword swiftly emerged from his storage bag, darting forward with astonishing speed, resembling a streak of rainbow light. The refining of spirit was commendable. If only he had the three-colored flame, it would be just as formidable as any elixir. Bai Xiaochun grew increasingly enamored with the wonders of spiritual herbs. Whether pills or incense, they were indispensable for cultivation. He was resolute in his aspiration to become a great alchemist, capable of concocting the elixir of immortality, and then refining spirit 100 times. The desire within him to become an alchemist surged ever stronger. With this thought, he patted his storage bag and retrieved a jade slip. This jade slip was obtained during his previous visit to the Myriad Medicine Pavilion with Ho Yunfei. It contained descriptions and illustrations of 10,000 herbs. This unique tome, exclusive to Shangyun Mountain, was a requisite for every spiritual disciple. Yet, merely knowing 10,000 herbs was insufficient. Bai Xiaochun recalled Ho Yunfei mentioning that only after memorizing these 10,000 could one exchange for the next volume. He steeled his resolve, circulating the spiritual energy within him as various herbs began to materialize in his mind. The more he observed, the more intriguing it became, as if he had opened a new door in his life. Among these were even the herbs needed for the elixir of longevity. After a cursory glance at all of them, Bai Xiaochun felt that memorizing all 10,000 was not an insurmountable task. But who was he? His goal was to become a magnificent alchemist capable of crafting the elixir of immortality. Thus, the fierce determination hidden within his character erupted once more. He would not merely memorize. He would scrutinize each herb with utmost diligence, striving to understand every single one to the fullest before moving on to the next. Under the immense pressure from Su Baokai years ago, Bai Xiaochun had dedicated himself fervently to his cultivation for nearly half a year. At this moment, driven by a grand ideal, he similarly unleashed his latent potential. He meticulously studied the illustrations and descriptions of various medicinal herbs to an almost minute detail. With a mere closing of his eyes, he could vividly conjure the images of these herbs in his mind. Yet, he felt it was insufficient. Lamenting the absence of physical specimens, he yearned to dissect them for a more thorough internal examination. Lacking the means to do so, he resolved to scrutinize every detail with increasing diligence, be it the veins or the leaves, vowing not to relent until he had mastered every aspect. Eventually, feeling still unsatisfied, Bai Xiaochun even examined the roots and fruits, magnifying the herbs before him countless times, delving deeper with each moment. His unease compelled him to meticulously explore the fine hairs and minute pores on every plant. In addition, every time he dashed around the courtyard, he would pause at the upper right corner, where a patch of spiritual field lay. Within this field, he had sown 10 seeds of a herb known as Lingong bamboo, which he had discovered half a month prior during a mission at the task monument for outer disciples of the Shangyun Mountain. This was a rare find, devoid of any peril. The words of Li Qingho weighed heavily on Bai Xiaochun's mind. The sect mandated that disciples complete at least one task every 6 months, a rule he had etched firmly into his memory. The task he chose offered a substantial contribution point reward, which could increase based on the quality of the final product. Despite its simplicity, it required a considerable investment of time, demanding at least 3 months of nurturing before it could be deemed acceptable. Observing the sluggish growth of the Lingong bamboo, Bai Xiaochun furrowed his brow. He had perused the jade slips on herbal knowledge and understood that this particular herb had high spiritual energy requirements. Without rich spiritual soil, the best method for cultivation was to utilize the cultivator's own spiritual essence as nourishment. It seemed that the spiritual energy in his courtyard's field had diminished significantly, causing the seeds of Lingong bamboo to grow at a sluggish pace. Crouching down, Bai Xiaochun scooped up a handful of soil from the spiritual field and pondered aloud for a moment, contemplating ways to enhance the spiritual energy within the field. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration lit up his expression. He raised his right hand, and the turtle-patterned cauldron appeared silently before him. Gazing at the cauldron and then back at the spiritual field, a glimmer of excitement shone in his eyes. This cauldron could refine anything into spiritual essence. Could it also refine the spiritual soil? Intrigued by this thought, Bai Xiaochun quickly retrieved the Lingong bamboo seeds from the earth and began to excavate a quantity of spiritual soil, casting it into the cauldron. He then took out a piece of wood imbued with fire to commence his experiment. In no time, a flash of silver light emerged, and the spiritual soil within the cauldron transformed, revealing a faint silver pattern indicative of spiritual refinement. Although dimmer than expected, The soil inside the cauldron evidently brimmed with enhanced spiritual energy. Bai Xiaochun was instantly filled with joy. He did not mind the trouble at all. He poured out a pot and tossed in another, repeating this process. After spending the better part of half an hour, when he had nearly exhausted his supply of firewood, he had refined the spiritual essence of the entire patch of land. However, the refinement only penetrated the surface layer of the soil. He lacked sufficient wood to delve deeper, resulting in the spiritual earth being rootless and unable to sustain itself for long. Over time, it would gradually revert to its ordinary state. Nevertheless, the spiritual energy of this land had undergone a remarkable transformation, its richness even exuding a fragrant aroma. Bai Xiaochun hastily planted the seeds of the Lingang bamboo, standing by with rapt attention. Before long, he witnessed the green shoots emerging at an astonishing rate, growing fervently. In the blink of an eye, they reached over 3 feet in height. Should any disciple from a sect specializing in herbal cultivation behold this spectacle, they would undoubtedly gasp in astonishment. For even a cultivator nourishing them with their own spiritual energy would find it exceedingly difficult to achieve such rapid growth. After all, throughout the entire realm of cultivation, never had anyone been so extravagant as to employ their spiritual essence on the land merely to cultivate 10 stalks of Lingang bamboo. Even the most renowned spiritual alchemist would never resort to such wastefulness. Seeing the Lingang bamboo thriving splendidly, Bai Xiaochun felt satisfied and turned away, continuing to run about the courtyard while diligently studying the intricate knowledge of flora contained within the jade slip. As the sun dipped below the horizon and darkness enveloped the sky, the Lingang bamboo in his spiritual field had burgeoned to nearly 3 feet in height, and it appeared that this was far from its limit. One could only wonder what astonishing heights it would reach in 3 months' time. That very night, Bai Xiaochun set aside the jade slip on botany, having committed to memory the 10,000 varieties of plants within it, each in remarkable detail. He even discerned contradictions in the descriptions of certain herbs provided in the slip. Tomorrow morning, he would seek to exchange for the second volume on botany. He pondered how the 10,000 medicine pavilion would assess whether one was qualified to study the second volume. Could it possibly involve recitation? Bai Xiaochun lifted his chin, flicked his sleeves, and was about to proclaim a grand declaration. However, a sense of unease washed over him, prompting a cough as he seized the jade slip. Reviewing it once more, he was anxious about potential issues arising in the assessment for the second chapter of the herbology course the following day. Chapter 17. The Little Turtle. On the following morning, Bai Xiaochun emerged from his wooden cabin at dawn. His gaze fell upon the spirit bamboo in the spiritual field, which had surprisingly grown to over half a person's height. He nodded in satisfaction and exited the courtyard, making his way along the mountain path towards the Wanyao Pavilion. In the distance, the sun began to rise, casting brilliant rays that illuminated the mist, creating the illusion of golden koi swimming through the air, a truly spectacular sight. Bai Xiaochun moved with a lightness in his step, pausing for nothing as he gradually encountered several outer disciples along the way, none of whom he recognized. This made him reminisce about his fellow brothers in the cooking room. He wondered how his senior brother was faring, as well as the Rotundi-san. A twinge of nostalgia tugged at his heart as he walked for over half an hour. By the time the sun had fully ascended, he caught sight of the 10 imposing stone tablets of the Wanyao Pavilion from afar. These 10 stone tablets served as the emblem of the Wanyao Pavilion, each emanating a soft azure glow, towering at least several dozen feet high, an awe-inspiring presence, akin to 10 mighty giants standing guard. The inscriptions on the tablets were clearly visible, indicating rankings from 1 to 100. However, instead of names, there were intricate designs. Each emblem represented the future alchemical seal of the outstanding outer disciples who had made their mark within the Wanyao Pavilion. Every alchemist possessed a unique seal, inscribed on the spirit medicines they crafted, destined to be passed down through the ages. Thus, the seal held great significance and honor for the alchemist. When Ho Yunfei had brought Bai Xiaochun to this place, he had provided a brief introduction. Now, as Bai Xiaochun approached alone, he observed the rankings displayed on the 10 stone tablets. Most prominent was the first place on the tablet before him, a precious vase. Ho Yunfei had informed Bai Xiaochun that this vase represented Zhou Xinqi. This name was not unfamiliar to Bai Xiaochun. During his time as a mere servant, he had once overheard Zhang Daping lamenting under the moonlight while munching on ginseng roots. Speaking of Zhou Xinqi, this young woman hailed from an ordinary family. But several years ago, a senior member of the sect recognized her extraordinary potential and brought her into the sect. After thorough examination of her talents, she caused a sensation throughout the Lingxi sect. She possessed a rarewood spirit pulse, allowing her to cultivate at a pace several times faster than the average person and demonstrating remarkable potential in alchemy. Ultimately, she became the sole disciple of Li Qingho at Shangyun Mountain, heralded as the future pillar of the sect after Li Qingho himself. According to the regulations of the Lingxi sect, regardless of one's aptitude, no one could directly become an inner disciple. Thus, like the other two prodigies from the southern peaks, she began as an outer disciple to hone her skills. Nevertheless, it was well understood that the cultivation resources provided would align with those of the inner disciples. It was evident to all that Zhou Xinqi would soon ascend to the status of an inner disciple in due course. Yet this woman is exceptionally beautiful and captivating, drawing the admiration of countless male disciples. Due to these reasons, she holds a remarkable reputation among the disciples of Shangyun Mountain, known to all. Even the inner disciples have never regarded her as an outer disciple, and even the seasoned inner disciples harbor a considerable wariness towards her. As Bai Xiaochun pondered this, he found himself increasingly intrigued by Zhou Xinqi. Observing the stone tablets, he decided to take a wide detour, examining each one in succession, gradually rendered speechless. Zhou Xinqi was truly remarkable. Out of 10 tablets, an astonishing 8 bore her name as the first place, while the remaining 2, devoid of her name, suggested she had yet to compete for them. Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened, scanning the tablets. Zhou Shiji has arrived. Indeed, the rumors circulating earlier were true. She would undoubtedly grace this place after our prolonged wait. This time, she claimed first place in both the 5 volumes of Flora and the 3 volumes of Spirit Beasts. And she was surely poised to challenge the 4th volume of Spirit Beasts. The murmurs of excitement surged around him, causing the crowd to shift, and Bai Xiaochun, being no longer corpulent, managed to navigate through the throng until he emerged. Upon raising his gaze, he beheld a radiant arc swiftly approaching from the distance. This arc was a blue silk, upon which stood a woman garbed in the attire of an outer sect disciple. Her hair flowed like satin in the wind. Her brows elegantly arched, her eyes reminiscent of cold stars and a serene moon, her complexion exquisitely beautiful, and her figure both ethereal and graceful. She flew directly towards one of the 10 stone tablets, and amidst the resounding cheers of the outer sect disciples, she descended. Her gaze fixed solely upon the row of 10 wooden houses beneath the stone tablets, choosing one before stepping inside. It was then that Bai Xiaochun observed that beneath the 10 stone tablets, each was surrounded by a row of wooden houses. At that moment, aside from the stone tablet where the woman had gone, the other wooden houses beneath the tablets were bustling with people coming and going. At last, he spotted senior sister Zhou again. This time, she was destined to achieve the remarkable feat of being the first among the 9 tablets. Senior sister Zhou aspired to reach an unprecedented milestone by conquering the 10th tablet, a feat only she could accomplish. As she prepared to undertake the assessment of the 4th and 5th spiritual beasts, she was sure to emerge victorious. While the surrounding disciples were filled with excitement, Bai Xiaochun approached a seemingly frail outer sect disciple, and together they cheered for senior sister Zhou. Seizing the moment, he inquired further, and the disciple, appearing to be in high spirits, provided detailed answers. Bai Xiaochun resolved to obtain the 2nd volume of herbal knowledge and understood that he must undergo an assessment within the wooden hut beneath the stone tablet to achieve this goal. He hastily made his way towards the first stone tablet, overcoming great difficulty to approach it. Upon arrival, he discovered that the wooden hut was already filled to capacity. After waiting for a while, he noticed someone exiting with a despondent expression. Without hesitation, he stepped inside. As soon as he entered the hut, the cacophony outside faded away, replaced by an enveloping silence. The wooden hut was modest in size, with a mat placed in the center, and before it stood a smaller stone tablet. Following the prescribed method, Bai Xiaochun sat cross-legged on the mat, took out the jade slip containing the 1st volume of herbal knowledge, and touched it to the stone tablet. Instantly, the jade slip merged into the tablet, which trembled slightly as a radiance emanated forth. The senior brother had previously mentioned that at this moment, one must inscribe a mark upon the stone tablet that represents their future as an apothecary. After a moment's contemplation, Bai Xiaochun chuckled softly and drew a turtle on the tablet, for he had a fondness for turtles. The drawing was crooked and somewhat unsightly, yet he found it quite pleasing. The turtle mark flashed and vanished, prompting Bai Xiaochun to take a deep breath. Steadying his mind as a glimmer of determination ignited in his eyes, he raised his right hand and gently pressed it against the stone tablet. Almost instantaneously, a resounding boom echoed in his mind, and before him, the wooden hut dissolved, revealing a realm of ethereal wonder. Before he could fully survey his surroundings, a brilliant light flickered, and to his astonishment, an overwhelming multitude of herbs materialized before him in an instant, cascading like a deluge. These herbs were not whole, rather, they were fragmented, severed into numerous pieces, intricately intermingled and sprawling in every direction. The sheer volume was staggering, rendering it impossible to count them at a glance. This was the infamous trial of the Wanyao Pavilion, a daunting challenge that had left countless outer disciples of Shangyun Mountain in despair over the years. For those fortunate enough to have their names inscribed upon the stone tablet, entering the ranks of the top 100 was a source of envy and deep respect among their peers, particularly for those within the top 10, or even the first place, who were undeniably worthy of their acclaim. Was it truly this simple? Bai Xiaochun found the situation somewhat incredulous. Given his profound understanding of the herbal knowledge contained within the jade slip, he quickly discerned that he could assemble hundreds of varieties of herbs from the fragments before him. Having contemplated various strategies prior to his arrival, he now felt a wave of relief wash over him at the sight of this assessment. Yet, a sense of unease crept in soon after. No, this seemingly straightforward trial must entail a high threshold for success. Feeling the pressure, Bai Xiaochun hastily seized the moment, raising his right hand to point repeatedly at the fragments. Each piece he indicated coalesced in accordance with his thoughts, swiftly forming two complete herbs before his eyes. His hands moved without pause as he continued to point, fragments soaring through the air and converging rapidly to create one herb after another. The numbers quickly multiplied, and soon he had assembled over 100 herbs. Bai Xiaochun was utterly engrossed, his mind intensely focused, oblivious to everything around him. Before him lay only the remnants of these herbs. His hands moved with remarkable speed, driven by anxiety and the fear of failing the assessment. In this moment of desperation, the whites of his eyes began to show the faint traces of blood vessels as he worked even faster. 100, 200, 300, 500, 1,000. Beads of sweat adorned Bai Xiaochun's forehead, with wisps of steam rising from atop his head. His hands moved with remarkable speed. He could instantly identify any herb with merely a glance at the fragments of flora before him. This was due to his diligent recitation of the jade slip, during which he had contemplated grinding these herbs into powder for further study. Yet, lacking the necessary conditions, he resorted to meticulous observation, discerning the intricate details that revealed the entirety. Should any disciples outside witness this scene, they would undoubtedly gasp in disbelief, unable to comprehend the severity of the examination. Little did they realize, Bai Xiaochun's profound study of the 10,000 herbs contained within the jade slip was truly astonishing. As time elapsed, he identified 2,000, then 3,000 herbs. Bai Xiaochun's eyes were bloodshot, and his hands could barely keep pace with his racing thoughts. Were it not for the support of his cultivation at the 4th level of qi condensation, he would have long since fallen behind. At this juncture, Bai Xiaochun was uncertain whether he would ultimately succeed. He could only grit his teeth and persevere relentlessly. 4,000, 5,000, 6,000, 7,000. He was so close, just a step away. Anxiously, as he picked up the jade slip and dejectedly stepped out of the wooden cabin, he heard the jubilant cheers of countless people outside. Bai Xiaochun looked up in surprise and immediately spotted the wooden house where Zhou Xinqi resided. Coincidentally, she emerged just then, and behind her stood a stone tablet, with a precious vase representing her name now occupying the foremost position. Chapter 18, Leading the Atmosphere. This was the stone tablet of the 4th volume of Spirit Beasts, which could be regarded as the 9th tablet in sequence. At this moment, the top position was unmistakably claimed by a precious vase. Haha, senior sister Zhou has succeeded. I knew it. She would undoubtedly create an unprecedented first position on the tablet. Indeed, with her innate talent for the wood spirit pulse, Zhou Xinqi's future is boundless. Senior Sister Zhou, we eagerly await your next groundbreaking achievement, the first of 10 tablets. To sound the great bell of Lingxi and astonish the entire sect, the cheers of all the outer disciples surrounding the medicine pavilion rose and fell in waves. Although there were a few with grim expressions and sharp tongues among them, their voices were drowned out by the jubilant clamor. With Zhou Xinqi's status among the disciples soaring like the sun at its zenith, she was regarded by everyone in Shangyun Mountain as the very face of the sect. Zhou Xinqi smiled gently, though she often appeared aloof. Witnessing the enthusiastic cheers from so many disciples filled her heart with a touch of pride. With that smile, the fervor of the cheers intensified even further. Bai Xiaochun found himself amidst the crowd, gazing enviously at Zhou Xinqi. With a sigh from the depths of his heart, he lifted his gaze toward the stele of the 1st volume of Herbal Studies. Upon merely glancing at it, his eyes widened in astonishment. Moments later, he retrieved the jade slip of the 1st volume, scrutinizing it closely. To his delight, in addition to the original 10,000 herbs, there were now an additional 10,000 listed. His chest swelled with pride as he straightened up, exuding an air of triumph. To his astonishment, He noticed that on the stele of the first volume of Herbal Studies, a strikingly beautiful turtle was majestically perched atop the treasured vase, presenting an exceptionally pleasing sight. Initially intending to depart, he instead stood amidst the throng, suppressing his excitement and preparing to bask in the cheers of those around him. However, after a brief wait, he realized that the attention of the crowd was entirely fixated on Zhou Xinqi, with no one acknowledging the stele of Herbal Studies. And even Zhou Xinqi herself was turning to leave. Bai Xiaochun was immediately taken aback. After blinking in surprise, he suddenly shouted, "Look at the stele of the first work of botany. Why isn't senior sister Zhou in first place? Someone has taken her place. How strange. Who could have painted such an exquisite turtle?" His voice, sharp and piercing, cut through the surrounding cheers. And the astonishing content of his words caused many nearby to instinctively turn their gazes. Soon, their expressions shifted dramatically, and exclamations erupted around them. As a result, even more people heard the outcry and turned to look, their bodies trembling in disbelief. In no time, everyone present had focused on the inscription of the first work of botany. This someone has actually surpassed senior sister Zhou on the first stele. How is that possible? Good heavens, someone truly has surpassed senior sister Zhou. Who is this person? This turtle is painted horrendously. Who could this be? The crowd buzzed with astonishment, realizing that someone had managed to challenge senior sister Zhou's accomplishments in botany. This was a significant turn of events. Senior sister Zhou was no longer the first on the 9th stele, but rather the first on the 8th. The surroundings erupted into a clamor, a cacophony of discussion that overshadowed the earlier cheers for Zhou Xinqi, as such an unexpected occurrence had taken everyone completely by surprise. Within the throngs of individuals, Bai Xiaochun felt an overwhelming sense of pride that nearly blossomed into laughter. Yet, he hesitated to openly acknowledge his triumph, fearing that it might be premature. Instead, he suppressed his exuberance, though he could not help but occasionally exclaim in astonishment, his voice resonating distinctly among his fellow disciples. He was genuinely taken aback to find himself in first place. At that moment, Zhou Xinqi, who had intended to depart, suddenly halted. She heard the gasps of the crowd and turned her gaze toward the stele of the first of botany, where she beheld the turtle occupying the top position. Initially, her brow furrowed slightly, but it soon relaxed, undisturbed by any tumult within her heart. To her, the top rank on the stele had been hers since she first became an outer sect disciple, and back then, she had not exerted her full strength. Now, she was an entirely different person. Indeed, it seemed the sect had produced a promising talent. With a calm demeanor, she spoke softly and swiftly made her way toward the stele of the first of botany. Her movement instantly invigorated the surrounding disciples, all eyes fixated on her. When they witnessed Zhou Xinqi entering the wooden house beneath the stele, their hearts brimmed with anticipation. Truly, this individual was undoubtedly a prodigy in botany. Yet encountering senior sister Zhou could only be deemed unfortunate for him. Listening to the murmurs around him, Bai Xiaochun felt a surge of anxiety. He was uncertain, contemplating the fragments he had yet to fully assemble, while also acutely aware of Zhou Xinqi's formidable reputation. He even began to believe that he would likely end up in second place. No matter, second place is still commendable. A true gentleman does not vie against a lady. He reassured himself, contemplating departure yet unable to quell his curiosity. He chose to remain, anxiously awaiting the outcome. Before long, a stick of incense burned down, and the ranking on the stele remained unchanged. Bai Xiaochun still held the first place when Zhou Xinqi emerged from the wooden house. Her expression was composed, her confidence unwavering, for she had invested at least 80% of her expertise, successfully cultivating 4,000 of the 10,000 herbs. In her mind, surpassing the unknown yet talented disciple was assured. However, as she stepped out, an eerie silence enveloped the crowd. She heard no sound, and when she looked around, every gaze had turned peculiar, many faces displaying profound disbelief. Zhou Xinqi was momentarily taken aback, then quickly raised her head toward the stele, only to find her emblematic vase positioned beneath the increasingly unappealing turtle. A hush fell over the assembly, everyone frozen in astonishment. Even Bai Xiaochun himself was taken aback, observing Zhou Xinqi and realizing that, aside from her striking beauty, she seemed not as formidable as he had imagined. Zhou Xinqi's eyes narrowed slightly, but she soon regained her composure. Indeed, there is some potential in botany. I find myself intrigued by this individual, she mused, pivoting gracefully to re-enter the wooden house behind her. This time, Bai Xiaochun could not bring himself to leave. He stood amidst the crowd, eagerly anticipating what would unfold. Meanwhile, the other outer sect disciples ceased their loud discussions, opting instead for hushed exchanges, as this unprecedented event left everyone bewildered. As she gradually turned her gaze towards the turtle, a sense of mystery enveloped her. This enigmatic feeling intensified palpably after a stick of incense had burned down, when Zhou Xinqi emerged once more. The turtle remained atop the stone. Good heavens, who is this person? Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened in astonishment, his sharp voice piercing the air and instantly igniting the atmosphere among the other disciples. How could it be that Zhou Shiji had failed to surpass this individual not once, but twice? Just how many herbs had this person successfully cultivated? Who had witnessed it? Which senior brother had entered the assessment just moments ago? After a prolonged silence, the crowd erupted in hushed whispers, unable to contain their astonishment. Standing beneath the stone tablet, Zhou Xinqi furrowed her delicate brows. She had exerted all her expertise to complete nearly 6,000 herbs, yet she found herself still overshadowed. Narrowing her eyes, she let out a cold huff and turned back towards the wooden cabin, a serious expression gracing her features. Once, twice, thrice, 4 times. With each attempt Zhou Xinqi made, the breaths of the surrounding cultivators grew increasingly frantic, yet ultimately, they fell silent once more. The implications of these events were too terrifying to fathom. They could hardly imagine just how many herbs the artist of the turtle had fully cultivated, to the point that Zhou Xinqi remained unable to surpass it. At that moment, the turtle left an indelible impression on everyone present, especially after Zhou Xinqi emerged again. Revealing bloodshot eyes, the crowd collectively gasped in shock. Within the throng, Bai Xiaochun could only engage in a persistent cough, unable to declare himself as the foremost among them. It felt as if a cat were scratching within his heart, leaving him with a secret sense of satisfaction. No, he resolved. In the future, he must seize an opportunity to proclaim before the multitude that he, Bai Xiaochun, is the unrivaled master of the grass and trees. The first among the stone tablets. As he observed the encroaching dusk, he stifled a yawn, adopting an air of solitary superiority. With a flick of his sleeve, Bai Xiaochun turned and strode away from the crowd, gradually disappearing into the distance. Meanwhile, beneath the first stone tablet, Zhou Xinqi clenched her silver teeth and re-entered the wooden cabin, her determination unwavering. As the moon ascended, Zhou Xinqi, wearied but resolute, fixated on the tortoise. Never had she imagined encountering such a challenge. In silence, she withdrew. The crowd eventually dispersed, and the rumors regarding the tortoise spread throughout Shangyun Mountain that night. What was presumed to be the end of the matter took a turn at dawn the following day, when disciples surrounding the Wanyao Pavilion were astonished to see Zhou Xinqi return, charging once more toward the wooden cabin of the first stone tablet. Undeterred by her previous failure, days turned into 3 as her relentless spirit ignited discussions among the disciples about the enigmatic tortoise, reaching an almost indescribable fervor. No one remained unaware. Even the inner disciples caught wind of the tale. After 7 days, Zhou Xinqi stood quietly beneath the stone tablet, gazing at the tortoise, her eyes reflecting a newfound dullness. Throughout these 7 days, she had endeavored tirelessly, surpassing her limits, achieving a remarkable score of 7,000. Yet still unable to eclipse that mysterious disciple. "Who are you?" she murmured, inhaling deeply before gritting her teeth and turning away, ceasing her challenges. However, the image of that tortoise was indelibly etched upon her heart, impossible to erase. Upon arriving at the airport that noon, I first spotted a charming 9-year-old girl who leaped into my embrace, followed closely by a stunning beauty doing the same. Ahem, after 5 days without a wash, my clothes finally found a willing launderer. Chapter 19, The Legend of the White Weasel P.S. Here's today's update. And I kindly ask for support during the 515 Fan Festival. Each individual possesses 8 votes, and casting votes will reward you with coins. I humbly seek your appreciation. Life on Shangyun Mountain, as an outer disciple, was exceedingly pleasant for Bai Xiaochun. Aside from his constant yearning for the delectable dishes from the kitchen, he found satisfaction in all else. Whether it was the pace of his cultivation or his research on flora, he felt a profound sense of fulfillment. Yet, at times, a hint of boredom would creep in. His courtyard was somewhat secluded, with no familiar faces around, often leaving him without anyone to converse with. Could it be that all cultivators experience such solitude? Bai Xiaochun mused, lifting his gaze to the sky while standing in the courtyard, embodying a demeanor far beyond his years. As the autumn winds have departed and snowflakes gently descend, the abrupt drop in temperature reveals the occasional sight of snowflakes gracing the earth. The spiritual winter bamboo in the courtyard thrives even more with the onset of this frigid season. Its height now surpasses that of Bai Xiaochun, adorned in lush green, becoming a vivid symbol of spring amidst the harshness of winter. My illustrious reputation shall not be overshadowed by that young lady, Zhou Xinqi. Bai Xiaochun silently resolved that he had yet to fulfill the deep-seated aspiration of boldly proclaiming himself as the tortoise alchemist in the spotlight of the masses. Thus he felt an increasing urgency to strive harder. Although the progress of his second treatise on herbalism was slow, his cultivation of the undying longevity technique was nearing the completion of a small circulation. The agony he endured during his practice intensified. Yet Bai Xiaochun's unwavering dedication to the concept of immortality compelled him to persist through the pain. Before long, 3 days had elapsed. And as dusk fell on the third day, snowflakes began to dance through the air, draping Lingxi sect in a shimmering cloak of white. As Bai Xiaochun was running, an unexpected jolt coursed through his body, causing him to come to a sudden halt. The excruciating pain that had persisted for 81 days vanished in an instant. A surge of warmth erupted within him, continuously flowing and ultimately coalescing upon his skin, rendering it searing hot, akin to a branding iron freshly extracted from a furnace. Before the snowflakes could settle upon him, they instantly melted, transforming into wisps of vapor that ascended into the air. It was done, although Bai Xiaochun felt parched and overheated. An overwhelming sense of joy enveloped him. He cast his gaze downward and beheld his skin emanating a dark radiance, which danced briefly before gradually dissipating. Bai Xiaochun prodded his arm with his right hand, feeling a resilient, leather-like sensation that ignited a spark in his eyes. After stretching his body slightly, he discerned that his speed seemed to have increased. With a sudden surge, he dashed forward, and with a whoosh, he found himself several paces away. This velocity was more than double what he had previously possessed. Observing such remarkable results filled Bai Xiaochun with joy, and after experimenting for a while, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Without hesitation, he resumed his practice according to the incantations of the immortal longevity technique. This method involved closing his mouth and nose, attempting to breathe through his body. Each inhalation and exhalation constituted a small cycle, requiring him to perform this exercise 81 times daily for a duration of 81 days to complete a minor celestial circuit. If he could persist in this endeavor, combining it with the previous excruciating minor celestial circuit, he would achieve a small success in the immortal skin. Bai Xiaochun practiced diligently for a considerable time before gradually uncovering the rhythm of his breathing. Standing in the courtyard, he breathed in deeply. But after completing a small cycle with great effort, he noticed that his body had visibly slimmed down. Simultaneously, waves of hunger surged within him, causing his stomach to emit audible growls. Ignoring the discomfort, he continued to breathe, and astonishingly, his physique became increasingly emaciated. By the time he completed his 15th breath, he appeared almost skeletal, as if all his nutrients had been entirely drained away. Yet, at that moment, his skin seemed to exude an unexpected resilience. However, Bai Xiaochun could no longer endure the torment. As he opened his eyes, he felt dizzy and his vision blurred, a greenish hue taking over his gaze. The indescribable hunger he felt was so overwhelming that he could have devoured an elephant whole. Desperation clawed at him. He felt he might perish from hunger. He swallowed hard, his eyes gleaming with a fervor as he frantically searched his surroundings, but found nothing edible except for the lush green bamboo, which looked deceptively appetizing. Despite his attempts to resist, the gnawing hunger propelled him directly to the bamboo, and he bit down forcefully. With a crack, he gnawed off a sizable chunk of the bamboo, the sound echoing as he chewed. Yet, as he swallowed, his face contorted in distaste. The bitterness was overwhelming, sending shivers through him. It's too bitter. I long for a meal. In that moment, his yearning for the kitchen reached an almost unbearable intensity. He had never felt such hunger in his life, and now he felt faint, his eyes growing ever greener as his breaths quickened. Suddenly, he dashed out of the courtyard, sprinting down the mountain path at an astonishing speed. Other outer disciples encountered him and were taken aback, feeling a gust of wind as he sped past. He ran straight down the mountain, bursting into the area designated for menial tasks, heading directly for the kitchen without a moment to spare, leaping through the door. At that moment, the kitchen was bustling with activity. After Zhang Dapeng and He Sampang had left, Huang Erpang had taken charge. As he poured rice soup, a sudden gust of wind swept through, and the bowl before him vanished, replaced by the gaping mouth of Bai Xiaochun. Ah? Huang Sampang jumped in surprise, and the other portly cooks gaped in disbelief. Before they could utter a word, Bai Xiaochun, with eyes glinting fiercely, seized a large pot and gulped down its contents. Seemingly still unsatisfied, he plunged his head directly into the pot, rapidly diminishing the rice soup within. 1 mouthful, 2 mouthfuls, 3. Bai Xiaochun consumed more than 100 mouthfuls of soup, his body akin to an insatiable abyss, feeling no sense of fullness at all. I'm starving. I can't take it anymore. I want meat. Bai Xiaochun exclaimed in urgency, scanning his surroundings until his eyes landed on several corpulent senior brothers, reminiscent of mountains of meat. He swallowed hard. The cooks in the kitchen stared at Bai Xiaochun in stunned silence. They had seen hunger before, but never had they witnessed someone in such a state. This was no longer Bai Xiaochun. He resembled a ravenous specter. Especially when Huang Sanpang and the others discovered that Bai Xiaochun was actually staring at them while drooling, they immediately went into a frenzy, hastily retreating. Huang Sanpang even shouted loudly, "Jiu Pang, there is a spiritual meal prepared for Elder Zhou in the kitchen." Upon hearing these words, Bai Xiaochun's eyes sparkled with a sudden intensity, prompting him to dash straight into the kitchen. Outside, Huang Sanpang and the others exchanged glances, gasping in astonishment. "Did you see that? This is the fate of becoming an outer disciple. Even our junior brother has been reduced to such a state of hunger. We would rather die than become outer disciples." The other chubby companions resolutely agreed, their sympathy for Bai Xiaochun evident. During this meal, Bai Xiaochun endured with great restraint, adhering to the 6 sacred phrases of the cooking chamber, consuming only the scraps and refraining from indulging completely. He understood that breaking the rules would harm his seniors in the cooking chamber, a transgression he could not commit. After sipping the broth and nibbling on the edges, his hunger diminished slightly, allowing him to withstand it for a brief period. He emerged, tears welling in his eyes, realizing the terrifying nature of the eternal life technique. Although the pain had subsided, the gnawing sensation of hunger drove him to the brink of madness. Second senior brother, Bai Xiaochun gazed longingly at Huang Erpang, who, noticing Bai Xiaochun's eyes returning to normal, cautiously approached him, patting his shoulder with a sympathetic expression. Accompanied by Huang Erpang and the others, Bai Xiaochun trudged up Shangyun Mountain. His previous sense of beauty and comfort swiftly dissipating, replaced by a profound despair. He feared he might truly starve to death. "I wonder if any disciples of Lingxi's sect perished from hunger before me. I do not wish to be the first." With a mournful expression, Bai Xiaochun contemplated how to resolve his food predicament in the long term when suddenly, the sound of crowing chickens reached his ears. At the moment he heard the crows, his body froze, and he slowly turned his head, fixating intently on the source of the noise, his eyes widening as his stomach began to grumble. Chickens. Bai Xiaochun glanced around, noting that no one was paying him any mind. With a swift movement, he dove into the underbrush, disappearing like a wisp of smoke. Moments later, in a designated area for raising spirit fowl on Shangyun Mountain, Bai Xiaochun crouched in the shadows outside the enclosure, observing a group of proud, large chickens with tricolored feathers strutting within, each as sizable as a calf, their eyes gleaming with vitality. He swallowed hard, drool pooling in his mouth. "Meat." Bai Xiaochun let out an eerie chuckle, the sound sending chills down one's spine. "I didn't rest well last night." Chapter 20, A Mess of Feathers P.S. Here's today's update. By the way, I would like to solicit support for the 515 Fans Festival. Each person has 8 votes, and voting comes with rewards. I humbly request everyone's support and appreciation. The spirit-tailed chicken is significantly larger than ordinary domestic chickens, with tough feathers and a fierce temperament, comparable to the second layer of qi condensation when fully grown. Its meat is edible, its eggs nourishing, and its blood and bones possess medicinal properties. Notably, its tricolored tail, a rare sight, is highly sought after, leading to the extensive breeding of spirit-tailed chickens in the southern mountains of Lingxi sect. It is merely the private possession of Li Chi Ho and the masters of the other 2 mountains, rather than belonging to the sect. Disciples have been specifically assigned to nurture them. On Shangyun Mountain, 3 distinct areas have been cordoned off for the breeding of spiritual-tailed chickens. Bai Xiaochun crouched within the thicket, gazing at the ethereal-tailed chickens. He had never seen these creatures alive during his time in the kitchen. Yet he had savored their exquisite meat and heard tales from Zhang Depeo, who mentioned that these chickens had a fondness for spirit insects. Before long, upon spotting the spirit winter bamboo, his eyes sparkled with delight. These bamboos had now grown to over a foot in length, boasting a thickness akin to a fist, radiating a mystical glow, and appearing truly extraordinary. Bai Xiaochun hurriedly approached, circling the bamboo several times, and with a hearty laugh, he applied his botanical knowledge to extract 2 segments from the hardest tip of the spiritual winter bamboo. When it came to the art of thievery, Bai Xiaochun possessed a unique approach. The essence of stealing lay in the very act of stealth, a refined skill that required meticulous practice. Utilizing these 2 bamboo segments, he swiftly crafted a bamboo cicada, a contraption he had learned from his father during his childhood, reputed to be a formidable tool for catching chickens and phoenixes alike. He then wove a rope from bamboo strips, tested its strength, and connected it to the bamboo cicada before dashing into the night. "I must have chicken," he thought, his stomach grumbling, yet his eyes gleamed with a predatory hunger. This state of acute hunger propelled him faster toward the nearest enclosure of spiritual-tailed chickens. As he neared, he slowed his pace, stealthily approaching the fence. With his bamboo cicada, which was adorned with a spiritual insect, he forcefully tossed it inside, crouching beside it, gripping the rope connected to the cicada, suppressing his hunger as he awaited his opportunity. At the moment the spiritual-tailed chicken pecked the spiritual insect, it triggered a mechanism, causing the bent bamboo to spring back with remarkable precision, effectively wedging itself in the chicken's beak and forcing it open. The chicken attempted to squawk, but found its voice stifled. It struggled to crush the bamboo in its mouth, but the material proved resilient, rendering its efforts futile. Simultaneously, a tremendous force surged from the bamboo. Regardless of how the spiritual-tailed chicken thrashed, it was swiftly pulled backward, the rope shaking as it soared into the air, whereby Xiaochun seized it with practiced ease. With his cultivation at the 4th level of qi condensation, his grip was powerful and firm, and with a swift twist of its neck, he tossed it into his storage bag. The entire operation took less than 30 breaths, the delay primarily due to his patience. For otherwise, it would have been even swifter. All that remained were scattered feathers and bones. Moreover, he felt a subtle increase in his inner spiritual energy. Yet the most notable change was in his immortal longevity technique, which allowed Bai Xiaochun to cycle through 7 or 8 breaths in rapid succession. With each breath, a warm sensation enveloped him, coalescing upon his skin, rendering it seemingly more resilient. Though dark radiance flickered across his body, a closer inspection revealed his skin remained fair and unblemished. The immortal longevity technique was indeed challenging to master, as it first brought pain and then hunger. Yet its effects were undeniably remarkable. As Bai Xiaochun lifted his right hand, he produced a wooden sword, cautiously tapping it against the back of his hand. This sword, refined through 2 iterations of spiritual enhancement, presented a noticeable resistance upon contact with his skin. He chose not to press further. Yet his determination to cultivate the immortal longevity technique grew stronger. According to its teachings, the immortal skin was categorized into 4 levels: gold, silver, copper, and iron. At present, he believed he was merely at the threshold. Should he manage to breathe through 81 days, he could attain a minor proficiency in the immortal iron skin. Bai Xiaochun cast a glance at the chicken bones beside him, already having a clear understanding of the method to cultivate the indestructible iron skin. Fortunately, there was an abundance of spiritual-tailed chickens on the mountain. He chuckled heartily, his interest in the spiritual-tailed chickens growing even more. Unbeknownst to him, the technique of eternal life and immortality had been practiced by many within the Lingxi sect over the millennia. Of those, a significant portion had abandoned the endeavor within the first 81 days due to the unbearable torment. However, a select few had persevered. Yet the crux of this cultivation lay in the consumption of resources. To achieve the indestructible golden skin, the costs were staggering. Even a sect would hesitate to invest such resources, for the same materials could be utilized for other body-refining methods, although less profound than the eternal life and immortality technique. These alternatives proved to be far more economical. Thus, the technique remained in the scripture repository, largely ignored. After some cultivation, Bai Xiaochun meticulously organized the chicken bones and buried them in the spirit soil, discarding the feathers in the same manner. He then exited the courtyard, seeking a bustling area frequented by outer disciples, keen to gather information. Drawing on his experience from his village days, he understood that to effectively steal chickens, one must be patient and strategic. During his inquiries, he did not hear of any reports regarding the theft of spiritual-tailed chickens. However, he fortuitously learned that the tricolor tail feathers of these chickens served as fuel for the tricolor fire. It was no wonder that the spiritual-tailed chickens were raised in such large numbers. Bai Xiaochun promptly placed the tricolor feathers into his storage bag. To others, they were mere fuel, but for him, they represented 3 opportunities for spirit refining. He decided against immediate use, opting to wait until he acquired medicinal herbs to enhance their effects. As time passed, a month slipped by. Within this period, whispers of the missing spiritual-tailed chickens began to circulate throughout Shangyun Mountain. Even Li Qiho became aware of the situation, as dozens of chickens had vanished from 3 different breeding locations over the month. However, he paid little heed to the matter, preoccupied with other affairs. The most distressed were the outer disciples responsible for raising the chickens. This group of 7 or 8 was not particularly concerned about the loss of the chickens themselves, as they weren't their own. Moreover, the sect master had said nothing regarding the theft. Instead, they felt humiliated that someone dared to steal in their presence, and they seethed with resentment towards the thief. Yet, there was nothing they could do. No matter how diligently they attempted to guard the chickens, they continued to disappear. What perplexed them most was the utter silence accompanying each theft. It was as if the chickens vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaochun had fully regained his health over the course of the month, even putting on a bit of weight. Regardless of how diligently he practiced the eternal life and immortality technique, he had ample chicken meat to supplement his nourishment. His cheeks were rosy, and he returned to his blissful daily routine. His spirits lifted and hunger abated. He significantly improved his pace in studying the second volume of botany. On this day, he thoroughly comprehended the intricacies of the text. Particularly, having gained insights from his previous experience, he approached this study with a meticulousness that encompassed not only the leaves, stems, and roots, but also the fine hairs of the plants, mastering them all with remarkable confidence. Even if the subject were to be divided into dozens of parts, he could effortlessly recognize each one. With his head held high and strides purposeful, he exited the courtyard with determination. This time, he aimed to make it known to all that he was the esteemed tortoise elder riding atop Zhou Xinqi. Bai Xiaochun, filled with anticipation, made his way directly to the Wan Yao Pavilion. Chapter 21, Brother Xiaochun. P.S. Here is today's update, by the way. I would like to gather some support for the 515 Fans Festival. Each person has 8 votes, and voting also rewards coins. I humbly request everyone's support and appreciation. The Wanyao Pavilion stands as one of the most bustling locales in Shangyun, with throngs of outer disciples coming and going daily. This is partly due to the presence of the 10 stone tablets, and partly because the Wanyao Pavilion itself serves as a place where contribution points can be exchanged for herbs and alchemical formulas. Over time, the lively atmosphere has transformed it into a hub for information exchange within the sect. Initially, it was a place for sharing botanical experiences, but gradually, discussions of significant sect matters and even gossip began to circulate within its walls. Upon the arrival of Bai Xiaochun, the vicinity of the Wan was bustling with numerous outer disciples, either coming and going or gathered in small clusters engaged in hushed conversations. Beneath the stone tablets, many disciples were queuing to challenge the rankings displayed there. After squeezing through the crowd for quite some time, Bai Xiaochun finally approached the second stone tablet. Just as he intended to move closer, he overheard a conversation among 3 outer disciples who seemed to be discussing him. Have you heard? Recently, our sect has encountered a peculiar incident. Someone has been stealing Master Li's spirit tail chickens. It is said that over 100 have gone missing. Not just over 100. I've heard that Master Li's chickens are nearly all gone. The thief is being pursued by the disciples who raise the spirit tail chickens, and they vowed to dismember this individual and feed him to the chickens. It is indeed strange. Our Shangyun mountain has been producing oddities of late. First a mysterious turtle, and now this chicken thief. Bai Xiaochun instinctively shrank his neck, overwhelmed with a sense of guilt. He pondered how merely stealing a few chickens could have caused such an uproar. It seemed as though the entire world was aware of his misdeed. Moreover, upon hearing that the spiritual tail chickens belonged to Li Chi-ho, his trepidation only intensified. I didn't steal that many, he lamented, feeling wrongfully accused. Just as he contemplated how to alter the public's perception of him as a chicken thief, a sudden commotion erupted behind him. Hey, little girl, what are you pushing for? Are you in a rush to reincarnate? What is it to you if I push? Think you're something special? If you're afraid of being jostled, then don't come here. It's an honor for you that I'm pushing you. You, Ho Xiaomei? Bai Xiaochun blinked in surprise. The girl in question was indeed Ho Xiaomei. Upon hearing the ruckus, she spotted Bai Xiaochun and her proud expression quickly transformed into one of delight. Little brother Chun-chun, it's you, she exclaimed, twirling her petite waist and rushing towards him. Even before she approached, a wave of vibrant, innocent energy enveloped him. Ah, little sister Chun-chun, Bai Xiaochun remarked, captivated by the spirited and charming girl before him. Little brother Chun-chun, you're so mischievous for teasing me. I'm called Ho Xiaomei, she retorted, her cheeks flushing at his words, displaying a charming innocence. With this playful banter, the already lively girl became even more radiant, catching the attention of several outer disciples nearby, while a burly man shivered, feeling an uncanny shift in her demeanor as she oscillated between joy and irritation. Bai Xiaochun smiled as he meticulously introduced the procedures to Ho Xiaomei, providing an exceedingly detailed explanation. Ho Xiaomei nodded intermittently, and by the end, she fully comprehended the information. Looking at Bai Xiaochun, she increasingly felt that her senior was not only kind-hearted, but also possessed an impressive wealth of knowledge. After completing the introduction, Bai Xiaochun glanced at Ho Xiaomei and, unable to restrain himself, raised his right hand to point at the monument of the first chapter of botany. Adopting a nonchalant demeanor as he spoke, "You see that monument? Those who leave their marks upon it are the prodigies of our sect, each destined to make waves in the realm of cultivation. I want to delve into others, but let me tell you about the second place. Do you see the mark of the precious bottle? That belongs to our sect's illustrious daughter, Zhou Xinqi. Zhou Xinqi, indeed. This precious bottle signifies one who possesses the spiritual pulse, accepted as a disciple by the seat master, and is destined to become an intersect sister." Ho Xiaomei's eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed up at the mark of the precious bottle on the first monument, her admiration evident. She had heard Ho Yunfei speak of Zhou Xinqi before and had long held her in high regard. Now, upon hearing Bai Xiaochun's introduction, she felt even more invigorated. Bai Xiaochun maintained an air of nonchalance as he waited for quite some time, only to discover that Ho Xiaomei remained fixated on the treasure vase, completely disregarding the turtle perched atop it. This realization sparked a wave of discontent within him. After all, he had introduced so much only to ignite a conversation about that exquisite turtle. Ahem, indeed, Zhou Xinqi was exceptional, which explained why she had secured the second place in the prestigious first inscription of the flora and fauna. He emphasized the word second place to draw Ho Xiaomei's attention. Ho Xiaomei paused for a moment, scrutinizing the situation, her delicate brows suddenly knitting together. Second place? Who was the turtle that ranked above Sister Zhou? It was painted rather poorly. Hearing these words, Bai Xiaochun felt a surge of displeasure. He deemed it necessary to impart some wisdom to the naive girl before him. Ho Xiaomei, adopting a serious demeanor, he spoke with earnest gravitas. "You are mistaken, my dear sister. Are you aware that this splendid turtle is the most enigmatic, illustrious, and transcendent disciple within our sect? This individual is shrouded in countless rumors. His every appearance incites a stir within the sect, capturing the attention of all disciples and igniting envy and admiration in many hearts." Ho Xiaomei, with her innocent disposition, was momentarily taken aback, her belief wavering. Did you know that 2 months ago, this person emerged, shattering Zhou Xinqi's aspiration to claim the title of the top disciple? Did you know that upon his arrival, he effortlessly seized the first place in the esteemed grass and wood competition? Did you know that Zhou Xinqi, having witnessed this event, spent 7 sleepless days here, continually re-evaluating her strategies, only to ultimately find herself in second place, humbly conceding defeat? Did you know that I, Bai Xiaochun? Ahem. The more he spoke, the more exhilarated he became, nearly revealing that he was the illustrious Turtle Lord himself. He quickly restrained his tongue. His ambition was to unveil his identity amidst the gaze of many, not to a mere girl, as that would diminish the grandeur of the revelation. Is that true? Ho Xiaomei's eyes sparkled with bright light, akin to stars in the night sky, as she gazed at the turtle with adoration, her cheeks flushed. Of course it is. Bai Xiaochun mused internally, feeling a sense of accomplishment for guiding a wayward child back onto the righteous path. With a flick of his sleeve, he disregarded the entranced Ho Xiaomei and strode toward the second stone tablet. Navigating through the crowd, he patiently awaited an opportunity to enter an empty wooden cabin. Upon stepping inside, his figure vanished. The cabin remained as it always had been. Bai Xiaochun sat before the stone tablet, once again sketching the turtle. Suddenly, the scene before him blurred, and a deafening roar filled his ears as he found himself in the familiar ethereal space. This time, there was no chilling voice. Instead, an almost infinite array of grass and wood fragments materialized before him. With a heart full of confidence, Bai Xiaochun's eyes sparkled with brilliance. His hands moved swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, a multitude of spiritual herbs materialized before him. As time elapsed, when the incense stick finally extinguished, he found less than 5,000 remnants laid out before him, a significant improvement compared to his first attempt with the flora. Observing the myriad outer sect disciples outside, few had yet noticed the shift in rankings, which filled Bai Xiaochun's heart with a sense of pride. This time, I shall astonish the entire sect, ensuring that everyone recognizes me as the illustrious Master Tortoise. In his mind, he envisioned a scene where he was revered by thousands, even leaving Ho Xiaomei in awe. The mere thought brought a chuckle to his lips. He raised his right hand, poised to proclaim his identity as the great Master Tortoise. However, just then, a voice emerged from among the outer sect disciples queuing for the trial. Do you think that little turtle, who stole Senior Sister Zhou's spotlight, dares to show up again? Surely, Hurun T, came the reply. Senior Sister Zhou's admirers have gone mad, reportedly scouring the entire southern shore for that little turtle, vowing that if they find him, they will skin him alive. I have heard the same. Even inter-sect disciples have gotten involved. As Bai Xiaochun raised his right hand, he was immediately struck with alarm upon overhearing the discussions around him. The realization that even the inner disciples were involved in the search for him sent a chill down his spine, causing beads of cold sweat to surface on his forehead. He hastily scratched his head, feigning nonchalance, and quickly lowered his hand. Internally indignant, he donned a sorrowful expression, sighing deeply as he melded into the crowd. How utterly outrageous! How excessively bullying! Was it truly necessary for the inner disciples to mobilize just because I claimed first place? His emotions were genuine this time, devoid of pretense. Upon stepping into the throng, murmurs of astonishment erupted as some had already noticed the second stone tablet's transformation. Soon, waves of incredulous exclamations filled the air. Tonight at midnight. Let us meet again. Chapter 22. Rest assured, Senior Sister. P.S. Here's today's update. I also wish to solicit votes for the 515 Fan Festival. Each person has 8 votes, and voting will earn you coins. I humbly request everyone's support and appreciation. Have you seen the second stone tablet? The little turtle reappears, once again in first place. Who is this little turtle that has claimed the top spot consecutively on 2 tablets? Senior Sister Zhou is no longer assured of 8 firsts, but now only 7. The surrounding outer disciples were instantly thrown into uproar, with countless gasps echoing throughout, particularly from a girl in the crowd whose voice pierced through the din, cheering enthusiastically. Go, little turtle. This girl was none other than Ho Xiaomei, who had previously been inspired by Bai Xiaochun and had begun to idolize the little turtle. The moment she witnessed the little turtle ascend to first place on the second tablet, her admiration soared, elevating its status in her heart beyond that of Zhou Xinqi. The waves of astonishment swelled, each echoing louder than the last, until all present were caught in a chorus of exclamations. After all, the little turtle had become quite renowned, and now, through its actions, it demonstrated to everyone that it possessed the qualifications to challenge Zhou Xinqi. Some even began to speculate whether, in the near future, the little turtle might surpass Zhou Xinqi across all 10 stone tablets. In the midst of the crowd, Bai Xiaochun felt a lingering gloom. Yet an undercurrent of secret satisfaction surged within him, tinged with the regret that others were oblivious to his true identity. One day, I shall stand in a place of greater renown, and all shall recognize me as Lord Tortoise, he vowed silently. After making this pledge, he remained restless and thus joined in the chorus of exclamations around him, his high-pitched voice leading the surrounding throng into a frenzy. My heavens, who is he? I am beginning to idolize him. The invincible Lord Tortoise. With Bai Xiaochun's fervent cries, the discussions among the outer disciples intensified, and the excitement once more escalated. However, at that moment, a disdainful snort echoed through the air, followed by a figure leaping from the crowd to stand atop a wooden structure. Indeed, you little turtle. You should be hiding among the masses now. I will find you. Another voice emerged, belonging to a young man who ascended to the wooden house. Casting a cold gaze upon the crowd, particularly directed at Bai Xiaochun. Although he did not believe Bai Xiaochun to be the little turtle, his demeanor remained unyieldingly hostile. Quickly, more figures emerged, numbering 7 or 8, each exuding formidable prowess, with the strongest among them appearing to be at the 7th layer of qi condensation. These individuals were the elite suitors of Zhou Xinqi, and their presence silenced the discussions around them, leaving the onlookers uncomfortably disturbed. Their disdain for these newcomers growing with each glance. While the crowd supported Zhou Xinqi, their allegiance was solely to her, and deep down, they acknowledged the remarkable courage it took to challenge her based on genuine skill. Bai Xiaochun, confronted with a fierce glare, felt a twinge of guilt. However, surrounded by so many witnesses, he was convinced that his adversary would not dare to provoke the wrath of the crowd. Thus, he lifted his head defiantly, returning the glare with an expression that seemed to say, should you dare to strike, I shall retaliate with equal fervor. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, a brilliant arc appeared in the distance, swiftly approaching. Within this radiant bow, a graceful figure clad in blue silk emerged, none other than Sister Zhou Xinqi. The arrival of Sister Zhou shattered the standoff. The outer sect disciples beamed at the sight of her. The 7 or 8 infatuated youths, sensing her presence, subdued their cultivation levels and each presented themselves in what they believed to be their most charming manner, bowing in respect to Zhou Xinqi. Her visit was twofold. She had heard of the rankings on the second stone tablet and had other matters to attend to. As she drew near, her keen gaze immediately discerned the earlier tension, and with a single sweep of her eyes, she grasped the situation. Upon encountering the enamored youths, a flicker of displeasure and disdain flashed in her eyes. This is a matter concerning me, and it is not for others to meddle. Moreover, the emergence of a prodigious disciple from Shangyun Mountain is a fortunate event for our sect. Should you dare to overstep again, do not blame me for my wrath. Zhou Xinqi declared coldly, her voice cutting like a blade, causing the admirers' expressions to shift as they fell silent, chastened. To the esteemed Bai Xiaochun, who has surpassed me on the first and second stone tablets, if you choose to remain hidden among the crowd, so be it. Zhou Xinqi glanced up at the small turtle inscribed on the second stone tablet, suppressing her inner discontent. As her gaze swept over the gathering, a hint of pride subtly emerged in her words. The outer sect disciples, upon hearing her declaration, erupted into even greater cheers. Convinced that this was the true embodiment of their beloved Shangyun Mountain's prodigy, Zhou Xinqi. In the midst of the crowd, Bai Xiaochun discerned that the other party truly was a prodigy. Their words were eloquently spoken. He noted the hint of arrogance in their tone and reflected that it was not his reluctance to reveal himself, but rather the palpable hostility emanating from the admirers surrounding the individual. I have come here today with a matter at hand, and I hope my fellow disciples will lend their assistance, Zhou Xinqi said calmly, her gaze sweeping over the assembly as she spoke with a composed demeanor. As her words resonated, the crowd immediately became intrigued, their expressions shifting to one of earnest attentiveness. Rest assured, Senior Sister Zhou, we shall ensure that the thief has nowhere to hide. Bai Xiaochun found himself momentarily stunned amidst the crowd, observing the fervor of those around him. As if they had been infused with some invigorating elixir, a chill crept down his spine. Sister Zhou, I, Bai Xiaochun, shall unwaveringly fulfill your task, capturing that chicken thief. His voice rang out, sharp and distinct, even as he boldly stepped forward, placing himself at the forefront of the gathering. As he did so, the collective gaze of the crowd converged upon him, especially as he pounded his chest, producing a resonant thud. His audacity was such that even some of Zhou Xinqi's admirers felt overshadowed, prompting Zhou Xinqi herself to glance in his direction, witnessing the support from his fellow disciples. A smile graced Zhou Xinqi's face as she inclined her head slightly. Just as she was about to depart, Bai Xiaochun's high-pitched voice soared above the others. Sister Zhou, I propose we form a team to apprehend the thief. United in our efforts, we shall ensure that Rogue does not succeed and safeguard the spirit-tail chicken. Bai Xiaochun's expression was earnest, radiating a fervor that suggested he would stop at nothing for Zhou Xinqi's mission. Zhou Xinqi paused, and many around her, upon hearing his suggestion, found merit in it and expressed their agreement. Very well, but our cultivation remains paramount. Participation in this endeavor is voluntary. Zhou Xinqi nodded, casting another glance at Bai Xiaochun. Despite his unfamiliarity, she noted his fair complexion and innocent demeanor, which exuded sincerity, particularly in his support of her. She smiled gently at him. Since this enthusiastic junior has proposed the idea, you shall lead the formation of this team. Here, I have 10 silk ribbons to serve as symbols of your unit. As she spoke, she retrieved 10 blue ribbons from her storage bag and elegantly tossed them to Bai Xiaochun, who caught them in his hands. Rest assured, sister, I will handle everything, Bai Xiaochun declared, chest puffed out, embodying the resolute spirit of one ready to defend the spirit-tail chicken at all costs. Zhou Xinqi's eyes sparkled with appreciation. She mused privately that such a responsible junior was rare within their sect. She committed Bai Xiaochun's earnestness to memory before turning to depart. Noticing Zhou Xinqi's newfound regard for Bai Xiaochun, her admirers felt a pang of regret, lamenting their failure to conceive such a thoughtful initiative. Once Zhou Xinqi left, the disciples responsible for raising the spirit-tail chickens quickly approached to express their gratitude, especially towards Bai Xiaochun. With a proud stance, he denounced the chicken thief. And in the end, the disciples, moved by his fervor, formed a team under his guidance, even though many had lesser cultivation than he. That night, as dark clouds loomed overhead, Bai Xiaochun opened his eyes from meditation, licking his lips. On a moonless night, I seem to be hungry again. Let us meet at midnight. Chapter 23, The Chicken Theft Frenzy P.S. Here is today's update, and by the way, I would like to solicit votes for the 515 Fans Festival. Each individual has 8 votes, and voting also rewards coins. I humbly request your support and appreciation. In the deep of night, Shangyun Mountain lay shrouded in darkness, where one could not discern a hand in front of their face. Only the mournful sound of the wind could be heard as it swept across the hills, enveloping the surroundings in a profound silence. As if even the birds and beasts had ceased their calls. Amidst this inky blackness, Bai Xiaochun retrieved the silk ribbon gifted by Zhou Xingqi, securing it around his arm before hastening forward along the narrow path towards the area where the spirit-tailed chickens were kept. His figure moved with remarkable speed, swiftly weaving through the grass until he arrived at his destination. From a distance, he could glimpse the courtyard housing the spirit-tailed chickens, most of which were resting, though a few wandered about, particularly one chicken that was making its way toward him. Bai Xiaochun crouched amidst the grass, licking his lips in anticipation. After a brief moment, as the elusive spirit-tail chicken drew near, he stealthily approached the fence, poised to retrieve his bamboo trap. Suddenly, a jolt of alertness surged through him, his eyes betraying a hint of wariness. At that instant, a low growl erupted from a short distance behind him, and several figures dashed forth, illuminated by brilliant fireballs conjured by their hands, casting light in every direction. Damn the chicken thief, you have finally shown yourself. The 7 or 8 individuals were none other than disciples tasked with chicken rearing. They had waited for days, and to their surprise, fortune smiled upon them today. Each one brimming with determination, they aimed to administer justice upon this rogue. However, as their words escaped their lips and they closed in, Bai Xiaochun first flinched. Then his eyes darted, and he let out a cold huff. Silence, you lot, he proclaimed, unabashed and resolute, standing tall and deliberately revealing the silken ribbon on his arm. This unexpected scene rendered the approaching 7 or 8 individuals momentarily dumbfounded. Have you not discerned? I am the captain of the chicken-catching squad. Bai Xiaochun furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the faces of the gathered disciples. A look of discontent etched upon his features. Among them, some had seen Bai Xiaochun during the day, and upon closer inspection, hesitance washed over them. Is that you, junior brother Bai? What brings you here at this late hour? One disciple, his eyes clouded with skepticism, inquired, prompting the others to regard Bai Xiaochun with discerning gazes. Since senior sister Shou appointed me as the captain of the chicken-catching squad, I, Bai, shall exert all my efforts to apprehend the chicken thief. Thus, I have forsaken my cultivation this night to stand guard here. However, your raucous shouting may have indeed frightened away any potential thief, Bai Xiaochun replied, his brow furrowed, feigning a sense of diligence in his pursuit. With a flick of his sleeve, he expressed his displeasure. The disciples exchanged glances, many displaying awkward expressions. The disciple who had initially doubted Bai Xiaochun found his skepticism waning, yet still held a lingering doubt. Observing that their uncertainty lingered, Bai Xiaochun let out a cold huff, preempting further inquiries with an air of disappointment. It is no wonder your spirit-tailed chickens are perpetually disappearing. You are exceedingly negligent. Look here, this fence is in disarray. Bai Xiaochun pointed toward the damaged fence behind him. While the damage was minor and a remnant of his previous escapade, it served his purpose well. And that spirit-tailed chicken has already escaped. How are you even safeguarding it? His dissatisfaction grew, his voice rising slightly, leaving the chicken-rearing disciples feeling a sense of shame. From my observations, this location is the most secluded within the area and ought to be the focus of your vigilance. Yet, I have arrived long before you did. Bai Xiaochun grew increasingly irate, culminating in a long sigh. How do you expect to catch thieves in this manner? Based on my experience, if I am not mistaken, the chickens you have lost here are the most numerous. As his words left his lips, the disciples engaged in poultry farming were taken aback, exchanging glances that revealed their mutual astonishment. For according to their understanding, this was indeed the place where the most chickens were lost. Hence, they had stationed themselves here. And now, unexpectedly, Bai Xiaochun had articulated this truth. One by one, they turned their gazes towards him, their eyes gradually reflecting admiration. Even the disciple who had previously harbored doubts now felt a sense of guilt. Observing Bai Xiaochun's selfless act of sacrificing his cultivation time to apprehend the thieves for their sake, and recalling his unwavering enthusiasm during the day, he took a deep breath and bowed deeply in gratitude. We have caused you much offense, brother Bai, please do not take it to heart. We are immensely grateful for your noble deed, and we shall expedite the restoration of this place, ensuring its protection in the future. The others echoed his sentiments, bowing in respect, their hearts filled with appreciation for Bai Xiaochun's genuine concern and assistance. Each offered their apologies for their earlier recklessness. Bai Xiaochun let out a soft sigh, then meticulously offered a few pointed remarks before finally taking his leave. Behind him, the 7 or 8 disciples bowed once more, their hearts touched by Bai Xiaochun's earnestness. Bai Shidi is truly a good person. As Bai Xiaochun stepped out of the area, a gust of wind swept past him, causing the sweat on his back to chill. He silently breathed a sigh of relief, realizing how perilous the situation had been, yet his stomach growled with hunger. After contemplating for a moment, he resolved to explore 2 other locations in hopes of seizing an opportunity. Walking along the narrow mountain path, Bai Xiaochun scanned his surroundings with a serious demeanor, pondering how he might stealthily procure the next chicken. The breeze fluttered the silken ribbon on his arm as he gradually moved away. Meanwhile, in the darkened expanse above, an unnoticed figure of a woman stood upon a blue silk, surveying the entirety of Shangyun Mountain. Suddenly, her expression shifted as she noticed Bai Xiaochun's vigilant movements. Gradually, her gaze filled with admiration. This junior brother was indeed a diligent and earnest individual. The woman was none other than Zhou Xinqi. She had inspected all areas and initially observed some patrolling figures, but as night fell, most had turned to their own cultivation. Only Bai Xiaochun was genuinely out, earnestly pursuing the thief. After a hearty meal, he lay contentedly on the ground, a look of bliss gracing his face. A month swiftly passed, during which Bai Xiaochun remained particularly committed, often seen during the night with his solemn silhouette flitting between various chicken coops. Nevertheless, chickens continued to vanish mysteriously, as if the thief left no trace behind. The disciples raising the chickens grew increasingly embarrassed, rallying their resolve to capture the chicken thief. Observing Bai Xiaochun, he appeared even more diligent, steadfastly guarding a particular area as if vowing not to relent until he apprehended the thief. On one occasion, he even stood vigil at a chicken coop for 4 consecutive days and nights. His unwavering determination seemed to create a palpable deterrent, resulting in a slight decline in thefts. Though the problem persisted, the spiritual-tailed chickens of Shangyun Mountain had dwindled significantly, leaving only a handful, most of which were still chicks. In the end, even the disciples responsible for the chickens felt inadequate, often lamenting that if all the disciples in the thief-catching teams exhibited the same dedication as Bai Xiaochun, they would surely succeed in capturing the chicken thief. Zhou Xinqi grew anxious. One afternoon, as Bai Xiaochun sat cross-legged in the chicken area, his vigilant gaze scanning the surroundings, a blue silk descended, revealing Zhou Xinqi's figure. "Sister Zhou," Bai Xiaochun greeted her, rising politely. "You've worked hard, junior brother Bai," Zhou Xinqi replied, her beautiful eyes resting on him, a smile illuminating her face. Soon, the other disciples arrived, gathering around Zhou Xinqi with Bai Xiaochun among them. "I am grateful for the support of all my fellow disciples during this time," Zhou Xinqi spoke softly. "However, the chicken thief remains audacious. In the days to come, I plan to guard this area alongside all of you." After a thorough inspection with the group, she furrowed her brows in concern. As Bai Xiaochun overheard these words, his eyes sparkled with excitement, almost causing him to slap his thigh in agreement, appearing deeply contemplative. His gaze instinctively drifted towards the distant Ziding Mountain, gradually narrowing his eyes to conceal the glint of mischief lurking within. Upon Zhou Xinqi's arrival, an influx of admirers quickly surrounded her, transforming the area of Shangyun Mountain, known for raising spirit-tailed chickens, into a bustling crowd. The chicken thief seemed utterly at a loss, resulting in the spirit-tailed chickens remaining safe in the days that followed. Nevertheless, the enigmatic thief's reputation soared, already being dubbed the chicken-stealing maniac, creating quite a stir among the disciples, and even drawing comparisons to the infamous little turtle, marking them as 2 of the most mysterious figures at Shangyun Mountain, known even to the outer disciples of Qifeng Mountain and Ziding Mountain. With the chicken thief's disappearance, Zhou Xinqi felt a sense of relief. Although the thief had not been apprehended, she fondly recalled Bai Xiaochun's diligence over the past month, eventually dispatching someone to deliver a jade pendant as a token of encouragement. In the courtyard of Shangyun Mountain, Bai Xiaochun gazed at the jade pendant in his hand. As he stirred the spiritual energy within him, the pendant immediately emanated a gentle azure light that enveloped his entire being. With a gesture from his left hand, a wooden sword soared forth, circling around before hurtling back towards him. Yet upon touching the azure glow, it slowed as if submerged in water. "What a precious treasure," Bai Xiaochun murmured, a hint of bashfulness on his face as he stowed the wooden sword, clutching the jade pendant. "It's quite all right. Li Qiho is not only Zhou Xinqi's master but also my guiding figure. By relation, I ought to address him as uncle, for I truly belong here. And Zhou Xinqi is half one of us." Clearing his throat, he carefully stored the pendant and stretched languidly. His undying longevity technique had progressed rapidly after consuming the majority of Li Qingho's spirit-tailed chickens, now reaching 70% completion. Though his cultivation remained at the 4th level of qi condensation, it had markedly improved, as if refined. As for the chicken bones, he had buried them in the spirit soil, which now brimmed with an astonishing concentration of spiritual energy. The spirit bamboo planted there had grown over 2 zhang tall, its hue shifting from vibrant green to a deep ink. Most importantly, he had diligently collected hundreds of tricolored spirit tails, and the thought of them igniting to release the tricolored fire filled Bai Xiaochun with anticipation. I wonder how my elder brother is faring at Ziding Mountain, he mused. Reminiscing about the scenes from the kitchen, his longing growing. Rising, he stepped out of the courtyard, descended the mountain, and headed straight for Ziding Mountain. Among the 3 mountains on the southern bank of Lingxi sect, Qi Feng Mountain specialized in sword control, Shangyun Mountain excelled in spirit herbs, while Ziding Mountain was renowned for its techniques and spirit refinement, particularly the foundational method of the southern bank, the purple Qi controlling cauldron technique, which originated from Ziding Mountain. Bai Xiaochun followed the path of the sect and arrived at the foot of Ziding Mountain at dusk. He gazed up at the mountain shrouded in mist, observing several figures like tiny black dots that transformed into long rainbows as they traversed the air. His heart brimmed with emotion. When would he be able to fly with the aid of objects? Only by achieving this would he behold a broader world and truly embark on the path to immortality. Bai Xiaochun's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he ascended Ziding Mountain. Although he was not a disciple of Ziding Mountain, as an outer disciple, he was entitled to visit any peak. As he made his way up the mountain path, he inquired about Zhang Dahai's residence. His obedient demeanor was quite charming, and it wasn't long before he learned of Zhang Dahai's whereabouts. Following the directions given, he hurried along. Unlike his dwelling at Shangyun Mountain, Zhang Dapeng's abode was situated on the sunlit side of the peak, where the spiritual energy was markedly more abundant. The few scattered buildings resembled stars adorning the sky, suggesting an underlying order. Despite the dusk and dimming light, the surrounding mist was thin, revealing an abundance of spiritual plants, exuding an ethereal essence. My senior brother must be quite distinguished to reside here. It far surpasses my own place. Bai Xiaochun inhaled deeply, filled with envy. After searching for a while, he finally located Zhang Dapeng's residence. Observing the overgrown weeds in the courtyard, which appeared to have been neglected for quite some time, Bai Xiaochun was taken aback. He knocked on the door, but there was no response for a long while. Could I have come to the wrong place? Just as Bai Xiaochun pondered this, the door of the loft creaked open, revealing a gaunt figure holding a flying sword. The left hand, shimmering with silver light, was slowly dimming as the figure wearily stepped out, a languid voice emanating from him. Who is it? As he spoke, the thin man suddenly trembled, catching sight of Bai Xiaochun from across the courtyard. A look of surprise lit up his face, as if he had seen a long-lost relative. He hurried forward, flinging open the door and gazing at Bai Xiaochun, bursting into laughter. Junior brother Jiu, who are you? Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened in astonishment as he instinctively took several steps back, staring at this vaguely familiar, yet distinctly strange individual. The man had an unremarkable appearance, his body emaciated, nearly resembling skin stretched over bones. Although his eyes sparkled with vitality, they were sunken, and the aura emanating from him indicated he had reached the peak of Qi condensation, 4th level. Jiu Pang, it's me, De Pang. Seeing Bai Xiaochun's bewildered expression, the gaunt youth was nearly brought to tears, his face contorting with intense sorrow and indignation. Jiu Pang, you have no idea how difficult this past year has been for me. My master has been so harsh when I first arrived at the mountain. She declared her disdain for fat people and made me go hungry for half a year. Bai Xiaochun scrutinized the individual before him, and upon hearing the voice, he confirmed that this was indeed his senior brother. Bai Xiaochun inhaled sharply, gazing at the 2 figures before him, whose appearances were utterly different from his recollections, rendered speechless. Do you harbor a grudge against your master? Bai Xiaochun inquired sympathetically, observing Zhang Dapeng. That old hag, Zhang Dapeng gritted his teeth. But after uttering a few words, he trembled, dawned into silence, and pulled Bai Xiaochun into the courtyard. 9th junior disciple, I long for the kitchen. This place is truly uninhabitable. Ever since I arrived, I have never had a full meal, not a drop of oil to savor. I am famished. Zhang Dapeng lamented with indignation, recounting all the hardships he had endured since ascending the mountain. Listening to the plight of his companion, Bai Xiaochun suddenly felt that, in comparison, his earlier act of stealing chickens was indeed justified. Casting a glance at Zhang Dapeng's emaciated frame, Bai Xiaochun sighed and gently patted the protruding bones of Zhang Dapeng's shoulder. When a senior brother is in distress, a junior brother must lend a hand. Wait for me a moment, he declared. With that, and amidst Zhang Dapeng's stunned silence, Bai Xiaochun turned and exited the courtyard. He had previously noted the locations of several places on Ziding Mountain where spiritual tailed chickens were raised, and now, under the cloak of night, his figure swiftly vanished. Zhang Daping, bewildered and uncertain of Bai Xiaochun's intentions, could only wait at the entrance. Yet, scarcely a moment had passed when Bai Xiaochun returned, carrying 2 spiritual tailed chickens in his hands, slipping back quietly. Upon seeing the chickens, Zhang Daping's eyes widened in astonishment, and before he could utter a word, Bai Xiaochun pulled him into the courtyard. Ignoring Zhang Daping's incredulity, Bai Xiaochun skillfully retrieved a pot, boiled water, plucked the feathers from the chickens, and tossed them into the pot. He then dusted off his sleeves, raised his chin, and looked at Zhang Daping, breathless and dumbfounded. Zhang Daping pointed at the chickens in the pot, then at Bai Xiaochun. Disbelief etched across his face. You. Could it be that you are the notorious chicken thief of Shangyun Mountain? With a mischievous smile, Bai Xiaochun adeptly raised his right hand to press down on the pot, releasing spiritual energy that hastened the cooking of the chicken within. Soon, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, prompting Bai Xiaochun to seize a chicken leg and place it before Zhang Daping. Eat, Bai Xiaochun declared with pride. Reminiscent of the days when he first arrived at the kitchen, recalling how Zhang Daping had insisted he partake of the spirit mushrooms. Zhang Daping gulped several times, his gaze fixated on the chicken leg before him. He grasped it eagerly and devoured it with fervor, without needing any further encouragement from Bai Xiaochun. He leaped towards the large pot, nearly burying his face in it. In no time, he had consumed every morsel, leaving nothing but bones, which he crunched and swallowed with delight. Finally, he patted his belly and reclined beside Bai Xiaochun, a blissful expression on his face as they exchanged knowing glances and shared laughter. You're still the best, Japang. Back in the kitchen, you always had the best ideas. Who would have thought that the notorious chicken thief of Shangyun Mountain is actually my brother? Zhang Daping beamed with pride. Indeed, cultivation is a defiance of heaven. We, as cultivators, must strive against the heavens and seize from others, becoming self-reliant. A mere spirit-tailed chicken is nothing to us, Bai Xiaochun replied, his hand waving dismissively. Unable to conceal his satisfaction, he had kept his identity hidden for far too long, and now, sharing this moment with Zhang Daping brought him immense joy. Alas, I've consumed all the spirit-tailed chickens of Shangyun Mountain, leaving only the chicks, which lack flavor. Otherwise, if you stayed with me, I would ensure you were well-fed every day and regain your former size, Bai Xiaochun lamented with a sigh. Upon hearing this, Zhang Daping's eyes brightened, and he quickly sat up. There are indeed spirit-tailed chickens on Ziding Mountain, located to the west, south, and north, each guarded by disciples on rotating shifts, with 7 members per team. Zhang Daping spoke rapidly and in great detail, only to notice Bai Xiaochun's surprised expression, which prompted him to clear his throat. After hearing about the chicken thief, I had intended to learn from you, but those chickens are too cunning. They screamed the moment I approach. And not only did I fail, but I almost got caught, Zhang Daping confessed with a hint of embarrassment. Bai Xiaochun immediately brightened with joy, drawing close to Zhang Daping. They whispered to each other, and gradually, Zhang Daping's eyes began to glimmer with excitement, his breath becoming rapid. Upon witnessing Bai Xiaochun produce a bamboo cicada, the duo soon found themselves in high spirits, sharing soft, mischievous laughter under the cloak of night. Their laughter resonated eerily through the courtyard, sending shivers down the spine. From that day forth, Bai Xiaochun chose to reside with Zhang Daping, and soon, the spirit-tailed chickens of Ziding Mountain began to mysteriously vanish. Every deep night, the 2 chicken thieves emerged, one pilfering while the other stood watch, gradually causing a stir among the disciples of Ziding Mountain, who began to gossip. Have you heard? The chicken thief from Shangyun Mountain has set its sights on Ziding Mountain. I witnessed it myself. The chicken thief is not just one but 2. When this news reached Shangyun Mountain, the outer disciples inhaled sharply, casting sympathetic glances toward Ziding Mountain. It seemed that the chicken thief had finally learned to balance its pursuits, no longer fixating solely on Shangyun Mountain. A month passed, and the whispers grew too fervent. Even Zhang Daping's mention of the lady, the esteemed leader of Ziding Mountain, Sumei Xiang, caught wind of it. Consequently, Bai Xiaochun and Zhang Daping were compelled to abandon their stay at Ziding Mountain. Under Zhang Daping's suggestion, they resolved to rescue He Sanyu. Thus, they journeyed to Qingfeng Mountain. He Sanyu appeared somewhat thinner, though not drastically so. Her graceful figure subtly revealed itself, leaving Bai Xiaochun and Zhang Daping momentarily speechless. Even her once dark visage now bore a hint of enchanting allure. One could only imagine that if she were to lose all her excess weight, He Sanyu would undoubtedly become a beauty. However, Upon hearing about the spirit-tailed chickens, her eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. From that point onward, the spirit-tailed chickens of Qifeng Mountain began to disappear. At this moment, the moniker of Chicken Thief had become a sensational legend throughout the southern banks, resonating far and wide. The outer disciples were nearly all aware. Even the errand workers had heard tales of it. As for Bai Xiaochun, he had finally completed the full cycle of 81 days, his hunger no longer as intense, allowing the trio to cease their chicken-stealing escapades. The cycle of the undying longevity technique, though not achieved in continuous succession but cumulatively, yielded identical effects. On this day, Bai Xiaochun stood in the courtyard of Shangyun Mountain, his expression solemn. His skin radiated a metallic hue, shimmering with a dark brilliance. A formidable aura emanated from his very being, enveloping him in a wild, untamed essence. The agony of 81 days and the pangs of hunger converged into an astonishing force that erupted within him. Each outburst was infused with boundless vital energy, which surged through his skin, enhancing its iron-like quality and intensifying the brilliance of the dark glow, rendering his resilience exponentially greater. Even as he stood there, any outsider glancing his way would likely perceive him as a statue of iron rather than a living, breathing human being. His mind was a cacophony of sound, this explosion having manifested within him no fewer than 19 times, yet there was no sign of it abating. Instead, the intensity only surged further. Bai Xiaochun stood motionless, as though even his breath had ceased. Yet upon closer inspection, one could observe the fine hairs on his body subtly bristling, while the surrounding forces of heaven and earth silently converged upon him. After the 81st eruption, should I attain the indestructible skin, I shall enter the realm of iron skin. The incantation of the immortality technique echoed in Bai Xiaochun's mind, his expression resolute. Every effort he had exerted over the past year, be it in agony or hunger, was for this singular moment of explosion. Boom! The vital energy within him surged once more, his skin taking on a deeper hue of iron, as the energy permeated every inch of his flesh, forging him in a manner akin to relentless hammering. In that instant, he resembled a divine weapon, and each eruption served as a hammer striking down, resounding like thunder, bang, bang, bang. 20 times, 30 times, 40 times, 48 times. Time flowed on, 3 days elapsed, and Bai Xiaochun remained steadfast in his position. Outside, not a whisper could be heard, yet within his ears, the ceaseless rumble of thunder emanated from his very core. At that moment, as the vital energy erupted for the 49th time, an unexpected surge of force suddenly intensified, causing his body to tremble. Invisible fissures appeared on his skin, as if it could no longer withstand the strain. Although these cracks were few, their emergence weighed heavily on Bai Xiaochun's heart. Indeed, the signs of destruction had manifested. Bai Xiaochun furrowed his brow, recalling the teachings of the immortality technique regarding his current predicament. It had been stated that during the process of achieving the indestructible skin, such fracturing was inevitable. However, depending on the individual's willpower, the longer one persevered, the more profound the effects of the indestructible skin would be. Even without steadfastness, the indestructible skin could still be cultivated, though naturally, perfection was the ultimate goal. Only by enduring a complete 81 eruptions of vital energy could one attain true flawlessness. In Bai Xiaochun's eyes, a resolute determination shone forth as he once again closed his eyes. The thunderous roars within his body echoed throughout, reaching 50, 60, 70 times. Remarkably, he persevered through the subsequent 5 days, achieving over 70 repetitions. His skin, now cracked, resembled a tortoise shell, the fissures spreading densely across his body, with many areas merging together, akin to a shattered vase hastily reassembled. It seemed on the verge of shattering into countless pieces at any moment. Just 7 more to go. Bloodshot veins coursed through Bai Xiaochun's eyes, transformed into crimson light. His breath quickened, and with a fierce grit of his teeth, the ruthless aspect of his character surged forth abruptly. 74 times. 77 times. 79 times. Bai Xiaochun let out a shout that, though not loud, resonated with a muffled intensity. As his body trembled, he endured yet another surge of vital energy, reaching the remarkable count of 80. This vital essence surged rapidly into his skin, rendering it cracked yet as formidable as iron, striking a startling impression upon any observer. In this final moment, Bai Xiaochun, unwilling to concede, raised his right hand with fervor and delivered a powerful blow to the ground before him. With a resounding crash, a deep pit formed, marking the conclusion of his ultimate burst of vital energy. countless threads of energy integrated into his skin, and in the blink of an eye, the fissures that marred his body vanished, leaving behind an unblemished surface, despite its seemingly ordinary appearance. No one could fathom the extraordinary resilience that now lay beneath this facade of pristine skin. Bai Xiaochun panted heavily, and after a long moment, he lifted his gaze to the deep pit he had created in the ground. He glanced at his skin and was instantly invigorated, bursting into a hearty laugh directed at the heavens. With a flick of his right hand, the wooden sword soared forth, transforming into a streak of dark light that hurtled towards his arm. Upon contact, a resonant clang echoed as the wooden sword was forcefully repelled, while his arm merely felt as though it had been lightly pricked by a mosquito. Upon closer inspection, there was not a trace of injury. Immortal skin. Bai Xiaochun could hardly contain his joy. It is worth noting that this wooden sword was no ordinary artifact. It had undergone the process of spirit refinement twice. Though its material was rather commonplace, the power it wielded post-refinement was sufficient to rival that of the treasures possessed by prodigies. Even so, it could not inflict the slightest harm upon him. Bai Xiaochun's body swayed as he unleashed his full strength, causing the surrounding air to resonate with a buzzing sound. By the time he appeared, he had already covered a distance of over 10 zhong, a speed that surpassed his previous abilities by several folds, allowing Bai Xiaochun to become even more refined. As for his strength, a glance at the large pit on the ground filled him with understanding. He realized that, post-transformation, he was no longer the same. This formidable protective power was essential for safeguarding Bai Xiaochun on his path to immortality. He felt an immense sense of pride as he observed his cultivation level, which had notably advanced to the pinnacle of the 4th layer of qi condensation. Furthermore, this was not merely an ordinary 4th layer of qi condensation after the compression of the spiritual energy within him. It could be said that the quality of his spiritual energy was beyond comparison with that of cultivators of the same realm. Bai Xiaochun's gaze narrowed as he swiftly turned and appeared beside a rock. With 2 fingers of his right hand shimmering with black light, he squeezed, and with a crack, the rock shattered as easily as tofu. He then flickered again, materializing next to the Lingdong bamboo, which had grown over 3 zhong in height. Selecting the sturdiest bamboo tip, he squeezed once more, and with a thunderous sound, it too splintered. This scene caused Bai Xiaochun to draw in a sharp breath as he descended. He looked down at his fingers, watching the black light gradually dissipate. After a long moment, he exhaled deeply. So, this is the broken throat lock. Bai Xiaochun murmured to himself. This was a secret technique found within the immortal longevity art, only executable by one who had achieved a minor mastery of the undying skin. It was said to unleash double the strength, rendering anything impervious to destruction. Yet, just now, Bai Xiaochun had only employed half of his power. He could scarcely fathom how terrifying it would be if he were to unleash this technique with all his might. In Bai Xiaochun's view, this technique was akin to a method of assassination. He fell silent for a moment. Although he found the technique ruthless, he earnestly began to practice it. In the courtyard, his figure darted swiftly about, and whenever his fingers glimmered with black light, a series of crackling sounds echoed. Upon his return, before he could even rest, 2 streaks of light surged from Qingfeng Mountain and Ziding Mountain, racing towards the mountaintop in search of Li Qingho. It was faintly visible that within these 2 streaks, one was an elder whose body resembled a sword yet to be drawn, exuding the unique pressure of a foundation establishment cultivator. The other streak contained a graceful woman, endowed with an innate charm and stunning beauty, yet her face bore a peculiar expression, as if caught between laughter and tears. As she arrived at the mountaintop alongside the elder, these 2 were the masters of Qingfeng Mountain and Ziding Mountain. At the summit of Shangyun Mountain, they whispered to Li Qingho before departing. Li Qingho sat at the top of Shangyun Mountain, rubbing his temples. With a sweep of his consciousness, he focused on the 3 locations where the spirit-tailed chickens were raised, only to discover that only the chicks remained. He revealed a bemused expression, sighed, and with a flick of his sleeve, exited the main hall, descending the mountain path, heading towards the very courtyard where Bai Xiaochun resided. The recommendation votes were significantly lacking. Chapter 26. Are spirit-tailed chickens delicious? Though Li Qingho had never visited Bai Xiaochun's abode, it lingered in his thoughts. As he traversed the mountain path, the surroundings gradually grew more secluded, and soon, a courtyard appeared before him. However, before he could approach, he caught sight of a fair-skinned figure on the path ahead, holding a dark, meaty chunk, walking and eating, seemingly reaching a state of delight as he hummed a little tune. Li Qingho's expression soured. He recognized the piece of meat in the figure's hand. Clearly a disguised chicken leg, and a surge of anger welled within him. by Xiaochun. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated like thunder, exploding in the air. By Xiaochun, who was gnawing on a chicken bone, nearly leaped in surprise upon hearing this declaration. Masterly. By Xiaochun widened his eyes, inhaling sharply, and instinctively stuffed the entire chicken leg into his mouth. His cheeks bulged like a balloon as he chewed vigorously, swallowing with great effort, his face turning a deep shade of purple. The person he feared most within the sect was none other than Li Qingho. Especially after having consumed so much of his chicken, Bai Xiaochun felt a surge of guilt, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Wiping his brow with a sleeve, he hurried over, displaying a submissive demeanor as he respectfully bowed. Disciple pays respects to the master. Li Qingho's expression remained impassive as he regarded Bai Xiaochun. A wave of helplessness washing over him. Bai Xiaochun's ancestors had once rendered him a favor, and Li Qingho placed immense value on such debts. Even though the matter at hand was trivial, he could not forget to repay it. The leaders of Qingfeng Mountain and Ziding Mountain had approached him regarding the issue of the spirit-tail chickens. While these spirits were not particularly valuable, he was unwilling to let others criticize his disciple. Thus he took it upon himself to make reparations. At this moment, as he looked at Bai Xiaochun, Li Qingho felt a deeper sense of disappointment, akin to a blacksmith lamenting the failure of iron to become steel. You have only been an outer disciple for a little over half a year, and your cultivation has advanced from the 3rd to the 4th level of qi condensation. Surely, you must feel quite proud of yourself, Li Qingho scoffed. Bai Xiaochun blinked, coughed lightly, uncertain of what to say. He maintained a docile demeanor, thinking to himself that as long as his attitude was good, he should be fine. However, recalling that he had just been holding onto the thigh of the opponent's spirit-tailed chicken, sweat broke out on his forehead once more. Since there was time to partake in such chaotic activities, he might as well participate in the external disciple competition at Shangyun Mountain 3 months later, where those at the 4th and 5th levels of qi condensation would compete. Seeing Bai Xiaochun's expression, Li Qingho felt a slight headache. After pondering for a moment, he spoke in a calm tone. Upon hearing his words, Bai Xiaochun's heart sank. He had heard of such competitions and knew that while they offered rewards, the battles were notoriously fierce. A moment's carelessness could lead to injury, and his face fell in despair. Master, I'm only at the 4th level of qi condensation. What if they beat me to death? You must place within the top 5 in this contest, otherwise. Li Qingho's gaze hardened, ignoring Bai Xiaochun's protests. Before he could finish his sentence, Bai Xiaochun let out a long sigh. I understand. You mean to expel me from the sect? Li Qingho's eyes widened in exasperation. Recognizing Bai Xiaochun's obstinate nature, merely threatening expulsion might not suffice to instill a sense of urgency. Remembering Bai Xiaochun's fear of death, he suddenly raised his right hand, sweeping his sleeve dramatically, and sent Bai Xiaochun flying out of the courtyard, heading straight for the mountain summit. Bai Xiaochun's heart raced as he beheld the expressionless face of Li Qingho, an unsettling feeling creeping over him. He felt the fierce winds assault him from all directions. And before he could comprehend his surroundings, Li Qingho whisked him away to the rear mountain of Shangyun Mountain. This area, abundant with lush vegetation, was considered a forbidden zone, inaccessible to disciples on ordinary days. As soon as they landed, Li Qingho grasped Bai Xiaochun and swiftly dashed towards a valley in the back mountain. Upon entering, a chilling aura enveloped them, and the colors of the surrounding flora became strikingly vivid, swaying as if responding to Li Qingho's presence. Bai Xiaochun's heart raced as he gazed upon the flora, an overwhelming sense of peril enveloping him. Just as he was about to speak, he unexpectedly spotted a crimson venomous serpent emerging from the underbrush, slowly raising its head and flicking its forked tongue, its icy gaze seemingly fixated upon him. A shiver coursed through Bai Xiaochun. Subsequently, as Li Qingho advanced, the valley unfurled entirely before his eyes. He was immediately struck by the sight of countless serpents sprawled across the valley floor, entwined within the foliage and draped over the branches. The vibrant hues of their scales were glaring, each unmistakably a venomous creature, all with their tongues flicking out and eyes devoid of warmth. Bai Xiaochun trembled. He had harbored a fear of snakes since childhood, particularly those venomous varieties that, upon noticing him, exhibited overt aggression, baring their fangs and even spitting venom. However, a thought struck him. He possessed the indestructible skin, which should render him impervious to their bites. With this realization, he suddenly perceived these serpents, no matter how numerous, as mere trifles, and he felt an unshakable confidence. Yet, as he pondered further, he worried that if he displayed a lack of fear, Li Qingho might lead him to even more perilous situations. Consequently, he let out a piercing scream, adopting a fa of terror. Li Qingho snorted disdainfully. his cultivation radiating outward, causing the snakes to writhe and retreat, revealing a narrow path. At the end of this path lay a cave, shrouded in darkness, exuding a nauseating stench. "Uncle Li, please help me. I haven't violated any rules." Bai Xiaochun stammered in fear. Li Qingho, with an impassive expression, seized Bai Xiaochun and strode towards the cave. Upon entering, he flicked his sleeve, instantly illuminating the surroundings. Bai Xiaochun was immediately confronted with an even greater number of venomous serpents than those outside, their sizes significantly more imposing. They hissed ominously, a sound imbued with a peculiar power that rendered one momentarily dazed. As Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened in shock, an overwhelming sense of danger flooded over him, causing his breath to quicken. What alarmed him most was the realization that these serpents possessed cultivation levels akin to those of skilled practitioners. In the distance, he even spotted a serpent adorned with 4 distinct colors, rivaling the strength of a 5th-layer gas condensation. Under the gaze of this serpent, Bai Xiaochun felt a chilling sensation creep down his spine. He pondered that even his immortal skin might not endure for long in this perilous place. This time, there was no need for pretense. He was genuinely terrified. This was the Valley of 10,000 Serpents, a notorious location for toxin extraction on Mount Shangyun. Each serpent harbored potent venom, capable of slaying 100 bulls with a single drop. For practitioners below the foundation establishment stage, contact with this toxin could lead to a swift demise if not treated promptly. Deeper within the valley lurked serpents as formidable as the great perfection of gas condensation. A single sting from them would render any hope of rescue futile. During the outer sect competition, if you fail to place in the top 5, rest assured I will not expel you from the sect. Instead, I will have you assist me in gathering toxins, Li Qingho remarked coolly, casting a glance at Bai Xiaochun. This Li uncle, you need not worry. It is merely the outer sect competition, merely placing in the top 5. I, Bai Xiaochun, shall undoubtedly succeed, Bai Xiaochun replied, his throat dry and his complexion pale. Upon hearing of the even more terrifying snakes deeper within, he swore to himself that he would never return to this place again. By the way, are those spirit-tail chickens delicious? Li Qingho was unmistakably Li Qing's snake. This was outrageous. With a mournful expression, Bai Xiaochun sat in the courtyard, then gritted his teeth resolutely. I absolutely will not venture into the Valley of 10,000 Serpents. If I were to come into contact with even a trace of their venom, my life would be forfeit. Since that is the case, I must strive for the top 5. I have made up my mind. If he were to partake in the competition, his current cultivation was insufficient. He required spiritual herbs. Drawing a deep breath, Bai Xiaochun clenched his fists, a glimmer of ferocity igniting in his eyes. After surveying his surroundings, he soon spotted the Spirit Winter Bamboo. Upon completion of the Spirit Winter Bamboo task, he would be rewarded with contribution points, which could be exchanged for spiritual herbs. However, he noted that his bamboo had only grown to about 5 zheng in height. He was uncertain if it would qualify. Nevertheless, with no other options available, he calculated the days, realizing that the sect's scheduled harvest of planting-related spiritual herbs was imminent. After several days of anxious waiting, Bai Xiaochun finally rose early on the 4th morning, approached the bamboo, and gripped it tightly with both hands, pulling each stalk from the ground. To his astonishment, despite their appearance, each stalk was as heavy as iron. The ground trembled beneath him as he hoisted 10, nearly 5 zhang long, man-sized stalks of Spirit Winter Bamboo onto his shoulders. Stepping out of the courtyard, prepared to undertake the task, the space within his storage bag was limited, and the bamboo simply could not fit. Thus, he had no choice but to carry it. Fortunately, after his transformation, Bai Xiaochun had gained considerable strength, or else he would truly struggle to ascend the mountain. As he walked, a sense of melancholy enveloped him. His thoughts oscillated between the upcoming sect competition and those venomous snakes, envisioning himself suffering grievous injuries in battle. Why must my fate be so cruel? He lamented. I diligently write my books, each one a challenge to my limits. I strive to be a reliable individual, a person of integrity. For 7 years, I have never imposed expectations upon others. If you appreciate my work, I kindly ask for your support. He had taken great joy in writing this book and hoped that his brothers and sisters would share in that joy. Chapter 27 is this. Bamboo? Each stalk of bamboo felt exceedingly heavy as Bai Xiaochun carried 10 of them up the mountain, his breath growing increasingly labored. This only deepened his sense of despondency. I came to cultivate immortality, not to engage in conflict. Moreover, these bamboos could certainly grow longer, yet here I am, merely exchanging them for contributions. The more he pondered, the more aggrieved he became, sighing heavily as he trudged up the mountain with the spiritual winter bamboo. At this moment, at the Task Exchange Pavilion on Shangyun Mountain, many outer sect disciples had gathered, presenting their cultivated herbs to complete tasks and earn contributions. An elder from Shangyun Mountain was present, specifically tasked with inspecting the quality of the herbs and awarding contribution points accordingly. This water mist flower has 4 petals. I shall grant you a medium quality rating. However, this darkwood ginseng has excessive earthy tones and has lost its balance. It is unqualified. Outside the pavilion, on a large stone, a rosy-cheeked elder with white hair sat cross-legged, surrounded by numerous disciples waiting in line. One by one, they approached to present their cultivated spiritual herbs, which the elder inspected as a young attendant recorded the awarded contribution points. In the air above, a flock of vibrant phoenix birds gracefully soared, each over 10 feet tall, occasionally emitting melodious calls. These phoenixes were the elder's personal spiritual companions, accompanying him on herb exchange days. Many outer sect disciples gazed at them with envy from afar. This elder, possessing foundational cultivation, was quite remarkable. Although his expertise in spiritual herbs did not rival that of Li Qingho, he was nonetheless renowned within the sect, particularly for his obsession with the art of alchemy. His passion was so profound that even Li Qingho acknowledged his superiority, once stating that if the Eastern Forest continent were to produce a third alchemist, it would undoubtedly be Elder Zhou. Chen Xiang paid his respects to Elder Zhou. Soon, a young man approached the front of the line. Although his appearance was unremarkable, he stood tall and approached Elder Zhou with a respectful bow. Upon hearing his name, many outer sect disciples turned their curious gazes toward him. It turned out that he was Brother Chen Xiang, known for his notable talent in cultivating spiritual herbs. I have also heard that since Chen Xiang entered the sect, he has never fallen short in his task of cultivating spiritual herbs, which is indeed remarkable. While the crowd whispered among themselves, Chen Xiang maintained an expression of calmness, yet an air of pride shimmered in his eyes. Elder Zhou, casting a glance at Chen Xiang, revealed a look of appreciation. He has always taken a keen interest in this disciple, who possesses a remarkable talent for planting spiritual herbs. Xiang, what have you cultivated this time? Elder Zhou inquired gently. This bamboo has been baptized by the spiritual spring and ground into soil using spiritual stones. I nurture it with my own spiritual energy for at least 3 hours daily, and every 3 days, I meticulously tend to its leaf veins. By combining this with the 9 azure mystical techniques I have learned, and incorporating other medicinal herbs for assistance, I have achieved this growth. Splendid. The bamboo reaches half in height, with a vibrant azure hue that surpasses the ordinary, categorizing it as exceptional. I hope you will continue to strive. Should it reach over A, it shall be deemed an extraordinary spiritual plant. Elder Zhou stroked his beard, his eyes filled with even greater admiration. Upon hearing the term exceptional, the surrounding outer disciples immediately erupted into discussions, their gazes drawn to the spiritual winter bamboo on the ground, eyes brimming with envy. A smile graced Chen Xiang's face, and pride swelled in his heart as he clasped his fists in salute, ready to receive the contribution points from the attendant beside him. Suddenly, a cold snort interrupted the moment. Elder Zhou, Zhaoidua, have also cultivated some spiritual winter bamboo. As the scoff echoed, a slender-faced youth stepped forward, casting a scornful glance at Chen Xiang. The mere appearance of Zhao Yidua invigorated the surrounding outer disciples, who turned their attention towards him. It is senior brother Zhao Yidua. His proficiency in cultivating spiritual plants is said to be on par with Chen Xiang. The rivalry between the two is well known, as both vied for the title of the foremost disciple in cultivation. Chen Xiang's expression darkened immediately, coldly fixing his gaze on Zhao Yidua. Their eyes locked, revealing intense animosity. Zhao Yidua, present your spiritual winter bamboo. Even Elder Zhou showed interest, recognizing the competition between these two young talents. He welcomed their rivalry, knowing that such healthy competition would spur them both to advance. Zhao Yidua clasped his fists towards Elder Zhou, reached into his storage bag, and promptly produced 10 stalks of spiritual winter bamboo. Each stalk measured in astonishing in length and was as thick as a thigh, with a verdant hue that shimmered with a translucent quality, emanating waves of spiritual energy, clearly extraordinary. The comparison with Chen Xiang's bamboo was stark. The crowd gasped in astonishment upon witnessing these bamboo stalks. They had only heard tales of such long spiritual winter bamboo, but had never seen the real thing. To cultivate such long spiritual winter bamboo, how long must it have been nurtured? This bamboo exudes spiritual energy. Zhao Yidua's cultivation skills are undoubtedly the finest in our outer sect. Zhao Yidua, observing the expressions of those around him. Wore a provocative smile as he directed his gaze at Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang's expression suddenly darkened. Elder Zhou's eyes brightened with admiration as he gazed at the bamboo. Nodding slightly. Excellent, excellent. Although there are many disciples here to present the spiritual winter bamboo today, what you have is truly the finest. This 1 zhang long spiritual winter bamboo has surpassed expectations and is worthy of distinction. Zhao Yidua, you have performed remarkably well. I hope you continue your diligent efforts. As for you, junior brother Qin, there is still much for you to learn. Zhao Yidua clasped his fist respectfully towards Elder Zhou and then turned to provocatively glare at Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang's countenance grew even more grim as he let out a cold snort. Senior brother Zhao, do not rejoice too early. Relying on the assistance of others means little. Next time I plant, I shall certainly produce a 1.5 zhang spiritual winter bamboo for you to see. Zhao Yidua burst into laughter. Junior brother, do you not fear that the wind may snatch your tongue? The spiritual winter bamboo is exceedingly difficult to cultivate, demanding immense spiritual energy. For us disciples of qi condensation, producing 1 zhang is already an extraordinary feat. 1.5 zhang? Only the foundational elders can achieve that. As for 2 zhang, in all my years at the sect, I have yet to see a 2 zhang spiritual winter bamboo. Their confrontation was abruptly interrupted as both frowned and turned to look. Soon, they beheld enormous bamboo shoots, each as thick as a human body, suddenly appearing in their line of sight. These bamboo shoots were a deep emerald green, and upon closer inspection, one could discern purple spots within. As the sunlight shimmered upon them, they radiated a dazzling spectrum of colors. Even more astonishing was the rich spiritual energy emanating from these bamboo shoots, enveloping the surroundings and eliciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. What are these things? They seem like some kind of wood, yet they resemble bamboo. Qin Xiang and Zhao Yidua furrowed their brows, unable to identify the peculiar specimens. But they both recognized their extraordinary nature. Elder Zhou, standing nearby, widened his eyes in shock, fixated on the bamboo shoots, his breath growing slightly hurried. Under the gaze of all, they witnessed the bamboo shoots multiply and eventually reveal themselves in their entirety, reaching a staggering length of 5 zhang. Beneath those towering bamboo, a slender, small boy, panting heavily, staggered forward, carrying the bamboo with great effort. He resembled an ant hauling a bun. With each step, a thunderous sound echoed, causing all outer sect disciples ahead to hastily retreat, astonished by the boy's strength. This boy was Bai Xiaoqun, who trudged along, consumed by thoughts of the brutality of the small competition and the terrors of the 10,000 Serpent Valley, feeling despondent and nearly in tears. Finally arriving at this place, he paid no heed to the crowd and approached Elder Zhou. With a resounding thud, he dropped the bamboo onto the ground and sat atop it, wiping the sweat from his brow and gasping for breath. These bamboo cannot be stored in my storage bag. They nearly exhausted me. Elder, I have come to hand over the task. Just as Bai Xiaoqun spoke, he suddenly sensed something awry. Upon closer inspection, he found that everyone around him was staring intently at the bamboo, their breaths growing steadily heavier. Bamboo? Is this truly bamboo? Throughout my life, I have never encountered such colossal bamboo. It appears more akin to a tree. At this moment, both Qin Xiang and Zhao Yidua displayed expressions of bewilderment, faintly recognizing something yet utterly unable to believe it. They leaned closer, crouching down to examine the bamboo intently. Zhao Yidua, trembling, even contemplated breaking off a section to inspect its inner structure. However, before he could do so, Elder Zhou approached with a resonant hum, sweeping his wide sleeves, and the two were whisked away. Elder Zhou's gaze remained fixed, scrutinizing the bamboo. Could it truly be spirit winter bamboo? After a prolonged pause, Elder Zhou inhaled sharply, and as his voice resonated, all the outer sect disciples around were rendered speechless, only to erupt moments later into an overwhelming cacophony of astonishment and disbelief. Spirit winter bamboo. These towering trees are indeed spirit winter bamboo. How can this be? How could spirit winter bamboo grow this robustly? Good heavens, it even measures 5 zhang in height. 5 zhang long, as thick as a person. Could this really be bamboo? The exclamation surged forth, particularly as the sight of the spirit winter bamboo beside Qin Xiang and Zhao Yidua intensified the outcry, resulting in a crescendo of gasps and shouts. Chapter 28. Pressure is the true driving force. Bai Xiaoqun stood in astonishment, observing the exclamations of those around him and the distant figures of Zhao Yidua and Qin Xiang being swept away, paying little heed to his own bodily pain. He hurriedly approached, prostrating himself to scrutinize the scene before him. Elder Zhou, in particular, examined each individual stalk with fervor, his demeanor a blend of incredulity and ecstatic delight. This frenzied tableau both alarmed Bai Xiaochun and led him to believe that everyone had lost their senses. After all, were they not merely a few pillars? In his mind, he contemplated planting them to a depth of 10 zhang. Elder, Bai Xiaochun retreated a few steps and tentatively called out. Excellent, excellent. Elder Zhou laughed heartily, caressing the mystical winter bamboo, leaving no inch unexamined, seemingly oblivious to Bai Xiaochun's words. This particular winter bamboo was exceedingly rare. Only when it reached a height of 5 zhang did it manifest a deep emerald hue. Such bamboo transcended mere herbal properties. It served as the primary material for crafting spiritual bamboo swords and could even catalyze certain extraordinary spells. Do you smell that? Is there not a rich aroma of meat and bones wafting through the air? This is the unique fragrance that emerges once the bamboo reaches 5 zhang. Elder Zhou exclaimed excitedly, even inhaling deeply to savor the scent. Chun Xiang and Zhao Yiduo wore expressions of utmost seriousness, also leaning in to catch a whiff, while other disciples in proximity followed suit. Bai Xiaochun cleared his throat, having detected the distinct aroma of chicken bones during his journey with the bamboo. Indeed, within the spirit fields where these Lingdong bamboo thrived, countless bones of the Lingwei chickens lay buried, all of which he had once gnawed upon. Elder, Bai Xiaochun felt as if those around him had lost their minds and called out once more. Just then, an unexpected tremor coursed through Elder Zhou's entire being as he fixated on a particular section of a bamboo stalk. His eyes ablaze with fury, his expression contorted. It wasn't me. Bai Xiaochun, frightened, quickly retreated, suddenly recalling the first time he had experienced hunger, when he had indiscriminately taken a bite of this very bamboo. Little did he expect that the sight of this task transfer would be so terrifying. What was wrong with a mere bite of the bamboo he had nurtured? These people were indeed mad. Upon hearing Elder Zhou's exclamation, many turned their gazes towards him, and sure enough, on the last Lingdong bamboo, they discovered a mark where it had been bitten. Elder Zhou stared at the remnants on the bamboo for a long moment before letting out a deep sigh. Ultimately, he was a foundational cultivator. Despite his obsession with the path of medicine, he maintained his composure. However, the bamboo that Bai Xiaochun had presented was truly astonishing, particularly its peculiar mutation, which was unlike anything Elder Zhou had ever encountered, thus explaining his earlier outburst. He cast a profound glance at Bai Xiaochun and, with a flick of his sleeve, declared, "This bamboo is of the highest quality. No, it is extraordinary, deserving of being classified as supreme, warranting a reward of 10,000 contribution points." As these words left his lips, a collective gasp arose from the surrounding crowd. It is known that typical cultivation tasks yield only around 10 points, at most 100 contribution points. Yet here, suddenly, was a staggering 10,000. The disciples nearby were left in stunned silence. For many years, the Lingxi sect had seldom encountered spirit plants of such supreme quality. In fact, it had been centuries since such an event had transpired. Bai Xiaochun, filled with excitement, hurried to the side of the disciple, swiftly producing his identity token and urging him repeatedly. The disciple hesitated for a moment, observing Elder Zhou once again engrossed in examining the bamboo. With a steely resolve, he decided to grant Bai Xiaochun 10,000 contribution points. Clutching the contribution points, Bai Xiaochun hastily departed, vowing never to return. The people here were simply too unhinged. However, before he could get far, Elder Zhou's voice called out from behind him. "What is your name?" "Bai Xiaochun. I am Bai Xiaochun, and my uncle is Li Chi-ho." Bai Xiaochun quickly replied, having been unaware of the astonishing nature of the bamboo prior to his arrival. A flicker of concern crossed his mind, prompting him to invoke Li Chi-ho's name as a means of leverage. Humph, quite the schemer. The Lingxi sect is an ancient and grand institution with countless disciples, each harboring their own secrets and destinies. I am not so petty as to demean myself by prying into your affairs. Should you possess more bamboo of this caliber in the future, I shall acquire it all, and your contribution points will be most satisfactory. Elder Zhou, somewhat displeased, waved his hand dismissively, turning his attention back to the bamboo, while the handover of the other disciples for that day was consequently brought to an early conclusion. Bai Xiaochun held the identity token in his hand, excitement gleaming in his eyes. After departing from the mission pavilion, he made his way directly to the Spirit Medicine Hall of Shangyun Mountain. This so-called Spirit Medicine Hall served as the place for disciples of Shangyun Mountain to exchange spirit medicines. Should one possess spirit medicines, they could also sell them here to the sect in exchange for contribution points. Bai Xiaochun dashed into the apothecary hall, surveying his surroundings with great intent. After a considerable time, as he prepared to leave, he had procured a vial of elixir suitable for those at the 5th level of qi condensation. This potion was rather costly. Bai Xiaochun had initially believed that his 10,000 contribution points would suffice. Yet he was taken aback to discover that the spiritual herbs here were even more exorbitant. The Qing Shun Essence Elixir. Bai Xiaochun gazed at the vial in his hand, which contained a total of 3 pills. For these mere 3 pills, he had expended over 4,000 contribution points. However, this elixir was far from ordinary. It not only surpassed typical qi condensation medicines in efficacy, but also boasted a remarkable infusion of pure spiritual energy. Bai Xiaochun contemplated that reaching the 5th level of qi condensation was not entirely secure. Thus, he resolved to strive for a complete mastery of the 5th level this time. As for the 6th level, he had considered employing this method to evade combat. But he could easily imagine that Li Qinghe would undoubtedly devise another means to continue punishing him. Moreover, he did not squander the remaining contribution points, opting instead to exchange them entirely for disposable protective talismans, which provided him with a sense of security. With less than 3 months remaining, he determined to enter seclusion. Gritting his teeth, he surveyed his surroundings before gesturing with his right hand, summoning the turtle pattern cauldron. He then extracted the tail of a spirit-tail chicken, and in a swift motion, 3 colored flames erupted. One tail proved insufficient to satisfy the cauldron's demands. Only after utilizing 10 tails did the first 3 patterns glow brightly. Bai Xiaochun, with a single breath, refined all 3 elixirs 3 times. Subsequently, he grasped a green spirit elixir adorned with 3 silver patterns and swallowed it. As the elixir melted within him, a torrent of spiritual energy surged forth, compelling Bai Xiaochun to focus intently. Guiding the energy within his body with the motions and breaths of the purple qi control cauldron technique. Days passed, and suddenly, Bai Xiaochun's wooden hut trembled violently, dust swirling in a tempest as if an impact radiated outward from within. Moments later, laughter erupted from within the hut. I have reached the 5th level of qi condensation. Bai Xiaochun inhaled deeply, his eyes gleaming with brilliance. Having consumed so many spirit-tailed chickens, he had already attained the pinnacle of the 4th level. With the addition of the elixir, he successfully broke through to the 5th level. Once again, dirt manifested on his body, yet noticeably less than before. After cleansing himself, Bai Xiaochun refrained from immediately consuming another elixir, instead focusing on stabilizing his cultivation. It was only after 5 more days that he finally swallowed the second green spirit elixir, refined 3 times. This time, spiritual energy surged within him, broadening his spiritual meridians and significantly enhancing his cultivation power. After stabilizing for several more days, he consumed the 3rd green spirit elixir, propelling his cultivation directly to the pinnacle of the 5th level of qi condensation. At this juncture, his every movement exuded a newfound distinction. His skin appeared fairer, and he emanated a unique aura. This delighted Bai Xiaochun, who understood that if other disciples at the pinnacle of the 4th level consumed these 3 elixirs, they would likely only achieve the 5th level, unable to attain its full mastery as he had. The 6th level seemed tantalizingly close. The crux of this achievement lay in the turtle-patterned cauldron's refinement capabilities. Its effects became increasingly evident as Bai Xiaochun's cultivation progressed, igniting his curiosity about the true nature of this cauldron. It resembled a turtle shell, yet he sensed it was something more. Regarding the refinement process, he had gleaned sufficient information. There existed a dedicated refinement area atop Purple Cauldron Mountain, where, in exchange for contributions, elders of the sect would assist in the refinement. It was said that the master of Purple Cauldron Mountain was a distinguished expert in the art of refinement. Gently caressing the intricate patterns on the back of the tortoiseshell pot, Bai Xiaochun's gaze flickered. After a moment's contemplation, he shook his head, deciding to set aside his puzzlement for the time being. Instead, he raised his right hand, and with a flourish, a cerulean jade pendant and a wooden sword materialized before him. Bai Xiaochun gazed at the only 2 magical artifacts he possessed. Gritting his teeth, he once more took out the spiritual tail, preparing to refine both items to the 3rd level of spiritual enhancement. He wondered what transformations awaited the wooden sword and the jade pendant after such refinement. With a flick of his right hand, Bai Xiaochun activated the 3 lines on the tortoise-patterned pot, causing the jade pendant to soar into the vessel. In an instant, a dazzling silver light erupted, accompanied by a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air, although fortunately it did not travel far, and thus few took notice. As the silver brilliance faded, The azure jade pendant before Bai Xiaochun revealed 3 newly formed silver lines. These lines shimmered momentarily before gradually dimming. Yet, Bai Xiaochun could distinctly perceive that the aura emanating from the pendant had transformed dramatically, as if it were worlds apart from its previous state. Moreover, a subtle hint of violet light emerged within the azure, seemingly embedded in the pendant, which had also altered in shape, no longer retaining its elliptical form, but becoming somewhat flatter, as if striving to assume a circular appearance. Bai Xiaochun grasped the jade pendant, and as the spiritual energy merged with it, a resonant hum echoed through the air. Instantly, a cerulean halo materialized around him, remarkably thick, measuring over 3 feet in depth, creating an astonishing spectacle. Chapter 29. Effortless grace. Bai Xiaochun tested the level of protection and immediately burst into laughter. He then cast a fiery gaze upon his wooden sword, which had accompanied him since his initiation and had undergone 2 refinements. Judging by the protective capacity of this jade pendant after the 3rd refinement, this wooden sword would undoubtedly possess extraordinary power. A faint smile graced Bai Xiaochun's lips as he commenced the refinement of the wooden sword. As silver light flickered, when the radiance within the tortoise-patterned cauldron dissipated, the wooden sword that appeared before Bai Xiaochun bore a striking 3rd silver stripe that gleamed intensely, gradually dimming after a considerable time. Simultaneously, the sword's appearance transformed slightly, elongating by a finger's breadth, and its wood grain took on an almost entirely purple hue. An unusual fragrance wafted from it. However, this scent was peculiar, beginning with a sweet aroma that soon left one in a state of bewilderment. Bai Xiaochun's body trembled, and his eyes regained clarity as he gazed in astonishment at the small wooden sword. Slowly lifting it, he immediately noticed its weight, which had inexplicably increased several-fold, feeling as heavy as a substantial boulder in his grasp. A flicker of insight crossed his eyes as he placed the wooden sword before him for a closer examination, gradually revealing a contemplative expression. The material of this sword was likely the somewhat rare Qingyun wood, which could be refined into a material for crafting after 49 days of cultivation, allowing for large-scale production. Bai Xiaochun murmured softly, his gaze sweeping across the intricate patterns on the sword. The presence of purple veins suggested only one explanation. This sword, having undergone multiple spiritual refinements, was showing signs of potential mutation. Closing his eyes, a wealth of knowledge regarding Qingyun would surge through his mind, encompassing all he had learned about it. After a considerable time, when he reopened his eyes, they sparkled with anticipation. With a gesture of his right hand, he directed his focus toward the wooden sword. Instantly, a dark gleam flickered from the sword, revealing faint purple radiance within. In a heartbeat, it shot forth, piercing through the wooden cabin and soaring beyond the courtyard, embedding itself into a massive boulder several dozen feet away. Remarkably, the sword remained unscathed, exuding an aura of sharpness that was both palpable and elusive. With a spirit invigorated, Bai Xiaochun meticulously toyed with the small wooden sword, applying a fresh layer of silver paint to conceal the 3rd mark before finally pushing open the door of the wooden cabin. He inhaled deeply, poised to express his exuberance. But the thought of the upcoming competition at Shangyun Mountain in over 2 months made him reconsider. It would not do. His current abilities seemed insufficient. Those contenders would undoubtedly be formidable, and he needed to prepare further. Determined, Bai Xiaochun recalled the 2 realms described in the Ziki Yuding Gong. The first, lifting heavy as if it were light, and the second, lifting light as if it were heavy. These realms are illuminated principles encountered while cultivating the Ziki Yuding Gong. Should one reach the pinnacle of these teachings, they could evolve into a divine ability known as Ziki Huading. Presently, in the southern banks of Lingxi sect, Ziki Yuding serves as a fundamental technique, practiced by nearly all, yet only a few can achieve the first realm, and even fewer the second, attaining the ultimate mastery. Thereby manifesting the Ziki Huading ability is even rarer. In truth, those who have comprehended Ziki Huading are predominantly disciples of Ziding Peak, lifting heavy as if it were light. Only by attaining such mastery over objects could my confidence significantly increase, Bai Xiaochun mused, glancing down at the small wooden sword in his hand. The reason I am considered to have grasped the concept of lifting heavy as if it were light lies in the deftness with which I manipulate the wooden sword. Yet much of this is due to the sword's formidable power post-spiritual refinement. In reality, my proficiency in wielding the sword is far from adept, much less qualifying as lifting heavy as if it were light. Furrowing his brow, Bai Xiaochun decided to sit cross-legged in the courtyard. Staring intently at the wooden sword, his eyes gradually losing focus, yet blood vessels began to surface. After a moment, he abruptly raised his right hand, and the wooden sword flew forth, slicing fiercely through the air, a gust of wind rising and stirring up dust from the ground. Bai Xiaochun's brow furrowed even deeper as he formed a hand seal and pointed again, this time not at the sword, but at the large stone that the sword had previously pierced. With a single gesture, the stone trembled violently, slowly rising a foot into the air. But Bai Xiaochun's internal spiritual energy faltered, resulting in a resounding crash as the stone plummeted back down. Instead of feeling disheartened, his eyes sparkled with renewed determination. He channeled his internal energy and pointed once more. Once, twice, thrice. As time flowed on, half a month slipped by in the blink of an eye. Throughout this period, Bai Xiaochun had dedicated nearly every moment to mastering the manipulation of that immense stone, which towered over 3 men and weighed no less than 700 to 800 pounds, even with Bai Xiaochun having reached the 5th level of qi condensation. Fully controlling it proved no simple task. This was only feasible due to the refinement of his internal cultivation. Had it been another at the 5th level, they would have managed to lift the stone by mere inches at best. Now, after a month of relentless effort, Bai Xiaochun had discerned the primary challenge in mastering the stone. It was not a deficiency in spiritual energy, but rather instability in his control, often resulting in abrupt interruptions even when ample energy remained. The key to manipulating objects lies in the seamless flow of spiritual energy, akin to an unbroken thread, maintaining a steady pace to ensure its continuity. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Bai Xiaochun's eyes, bloodshot veins creeping across his gaze as he murmured hoarsely. It was akin to the crafting of noodles by common folk. If pulled too swiftly, they would snap, yet if drawn too slowly, they would yield insufficient length. One must deftly master the precise tension to navigate this delicate balance with ease and freedom. For a cultivator seeking to attain extraordinary prowess in manipulating objects, it is essential to maintain a steady grip on this very tension, thus naturally elevating the complexity of the endeavor. I have come to realize that the phrase lifting heavy as if it were light transcends its literal interpretation. It conveys the notion of wielding weighty objects with an ethereal grace. This, however, is merely a facade. The true essence lies not in the material itself, but in the command over spiritual energy. The totality of my 5th layer spiritual energy embodies the concept of weight, while transforming it into a slender yet continuous thread represents lightness. Achieving this equilibrium would indeed exemplify the principle of lifting heavy as if it were light. And the external manifestation would be a remarkable swiftness born from mastery. Bai Xiaochun's countenance brightened with exhilaration as he grasped this insight. With a flourish of his right hand, he summoned forth a massive stone in the distance, which trembled and was abruptly lifted. It was as if an invisible hand seized the boulder, elevating it skyward before pausing midair, only to crash down into the courtyard, sending dust swirling into the air. Bai Xiaochun, undeterred, continued his endeavors. As another fortnight slipped by, he discovered that he could not maintain a continuous thread of spiritual energy, no matter how hard he tried. At times, even when he succeeded, the weight of the immense stone proved too burdensome, causing the thread of energy to falter and break. However, when he manipulated the small wooden sword, he encountered no such issues. Its lightness rendered the task significantly easier. Moreover, with a month of relentless practice, his speed had improved considerably. In truth, he had already mastered the art of lifting the heavy with ease, yet Bai Xiaochun remained dissatisfied. His eyes glowed with determination as he grit his teeth, a fierce resolve igniting within him. I refused to yield. With a decisive gesture of his right hand, he summoned the massive stone to hover above his head. Bai Xiaochun's forehead beaded with cold sweat as he gazed, trembling with trepidation at the massive stone looming above him. He exerted every ounce of his strength to maintain the invisible thread of spiritual energy. Should it sever, the stone would crash down, inflicting excruciating pain, even if it did not claim his life. This time, he managed to endure significantly longer, yet after half an hour, a thunderous crash erupted, and Bai Xiaochun let out a harrowing scream as the stone descended. After a brief interval of tumult, he crawled out from beneath it. Though his impervious skin shielded him from injury, the agony compelled him to grimace fiercely. Nevertheless, his determination intensified. Through relentless effort over the course of a month, the stone, which had previously plummeted numerous times each day, gradually diminished to a single descent daily. Ultimately, Bai Xiaochun occasionally succeeded in going an entire day without failure. Furthermore, he managed to lift the stone higher, reaching an astonishing elevation of over 10 zhang. Should it fall from such heights, even he would turn pale from the pain. Yet, it was precisely this challenge that honed his focus to an extraordinary degree. Slowly, he achieved the feat of balancing the spiritual energy within him with effortless grace, maintaining a steady stream without interruption. Yet his ambition remained unquenched. He seized meditative postures and began to move, all the while sustaining the thread of energy. The challenge escalated, and the thunderous sounds in the courtyard erupted once more. Days slipped by, and as the time drew near to the small competition at Shangyun Mountain, only 3 days remained. In Bai Xiaochun's courtyard, a stone weighing approximately 700 to 800 pounds floated in midair while he moved swiftly about, astonishingly managing to keep the stone completely still amid his constant activity. After a prolonged period of movement, Bai Xiaochun halted in front of the wooden cabin, threw his head back in laughter, raised his right hand, and with a swift motion sent the stone soaring out of the courtyard, where it landed steadily in its original place. Bai Xiaochun formed a gesture with his fingers, and a small wooden sword soared forth, executing a seemingly simple forward slash. However, its speed was so astounding that it became a mere blur, displaying a power that was several times greater than before. With a radiant expression, Bai Xiaochun swiftly formed a series of hand seals. The extraordinary speed, combined with the power of the wooden sword, reached an astonishing level. As if countless wooden swords had materialized in the courtyard, their sword energy soaring through the air. Finally, with a flick of his sleeve, all the wooden sword illusions vanished, leaving only one that surged towards Bai Xiaochun, disappearing into his storage pouch. This time, he believed he could secure a place among the top 5. Taking a deep breath, Bai Xiaochun sensed a lingering uncertainty, yet with time drawing near, he could only center himself, sitting cross-legged to maintain his optimal state. Chapter 30. Let it begin. 3 days later, in the early morning, in the fleeting moment of dawn, Bai Xiaochun opened his eyes, taking a deep breath, his expression grave. This was his first experience with such a sect competition. His earlier encounter with Su Baokai hardly counted as a true battle. The upcoming small competition at Shangyun Mountain represented a genuine conflict among peers. Had it not been for the inconvenience of retrieving the turtle-patterned pot, he would have desired to carry it on his back. How could he have forgotten to prepare a large black pot? Bai Xiaochun felt a wave of regret wash over him, and with no time to search for one, he gritted his teeth and stepped out of his dwelling once more. Gazing at the distant sun, determination gleamed in his eyes as he held his head high and made his way toward the mountaintop. His attire, layered in leather, was excessively cumbersome. Although he lacked the black pot, he still resembled a tightly wrapped dumpling. The oppressive layers soon caused beads of sweat to form on his forehead. Yet, despite the heat, he refused to shed a single piece of leather, for he was deeply invested in the forthcoming competition. Vivid, albeit brutal, images of what might unfold filled his mind as he ascended the mountain path. Upon reaching the summit, he found the morning shrouded in thick mist, and to his surprise, he realized he had strayed from his intended course. Alarmed, Bai Xiaochun sought guidance from passers-by, quickly adjusting his direction, his heart pounding with anxiety at the thought of being late. At the mountaintop of Shangyun Mountain, an arena had been set up for the small competition, where a considerable gathering of spectators had already assembled, murmuring amongst themselves. Among them were several disciples whose cultivation had surpassed the 5th level of qi condensation. Many with their arms crossed, observing their junior peers, while others had come to offer encouragement. Although this small competition for the outer disciples of Shangyun Mountain was not particularly formal, it served as a platform for these disciples to showcase their talents. Over 20 participants were present, most of whom sat cross-legged around the arena, preparing earnestly. Notably absent were those at the 3rd level of qi condensation. While the rules permitted participation from the 3rd, 4th, and 5th levels, the reality was that the majority present were at the 5th level, with only a handful at the 4th. Among the participants, one woman stood out strikingly, tall and graceful. Her form was subtly discernible beneath the loose garments of the outer disciples, evoking boundless imagination in onlookers. Her skin was as fair as snow, and her eyes, akin to shimmering water beneath willow-like brows, were captivating. Particularly notable were her Taoist pants, seemingly loose yet astonishingly fitted around her waist and hips, showcasing an alluring elasticity. She was surrounded by numerous admirers, clearly captivated by her presence. This woman was Du Lingfei, a prominent figure among the outer disciples. Though not quite on par with Zhou Xinqi, she certainly commanded considerable attention. With her cultivation at the 5th level of qi condensation nearing perfection, Du Lingfei was anticipated to secure the top position in this competition without a hint of uncertainty. Qin Xiang, another senior disciple, should not be underestimated either. Having recently broken through in his cultivation a month prior, he was nearing the 5th level, though he had not yet reached its pinnacle. Amidst the hushed murmurs of the crowd, not far from Du Lingfei, stood a young man with an air of arrogance, Qin Xiang. who had been astounded by Xiaochun's bamboo wood at the task station. As he cast his gaze upon Du Lingfei, a glimmer of intrigue sparkled in his eyes. He mused that securing first place was now beyond his reach. However, the second position was rightfully his. Perhaps this opportunity could allow him to become better acquainted with Du Lingfei. As the onlookers awaited in anticipation, two streaks of light surged toward them from the distance, swiftly transforming into the figure of Li Chi-ho, accompanied by an elderly man. This elder, gaunt and slightly dark-skinned, possessed bright eyes and exuded an air of sternness. Upon Li Qingho's arrival, all external disciples were taken aback and promptly bowed in respect. "Greetings, master," they proclaimed, with Elder Sun among them. Many were astonished that the master had personally come today, as such minor competitions were typically overseen solely by Elder Sunday. Du Lingfei and Chen Xiang, too, were taken aback and respectfully greeted Li Chi-ho. With a gentle nod, Li Chi-ho scanned the gathered disciples. But a slight furrow formed on his brow when he noticed Bai Xiaochun's absence. The disciples felt a palpable tension. Even Du Lingfei grew anxious, uncertain of the reason behind the master's displeasure. "Master, shall we commence?" Elder Sun inquired slowly. Just as Li Chi-ho was about to respond, a figure appeared in the distance, resembling a small ball racing toward them, frantic in demeanor. "I got lost. The fog is too dense." Bai Xiaochun rushed forward, spotting Li Chi-ho and voicing his distress. Internally, he felt aggrieved. Unfamiliar with the mountaintop and disoriented by the thick fog, he had inadvertently strayed off course. Upon hearing his words, the surrounding external disciples turned to look, some recognizing Bai Xiaochun and unable to stifle their laughter. Those unfamiliar with him frowned, with a few even displaying disdain. To get lost on Shangyun Mountain suggested that the individual rarely ventured to the summit and was merely an ordinary disciple meandering through the peaks. Chen Xiang, upon seeing Bai Xiaochun in the crowd, froze momentarily, instinctively glancing at Li Chi-ho. He recalled the words Bai Xiaochun had uttered months earlier about Li Chi-ho being his uncle. Thus comprehending the source of Li Qingho's earlier frown, he contemplated that if he were to encounter Bai Xiaochun during the competition, he must refrain from being overly harsh. Li Qingho let out a cold snort, glaring fiercely at Bai Xiaochun before slightly nodding at Elder Sunday. The elder, contemplative, also regarded Bai Xiaochun, smiled, and waved his sleeve. "All right, those wishing to participate in the external disciples competition, step forward." Upon perceiving Li Qing's glare, Bai Xiaochun felt a sense of injustice, yet he could only stifle his indignation. At this moment, upon hearing Elder Sun's declaration, he was the first to dash forward, standing upon the stage with his chest puffed out, embodying a spirit of unwavering determination, ready to face any peril. Soon, a total of 20 outer sect disciples ascended the platform, Bai Xiaochun included. The informal competition of Shangyun Mountain was not bound by rigid regulations. As Elder Sun cast a sweeping glance over the assembly, he raised his right hand and retrieved a cloth bag containing several small spheres, each marked distinctly, allowing the outer sect disciples to step forward one by one to draw lots and determine their opponents. Bai Xiaochun did not step forward first. Instead, he lingered in the middle, retrieving a small ball inscribed with the number 11. "All right, everyone retreat. The first match is between 1 and 2. Elder Sun spoke, prompting Bai Xiaochun to hurriedly exit the martial stage alongside the others. Only the disciples who had drawn the first and second balls remained on the stage. After exchanging glances, both revealed a glint of sharpness in their eyes. Soon, they clashed fiercely, the sounds of their combat echoing around. As they fought, Bai Xiaochun glanced around, contemplating that with 20 participants, securing victories in just 2 matches would guarantee him a place in the top 5. Thus, he sought out those who had drawn the 12th ball, but each of them concealed themselves well, offering him no opportunity. Just as his spirits were dampened, the first match concluded, and the second commenced, featuring Du Lingfei. This woman swiftly executed a hand gesture, summoning a sail that enveloped the disciple she was battling in a thick mist. After struggling fruitlessly against the fog, the disciple conceded in admiration. The third and fourth matches passed quickly, while the fifth saw Chen Xiang make a clean and decisive victory over a disciple at the 4th level of Qi condensation. 11-ball, 12-ball battle. Elder Sun's voice resonated, and Bai Xiaochun inhaled deeply, his expression grave as he stepped forward onto the stage. There he perceived a tall, slender youth, wearing a cold smile as he approached. This young man possessed formidable cultivation, also at the 5th level of Qi condensation, with a piercing gaze that suggested he was not to be trifled with. "You're unfortunate to encounter me, junior brother. It would be wise to concede now, otherwise, You shall bear the consequences after our duel, the lean youth spoke coldly. At that moment, Bai Xiaochun let out a thunderous roar. His shout was powerful enough to astonish many around him, including the lean youth, who instinctively took a few steps back. When he looked at Bai Xiaochun again, he was momentarily taken aback. After his shout, Bai Xiaochun clutched a green jade pendant at his side, causing a thick green light to burst forth, enveloping the area. Still feeling uneasy, he retrieved a handful of talisman papers from his storage bag and pressed them onto himself. With each talisman, a flash of brilliance emanated, and soon, more than 10 layers of light intertwined around him, forming a protective barrier that appeared over 4 feet thick, a sight that was truly breathtaking from a distance. Come. Bai Xiaochun's voice emerged from within the luminous shield, his tone notably muffled. The lean youth was stunned, and not just him. The surrounding outer disciples, including the competitors, were all left speechless. Having witnessed numerous small competitions, this was the first time they had seen someone with such an extraordinary level of protection. Li Qingho's face twitched slightly, revealing his helplessness. Qin Ziong inhaled sharply, further convinced of the familial connection between Bai Xiaochun and Li Qingho. Du Lingfei scoffed, her eyes filled with disdain. On the martial stage, the lean youth, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, gritted his teeth and let out a low growl. With a hand gesture, he summoned a wooden sword that flew straight toward Bai Xiaochun. Chapter 31. A Humiliation. As Bai Xiaochun found himself enveloped in the protective light, a sense of reassurance washed over him. Clearing his throat, he settled into a cross-legged position. The onlookers exchanged glances, their eyes fixed on the shield surrounding Bai Xiaochun, momentarily at a loss for words. While they had encountered many skilled in defense, none had ever witnessed such formidable protection. Meanwhile, the young man's complexion flickered between shades of red and white. Clenching his teeth, he unleashed a furious roar and commanded his flying sword, causing the wooden blade's power to surge dramatically as it hurtled toward the protective barrier. Having engaged in countless battles over the years, he had never before encountered an adversary so akin to a tortoise shell. Nonetheless, his pride would not allow him to relent. He was determined to secure a place among the top 3. With bloodshot eyes, he bellowed at Bai Xiaochun, "Come out. If you have the ability, step inside." Undaunted, Bai Xiaochun responded with an even louder shout from within the safety of his luminous shield. The spectators wore expressions of bemusement as they regarded him, their reactions a mix of incredulity and amusement. Yet, the gaunt young man was incensed, veins bulging as he bit down hard, spewing a mouthful of blood that rapidly infused the wooden sword, transforming it into a crimson hue. Blood spirit technique. The crowd gasped in astonishment, realizing that this individual had truly been driven to madness. At that moment, the blood-red wooden sword surged forward with increased velocity, its power magnified twofold, enveloped in a crimson glow as it raced toward Bai Xiaochun. With a resounding crash, the wooden sword penetrated 3 inches into the barrier, emitting a continuous hum. Yet it could advance no further. The force exerted had caused fissures to mar the sword's surface. The gaunt young man's eyes glazed over as he coughed up another mouthful of blood, his internal energy depleted, and with his artifact destroyed, he fainted from the exertion. Li Qingho observed the scene with an increasingly grim expression, while elder son could only offer a wry smile. After checking on the young man and confirming he was unharmed, he instructed others to carry him away. Clearing his throat, he finally announced Bai Xiaochun's victory. Much obliged. As the radiance surrounding Bai Xiaochun dissipated, he stood tall and proud, embodying the essence of a champion. Upon hearing his words, the gaunt young man, just regaining consciousness, spat out another mouthful of blood and succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Bai Xiaochun coughed lightly, clasped his fists in greeting towards elder son, and with a flick of his sleeve, descended from the martial arts platform. Behind him, the outer disciples who had not participated in the contest wore expressions of mere curiosity. Yet those who had engaged in the competition regarded Bai Xiaochun with palpable disdain. This was particularly true for those who had previously emerged victorious. Witnessing the frail youth in such a state compelled them to regard him with caution. The contest proceeded apace, and soon, the remaining disciples concluded their duels. 20 participants had engaged, and in pairs, they battled until the top 10 were determined. Among these 10 were Du Lingfei and Chen Xiang. Bai Xiaochun lifted his chin, surveying his fellow competitors, and silently resolved that winning one more match would secure his place. He felt a surge of hope and immediately felt invigorated. Now, the selection for the top 5 commenced, and the 10 contestants were called forth to draw small-numbered balls. Elder Son's gaze swept over the 10, lingering momentarily on Bai Xiaochun before he spoke. This time, Bai Xiaochun was the first to rush forward. retrieving a small ball marked with the number 2 from Elder Sun's pocket. Upon seeing the number, he quickly glanced at the others. Soon, all had drawn their numbers. When Elder Sun announced the commencement of the first battle, only Bai Xiaochun and a burly man remained on the martial arts platform. Upon seeing that his opponent was Bai Xiaochun, the giant burst into laughter. While others may fear your defenses, I, Li, do not. My strength lies in protection. Let us see who can endure until the end. As the laughter rang out, the man raised his right hand to strike his storage pouch, promptly retrieving a small shield. With a surge of spiritual energy, the shield expanded dramatically, radiating a golden light that enveloped him. Before the spectacle concluded, the man let out a low growl, his muscles swelling instantaneously, causing him to grow several inches taller, appearing all the more formidable. It was indeed the body refinement technique. The shield bore a striking resemblance to the Dawn shield, obtainable only with a contribution of 9,000 points. As the crowd gasped in astonishment, Bai Xiaochun furrowed his brow. Even Elder Sun, witnessing this display, nodded slightly in appreciation and quietly remarked to his companion, Li Qingho, this man, Li Shan, is at the 5th level of qi condensation. And what is more remarkable is his innate strength. He has mastered the body refinement technique to a minor degree, enhancing not only his power but also his defenses. Li Qingho nodded slightly, his gaze shifting to Bai Xiaochun. As Bai Xiaochun observed the imposing figure of the burly man, he recognized the small shield in his possession as a treasured artifact he had once seen at the treasure pavilion but lacked the requisite contributions to obtain. A frown creased his brow. The onlookers around him displayed various expressions of intrigue, particularly the participating disciples, who mostly reveled in his misfortune. This fair-skinned junior brother was destined for calamity. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, the burly man sneered, his body swaying as he strode purposefully towards Bai Xiaochun. You have no choice now. Unlike the junior brother you encountered before, I do not require a weapon for my assault. My fists are the finest technique. His speed was remarkable, stirring the air into a gust as he approached. In that moment, a glimmer of resolve flashed in Bai Xiaochun's eyes. He raised his right hand and pointed forward, causing a small wooden sword to instantly soar from his storage pouch. It floated before him without hesitation, slicing towards the advancing brute. With a single stroke, the sword unleashed a wave of sword chi that expanded to cover several meters around, crashing down with a resounding boom. The burly man's expression shifted dramatically. It seemed as though his scalp might burst, his eyes narrowing as an overwhelming sense of peril engulfed him. Without a moment's delay, he retreated forcefully, bellowing as he waved his arms to summon the small shield beside him to block the impending strike. With a thunderous sound, the shield met the wooden sword. But upon contact, it quivered violently and was repelled, hurtling back towards the man. Alarmed, he realized that despite his speed, he could not outpace the flying sword. In the blink of an eye, the wooden sword was upon him, an icy gust enveloping him as if he were in a frozen cavern. I concede, he shouted without hesitation, his voice cracking under the strain. Bai Xiaochun blinked, astonished by the power of his own wooden sword. Until now, he had merely practiced alone, unaware of the formidable strength he possessed. Moreover, this was without employing the technique of effortless mastery. He glanced around, raised his chin, and placed his hands behind his back, regarding the burly man with a calm demeanor. The man, pale yet defiant, glared at Bai Xiaochun as he rose to his feet. You may have won through the power of your magical artifact, but I remain unconvinced. With that declaration, he turned and descended from the martial stage. Elder Sun cast a glance at Bai Xiaochun, equally astonished by the might of the wooden sword, but he said nothing further and announced Bai Xiaochun's victory. In the next round, just concede. As cultivators, are we not all striving for immortality? Engaging in violence is far too barbaric, not the path I, Bai Xiaochun, wish to tread. He felt a surge of satisfaction as he stepped down from the martial stage, having fulfilled Li Qingho's expectations and secured his place among the top 5. Li Qingho's gaze fell upon Bai Xiaochun. While others admired the impressive flying sword, he focused not on the weapon but on Bai Xiaochun's adeptness in wielding it. As Bai Xiaochun triumphed again, murmurs of admiration rippled through the crowd. This individual is wealthy. That wooden sword is truly remarkable. If only I possessed such a magical artifact, I too could emerge victorious. Yet, artifacts are ultimately external possessions. This person relies on talismans and magical tools, neglecting the essence of true skill, which will surely lead to future hardships. Such envious commentary lingered for only a short while, as the final battle approached. Du Lingfei faced a formidable opponent, one with considerable cultivation and combat prowess. For this bout, she set aside her banner and unsheathed her flying sword. as the two engaged in a fierce skirmish. The onlookers were left in awe, but suddenly, Du Lingfei's sword surged with unprecedented speed, appearing directly before her adversary. This velocity surpassed that of ordinary disciples, leaving the spectators in stunned silence before a wave of realization swept through them. She has attained effortless mastery. Du Lingfei had indeed comprehended such a profound realm. Effortless mastery. Elder Sun's eyes sparkled with surprise as he regarded Du Lingfei, and Li Qiho nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Qin Xiang was equally astonished, as were the other top contenders. The disciple battling Du Lingfei, unable to bear the pressure, could only smile wryly and concede, standing proudly on the martial stage. Du Lingfei surveyed her surroundings, bowing respectfully to Li Qiho and Elder Sun before descending. The crowd remained abuzz with excitement, while Bai Xiaochun blinked in bewilderment. Such speed qualifies as effortless mastery? He pondered in astonishment. Du Lingfei descended from the martial stage with an air of pride, a slight sheen of sweat glistening on her forehead. Having fought 2 consecutive battles, despite having achieved the pinnacle of the 5th level of qi condensation, she had still expended a notable amount of spiritual energy. The last encounter had been particularly taxing, as her opponent was formidable. She had ultimately resorted to employing her technique of effortless might, which significantly drained her energy, yet allowed her to secure a swift victory. Her aim was to claim first place, and she knew that the subsequent matches would present increasingly formidable adversaries. In this sex minor competition, the rules were not overly stringent, affording little time for rest. Thus, she promptly retrieved a medicinal pill and swallowed it, closing her eyes to maximize her recovery time. The top 5 had been determined, with Qin Xiang, alongside Bai Xiaochun and Du Lingfei, among them, as well as 2 other young disciples, both of whom were also at the 5th level of qi condensation. At this moment, the other 4 were diligently circulating their energy, striving to restore their spiritual reserves as swiftly as possible. In stark contrast, Bai Xiaochun exhibited no sign of exhaustion, nonchalantly standing on the opposite side of the martial stage, yawning in a manner that incited envy in the eliminated participants, who longed to deliver a good thrashing to him. Having secured his place in the top 5 and fulfilled Li Qingho's expectations, he remained utterly unconcerned about the forthcoming matches. Feeling a tad bored, Bai Xiaochun's gaze swept over the other 4, particularly lingering on Du Lingfei. He mused that if her speed was already effortless, his own was undoubtedly superior. Du Lingfei had never regarded Bai Xiaochun highly, and after witnessing his seemingly clever victories in the previous rounds, her disdain deepened. "Oh!" Daring to glare at me, Bai Xiaochun retorted, his eyes narrowing defiantly at Du Lingfei. This exchange of glances, as long as it did not escalate to bloodshed, had never intimidated him. Furrowing her brow, Du Lingfei noted the discontent of her admirers behind her, each shooting daggers at Bai Xiaochun with their glares. "Excellent. Your performances in this outer sect competition have been commendable. Now that the top 5 have been decided, let us proceed. You 5 may step forward to choose your matchups. Those who draw the balls numbered 5 will automatically advance to the top 3, Elder Sun announced with a slight smile, raising his hand to reveal a pouch. Qin Xiang was the first to step forward, frowning slightly as he drew his ball, revealing the number 4. Du Lingfei followed suit, extracting the number 2. The remaining 2 outer sect disciples also drew their balls, one revealing the number 1 and the other the number 3. There was no need for Bai Xiaochun to approach, as the last remaining number was 5, granting him a bye into the top 3. In Bai Xiaochun's eyes, a glimmer of surprise sparkled as he chuckled softly, crossing his arms and standing outside the martial arts arena, observing Du Lingfei and her companions without the slightest hint of pressure. He had not intended to continue competing, yet now, it seemed he would effortlessly secure a place among the top 3. Fortune, indeed, is a facet of strength. A feeling of satisfaction welled up within Bai Xiaochun. This stroke of luck rendered the onlookers' expressions towards him increasingly peculiar. Many outer sect disciples harbored feelings of resentment towards him, especially those who had been eliminated from the competition. Their hearts entwined with envy and jealousy. This fellow was utterly shameless. Entering the top 5 with the aid of magical artifacts was one thing, but to gain a free pass straight into the top 3 was an affront. His presence was the greatest humiliation of this minor competition. Chapter 32. Unparalleled luck. Not only were the sentiments of those around him complex, but even Du Lingfei felt a twinge of envy towards Bai Xiaochun's fortune. A sentiment echoed by Qin Xiang and the others. Each battle the 4 of them fought had taken its toll, and had one of them been granted the privilege of a breather, it would have undoubtedly conferred a substantial advantage in the subsequent fights. Elder Sun cast a glance at Bai Xiaochun, a subtle smile gracing his lips. while Li Qiho maintained an expression of indifference. Soon enough, under Bai Xiaochun's eager gaze, the battle commenced for Du Lingfei and her opponent. Her adversary struck with fierce intensity, clearly accustomed to executing perilous missions against ferocious beasts, having witnessed bloodshed. They approached Du Lingfei with both caution and speed, fully armored and quick as lightning. Ah, what a marvelous sword. Go for it. Bai Xiaochun was thoroughly engrossed, even clapping his hands in encouragement. He was not being ostentatious. He genuinely found Du Lingfei's performance impressive. As for his mindset, he had long ceased to regard himself as a competitor. His demeanor elicited a few coughs from Elder Sun, while Li Qiho remained expressionless, internally resigned. For Bai Xiaochun had indeed fulfilled his expectations. Engaged in a fierce confrontation, Du Lingfei could not afford to be distracted. After a struggle lasting roughly the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, she attempted the art of nonchalance thrice before emerging victorious. Yet, having expended a significant portion of her spiritual energy, she descended from the arena, drenched in fragrant sweat, ready to recuperate. However, upon hearing Bai Xiaochun's exclamation of astonishment, she recalled the arduous effort it took her to reach the top 3, while he had achieved the same result with seemingly effortless ease. Igniting a sense of grievance within her, a desire to deliver a sound thrashing to him, Bai Xiaochun blinked, having long noticed that Du Lingfei harbored a dislike for him. At this moment, he felt a sense of grievance deep within, gazing longingly at her. This expression nearly compelled Du Lingfei to act impulsively. In contrast, Chunxiang's battle had been relatively easier. Nevertheless, it still consumed a fair amount of spiritual energy and lasted for a considerable time before he emerged victorious. Bai Xiaochun, too, felt a myriad of emotions, ranging from jealousy to envy, simmering in his heart. The top 3 had emerged, and all 3 of you are prodigies from the outer sect. Step forward to select the next round's order. The small ball designated as number 3 would be considered a bye, automatically advancing to the final showdown. Elder Sun cleared his throat and remarked, "Prodigies," paused for a moment as he waved his right hand, causing another pocket to materialize. This time, Chunxiang was the first to approach, retrieving a small ball. Upon seeing the number 2 inscribed upon it, he let out a sigh and stepped aside. Du Lingfei took a deep breath, poised to advance, but suddenly halted her steps, casting a cold gaze toward Bai Xiaochun. "You go first," she declared in a frigid tone. Bai Xiaochun stood by, reveling in the spectacle, and upon hearing Du Lingfei's words, he did not refuse. He stepped forward and casually reached into his pocket. At that moment, Du Lingfei cast a cold glance at Bai Xiaochun, and it was not just her. All the onlooking disciples around turned their attention to him. Even Elder Sun and Li Qiho observed with interest. Under the scrutiny of so many eyes, Bai Xiaochun felt a twinge of shyness. He truly did not care how many tokens he drew. Thus, he nonchalantly picked a small ball, and upon inspection, he was momentarily taken aback. Number 3. "Well, you did ask me to go first," Bai Xiaochun coughed lightly, glancing at Du Lingfei beside him. In her eyes flashed a fierce glint as she clenched her fists. Glaring intently at Bai Xiaochun, her chest heaving violently, feeling as though a surge of energy within her was ready to explode. Chunxiang widened his eyes, momentarily stunned. He could hardly fathom the extent of one person's fortune, having drawn a bye once more. The surrounding disciples, upon catching sight of the small ball in Bai Xiaochun's hand, could no longer suppress their astonishment and erupted in an uproar. "Isn't he the one named Bai Xiaochun? What extraordinary luck he possesses to have drawn a bye twice," they exclaimed incredulously. "This shameless fellow has done nothing, yet he has advanced to the final round. Such a person can enter the finals. How infuriating. If only I had such luck." As the crowd buzzed with disbelief, the eliminated contestants felt an extreme surge of jealousy. Elder Sun hesitated momentarily before glancing at Li Qiho, who sighed deeply, acknowledging Bai Xiaochun's remarkable fortune. Bai Xiaochun sensed an unusual atmosphere surrounding him, forcing an awkward smile before hastily escaping the martial arts arena. Standing at the entrance, he wore an expression of undeniable embarrassment. "Alas, I had intended to concede." He glanced at the small ball in his hand, finding it hard to believe. Du Lingfei took a deep breath, struggling to suppress the myriad of emotions swirling within her. With a determined bite of her silver teeth, she focused intently on Chunxiang, whom she had previously observed and recognized as a formidable adversary. Chunxiang, with a wry smile, inhaled deeply and regarded Du Lingfei earnestly. Meanwhile, Du Lingfei skillfully wielded her flying swords with apparent ease, even pulling out a wooden sword after an extended battle. The two flying swords whirled in a deadly dance, elevating the duel to its zenith. Neither could afford to hold back their trump cards, nor could they manage the expenditure of their spiritual energy, intensifying the conflict with each passing moment. Bai Xiaochun watched from the sidelines, his heart racing as cheers erupted around him. The battle unfolded for nearly half an hour, culminating in a thunderous roar as Du Lingfei, unwilling to spare her wooden sword, shattered it into countless splinters. With an effortless grace, she sealed off all of Qin Xiang's escape routes, delivering a lethal blow that forced him to retreat repeatedly, his internal energy depleted. With a deep sigh, he chose to concede. The outer disciples, witnessing the intense clash, displayed expressions of admiration, having come to respect Du Lingfei. Even Qin Xiang, despite his defeat, found his reputation elevated through this encounter. Elder Sun was notably pleased, particularly with Du Lingfei, even contemplating the possibility of taking her as a disciple. Regardless of the outcome of this minor competition, Bai Xiaochun's name would undoubtedly resonate far and wide. However, the rules of the competition allowed little time for respite, as this was merely a minor contest. Bai Xiaochun, step forward, Du Lingfei exclaimed, her determination evident as a fierce glint appeared in her eyes. She aimed to capitalize on the moment while her energy had not yet completely waned, intending to swiftly deal with the seemingly lucky Bai Xiaochun, who had fortuitously reached the finals alongside her. As Du Lingfei's words rang out, all eyes turned to Bai Xiaochun. Their gazes filled with a sense of schadenfreude. They believed that even in her exhausted state, Du Lingfei would easily dispatch this opportunistic contender who had stumbled into the final round. Bai Xiaochun blinked, observing Du Lingfei, who appeared somewhat unsteady on her feet. Suddenly, he felt an exhilarating notion that perhaps he could indeed secure first place. This time, Bai Xiaochun would finally achieve renown upon ascending the stage. He envisioned displaying his prowess effortlessly, intending to astonish everyone around him. With his head held high and chest out, vivid images of the astonished crowd filled his mind, prompting him to stride confidently towards the martial platform. However, at that very moment, as Bai Xiaochun stepped onto the stage, Du Lingfei's eyes glinted coldly. With a swift gesture of her right hand, she cast a spell, causing the wooden sword beside her to launch fiercely towards Bai Xiaochun. The intent was palpable, enveloping the surroundings in a sudden chill, indicating that this was Du Lingfei's ultimate strike, fueled by her dwindling spiritual energy. This single sword thrust was therefore imbued with extraordinary power. Even more astonishing was Du Lingfei's abrupt dash forward as she pursued the flying sword. Pressing her finger against its hilt, her body seemed to merge with the sword, becoming one entity, hurtling towards Bai Xiaochun. With a thunderous roar, the sword's speed surged, surpassing even that of her earlier duel with Qin Xiang, generating a piercing whistle that threatened to shatter the air, transforming into a radiant arc that swiftly approached Bai Xiaochun. The onlookers were collectively jolted from their reverie, captivated by the spectacle, gasping in awe. A sword soaring to immortality. Senior Sister Du has actually mastered this sword technique. Elder Sun's eyes gleamed with excitement, and Li Qingho nodded slightly in agreement. Both discerned that Du Lingfei had not truly perfected this technique. Instead, in her moment of exhaustion, she had forcibly unleashed it, barely managing to exhibit its formidable power through sheer will. In this all-or-nothing endeavor, she grasped the essence of the technique. Indeed, Du Lingfei seemed more suited for Qifeng Mountain. Li Qingho's gaze held a glimmer of admiration. At that moment, all the outer sect disciples were enraptured, their senses overwhelmed as the surroundings blurred, leaving only the vivid image of Du Lingfei fused with her sword, strikingly clear. The sword held, and as the wielder moved in unison, it transformed into a formidable attack. Though Du Lingfei's expression bore the signs of fatigue, her eyes sparkled with determination, brimming with confidence that this strike would assuredly prevail. Just then, as the flying sword and Du Lingfei neared Bai Xiaochun, he narrowed his eyes. With a resounding pulse, his jade pendant and talismans erupted in a protective barrier, causing his body to retreat swiftly. Yet, this sword was no ordinary weapon. It pierced through the layers of protection, slicing through with diminished speed but still penetrating resolutely. The tip of the sword ultimately made contact with Bai Xiaochun's body, seemingly losing its momentum, as if caught in a stasis. As he continued to retreat, the sword quivered in unison with his movements, revealing, through the tattered fabric of his outer garment, layers of protective leather beneath. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were left utterly speechless, each inhaling sharply in disbelief. This Bai Xiaochun, he actually possesses protection. How fearful must this fellow be of death? After all, it is merely a minor competition among sections. Not only is he equipped with protective artifacts and talismans, but he is also clad in leather armor. A profound sense of grievance welled up within her. After all her hard work, she had finally reached the top 2. Yet Bai Xiaochun effortlessly breezed through, hardly expending any spiritual energy at all. The indignation in her heart transformed into fury as she glared at Bai Xiaochun. If looks could kill, he would have been slain by her countless times. If she still possessed the strength, she might have even lunged at him to take a hearty bite. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath and retreated at an astonishing speed. Astonished that Du Lingfei possessed such a skill. Moreover, he found it hard to believe that his defenses had been breached. Damn it. It was fortunate that he had been prudent enough to wear several layers of leather garments when he set out. Bai Xiaochun glanced down at the flying sword embedded in his shoulder. After piercing through his defenses, its force had diminished considerably, and the resilient layers of leather had absorbed most of the impact. By the time it made contact with his skin, the force was negligible. With his invulnerable skin, he felt not even the slightest sting, akin to that of a mosquito bite. Bai Xiaochun, still haunted by the recent events, cast a glance at the flying sword embedded in his shoulder. With a swift motion, he yanked the sword free and directed his gaze at Du Lingfei, who sat panting and fixated on him. Senior sister, it's improper to discard precious artifacts. If you no longer desire this sword, I shall gladly take it. With a sense of delight, Bai Xiaochun stowed the sword into his storage pouch and retrieved a small wooden sword, preparing to showcase his effortless prowess to astonish everyone present. Du Lingfei, witnessing her flying sword being claimed by Bai Xiaochun, felt her eyes redden with fury, and in a fit of rage, she fainted from sheer indignation. This marked the second individual in this competition to be rendered unconscious by Bai Xiaochun's antics. Ah, yet another one has fainted, Bai Xiaochun remarked, somewhat helplessly, as he observed Du Lingfei's collapsed form while holding the small wooden sword. The surrounding outer disciples, along with the eliminated contestants, united in their disdain, unleashing a chorus of shouts directed at Bai Xiaochun. Shameless. Bai Xiaochun, you are utterly shameless. Such a victory is unacceptable, they cried in unison. As the fervor of the crowd escalated, Bai Xiaochun felt a surge of anxiety. He realized that even his display of nonchalance would likely do little to quell their wrath, and could very well exacerbate their disdain, rendering him even more contemptible in their eyes. Thus, he swiftly turned to Elder Sunday. Elder Sun, I am the first. Please make the announcement. Elder Sun could only manage a wry smile, while Li Qing, standing nearby, sighed deeply. He had never anticipated that Bai Xiaochun's participation in this competition would yield such a tumultuous outcome. Well, so be it. In this competition, Bai Xiaochun is first, Elder Sun declared, shaking his head with a bitter smile. As his words echoed, the crowd glared at Bai Xiaochun with palpable fury. Bai Xiaochun, despite his formidable prowess, felt an unsettling sensation as he was scrutinized by the multitude around him, just as he contemplated descending the martial arts stage to escape this perilous situation. Du Lingfei was revived by someone nearby. Gasping for breath, she fixed her gaze upon Bai Xiaochun, her teeth clenched in determination as she exclaimed with fervor, Bai Xiaochun. In this contest, I, Du Lingfei, refuse to concede. You may have claimed the title of first, and I shall acknowledge that victory, however. I do not yield to you personally. Do you dare to compete with me once more? Bai Xiaochun chuckled softly, his pace unwavering, contemplating the folly of engaging once more with this madwoman. What if she were to faint again? I shall not compete with you in the art of spells. After all, we are both outer disciples and herbalists of Shangyun Mountain. Instead, let us contend in our understanding of botany. Du Lingfei fixed her gaze upon Bai Xiaochun, articulating each word with resolute determination. Should you emerge victorious, you may take the Qing Song sword. However, if you do not, rest assured that this matter will not conclude here, and I, Du Lingfei, shall not let it rest. Bai Xiaochun paused, having heard the profound mastery of botany, and turned to gaze at Du Lingfei, hesitating momentarily. Bai Xiaochun, should you manage to surpass me in the art of botany, you may also claim this Lingyun incense. Upon observing Bai Xiaochun's hesitation, Du Lingfei's eyes flickered with malice, a fierce urge to torment him bubbling within her. Fearing that he might shy away from the challenge, she promptly retrieved a violet-hued incense from her storage pouch. As soon as the incense was unveiled, a wave of spiritual energy radiated outward, drawing the envious gazes of the outer sect disciples nearby. The first-tier spiritual herb, Lingyun incense. It is indeed a remarkable specimen among first-tier herbs, holding considerable value and proving to be exceptionally effective for those below the 7th layer of qi condensation. This must have cost Du Lingfei a significant price, as it was prepared for her breakthrough to the 5th layer of qi condensation. Senior Sister Du ranks among the top 20 on the 3 stone tablets at the Wanyao Pavilion, and it is evident that Bai Xiaochun is destined to lose. Bai Xiaochun immediately recognized the Lingyun fragrance, having previously encountered its effects in the third chapter on herbs. His heart stirred, particularly upon hearing the bystanders mention that the other party ranked among the top 20 on the stone tablet of Wanyao Pavilion. His eyes brightened with curiosity. "Are you truly among the top 20 on the herb stone tablet?" Bai Xiaochun inquired, taking a few steps back to confirm. "Do you dare to compare?" Du Lingfei retorted through gritted teeth. "But I have only studied the first 3 chapters of herbs." Bai Xiaochun hesitated. "Let us compare those 3 chapters. Do you have the courage?" Du Lingfei felt as though she might explode in frustration and shouted. Upon hearing Bai Xiaochun's words, the crowd erupted in excitement. Du Lingfei took a deep breath. Although her spiritual energy had not significantly recovered, she felt her physical strength returning somewhat. After casting a fierce glance at Bai Xiaochun, she stepped forward and bowed respectfully to Elder Sunday. "I, disciple Du Lingfei, request the elder to witness this contest of herbs against Bai Xiaochun." Elder Sun regarded Du Lingfei with increasing approval and, stroking his beard, smiled as he replied, "Very well, I shall bear witness today. Since this is a contest of herbal mastery, perhaps the esteemed seat could pose the questions?" He turned his gaze toward Li Qingho. Li Qingho, upon hearing this, regarded Bai Xiaochun intently before nodding in agreement. Instantly, the surrounding disciples were invigorated, and even Du Lingfei felt a surge of excitement as she bowed once more to Li Qingho. Bai Xiaochun relished this kind of competition, one that required no violence yet allowed for display of skill. Standing tall, he no longer wore a mournful expression but instead raised his chin proudly, inciting the disdain of those around him, including a cold snort from Du Lingfei. "The path of herbs is ever-changing. Although we will only consider the first 3 chapters, there remains much variability. Today, I will pose 2 questions to see who will emerge victorious," Li Qingho stated calmly, his gaze sweeping over Bai Xiaochun and Du Lingfei. With a flick of his right hand against his storage bag, he produced 2 seeds. "I hold in my hand 2 flower seeds, utilizing spiritual energy to catalyze them. The one who produces the most spiritual flowers shall be deemed the victor of the first round," Li Qingho announced, tossing the 2 seeds toward Bai Xiaochun and Du Lingfei. Du Lingfei caught her seed but hesitated momentarily. Li Qingho then flicked a pill toward her, which she caught, momentarily stunned. "This pill will instantly restore your cultivation," Li Qingho's calm voice conveyed. Du Lingfei was instantly elated. After expressing her gratitude, she hastily consumed the pill. In just a few breaths, her body trembled, her eyes sparkling with vitality as her cultivation was wholly restored in that instant. As Bai Xiaochun observed the scene before him, a sense of indignation stirred within. Yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Glancing at the seed of spiritual essence in his palm, he chose not to catalyze it immediately, instead scrutinizing it closely. "If you cannot discern it, allow me to divulge that this is the seed of the blue spirit flower." Du Lingfei cast a disdainful glance at Bai Xiaochun, disregarding him entirely. With her eyes closed, she activated the spiritual energy within her, channeling it into the seed, which began to absorb the essence steadily. Soon, the seed in her palm sprouted vibrant green shoots, rapidly growing to a height of 1 foot, blooming into a blue spirit flower, after which the plant continued to flourish. Li Qingho had been observing Bai Xiaochun intently. Upon witnessing this spectacle, a flicker of barely perceptible astonishment appeared in his gaze. During Bai Xiaochun's moment of contemplation, the outer sect disciples around them watched Du Lingfei intently, noting how her spiritual plant reached a height of 2 feet and produced a second flower. As the plant in Du Lingfei's hand blossomed with a 3rd flower, Bai Xiaochun's internal energy surged, rushing toward the seed not in a steady flow, but in intermittent bursts. After the seed had sprouted, he exhaled forcefully, scattering several of its leaves. Time passed, and after the burning of a stick of incense, Du Lingfei's complexion paled slightly. However, with a determined grit, she managed to produce 6 blue flowers from her spiritual plant before finally exhaling in relief and setting the plant aside, bowing respectfully to Li Qingho. 6 flowers of the spirit flower could indeed be considered a fine achievement, to which Li Qingho nodded in approval. Feeling satisfied, Du Lingfei turned her gaze toward Bai Xiaochun, only to find that his spiritual plant had yet to reach a height of 1 foot, her contempt deepening. The surrounding outer sect disciples were now visibly excited. Truly, Senior Sister Du was remarkable. The blooming of 6 blue flowers was extraordinary, while Bai Xiaochun had yet to produce even 1 flower, rendering him seemingly inept. In this trial of catalysis, the first step was to identify the type of seed, followed by catalyzing according to the growth patterns of different seeds. Senior Sister Du had evidently mastered this art. As the crowd murmured, Bai Xiaochun's spiritual plant gradually reached a height of 1 foot, and then a somewhat withered blue flower blossomed forth, appearing malnourished compared to Du Lingfei's vibrant blooms. Just as the crowd prepared to mock him, unexpectedly, despite the height of only 1 foot, a second blue flower unfurled, followed swiftly by a third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh, in the span of mere breaths. Bai Xiaochun's plant astonishingly produced a total of 9 flowers. This scene left the onlookers in complete astonishment, their disbelief palpable. How could a blue spirit flower, which should yield 1 flower per foot, possibly bear 9? Du Lingfei was momentarily taken aback, finding the occurrence utterly inconceivable. Yet, the spectacle was not over. As the 9 blue flowers appeared, Bai Xiaochun's eyes sparkled, and he took a deep breath before exhaling forcefully. This breath, imbued with spiritual essence, landed upon the 9 small flowers, causing them to tremble in unison. To everyone's amazement, their colors visibly transformed to a vibrant green. The azure emerges from the indigo, surpassing it. This is not the blue spirit flower. Among the crowd, someone suddenly recognized it, eyes widened in astonishment. The green spirit flower, a variant that is nearly indistinguishable from the blue spirit flower during the seed stage, yet its catalysis method is entirely different. If one were to catalyze it as one with the blue spirit flower, the result would indeed be the blue spirit flower, thus wasting the precious seeds. The crowd was left in utter disbelief, gazing incredulously at Bai Xiaochun. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun opened his eyes, placing the Qi Ling flower beside him, and smiled softly as he looked at Du Lingfei with his hands clasped behind his back. His mastery of botany had reached an ineffable level. Upon closer inspection, he could instantly discern the differences, a feat that was remarkably simple for him. Du Lingfei's expression shifted, feeling as though she had been slapped across the face. She took several steps back, glancing at her own Lanling flower before turning her gaze toward Bai Xiaochun's Qingling flower. A flush of embarrassment surged to her cheeks as she realized that she had just arrogantly pointed out his supposed mistake, only to be confronted with the truth that she had squandered her flower seeds. Bai Xiaochun must simply be fortunate. I was examining the Lanling, while he was focused on the Qingling. That must be the reason. It cannot be that he truly identified it. Du Lingfei silently seeded. In the first round, Bai Xiaochun emerged victorious. The flower seed was indeed not a Lanling, but a Qingling. While they appeared similar, the patterns bore slight differences that were difficult to notice without meticulous observation, leading to easy confusion. Li Qingho spoke with a calm demeanor, casting a glance at Bai Xiaochun as he raised his right hand and conjured a spirit grass. This spirit grass was peculiar, exhibiting 4 distinct colors with 9 uniquely shaped leaves, blooming 2 flowers, 1 black and 1 white. They seemed to possess sentience, continuously swaying and colliding as if striving to overpower one another. Though they appeared as a singular entity, a closer examination revealed traces of grafting. The first round tested catalysis. Thus, the second round would focus on identification. This spirit plant before you is a graft of multiple spirit grasses. The one who correctly states the maximum number of varieties shall triumph, Li Qingho declared, levitating the spirit grass before him while directing his gaze toward Bai Xiaochun. Eager to see if the student he had brought into the sect would continue to astonish him, Du Lingfei clenched her silver teeth, realizing her earlier oversight. Now, she approached the spirit grass with unprecedented seriousness, retrieving a jade slip as she moved closer. Bai Xiaochun's eyes glimmered with interest as he approached, and the two of them examined the spirit herbs meticulously for an extended period, occasionally jotting down notes on the jade slips. After a moment, Du Lingfei rubbed her temples, stepped back a few paces, and cast an uncertain glance at Bai Xiaochun. She discerned 8 types, yet despite her efforts, she could not identify any more. In stark contrast, Bai Xiaochun remained deeply engrossed, his eyes gradually alight with excitement, even emitting a soft buzzing sound as he circled the spirit herbs several times, occasionally gasping in astonishment as if uncovering a delightful secret. Is it possible to do it this way? This is intriguing. The surrounding crowd fell silent, their attention fixed on Bai Xiaochun. They were skeptical that he had recognized the herbs through skill. Most believed it was merely luck that led him to mistakenly treat them as Qingling flowers for catalysis. Keep pretending. Du Lingfei harbored discontent, her disdain for Bai Xiaochun growing with each passing moment. As time passed, after the burning of an incense stick, Bai Xiaochun remained absorbed in his exploration. He was utterly lost in the task, forgetting that he was still in the midst of a competition. The grafted spirit herbs seemed to unlock a new realm of understanding regarding botany within his mind, causing the myriad herbs he had mastered to coalesce rather than exist as separate entities. After a long while, Bai Xiaochun reluctantly withdrew, his gaze filled with infatuation and admiration as he regarded the spirit herbs. Li Chiho exchanged glances with Elder Sun, and then Li Chiho spoke up. All right. Now you two shall reveal the spirit herbs you have identified. Du Lingfei, you may go first. Gritting her teeth, Du Lingfei retrieved her jade slip and spoke first. I have discerned 8 types: water sky pattern, cold stem, earth dragon fruit, morning mist grass, and lastly, yellow earth essence. Upon concluding, Du Lingfei turned her gaze toward Bai Xiaochun, doubtful that he could surpass her. It is crucial to recognize that while 8 may seem few, identifying them on nearly perfect grafted herbs is exceedingly challenging. To recognize 8 is already quite commendable. Humph, if Bai Xiaochun shamelessly claims to have identified 8 as well, then the jade slip will serve as proof. Du Lingfei thought to herself with a sneer. Bai Xiaochun cleared his throat, and as the crowd's gaze fell upon him, he elegantly flicked his sleeve to produce the jade slip in which he had recorded the spiritual herbs. Without delving into the 8 varieties mentioned by Senior Sister Du, he revealed that he had identified 67 types of medicinal plants. Regrettably, he was unfamiliar with 31 of them, leaving only 36 that he could recognize. Before he could finish his statement, the surrounding disciples erupted in astonished exclamations. 67? How could this be possible? To discern 7 or 8 types was already a remarkable feat. How could one claim to identify dozens? Du Lingfei fixed a cold smile upon Bai Xiaochun, unconvinced by his assertion, convinced that he was merely guessing. Why not claim there are 30,000 types? If that were the case, you could simply recite the first 3 chapters on herbs and surely guess many correctly, she mocked. As the chatter of the onlookers intensified, Bai Xiaochun furrowed his brow, feeling the weight of their disbelief. Have you all finished? His expression grew increasingly frosty. Genuine anger simmered beneath the surface. If it were a matter of combat, he might have remained unaffected, but as one who aspired to be a great pharmacist, the skepticism towards his botanical knowledge felt like an affront. You may doubt my fortune or question the abundance of my treasures, but do not allow your shallow understanding to cloud the vastness of this world in the realm of flora. His voice rang out, and with a serious demeanor, his slight figure unexpectedly conveyed an aura akin to a towering peak. The coldness in his expression caused the surrounding disciples to momentarily halt their laughter. Even Du Lingfei was momentarily taken aback. The Bai Xiaochun before them seemed transformed, as though he were an entirely different person. This spiritual plant, let us refer to it as the black and white flower, contains golden silver roots, heavenly yellow leaves, water luo grass, 9 earth fruits, spiral meat, edge cloud flowers, wind-seeking stems, and yang-containing fruits. Bai Xiaochun snorted softly, dismissing the previous demeanor that had been both endearing and exasperating. With his hands clasped behind his back, he cast a cold gaze upon the crowd, an indescribable aura of authority gradually emanating from him. As his words resonated, the aura surrounding him intensified, leaving those present in a state of astonishment. Among them, Du Lingfei furrowed her brow, scrutinizing the spiritual flora. She recognized all the herbs mentioned by Bai Xiaochun, as they were meticulously documented in the earlier sections of the treatise on botany. Yet, she found herself unable to discern anything from this particular plant. It appears you genuinely intend to recite the entire treatise. And it seems you have indeed gathered more knowledge than I. If you can memorize every word without exception, then I shall concede this contest. Du Lingfei scoffed, still skeptical of Bai Xiaochun's ability to identify the flora genuinely. Indeed, if you possess such talent, recite the treatise in its entirety, and victory shall be yours. To feign profundity, to boast of shallow insights and an understanding of the cosmos, how laughable. If you cannot recognize it, simply admit defeat instead of pretending to possess esoteric knowledge, which only invites contempt. The crowd surrounding them exchanged cold laughter and derision. The 100 herb root, after 30 years, transforms into myriad herbs. By extracting its meridians and infusing them with spiritual water, it can be grafted onto the Tian Wang leaf, resulting in these distinctive spots. Bai Xiaochun pointed with his right hand, a gust of energy revealing a minute speck beneath a leaf of the spiritual flora. The Tian Wang leaf, when 9 leaves coalesce into one, devours the Bai Zhua flower to flourish. It is present here. The Bai Zhua flower, blooming only after a century, opens for but a fleeting moment, and within 100 breaths, it can be grafted onto the 4-leaf ginseng to nourish the Tian Wang leaf. This multitude of white flowers is indeed Bai Zhua. The 4-leaf ginseng, when warmed with spiritual fire, wilts its leaves, allowing its essence to merge with the ginseng body, thus promoting the development of the Ping Beizi, achieving a harmonious union. Bai Xiaochun spoke with a calm demeanor, each word accompanied by a sweep of his hand that unveiled the grafting marks on the spiritual flora articulating even the methods involved. Initially, the onlookers wore expressions of mockery, but as he continued, their derision faded, replaced by astonishment and rapid breaths. Eventually, disbelief etched itself onto the faces of every outer sect disciple present. A few among them were left utterly speechless, their eyes wide with shock. This is impossible. Heaven, how can this be? What Bai Xiaochun stated was utterly accurate. He was indeed a person who had struck every outer sect disciple present. His profound mastery of botany had astonishingly reached such remarkable heights. The outer sect disciples' minds were already in turmoil. The ridicule they had previously expressed now morphed into a stinging embarrassment on their faces. What left them even more astounded was Bai Xiaochun's method of exposition, clearly a reverse deduction, deriving the grafting technique directly from a well-grafted spiritual plant. Such reverse deduction necessitated an incomprehensible level of knowledge in botany. This was reverse deduction. His understanding of botany had attained such an extraordinary level. As a mere herbal apprentice, to deduce the spiritual plants cultivated by the master, even Elder Sun's eyes widened in disbelief. Li Qingho's eyes sparkled with intense light. At that moment, Bai Xiaochun rendered him incredulous. Du Lingfei's complexion turned pale, and she staggered backward. With her own botanical expertise, upon hearing Bai Xiaochun's words, she immediately comprehended, even experiencing a sense of disorientation multiple times, a sensation that left her utterly mortified. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun made no use of any spells. Rather, through his spoken words and his profound understanding of botany, each phrase resonated like a magical artifact, leaving Du Lingfei unable to withstand it, her mind roaring as if struck by thunder, retreating repeatedly, her pallor deepening. Fire half-summer, 9 flames heaven. This spiritual pearl endures the scorching sun and merges with the half-summer fruit, producing the black-headed flower. This is the last spiritual herb I can identify. After a fragrant incense had burned, Bai Xiaochun concluded his final statement, his gaze sharp as a lightning bolt, sweeping across the crowd before settling on Du Lingfei. Sister Du, esteemed colleagues, the path of botany is vast and profound, devoid of absolutes. Otherwise, your understanding of botany would be limited to this. Since you have requested me to recite the first 3 volumes of botany in their entirety, what difficulty does this pose? Bai Xiaochun lifted his chin, flicked his sleeve, and began reciting with remarkable fluency. Spirit winter bamboo, earth dragon fruit. Gradually, the surrounding individuals, despite their embarrassment, could not suppress their gasps. And some immediately produced jade slips for comparison. As they compared, their bodies began to tremble, their astonishment intensifying. Du Lingfei's complexion grew increasingly pale, and she retreated once more, gazing at Bai Xiaochun as if she had encountered a specter. Her earlier mockery had been spoken in jest. In truth, she had never witnessed anyone capable of reciting all 30,000 varieties of herbs in such a manner. Such an occurrence seemed inconceivable to her. If someone truly achieved this, their mastery of botany would be nothing short of extraordinary. As time passed, Bai Xiaochun recited swiftly, astonishingly maintaining his recitation for an entire hour. For those present, this hour was incomprehensible. Nearly everyone had taken out their jade slips for comparison. An hour later, as Bai Xiaochun completed his recitation of the final herb, the crowd fell into a profound silence before erupting into an astonishing uproar that reverberated throughout the vicinity, even reaching the ears of several outer disciples outside the square. Good heavens, every single one, absolutely correct. This is simply incredible. A staggering 30,000 herbs. Bai Xiaochun's mastery of botany has reached such an astonishing level. One must wonder what his ranking is on the stone tablet of botanical prowess. Comparing Du Lingfei's skills in botany to Bai Xiaochun's is akin to striking a stone with an egg. Amidst the cacophony surrounding them, Du Lingfei gazed at Bai Xiaochun, a wave of bitterness swelling within her heart. Even during their previous confrontations, she had never felt such a profound sense of defeat, but in this instance, she was utterly overwhelmed by his botanical expertise. She could hardly fathom that this fortunate individual, blessed with numerous magical artifacts, had achieved a level of botanical mastery that was beyond her comprehension. This blow to her pride elicited a bitter smile, and without a word, she tossed aside her Lingyun incense, turning swiftly to depart, feeling utterly humiliated by lingering even a moment longer. As Du Lingfei left, the surrounding outer disciples also felt a sense of awkwardness, many hastily clasping their fists in salute to Bai Xiaochun before making their exit. One could only imagine the lasting impact of their shock. Disciples will take their leave, Bai Xiaochun said, promptly retreating and vanishing from sight. In the training arena, Elder son regarded by Xiaochun's retreating figure, his eyes still reflecting astonishment. This young man is extraordinary, Elder son remarked softly. Li Qing laughed heartily, his laughter brimming with joy as he swept his sleeve and strode towards the mountain summit. P.S. On May 15th, a rain of red envelopes will commence, starting at noon. Every hour will see a round of grabs. A wave of 515 red envelopes awaits your fortune. Go seize them. The coins you collect will aid in subscribing to my chapters. Chapter 35. Reunion with Su Baokai. Latest update. Tomorrow marks the 515th anniversary celebration. The day of the most abundant benefits. In addition to gift bags, the 515 red envelope frenzy is a must-see. Who would miss the chance to snatch red envelopes? Set your alarms. Half a month later, during the Sect S minor competition, news of Bai Xiaochun's overwhelming victory over Du Lingfei had spread among the disciples, causing quite a stir within the sect. Consequently, every time Bai Xiaochun ventured outside, he was greeted with smiles and salutes from the outer disciples, leading him to feel somewhat of a celebrity, which he relished. He took pleasure in engaging with the outer disciples, eagerly awaiting their inquiries about his identity, at which point he would suppress his pride and reveal his name. This leisurely life brought Bai Xiaochun immense joy. The medicinal pill given to him by Du Lingfei was consumed after 3 successful refinements, allowing him to smoothly break through to the pinnacle of the 5th layer of qi condensation, advancing to the 6th layer. The technique of lifting heavy weights with ease was becoming increasingly refined under Bai Xiaochun's practice, and he had even begun to explore the 2nd realm of the purple qi controlling cauldron technique, lifting light as if it were heavy. It may seem effortless at first glance, yet in reality, Bai Xiaochun struggled for quite some time before making any progress. On this particular day, he sat cross-legged in the courtyard, practicing the art of lifting light as if it were heavy. His demeanor shifted slightly as he sheathed his wooden sword and lifted his gaze toward the courtyard entrance. Moments later, a knock echoed through the air. Is senior brother Bai present? A somewhat familiar voice called from outside the door, catching Bai Xiaochun off guard. Visitors seldom graced his courtyard, and he raised his right hand, pointing towards the door. With a creak, the entrance swung open to reveal a gaunt young man standing outside, clad in the garments of an outer sect disciple. The youth's expression turned solemn as he bowed deeply upon the door's opening. Su Baokai, paying my respects to senior brother Bai. Is it you? Bai Xiaochun was taken aback. The person before him was none other than Su Baokai, with whom he had once clashed back in the kitchen. Su Baokai had now reached the 3rd layer of qi refinement and had become an outer sect disciple. So, having become an outer sect disciple, do you still harbor grievances and wish to challenge me again? Bai Xiaochun surveyed the young man's cultivation level and, feeling reassured, adopted a serious demeanor. Su Baokai quickly shook his head, a wry smile gracing his face as he bowed once more to Bai Xiaochun. In the past, I was foolish. Please do not mock me, senior brother. I have come to seek your forgiveness and to resolve the matters of your. Su Baokai's expression reflected sincerity. He genuinely wished to reconcile, for he had now also become an outer sect disciple and regarded past events with less weight. Most importantly, Bai Xiaochun had gained a certain reputation on Shangyun Mountain, and Su Baokai, having chosen the same path, was eager to avoid unnecessary complications stemming from their previous encounters. Prompting his visit today, Bai Xiaochun blinked, reminiscing about the past, and inevitably recalled the kitchen. At this moment, Su Baokai could also be considered an old acquaintance. Thus, he rose to invite Su Baokai into the courtyard, and the two sat together, sharing their reflections. Speaking of which, I initially couldn't comprehend why you wrote so many blood-soaked characters. Although I later understood, I still found myself curious. Did you truly not feel any pain while inscribing those words in blood? Bai Xiaochun posed the question, unable to shake off the memory of the bloodthirsty declaration made by his counterpart. Senior brother Bai, you must be cautious of those in the supervisory office. I have heard that Chen Fei and others, whom you once pushed up the mountain, still harbor resentment towards you. Chen Fei? Bai Xiaochun immediately grew wary, the image of the burly man from the supervisory office flashing in his mind. What level of cultivation does he possess now? Bai Xiaochun asked gravely. It is said that he has already attained the 4th level of qi condensation, reaching great perfection, Su Baokai quickly replied, sharing this information with Bai Xiaochun to clarify his own innocence and to dissipate any lingering animosity. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaochun, who had just achieved the 4th level of qi condensation, immediately felt a sense of relief and adopted an air of nonchalance. Su Baokai did not delve further, but instead engaged Bai Xiaochun in conversation about the sect. Gradually, Bai Xiaochun realized that Su Baokai was surprisingly well informed. as if he were intimately acquainted with every significant and trivial matter concerning the Lingxi sect's southern shore. He even spoke with enthusiasm about some clandestine affairs, particularly the juicy gossip among the disciples, recounting tales as vividly as if he had witnessed them firsthand. "Brother Bai," he began, "when it comes to our Lingxi sect, there are 5 renowned beauties. Each of these 5 is a paragon of exquisite beauty, and for us cultivators, to win the favor of even one would render our lives devoid of regret." Bai Xiaochun listened with great interest, urging Su Baokai to elaborate further. Noticing Bai Xiaochun's enthusiasm, Su Baokai, who was indeed fond of gathering news, animatedly began to speak. Among the 5 renowned beauties, when it comes to appearance, they were all equally stunning. Yet their statuses varied. The foremost among them was Su Meixiang, the esteemed Master Su from Ziding Mountain, a true embodiment of beauty and grace. Moreover, she was the mentor of Zhang Depeng. What? Bai Xiaochun was genuinely taken aback. He had heard Zhang Depeng refer to his mentor several times, always calling her an old crone, especially when he recalled the time he visited Zhang Depeng. He realized that the latter had lost weight because that old crone despised the plump. This train of thought led Bai Xiaochun to entertain some peculiar associations, prompting him to clear his throat and quickly rein in his thoughts, deeming such musings perilous. On Shangyun Mountain, there are also 2 notable figures, Sister Zhou Xinqi and Sister Du Lingfei. Su Baokai continued, seamlessly transitioning to speak of the prodigies. "Brother Bai, you must know that on the southern shore of Lingxi sect, there are 3 great prodigies. One is Zhou Xinqi from Shangyun Mountain, another is Liu Tianlei from Ziding Mountain, and the last is Shangguan Tianyu from Qifeng Mountain. Each of these 3 is a paragon of talent." Su Baocai's eyes gleamed with envy. "Impressive. Yet they are still outer disciples, just like me," Bai Xiaochun remarked with a slight pout. He was unfamiliar with Shangguan Tianyu and Liu Tianlei, but he had indeed interacted with Zhou Xinqi. The jade pendant in his pocket was a gift from her. Su Baokai cleared his throat, harboring a sense of disdain but refraining from belittling Bai Xiaochun, thus forcing a wry smile. "Brother Bai, had it not been for the sect's regulations requiring all disciples to start from the outer sect, these 3 would have long ascended to the inner sect. Nonetheless, even so, they are undoubtedly the foremost among the outer disciples of their respective mountains, commanding respect even from the inner disciples. For them, the inner sect is merely a stepping stone, as their ultimate aspiration is to become the inheritors of our Lingxi sect." Bai Xiaochun felt a lingering sense of dissatisfaction. Among them, Zhou Xinqi possessed the rare wood spirit vein and was destined to inherit the teachings of Li Qing, becoming another alchemist of our Lingxi sect. As for El Tianlei, he hailed from humble beginnings, emaciated in his youth, yet he bore an extraordinary thunder spirit vein. At Ziding Mountain, he was already performing thunderous arts, and the sect leader had openly proclaimed that this young man would achieve greatness in the future. Bai Xiaochun was astonished. He was no novice in the realm of cultivation and had acquired considerable knowledge. Upon hearing the term thunder spirit vein, he felt a pang of envy. Such a vein could exponentially enhance one's magical prowess, with minimal hindrances during cultivation. Then there was the remarkable Shangguan Tianyu, who possessed the sword spirit body. Rumor had it that he was the reincarnation of a formidable sword cultivator. For some inexplicable reason, heaven bore a sense of guilt towards him, bestowing upon him boundless blessings throughout his life. By the age of 3, he could walk and discover ancient remnants of swords, and by 7, he had a young red cloud beast recognize him as its master. At 13, he was enveloped in a golden light for protection, earning him the name Tianyu. His emergence had sent ripples through the senior elders of the sect. When Su Baokai observed the expression of astonishment on Bai Xiaochun's face, he proceeded to reveal the identity of the 3rd individual. Heaven's guilt. At 3 years old, what extraordinary fortune! A reincarnated powerhouse. Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened in disbelief, and he inhaled sharply, a mix of indignation evident on his face. He resolutely decided not to provoke Shangguan Tianyu, who was favored even by the heavens. All 3 of these individuals were destined to establish their foundations. "Brother Bai," Su Baokai began, "we cultivators, even the servants who ascend to the outer sect, are said to leap like fish through the dragon gate. Yet, in truth, breaking through to establish a foundation is the real leap, transforming one's life essence entirely. Akin to shedding the mundane and embarking on the true path of immortality, instantly extending one's lifespan by 100 years. Su Baokai sighed as he spoke of foundation establishment, while Bai Xiaochun, upon hearing of the 100-year increase in lifespan, felt an unprecedented surge of fervor in his eyes, a vibrancy he had never experienced in his life. His body trembled slightly, his eyes reddening as waves of thoughts crashed in his mind, and he grasped Su Baocai's arm tightly. You just mentioned that after establishing a foundation, one can extend their lifespan by 100 years? Su Baocai was taken aback, noticing the bloodshot eyes of Bai Xiaochun. A hint of fear creeping into his heart as he nodded vigorously. Bai Xiaochun's breath quickened in an instant, and he began to pace frantically in the courtyard, his hands flailing as if grasping at something elusive. His eyes sparkled with an unsettling light, and he appeared utterly deranged, murmuring to himself while occasionally erupting into chilling laughter. Su Baocai, gripped by fear and uncertainty about Bai Xiaochun's state, felt a cold shiver run down his spine and hastily rose to take his leave. Bai Xiaochun, however, remained oblivious, lost in his own trance-like state. Taking a deep breath, Su Baocai found Bai Xiaochun's demeanor increasingly terrifying and quickly departed. Moments later, Bai Xiaochun, with disheveled hair, suddenly halted in the courtyard, exhaling a long sigh before throwing his head back in laughter. A century has passed. I must establish my foundation. Bai Xiaochun's yearning for foundation establishment was stirred by Su Baocai's words. In the following days, he visited the scripture pavilion multiple times, even venturing into the Divine Martial Hall. Within the Divine Martial Hall, a wealth of knowledge regarding the cultivation realm was expounded, including a detailed account of foundation establishment. Upon discovering that the information aligned closely with Su Baocai's assertions, Bai Xiaochun was instantly ignited with passion. He believed that achieving foundation establishment would represent a significant stride on his path to immortality. Moreover, when he learned that there were 3 distinct methods of foundation establishment, each bestowing varying lifespans, his excitement intensified. After days of diligent study, he finally gained a clear understanding of the nuances of foundation establishment. The 3 paths, heaven, earth, and humanity, became apparent to him. The human path required the consumption of a foundation establishment pill with a low success rate, but if successful, it would grant an additional century of life. The earth path, which involved merging with the earth's leyline energy, was even more elusive. However, if one succeeded, it would confer an astonishing 200 years of lifespan. Lastly, there was the legendary heaven path, exceedingly rare and often sought after, yet seldom attained. Success in this method would extend one's life by 500 years. Bai Xiaochun meticulously analyzed his options, concluding that the heaven path was ethereal and unattainable, while the earth path necessitated specific locations rich in leyline energy. Thus, the most feasible route before him was the human path, which required the foundation establishment pill. He resolved to meticulously plan for the future, ensuring thorough preparation and prudent strategy. Acquiring multiple foundation establishment pills was essential. Taking a deep breath, Bai Xiaochun set down the jade slip, his eyes sparkling with determination. The foundation establishment pills were costly, and to prepare for all eventualities, he deemed it prudent to concoct them himself. A flicker of brilliance ignited in his gaze. He had always aspired to become a master alchemist capable of creating the elixir of immortality. At this moment, his commitment to this dream intensified. As an apprentice, he recognized that to evolve into a true alchemist, he must pass assessments, which required mastery of the 5 treatises of flora and fauna. However, he felt it was safer to be well-versed in the 5 treatises of spirit beasts as well, ensuring a solid foundation. With resolute determination shining in his eyes, Bai Xiaochun retrieved the jade slip containing the 3rd treatise on flora, thoroughly committing it to memory before rising and hastily departing. The admirers of Zhou Xinqi were formidable, spreading rumors about him being dismembered, which compelled him to remain low-key. Bai Xiaochun felt a surge of indignation. Once I achieve foundation establishment, I shall reveal my identity as the revered tortoise master before all, and then let us see who dares to threaten me. He assessed the disparity between himself and Zhou Xinqi's admirers and vowed to bridge that gap. The Wanyao Pavilion was perpetually bustling, drawing not only the outer disciples of Shangyun Mountain, but also those from Qifeng and Ziding Mountains, eager for knowledge of flora. At that moment, Bai Xiaochun melded into the crowd, seizing the opportunity to slip unnoticed into the wooden house beneath the stone tablet of the 3rd treatise on flora. Moments later, he pushed the door open and swiftly rejoined the throng. With a desire to depart immediately, one could not help but lift their gaze in anticipation. Before long, a gasp echoed through the air, as everyone present beheld the image of a small turtle perched atop a vase on the stone tablet of the 3rd chapter of the flora. Bai Xiaochun felt a surge of secret satisfaction, unable to contain himself, and feigned surprise amidst the crowd's exclamations, joining in with a few shouts. However, It was not long before Zhou Xinqi's admirers made their appearance, their fierce demeanor causing Bai Xiaochun to clench his fists tightly. It was these very individuals who compelled him to adopt such a low profile. With a resentful glare cast in their direction, he turned and hurriedly departed. In the days that followed, news of the little turtle's reappearance spread throughout the outer sect of Shangyun Mountain, sparking discussions among everyone. Especially since the turtle's emblem had been conspicuously etched on the stone tablet for the past year. Just as the chatter began to fade, one day, a month later, disciples from the Wanyao Pavilion were astonished to discover that the little turtle had once again manifested on the fourth stone tablet, still perched atop the precious vase. Claiming the top position, an uproar ensued. It was on the verge of surpassing senior sister Zhou Xinqi, with the little turtle now reigning supreme on the fourth tablet. He was the champion of the fourth tablet, while senior sister Zhou Xinqi held dominion over the fifth. Who, then, was this little turtle? Amidst the crowd, Bai Xiaochun let out a shriek, secretly reveling in the moment, as he watched Zhou Xinqi's admirers rush in a frenzy. Clearing his throat, he lowered his head in indignation, seeking to remain inconspicuous. Days later, Zhou Xinqi appeared at the Wanyao Pavilion, her expression grave as she gazed at the 4 stone tablets. Entering the 10th stone tablet, she emerged with the top position claimed for herself. At this juncture, all outer disciples of Shangyun Mountain were fixated on the Wanyao Pavilion, where Zhou Xinqi held the 6th tablet and the little turtle the 4th. They speculated whether the little turtle would reappear the following month to seize the 5th tablet, potentially matching Zhou Xinqi's prowess. Betting began among these outer disciples, wagering on whether the little turtle could secure the top spot on the 5th tablet. Capturing the attention of even the elders of Shangyun Mountain, Bai Xiaochun exerted himself with fervor, with each first-place victory he secured and exchanged for a jade slip. He dedicated countless days and nights to research. His disdain for those who admired Zhou Xinqi fueled his determination. Thus, after claiming the top spot at Wanyao Pavilion each month, he would exuberantly express his admiration for the little turtle amidst the crowd. Gradually, he became acquainted with numerous like-minded individuals who shared his reverence for the little turtle. His efforts to promote the little turtle were relentless, and even Ho Xiaomei had reached an unparalleled level of adoration for it. Finally, one sunny day a month later, the 5th stone monument's treasure vase suddenly shimmered, revealing the little turtle once again atop the vase. At that moment, the outer disciples of Shangyun Mountain were in an uproar. Throngs of people rushed to witness the spectacle, and discussions in the ensuing days predominantly revolved around the little turtle. It was evident that the little turtle had achieved an indescribable level of mastery in the art of botany, warranting such astonishment. Remarkably, this little turtle was on par with senior sister Zhou. Among the crowd, some speculated that Bai Xiaochun was the individual behind it all. Even the admirers of Zhou Xinqi, in their frenzy, scrutinized every possible suspect, naturally placing particular emphasis on Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun harbored a deeper resentment within, and in an effort to clear his name, he could only feign indifference with a heavy sigh. In front of the gathered crowd, he made his way to the 4th stele, where he lingered for a moment in contemplation, vowing to one day make those who doubted him regret their actions before finally departing. After several such encounters, the admirers gradually shifted their suspicions onto others. For in matters devoid of evidence, it is indeed arduous to discern the truth. Yet, the harsh words were repeatedly uttered, warning everyone that should they discover that little turtle this time, it would not merely be a matter of dismemberment into pieces, but rather a preparation for an even more extensive dismantling. Upon realizing the situation, Bai Xiaochun shuddered at the thought of being reduced to 80 pieces. However, gritting his teeth, a fierce determination surged within him. If you are unhappy, then I shall strive even harder for this first place. With that resolve, Bai Xiaochun engaged in a battle of wills from afar. A month later, at the 6th stone tablet, the little turtle claimed first place. Another month passed, and at the 7th stone tablet, the little turtle achieved first place once again. As the moment of claiming the 7th first place arrived, a resounding cheer erupted around the entirety of the Wanyao Pavilion. 7 first places. Go, little turtle. Create a record of 10 first places that even senior sister Zhou could not attain. Amidst the exuberant cheers of countless onlookers, a group of over 10 youths stood nearby, their expressions dark and foreboding. Among them were several inner disciples, their gazes particularly frigid. One of them, a youth with a face speckled with pockmarks, donned the robes of an inner disciple and bore a particularly sharp gaze. Brothers, if anyone knows who this little turtle is, please inform Qian. I promise to grant you a favor. The pockmarked youth spoke suddenly, his voice resonating with an intensity that silenced the crowd. Many turned to regard him, recognizing his identity, and quickly averted their eyes. Yet, some, though seething with anger, dared not speak out. This was Qian Dajin, an inner disciple who had joined the law enforcement hall. It was rumored that he was pursuing both senior sister Zhou and Du Lingfei. Regardless, you cannot find me. I shall relish in this contest. Bai Xiaochun lifted his chin, delving into the study of spirit beasts. As he researched, he became increasingly engrossed in understanding the materials within these creatures that could be used to concoct elixirs, significantly enhancing his botanical expertise, especially as he combined various elements. His understanding of botany grew exponentially. A month later, at the 8th stone tablet, the little turtle's emblem replaced the treasure vase, securing first place. Another month passed, and at the 9th stone tablet, the little turtle was first once more. Thus, 9 first places were achieved. This remarkable feat sent the outer disciples of Wanyao Pavilion into a frenzy, their spirits uplifted. And the calls for the little turtle to achieve 10 first places became increasingly fervent. Even Zhou Xinqi's admirers could do little to halt this momentum, watching helplessly as the little turtle's reputation soared to heights that eclipsed Zhou Xinqi herself. Finally, in the last month, at noon, when the Wanyao Pavilion was at its busiest, Bai Xiaochun, disguised and exuding determination, seized an opportunity when no one was paying attention. He quietly queued for a moment before stealthily entering the wooden hut beneath the 10th stone tablet. As he stepped inside, Bai Xiaochun sat cross-legged beneath the inscription, raising his right hand to press against it. In a thunderous rush within his mind, he found himself in a familiar void. He gazed at the shimmering fragments of countless plants and spirit beasts before him, his eyes reflecting unwavering resolve. In an instant, his hands flew into action, and one by one, complete herbs and spirit beast materials began to form under his deft manipulation. 1,000, 5,000, 10,000, 30,000, 50,000, 80,000. This was the most arduous trial he had ever encountered. Gradually, beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and blood vessels appeared in his eyes. He became consumed with a frenzied determination, oblivious to everything around him, lost in the intricate combination of the herbal spirits and beasts. His hands throbbed with pain, and his mind was in turmoil. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. He breathed heavily, but his eyes gleamed with satisfaction as he wiped away the sweat and clenched his fist with renewed vigor. Tonight, he would continue the endeavor. Chapter 37. Lifting the light as heavy, the southern shore of Lingxi Sect's 3 mountains erupted in commotion, inside and outside the Wanyao Pavilion. Voices surged and echoed far and wide. Many hurried to the pavilion, gazing at the 10 stone tablets, all marked with the first place by the little turtle, collectively gasping in astonishment. First place for all 10 tablets. This little turtle truly accomplished it. The last occurrence of such a feat in Lingxi Sect was a millennium ago. Who would have imagined that in my lifetime, I would witness this scene? Who was this little turtle? In just half a year, he had risen from the 3rd stone tablet, sweeping through like a tempest, achieving remarkable renown. His mastery of herbalism had completely surpassed that of Zhou Xinqi. Could it be that aside from Zhou Xinqi, another alchemist would emerge from our Shangyun mountain? Simultaneously, as the 10 stone tablets resonated with their first-place status, they all quivered, producing a thunderous roar that merged into a resonant sound echoing from the peak of Shangyun mountain. At the summit, in a secluded cave, Elder Zhou was feeding his cherished multicolored spiritual birds with spiritual food when he suddenly heard the booming sound, his expression turning to one of surprise. The sound of the Shangyun Ding? His spiritual sense expanded instantly, detecting the changes at the 10 stone tablets in Wanyao Pavilion, and with a shift in demeanor, he soared into the air. Shortly after, Elder Sun appeared, along with other foundational cultivators, all drawn by the sound of the ding. As they emerged, their faces lit up with excitement. The last to arrive was Li Chi-ho, who had been meditating. Upon hearing the resonant sound, his expression shifted dramatically. He stepped outside to glance, then transformed into a streak of light, racing toward Wanyao Pavilion. This is the sound of our treasured Shangyun Ding. Within Wanyao Pavilion, the first place for all 10 tablets marked an unprecedented achievement in a millennium. Even the peaks of Qifeng and Ziding Mountain were stirred at this moment. Zhang Depeng hung his head, being scolded by a stunningly beautiful woman beside him, an enchanting figure he had previously lamented about to Bai Xiaochun. At the sound of the ding, her expression changed as she looked up, and Zhang Depeng was momentarily taken aback, gazing in astonishment. The Shangyun Ding emitted a sound. Could it be that one of Shangyun Mountain's disciples had reached perfection in a particular trial? A similar scene unfolded atop Qifeng Mountain, where the elders and leaders turned their gazes in curiosity. Gradually, the numbers of visitors to Wanyao Pavilion, within and without Shangyun Mountain, began to swell. In the midst of the crowd, Bai Xiaochun listened to the murmurs around him as he gazed at the 10 stone tablets. Uncharacteristically, he refrained from joining the cheers, instead feeling a surge of indescribable emotions within. He stood there silently, a smile gracing his face, one devoid of arrogance or pride, imbued only with simplicity and joy. Over the course of more than a year, from the first stone tablet onwards, he had created a miracle, achieving the distinction of the first among the 10 tablets. Such accolades were but superficial. His greatest treasure lay in the profound mastery of knowledge concerning flora, fauna, and the essential skills a spirit child must acquire, which he had internalized thoroughly. Looking across the entire Lingxi sect, even the inner disciples could not rival Bai Xiaochun's depth of understanding in botany. In that moment, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Soon, a series of radiant figures surged towards him, each emanating an astonishing aura of cultivation. Elder Zhou, Elder Sun, and Li Qiho among them. They all gazed intently at the 10 stone tablets, their eyes sparkling with brilliance as they beheld the little turtle that occupied the top position. Particularly, Li Qiho paused in surprise at the sight of the turtle's image, his expression gradually turning curious. Moments later, he burst into hearty laughter, his gaze sweeping over the crowd until it landed on Bai Xiaochun, where an appreciation hidden from others flickered in his eyes. After a considerable time, he waved his sleeve and departed with laughter, clearly in high spirits, having deduced that the little turtle was indeed Bai Xiaochun. As the elders left, more inner disciples began to gather, their expressions astonished as they regarded the little turtle. Having ascended from the outer sect, they were acutely aware that the stone tablets of the Wanyo Pavilion could only be challenged during their time as outer disciples, making the difficulty of the endeavor incomprehensibly high. To achieve such a feat as an outer disciple marked one as a prodigy. We, as disciples of the apothecary, prioritize the crafting of spiritual medicines. No matter how skilled one is in botany, it is of no use if one cannot concoct elixirs. Among the inner disciples, some expressed admiration while others displayed disdain. Regardless, they all etched the image of the little turtle into their memories, and deep down, they harbored a burgeoning sense of apprehension. After all, while they were uncertain of the other's future prowess in alchemy, such a solid foundation would undoubtedly facilitate Bai Xiaochun's journey as an apothecary. The commotion continued until Zhou Xinqi appeared, standing upon a blue silk cloth, her gaze fixed upon the little turtle on the 10 stone tablets. Gradually, the crowd quieted, all eyes turning to her. The feeling of being entirely overshadowed by the 10 stone tablets stirred a sense of discontent within Zhou Xinqi. In the past, she had often been the one to evoke such complex feelings in others, but now the tables had turned, leaving her in silence. Who exactly are you? Zhou Xinqi bit her lip, her heart aflame with unyielding determination. Yet, the few attempts she had made previously had revealed to her that the mysterious little turtle had reached an inconceivable level of skill in botany. She felt uncertain of her ability to surpass him. After a prolonged silence, she firmly engraved the image of the little turtle in her heart. In the realm of botany, you are indeed my superior. However, once you become an apothecary, I refuse to believe you can forever outshine me on the path of alchemy. Zhou Xinqi took a deep breath, her expression gradually calming. Having participated in the assessment, she had already ascended to the rank of a medicinal apprentice. As she cast a final glance at the stone tablet, she turned and swiftly departed. This place was merely the first step on my journey to becoming a great pharmacologist. Bai Xiaochun, amidst the crowd, also took one last look at the 10 stone tablets before resolutely turning away. The sensation of being first among the 10 tablets reverberated for months thereafter, with discussions continuing to flourish. Particularly whenever people visited the Wanyao Pavilion and beheld the little turtle inscribed on the stone tablet, intensifying the discourse. Simultaneously, Zhou Xinqi's admirers fervently searched far and wide, driven by an insatiable desire to uncover the identity of this little turtle, especially a young man surnamed Qian, who was particularly incensed and joined the quest. As the entire southern bank of Lingxi sect buzzed with daily conversations about the little turtle, Bai Xiaochun, in the solitude of his courtyard, was deep in contemplation. His eyes reddened, manipulating a leaf before him. He was exploring the realm of lifting the light as if it were heavy. In truth, he had been investigating this principle for over half a year, yet had only managed to graze its surface without truly integrating it. Now that the affairs of the Wanao Pavilion had concluded, and with Zhou Xinqi's admirers incessantly searching for him, a sense of urgency welled within him. He decided to lay low and immersed himself entirely in mastering the art of lifting the light as if it were heavy. This mastery was, in essence, a manifestation of the explosive power of the spiritual energy within him. Bai Xiaochun's eyes sparkled with realization, He was now at the 6th level of chi condensation, his internal energy flowing like a mighty river. In the realm of lifting the heavy as if it were light, he was already capable of sustaining an astonishing speed. He had long since grasped the understanding that what is termed a realm is, in fact, the application of one's inner spiritual energy. It is akin to a leaf unfurling, capable of lifting a small piece of wood. Conversely, if it were rolled up, it could lift a small stone. Yet, if torn into strips and woven together, it could hoist even heavier objects. The material remains the same. It is merely the method of assembly that varies, resulting in differing degrees of efficacy. Thus, the art of lifting the light as if it were heavy is such a technique. Once mastered, it signifies entry into this profound realm. Bai Xiaochun pondered for a long while, and with a wave of his hand, a distant leaf soared towards him, floating gracefully before him. Through his persistent efforts, the leaf would at times dart forward with remarkable speed, while at other moments, it would drift languidly as if burdened by an unseen weight. If he failed once, he would try 10 times. If 10 times proved futile, he would attempt 100. Should 100 attempts still yield no success, he would persist through 1,000, even 10,000 endeavors. Bai Xiaochun was unaware of how many attempts he had made. Every leaf in his courtyard lay in shattered disarray. Thus, he ventured forth in search of more foliage. In the end, he had collected leaves from every non-spiritual plant upon the fragrant Yun Mountain. Finally, on one dusky evening, a spark ignited in Bai Xiaochun's eyes. He formed a hand gesture and pointed, and before him, a seemingly delicate willow leaf descended. Yet, at the moment it fell, it struck the ground with the force of a boulder. With a resounding crash, the earth beneath him trembled, as if the leaf bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. Success! Blood vessels surged in Bai Xiaochun's eyes, yet his expression was invigorated. Rising to his feet, he flicked his wrist, and a small wooden sword shot forth, transforming into a streak of black that vanished in an instant. Not only was its speed greatly enhanced, but its power had also doubled, producing a faint, piercing sound as it sliced through the air. Amidst the rumbling, a colossal rock in the distance shattered into fragments. Such might could not be compared to mere 6th-layer chi condensation. Even those at the 7th or 8th layers would be taken aback, their minds shaken. Tonight at midnight. You know what that means. Chapter 38. The transformation of purple chi into a cauldron. The wooden sword danced unpredictably within the courtyard, swiftly generating waves of sword energy that seemed to conjure a tempest from thin air, further igniting Bai Xiaochun's excitement. If he could master the art of effortlessly lifting heavy objects and treating light ones as if they bore weight, then through their harmonious fusion, he could condense the singular divine technique of the purple chi cauldron manipulation. Bai Xiaochun inhaled deeply, anticipation flickering in his gaze. The purple chi transformed into a cauldron. He sheathed the wooden sword and closed his eyes, standing still in the courtyard. After a long moment, his right hand suddenly rose, pointing towards the sky. Instantly, the invisible spiritual energy within him shimmered to life before his eyes, rapidly sketching the outline of a cauldron. It seemed as though some mysterious force guided this formation, causing the cauldron to take shape expeditiously. Simultaneously, an astonishing pressure emanated from the cauldron, its spiritual might surpassing even that of the previous flying sword. Bai Xiaochun's complexion paled rapidly as his internal spiritual energy was consumed at an alarming rate. It was not until nearly 80% of his energy had been expended that the cauldron was fully formed, radiating an even more intense spiritual pressure. With a decisive gesture, he thrust the cauldron forward, unleashing a powerful blow. Upon striking the ground, the cauldron shattered, releasing a torrent of spiritual energy in a spectacular explosion. The roar intensified, reverberating through the surroundings, causing the earth within a 100-foot radius to crack and splinter. Fortunately, the protective formations of the fragrant Yun Mountain quickly mended the fissures. Yet the tremor was sufficient to draw the attention of several outer disciples, leaving them astounded. Bai Xiaochun gasped, taken aback by the formidable power of the purple chi transformation cauldron. This strike instilled within him a sense of helplessness, as if he were incapable of mounting any resistance. The purple chi transformation cauldron was indeed the sole divine ability within the art of purple chi control, requiring a profound understanding of both lifting heavy with ease and light with weight before it could be unleashed. Bai Xiaochun's eyes sparkled with brilliance, yet soon his brows furrowed. Despite the might of this divine ability, the consumption of energy was exceedingly great. Bai Xiaochun remained unaware that he had only expended 80% of his energy. This was largely attributed to the purity of his spiritual power. Had it been another disciple, even if they comprehended this arcane technique, It would have been exceedingly difficult to execute before reaching the 8th level of qi condensation, as their internal energy would be entirely depleted. Only upon attaining the 9th level could one truly unleash its potential, albeit at considerable cost. This formidable technique could become my trump card. Thus, should any of Zhou Xinqi's admirers provoke me, I would not hesitate to strike back. Just as Bai Xiaochun felt a sense of relief, he was reminded of that disciple from the inner sect, surnamed Qian, and his brow furrowed once more. To be a member of the inner sect, one must be at least at the 8th level of qi condensation. An unsettling feeling washed over him. As he pondered, he glanced at his own skin, and a glimmer of determination sparked in his eyes. He swiftly rose and took a few steps forward, his speed remarkable. Raising his right hand, he positioned his thumb and index finger, black light shimmering between them, and with a decisive flick, he unleashed a powerful motion. The air resonated with cracking sounds, and there was even a palpable sense of explosion. The force of Bai Xiaochun's pinching gesture seemed as if it could shatter anything. He gazed at his fingers, hesitating momentarily, but quickly regained his composure. This was a lethal maneuver, a means of self-preservation. After a brief contemplation, he concluded that the greater the power of this life-saving technique, the better. However, he harbored a genuine fear of the undying longevity technique. After acquiring the undying iron skin, he had attempted to continue practicing the undying longevity technique. But every time he did so, that insatiable hunger would resurface. On the southern bank of Lingxi's sect, only the chicks of the spiritual tailed chicken remained, and there was truly nothing to eat. Relying solely on the spiritual food available, Bai Xiaochun was certain he would starve to death. He had scoured the mountains for other edible spiritual beasts, but ever since the notorious reputation of the chicken thief had spread, the few areas on the southern bank that had previously housed spiritual beasts were now heavily fortified. Bai Xiaochun was also troubled, and at this moment, he recalled a certain issue that instantly cast a shadow of worry upon his brow. While pondering potential solutions to his hunger, he suddenly remembered the longevity pill from times past. Indeed, Bai Xiaochun's eyes sparkled with realization. There are numerous elixirs, not only those that enhance cultivation but also those that replenish vital energy. After enduring the trials of the indestructible iron skin, Bai Xiaochun had discovered that the practice of the immortal longevity technique fundamentally required this very vital energy. Now that I have achieved a profound understanding of botany, although I have not yet sought to advance, I am fully capable of concocting my own elixirs. Furthermore, while the finished spirit medicines within the sect are quite costly, they are significantly more affordable when crafted from botanical ingredients. The more he thought about it, the more Bai Xiaochun felt this was a viable solution. By engaging in alchemy ahead of time, his chances of success during the upcoming assessment for advancement would be greatly enhanced, and he would find it much easier to produce foundational pills in the future. With newfound resolve, Bai Xiaochun propped his chin on his hand, lost in contemplation until the break of dawn, when he sprang to his feet. The creation of elixirs necessitates recipes, which are not difficult to obtain. One does not need to ascend to the rank of alchemist to acquire them. In the marketplace at the foot of the mountain, there are vendors selling various scattered recipes. Bai Xiaochun patted his pocket. Since arriving at Shangyun Mountain, he had hardly spent any money. As an outer sect disciple, he received a modest stipend of spirit stones each month, and he had amassed quite a sum. He had never cared much for such material possessions. But now he dashed down the mountain path. This was only his second descent since arriving at Shangyun Mountain. The first had been to procure herbs in exchange for elixirs. Barely having left the mountain, he soon found himself at Qifeng Mountain, where two figures rushed toward a certain courtyard. Is Senior Brother Chen here? Senior Brother Chen. Bai Xiaochun has come down. The two sturdy figures, both of considerable cultivation at the 4th level of qi condensation, were visibly excited as they entered the courtyard. There, they spotted a burly man sitting cross-legged within. This man was even more imposing, with a robust physique and a powerful presence. Upon hearing their voices, he opened his eyes, a glimmer of sharpness flashing within. Bai Xiaochun? He has finally come down. The burly man grinned maliciously, rising suddenly to his full height, resembling a small mountain, radiating a formidable aura with the power of the 5th level of qi condensation. He was none other than Chen Fei, a figure from the monitoring room. In those days, the three had enjoyed a comfortable existence in the monitoring room, where they had virtually everything they desired, not only attended by servants but also supplemented with spirit stones under careful management. However, they had not anticipated being forcibly sent up the mountain by Bai Xiaochun and his companions, becoming outer sect disciples. The hardships of the past 2 years had turned their resentment toward Bai Xiaochun and the others into a deep-seated hatred. Yet, they perceived that Zhang Dapeng was formidable and he Sanpeng even more so. Thus, they found Bai Xiaochun, who, despite his initial prowess, seemed the weakest overall. They had planned to seek revenge, but Bai Xiaochun rarely ventured out of the sect, and within its confines, Chen Fei, despite his connections, dared not violate the sect's rules. After all, his greatest connection was merely a cousin of an inner sect disciple, and he was rarely attended to, even at his utmost limits during his time as a servant. In those years, I was genuinely deceived by his seemingly effortless demeanor, believing he had truly grasped the art of lifting weights with ease. He forced us into the outer sect, and this grievance must be avenged. A fierce glint flashed in Chen Fei's eyes. He had no intention of killing Bai Xiaochun, but was resolutely determined to inflict severe injury, enough to keep him bettered in for at least a year. Although the sect would still investigate such matters, it would be manageable since there were no witnesses present, no fatalities. And Chen Fei himself held a respectable position, allowing him to downplay the severity. If one is outmatched, they cannot blame others. With a swift motion, Chen Fei descended the mountain, followed closely by two companions. The trio quickly reached a well-traveled path returning from the marketplace, where they decided to lie in wait. The marketplace was modest in size. Bai Xiaochun, having spent little time there, soon acquired two first-tier prescriptions, one for replenishing spiritual energy and another for nourishing vitality. While such vitality-enhancing formulas were rare at higher tiers, they were abundant at lower ones, primarily for the benefit of mortals seeking to bolster their health. Though deemed useless by others, Bai Xiaochun regarded them as treasures. With his turtle-patterned cauldron, the effects of ordinary elixirs transformed dramatically after just 3 refining sessions. However, as he strolled along the mountain path, an unexpected shift occurred. His senses, sharpened after reaching the 6th layer of qi condensation, detected the presence of 3 individuals concealed among the foliage. Their heartbeats quickened upon noticing him. As Bai Xiaochun halted, Chen Fei and his companions suddenly emerged, positioning themselves before him. Bai Xiaochun, it is time to settle the scores of the past. Chen Fei, fixated on Bai Xiaochun, felt a surge of determination. A sinister smile crept across his face, mirrored by his 2 companions as they swiftly spread out, encircling him. Bai Xiaochun, Chen Fei continued. Even if you were to kneel and plead for mercy now, it would be too late. The scheme you devised caused us to become outer sect disciples, and I, Chen Fei, have awaited this day for far too long. He erupted into laughter, raising his right hand to unleash his cultivation of the 5th layer of qi condensation, sending leaves swirling into the air, a display of considerable prowess. Since entering the outer sect, I have devoted all my time to cultivation, finally reaching the 5th layer. Today, Bai Xiaochun, I shall make it abundantly clear. I intend to bully you and leave you battered and broken. Chen Fei's voice resonated with arrogance and triumph as he formed a hand seal, summoning a humming azure flying sword before him. This sword, measuring only half a foot in length, appeared ancient and radiated a faint, chilling luminescence. The 2 figures behind Bai Xiaochun grinned menacingly, their cultivation levels radiating as they each summoned a flying sword. Surrounded by these 3, they were utterly confident that a 3-on-1 confrontation would undoubtedly crush Bai Xiaochun. Especially since their understanding had evolved, they had long discerned that Bai Xiaochun had yet to fully grasp the art of lifting weight with ease. If he had remained on the mountain, it might have been a different story, but now that he had descended and left the sect, they were determined to make him aware of the steep price he would pay for the mistakes of his past. Chen Fei felt a significant pressure in his chest, and as he spoke these words, he felt a considerable portion of it dissipate. You 3 block my path here. Do you not fear the sect's rules? Bai Xiaochun inquired curiously, directing his gaze towards Chen Fei. However, he soon sensed something amiss. Bai Xiaochun remained unerringly calm. Instead of displaying the fear he anticipated in the face of their encirclement, Bai Xiaochun exhibited an odd composure, even adopting the demeanor of a master as he proclaimed. So that is how it is, then I shall be at ease. Chen Fei's eyes narrowed, sensing an increasing disquiet, but there was no time for further contemplation. He bellowed, "Strike!" The moment the command left his lips, he formed a seal, sending his flying sword hurtling towards Bai Xiaochun. Simultaneously, the other 2 behind Bai Xiaochun executed their own seals, unleashing their swords in tandem. As the 3 swords approached, a smile graced Bai Xiaochun's face. He didn't even draw a magical artifact. Instead, he stepped back slightly, and in the blink of an eye, his figure vanished from sight. He reappeared beside the burly man at the 4th level of qi condensation. The man's eyes widened in shock, and before he could react, Bai Xiaochun's right fist struck with astonishing speed, landing squarely on the man's abdomen. With a thunderous impact, the burly man trembled violently, spewing blood as his body arched backward. Propelled by an overwhelming force, crashing into a nearby tree. The tree shuddered under the impact, and the man coughed up more blood before falling unconscious. The rapidity of this transformation left the other fourth-level man in utter disbelief, his mind ringing as though besieged by a cacophony of thunder. He could scarcely fathom that Bai Xiaoqun possessed such incredible speed and formidable strength. Chen Fei's expression shifted dramatically, drawing in a sharp breath as he instinctively recoiled. Disbelief etched upon his face as he regarded Bai Xiaoqun. "You are too weak." Bai Xiaoqun assumed a lofty demeanor, feeling as though he stood unrivaled in the world. With a sigh, he stepped forward, positioning himself before another burly man at the fourth level of qi condensation. This man unleashed a furious roar, channeling his full cultivation to propel the flying sword towards Bai Xiaoqun. Yet Bai Xiaoqun's speed was even greater. Having perfected the undying iron skin through his training in the undying longevity technique, his physical prowess and velocity were astounding. In an instant, he deftly evaded the flying sword, maintaining his right fist poised to strike once more. With a thunderous crash, the burly man emitted a piercing scream, blood gushing forth as his body was violently swept away. Without a great tree to impede him, he was hurled over 10 paces, collapsing to the ground, his internal organs quaking, unable to rise, teetering on the brink of death. "So feeble," Bai Xiaoqun mused, shaking his head as he regarded Chen Fei, whose legs trembled uncontrollably. You. Chen Fei's mind buzzed. He felt as though he were on the verge of madness. He could scarcely fathom how, just moments ago, he had felt confident of victory, only to witness Bai Xiaoqun transform into a formidable beast. Those 2 punches had rendered both men unconscious. He struggled to comprehend the immense force required, instinctively swallowing hard as he retreated, devoid of any inclination to fight. The sole thought occupying his mind was escape. Yet, before he could retreat far, Bai Xiaoqun, swift as the wind, closed the distance in an instant. His right hand lifted once more, delivering another punch. At that moment, a flash of light erupted from Chen Fei, and a small shield manifested, positioning itself to intercept Bai Xiaoqun's fist. With a resounding boom, Bai Xiaoqun paused momentarily, while the shield trembled, its spiritual energy dimming, and was sent flying by the force of the punch. Chen Fei's heart raced with terror. This shield had cost him a considerable number of contribution points and, despite being at the 6th level of qi condensation, had been unable to withstand the impact. Yet, it had now been shattered, severing its connection to him. "Bai Xiaoqun, you mustn't go too far." Chen Fei cried out in horror. Let me make it abundantly clear. Today, I intend to bully you and leave you with broken bones." Bai Xiaoqun's heart swelled with delight at the sight of his opponent's fear. He would never allow such a gratifying moment to slip away. Not only did he echo Chen Fei's words, but he also unleashed his full cultivation. The power of the 6th level of qi condensation erupting forth, stirring a tempest around him, even causing his hair to billow with an imposing aura. The 6th level of qi condensation. Chen Fei's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, his scalp prickling as he staggered backward. Yet, Bai Xiaoqun had already closed the gap, delivering another punch, this time unimpeded by any shield, striking Chen Fei squarely. Chen Fei's body convulsed, blood spewing forth as he was hurled into the air. However, being robust and at the 5th level of qi condensation, he did not succumb to unconsciousness, but instead summoned every ounce of strength to flee. Bitter regret filled his heart. He lamented his choice to be here, knowing there remained some distance to the sect. As Bai Xiaoqun lunged at him like a savage beast once more, Chen Fei cried out in despair, "Bai Xiaoqun, are you not afraid of violating sect rules?" With a single kick, he sent Chen Fei soaring into the air. Chen Fei coughed up blood, his eyes reflecting hopelessness. Before he could descend, Bai Xiaoqun was upon him, raining down punches and kicks. Chen Fei's fear escalated, his screams echoing in the air until, ultimately, his form became bloated, and his cries grew faint. With every bone broken and his complexion pale, he lay there, devoid of sensation, gazing at Bai Xiaoqun with an overwhelming terror that reached its zenith. In his eyes, the fair and somewhat slender Bai Xiaoqun was nothing but a ferocious beast clad in human skin. Particularly striking was the fact that Bai Xiaoqun had not employed any magical artifacts throughout. Instead, he had simply relied on his formidable physique and astonishing speed to crush them effortlessly. In the distance, 2 burly men at the 4th level of qi condensation were now roused, watching the scene unfold before them with wide eyes, their scalps tingling and hearts racing. They quickly feigned unconsciousness, not daring to move a muscle for fear of drawing Bai Xiaochun's attention. As Chen Fei lay on the brink of death, Bai Xiaochun found the situation rather dull. He withdrew his spiritual energy and, amidst the trio's terror, rummaged through their storage bags, taking all their possessions and even confiscating their small shields, before continuing on his way, humming a little tune as he ascended the mountain path toward the sect. Cursed be the one who informed me that Bai Xiaochun had cunningly triumphed in the minor competition at Shangyun Mountain. Chen Fei, gazing at Bai Xiaochun's receding figure, felt tears welling up in his eyes. Had he known earlier just how terrifying Bai Xiaochun was, he would never have sought trouble with him. The two burly men, their faces drawn in despair, looked at Bai Xiaochun's silhouette with palpable fear. Brother Chen, what should we do? Perhaps we should let this go and seek a resolution. I've heard that Su Baokai has reconciled with him, they said, their eyes pleadingly fixed on Chen Fei. Chen Fei felt bitterness welling in his heart. After a moment of silence, he gritted his teeth. Of course, I desire revenge, but what if I cannot defeat him? I must ponder this matter carefully. Chapter 40. Pursuit of perfection. Cultivating immortality is a quest for longevity. Yet these individuals are perpetually engaged in conflict, their minds seemingly unhinged. In the courtyard, Bai Xiaochun organized the storage bags of Chen Fei and his companions. These three were not affluent. Their bags were rather empty, yielding little in terms of spoils. Nevertheless, Bai Xiaochun paid it little mind as he extracted the herbs he had purchased, scrutinizing each with great diligence. Despite his profound foundation in botany, he had seldom encountered genuine medicinal herbs. At this moment, as he observed, he gradually merged his knowledge with the insights forming in his mind, sometimes gently slicing open the plants to meticulously examine their internal structures. After verifying each one, Bai Xiaochun appeared contemplative as he retrieved the two prescriptions he had acquired. He merely glanced at the formula for replenishing spiritual energy, focusing instead on the prescription designed to enhance the physical well-being of mortals. Longevity incense. Bai Xiaochun murmured softly. This recipe required only 7 herbs, and there was nothing particularly unique about its combination. It merely employed the principles of mutual reinforcement and restraint to activate the powers of these 7 herbs, transforming them into powder that coalesced into incense. Notably, 2 of the ingredients were toxic. While not lethal, they could cause considerable distress to a cultivator, leading to a fortnight of discomfort. Yet they could prove fatal to an ordinary person. Among the myriad spiritual plants in the world, some were safe for direct consumption. Others could be refined into elixirs for enhanced effects, but many were poisonous and could only be utilized in incense making. While deep in thought, Bai Xiaochun meticulously examined each herb required for crafting the longevity incense, striving to attain an intimate understanding of these 7 botanical specimens. The process remains precarious. The crux of alchemy lies in the probability of concocting a successful elixir. Although the simplest first-tier elixir is being attempted, the risk of failure remains significantly high. Each of my herbs is limited to merely 10 portions, rendering waste unacceptable. Bai Xiaochun, with his inherently cautious disposition, seeks stability in all endeavors. Even during his meticulous memorization of the flora, he demonstrated such prudence. Now, on the brink of alchemical creation, he refrains from immediate action, opting instead to scrutinize the formula. Days pass, and after a week of thorough comprehension of the formula, he closes his eyes, continuously analyzing and deducing within the confines of his mind. It is only at dusk that he opens his eyes, contemplating before retrieving the supplementary formula for replenishing spiritual energy, diving into yet another study. After a fortnight, Bai Xiaochun's eyes bear traces of bloodshot fatigue. Having completely grasped both formulas and all requisite herbs, he ponders for a moment before abruptly rising and exiting his courtyard. Alchemy necessitates the use of a cauldron, yet the cost of such an apparatus is exorbitant, beyond Bai Xiaochun's means. Fortunately, within the sect, there exists an alchemy pavilion dedicated to providing disciples with the resources to refine potions, requiring only a modest expenditure of contribution points. This pavilion is situated to the east of Shangyun Mountain, not far from Bai Xiaochun's abode. Unlike the bustling Wanao Pavilion, this locale offers a serene atmosphere. As there are few qualified to practice alchemy, even atop Shangyun Mountain, with many already possessing their own cauldrons and thus not needing to frequent this place. After paying a requisite number of contribution points for a month's access to the alchemy pavilion, Bai Xiaochun steps inside. The space is partitioned into hundreds of individual chambers, each surrounded by arrays that shield the alchemist from any external disturbances. Clutching the wooden token he received, Bai Xiaochun approaches room 13. a glance reveals a modest chamber. Its interior sparse, with a single cauldron at the center, its base flickering with faint flames. After settling into a meditative position, Bai Xiaochun takes a deep breath. Fixing his gaze upon the cauldron, he meticulously observes it before directing his attention to the flames below. With a surge of spiritual energy, the flames intensify, causing the temperature within the chamber to rise palpably, the cauldron glowing a subtle red. After several attempts, Bai Xiaochun, having cultivated the ability to condense purple qi into a cauldron, swiftly becomes adept at regulating the intensity of the flames. Satisfied with his newfound control, he taps his storage bag and retrieves the herbs. He extracts the required herb for the supplement elixir, brandishing it before him. With a flick of his right hand, the leaves of the herb fall away instantly. Bai Xiaochun's expression turns grave as he releases spiritual energy, forming a powerful force that compresses the remaining herb, yielding 9 drops of juice that fall into the cauldron with a resounding splash. A burst of azure mist rises from within the cauldron, and Bai Xiaochun's focus sharpens. In that fleeting moment of haze, he deftly strips the stems of the remaining herbs, casting them into the cauldron while skillfully manipulating the flames to enhance the mist's density. Yet, contrary to dispersing, the mist coalesces and churns. In response, Bai Xiaochun produces a second herb, catalyzing it in his hands until it blooms, subsequently plucking the petals and casting them into the cauldron. As time flowed by, Bai Xiaochun devoted himself wholeheartedly to the task at hand, continuously extracting herbs until he had set aside 8 varieties. A brilliant light shone in his eyes as he gazed intently at the alchemical furnace, skillfully manipulating the flame to gradually adjust its temperature. However, beads of perspiration trickled down his cheeks, a testament to the intense concentration he exerted. An hour later, a muffled rumble emanated from within the furnace, accompanied by a billowing cloud of dark mist. Though the intricate formations within the room swiftly absorbed it, Bai Xiaochun found himself coughing, his complexion darkening as he peered at the charred remnants inside the furnace, his brow furrowed in discontent. The actual time spent on alchemy was not extensive. 2 hours later, the furnace roared once more, releasing more mist, while the remnants reappeared within the vessel. Bai Xiaochun's tenacity surged forth as he meticulously examined the remnants of his previous attempts, intertwining his reflections on the alchemical process with the study of herbal formulas and botany. Remarkably, he dedicated a full 10 days to this endeavor before, with reddened eyes, he ignited the 3rd furnace. He pondered for nearly half a month. And just as the time for this potion was drawing to a close, he opened his eyes and, gritting his teeth, initiated the 4th furnace. Ultimately, as the time in the alchemical chamber concluded, this attempt, too, ended in failure. Were this scene witnessed by other apprentices, they would undoubtedly find it astonishing. In the span of a month, a typical individual could easily produce dozens of furnaces, yielding at least some results. Even a single successful concoction would be considered an achievement. From the perspective of nearly everyone, alchemy is exceedingly challenging. Otherwise, there would not be so few true alchemists, only 2 in all of Donglin continent. Furthermore, the number of apprentices is not particularly high, and many of them may never hope to ascend to the ranks of alchemists in their lifetimes. The root cause of this predicament lies primarily in the scarcity of resources necessary for an apprentice's growth. Were resources abundant, with continual experimentation, one might not be guaranteed to become an alchemist, but the likelihood would certainly increase significantly. Thus, the only perceived method to enhance the success rate of alchemy is through relentless practice to improve proficiency. It is this proficiency that everyone seeks. Only by attaining sufficient skill can one bolster their chances of success. Consequently, apprentices regard failures in alchemy as a natural occurrence, drawing lessons from each setback and gradually improving. Particularly with commonplace potions where materials are inexpensive, this is indeed a time for diligent practice. However, Bai Xiaochun, while following the same path as others, was markedly slower. Each failure prompted him to invest exponentially more time in analysis and deduction than his peers. This inclination stemmed from his cautious and meticulous nature, which was only partially revealed during his studies of botany. Yet, upon engaging with alchemy, this meticulousness expanded infinitely, dominating his mindset. His attention to detail enabled him to identify more issues after each failure than others, often noticing problems where others saw none. His caution compelled him to resolve even the slightest discrepancies before he could proceed with his alchemical pursuits, resulting in a contemplation period that far exceeded the time spent on the actual crafting of potions. There were still 9 areas requiring resolution. Only by addressing all of them could he continue his alchemical endeavors. Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth, seated in the courtyard with closed eyes, his mind tirelessly analyzing, occasionally extracting herbs for close observation. After half a month of this rigorous thought process, he suddenly surged forth, once more utilizing contribution points to access the alchemy pavilion. The fifth attempt failed. He devoted 7 days to analyzing the reasons behind this failure, identifying and resolving issues before attempting to concoct again. The sixth attempt also failed. Bai Xiaochun's eyes were bloodshot. After 20 arduous days, he finally felt that there were no more issues and ignited the seventh furnace. An hour passed without the anticipated roaring sound. Instead, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Bai Xiaochun felt a surge of exhilaration as he gazed at the 2 azure pills within the alchemical furnace. Taking a deep breath, he realized that this was the 7th attempt. He had succeeded. He proceeded to refine again, the 8th time. Success, yielding 3 pills. The 9th attempt. Success, producing 5 pills. The 10th trial, still a triumph. Yet this time only 1 pill emerged, not azure but black in color, devoid of any aromatic scent. And it even emitted a peculiar odor. As Bai Xiaochun stood there, astonished, an unsettling commotion erupted throughout the alchemical pavilion. In the fragrant clouds of the mountain, there were no mice. Such a sacred place for cultivation could only harbor spirit beasts, and indeed, the mountain housed numerous ants. These ants, being natural inhabitants, typically resided within the crevices of rocks, going unnoticed, as if they were part of the mountain itself. However, today, surrounding the alchemical pavilion, the disciples stationed as guardians were suddenly jolted, standing upright as they observed countless ants emerging on the ground, all racing towards the alchemical hall. Simultaneously, within many rooms of the alchemical pavilion, numerous disciples engaged in pill refining gasped in astonishment, followed by the thunderous sound of exploding pills. Even with protective formations in place, these ants, finding their way through the fissures of the mountain, surged forth in a singular direction. That direction was none other than the room where Bai Xiaochun resided. At this moment, he curiously picked up the black pill, his expression one of bewilderment, when he heard the distant echoes of a rumbling sound from outside. Suddenly, an overwhelming swarm of ants appeared on the floor of his room, frantically racing towards him. The fragrance of the mountain was now overshadowed by an ant invasion. Bai Xiaochun leaped up, feeling goosebumps prickling his skin. Yet, as he jumped, several of the ants mirrored his movement, charging directly toward the black pill in his hand. Bai Xiaochun felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Observing the scene before him, regardless of its efficacy, he promptly cast the pill he held into the air. Almost instantaneously, the ants veered wildly, rushing towards the thrown pill. Upon its landing, countless ants swarmed around it, swiftly forming a massive sphere. This sight rendered Bai Xiaochun pale and filled with dread. Soon, the sphere of ants collapsed as if succumbing to gravity, with countless ants burrowing into the crevices and vanishing. As for the pill, not a trace remained. Within the entire alchemy chamber, not a single ant was left. They had arrived with remarkable speed and disappeared just as swiftly. Though this incident left the alchemy disciples feeling vexed, they were powerless to act. The guardians of the area noted the absence of any losses. While curious, they chose not to report the occurrence. After all, only Bai Xiaochun had witnessed the frenzy of the ants, while to everyone else, it merely appeared as a mass passage of ants. Bai Xiaochun, with a lingering sense of unease, lifted the elixir he had just crafted. It appeared to be flawless. Yet he could not shake the feeling that he had been overly meticulous. In the alchemical process, even a successful outcome demands a relentless pursuit of perfection. He vaguely recalled that during his last attempt at concocting a spirit-enhancing pill, he had adjusted the proportions of the ingredients. Could it be that the spirit-enhancing pill I ultimately produced is also a tremendous boon for ants? Bai Xiaochun scratched his head, feeling rather accomplished. Not only could he forge elixirs suitable for human consumption, but he could also create potions for ants. As he stepped out of his chamber, he heard the disheartened murmurs of fellow disciples from adjacent rooms. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he hastily lowered his head and made his exit. A few days later, noticing that the alchemy pavilion had not buzzed with any news, he returned, submitted his contributions, and selected a different room to continue his alchemical pursuits. This time, he endeavored to concoct longevity incense. Though the processes of crafting incense and elixirs share similarities, there exist distinct techniques, after all. One is ingested while the other is ignited for inhalation. Particularly during the final stages of creation, one results in pills, while the other culminates in cohesive blocks of incense. Drawing from his previous experience, Bai Xiaochun approached the preparation of longevity incense with caution and diligence. After 2 months of meticulous work, utilizing 10 portions of materials. He successfully produced 7. Content with his accomplishment, he departed, clutching the 7 pieces of longevity incense. Within his wooden abode, after refining his spirit 3 times, the color of the incense had transformed into a deep violet. Although the 3 spiritual patterns upon it had dimmed, they remained discernible. And it was evident that this longevity incense exuded a distinctly different aura from its predecessors. Bai Xiaochun gazed contemplatively at the longevity incense in his hand. At this moment, he was no longer the naive individual he once was regarding spiritual medicines. Through his experiences in refining these elixirs, he had gradually come to understand much. He realized that nearly all spiritual medicines, once concocted, contained impurities that were not only indigestible but also exceedingly difficult to separate. As they were ingested, these impurities would accumulate within the body, eventually transforming into what was referred to as medicinal toxicity. This was a primary reason why many elders within the sect expressed reservations about their disciples consuming elixirs. Theoretically, a certain amount of medicinal toxicity could be expelled from the body. However, if one were to consume an excessive quantity of elixirs, the resulting toxicity would naturally increase and accumulate, obstructing future cultivation. Thus, spiritual medicines were classified into 6 tiers based on the quantity of impurities present: inferior, medium, superior, fine, excellent, and supreme. Bai Xiaochun murmured softly as he examined the longevity incense in his hand, noting that if impurities constituted over 90%, it would be deemed a toxic elixir, unworthy of consumption unless absolutely necessary. If the impurities comprised around 80%, it would be classified as inferior, the most common category. Should the impurities be around 60%, it would be categorized as medium, a rarity that only true alchemists could produce. As for those with only 40% impurities, they were considered superior and even scarcer. The fine category, with merely 20% impurities, and the excellent category, with a mere 10%, could only occasionally be found at large auctions. The legendary supreme spiritual medicine, devoid of any impurities, was said to exist only in whispers and tales. Bai Xiaochun gazed intently at the longevity incense. Previously, when he had refined the spiritual medicine, he lacked understanding. However, as he observed it now with greater scrutiny, he immediately discerned that the process of refining did not simply enhance its potency like a magical artifact, but rather transformed the very quality of the spiritual medicine. At this moment, the longevity incense in his hand contained merely 40% impurities, rendering it a superior product. This revelation invigorated Bai Xiaochun. After a moment of contemplation, he made his way to Ziding Mountain, not to seek out Zhang Depeng, but rather to the southern bank of Lingxi sect, where the unique refining hall of Ziding Mountain resided. Disciples could contribute points here to enlist the aid of the elders in the refining hall for their refining endeavors. Although the failure rate was considerable, many disciples remained passionate about this pursuit. Within the refining hall, Bai Xiaochun observed his surroundings and inquired further. Upon his departure, he was certain that the process of refining spiritual medicine could indeed eliminate impurities. Thus, while savoring the scent of the longevity incense, he practiced the undying longevity technique. Whenever hunger struck, a deep inhalation would alleviate that sensation significantly. 7 portions of longevity incense sustained Bai Xiaochun's practice of the undying longevity technique for half a month. After this period, he distinctly felt his indestructible iron skin had become even more resilient, and his body had grown stronger. Bai Xiaochun, filled with vigor, organized his storage bag and promptly descended the mountain to the market, where he sold the items belonging to Chun Fei and his companions. With the proceeds, he acquired numerous materials required for crafting longevity incense and resumed his alchemical pursuits. His success rate in producing the incense steadily increased due to his meticulousness and attentiveness, rising from 70% to 80%, and ultimately achieving an impressive perfection of 100%. However, Bai Xiaochun remained somewhat dissatisfied, despite reaching a flawless success rate. The elixirs he concocted were merely of inferior quality. This limitation was not easily surmountable in the short term, compelling him to employ refining techniques to eliminate impurities. During his daily cultivation, he would occasionally savor the longevity incense, inhaling deeply, which filled him with a euphoric sensation that made him feel as if the entire universe rejoiced. Throughout this process, his skills in the undying longevity technique flourished, and he even experienced a notable enhancement in his cultivation level, gradually approaching the pinnacle of the 6th layer of qi condensation. His progress in the undying longevity technique was the most remarkable, nearing the completion of the iron skin stage. Bai Xiaochun's resilience had vastly improved, and when he executed the shattering lock technique, the darkness of his fingers deepened slightly. However, as time passed, the efficacy of the longevity incense began to wane, eventually diminishing to negligible levels. By Xiaochun's side, recognizing that his body had adapted from excessive consumption of the same elixir, rendering it ineffective. To continue his cultivation, he needed to seek a superior elixir than the longevity incense. Unfortunately, the formulas for such elixirs were strictly regulated and unavailable in the market. To obtain them, he would have to advance to the status of an apprentice alchemist and exchange contributions within the sect. Alternatively, he could venture to larger markets. Though these were situated far from the sect, contemplating his options, Bai Xiaochun resolved decisively. He would strive to become an apprentice alchemist. He reasoned that with his alchemical experience and proficiency in botany, advancing should pose little difficulty. To ensure his success, he purchased several miscellaneous formulas over the following days, refining each of them 2 or 3 times, learning from his failures. Once he felt confident, he registered at the Alchemist Hall to apply for advancement. On the following morning, the assessment for apprentice alchemists commenced before the Alchemist Hall. Nestled on the southern side of Shangyun Mountain, the Alchemist Pavilion was surrounded by lush greenery, with a winding bluestone path leading to the main road of the mountain. This place was typically deserted, save for the times of advancement assessments when it would be bustling with activity. In addition to the disciples undergoing evaluation, many friends of these individuals and prospective participants, who felt uncertain about their chances, gathered to observe and glean insights from the proceedings. From a distance, the Alchemist Pavilion resembled a figure in meditative repose, strikingly lifelike, with a massive alchemical furnace positioned before it. Below this furnace lay an open space, as if a large pit had been excavated, allowing passage into the expansive square in front of the pavilion. At this moment, 20 identical alchemical furnaces were arranged on the square, accompanied by bags filled with the botanical materials necessary for alchemical processes. In the early morning, Bai Xiaochun, filled with apprehension and uncertainty, arrived at his destination quite early, only to discover that he was not alone. Many had come before him. Surrounding him were dozens of individuals, engaged in hushed conversations in small groups, while a few, exhibiting solitary dispositions, sat cross-legged in meditation. Bai Xiaochun, clearly unwilling to sit idly and wait, cast his gaze around and unexpectedly spotted Su Baokai. As Bai approached, Su Baokai noticed him as well and promptly clasped his fist in greeting. They exchanged a flurry of words, primarily concerning the recent news about disciples from various sections. "Brother Su," Bai began, "have you heard? Qin Fei and his companions, when they ventured out 6 months ago, encountered some formidable foes. They were beaten to a pulp and are still bedridden. Strangely, these 3 have not disclosed the identity of their assailants." As Su Baokai spoke, he scrutinized Bai Xiaochun closely. Bai Xiaochun chuckled lightly, preparing to boast a bit, when suddenly the murmurs in the crowd grew louder, and he felt an unmistakable sensation of being observed. He swiftly turned his head and beheld a woman approaching along the path, clad in the long robe of an outer sect disciple. Her figure was nevertheless impossible to conceal. Her waist was as slender as a willow, and her silhouette, accentuated by gentle curves, was nothing short of exquisite. Her long legs and taut form, as she drew nearer, ignited an insatiable longing in the onlookers. Her visage was strikingly beautiful, her skin as fair as snow, seemingly delicate enough to break with a mere touch. An aura of irresistible allure radiated from her, captivating the male disciples around her. Bai Xiaochun could even hear the sound of several men swallowing hard, particularly Su Baokai, who was utterly entranced. "It's senior sister Du Lingfei, one of the 5 great beauties of the South Bank. She is a celestial being in my heart. Ah, she is looking at me." Su Baokai licked his lips, his eyes filled with infatuation, and when he spoke, his excitement was palpable. "She is gazing in my direction." Bai Xiaochun regarded him with disdain. As Du Lingfei approached, a flicker of malice appeared in her phoenix-like eyes, and she shot Bai Xiaochun a fierce glare. Although she acknowledged his talent in botany, she couldn't shake her inexplicable dislike for him. With a huff, she turned away, heading to the other side. Su Baokai appeared utterly dazed, his gaze fixated on Du Lingfei, oblivious to Bai Xiaochun's scorn, his infatuation deepening. "Du Lingfei is here for the assessment as well." Bai Xiaochun observed the 20 alchemical furnaces in the distance and steadied his mind. "It's fine. I'm not competing against her. This is a sect assessment, not a contest for first place. As long as one qualifies, anyone can successfully advance." Before long, Chen Xiang arrived. Upon seeing Bai Xiaochun, he hesitated for a moment before greeting him with a smile. Bai Xiaochun returned the gesture with a respectful nod, and Qin Ziong settled down beside him in a meditative posture. Zhao Yidua, whom Bai Xiaochun had encountered at the task office, also made his appearance. Gradually, the crowd swelled, and shortly thereafter, the doors of the apothecary pavilion creaked open. An elderly man emerged, his hair as white as snow, and his gaze profound. At the moment he stepped out, an immediate hush fell over the crowd. With a serene demeanor, he strode forward, hands clasped behind his back, and stood upon the square, surveying the outer sect disciples. After a lengthy pause, he nodded and began to speak. I am Elder Su, overseeing this assessment for the promotion of spirit youths to apprentice alchemists. This assessment consists of 2 parts, botanical qualification and alchemy. Those who pass through this gate will have succeeded in the botanical qualification. Elder Su seemed reluctant to elaborate, delivering his brief remarks before closing his eyes. Dismissing all around him, Bai Xiaochun blinked, not being the first to step forward. Soon, a young man emerged from the crowd, with a long face and an ordinary appearance. He clasped his fists in salute towards the old man with the surname Su and proceeded to approach the archway formed by the Dan furnace. As he neared the threshold, a beam of light suddenly enveloped him, only to swiftly fade away. The Dan furnace trembled violently, emitting 5 muffled sounds. 5 sounds indicated that his mastery of the botanical arts had reached the 5th level. Su Baokai, ever the knowledgeable one, whispered to Bai Xiaochun at this moment. Bai Xiaochun blinked, surprised to discover that the assessment here was of such a nature. Curiously, he examined the stone alchemy furnace, faintly sensing a connection between this object and the steel at the Wanyao Pavilion. What to do? Zhou Xinqi's admirers are all searching for me across the mountains. Bai Xiaochun hesitated. Soon, one by one, individuals emerged, most of whom produced 5 sounds. However, when one disciple stepped into the entrance and produced only 4 sounds, Elder Su waved his large sleeve, effortlessly sending the disciple back. Elder Su, wasn't it sufficient to have mastered the 4 techniques of botany to participate in the assessment? The rejected disciple's expression changed, and he hastily inquired. The rules have changed. One must now master 5 techniques. The young man was momentarily taken aback, bitterly clasping his fist in resignation, and departed without further protest. The onlookers turned their attention, many murmuring in hushed tones. Su Baokai displayed surprise, quickly retrieving a small notebook to record the event. Bai Xiaochun glanced over and noted the densely written small characters documenting the significant happenings within the sect, feeling a newfound respect for Su Baocai's diligence. Qin Ziong's eyes flickered. He and Zhao Yidua had always been at odds. With a cold snort, he stepped forward, and upon entering the doorway, a resounding 6 sounds echoed forth. After exchanging a pointed glance with Zhao Yidua, Qin Ziong settled cross-legged beside a nearby alchemy furnace. Qin Ziong, Zhao Yidua, and Du Lingfei were all distinguished figures within the outer sect, having mastered the 5 techniques of botany and the first technique of spiritual beasts. This assessment presented a high probability, around 70 to 80%, that they would ascend to the rank of alchemist. In previous assessments, those who had achieved 6 on the stone, steel, and botany typically succeeded in their advancement, provided their performance in alchemy was not egregiously poor. As discussions unfolded around him, Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth, setting aside thoughts of Zhou Xinqi's admirers, and was about to step forward when suddenly a figure appeared on the distant mountain path. This was a middle-aged man, his hair disheveled, yet his eyes gleaming with intensity. Even before he arrived, his voice resonated throughout the area. Elder Su remained unperturbed. His eyes closed, yet the crowd reacted with astonishment upon hearing the name Han Jianya. Han Jianya? Who is that? I have not heard this name before. Given his age, he must have been an outer sect disciple 7 or 8 years ago. The competition to become the foremost alchemist this time is formidable. As the crowd expressed their curiosity, Han Jianya approached the entrance, his demeanor proud and confidence radiating from him. Upon stepping through the threshold, a series of booming sounds erupted. Elder Su's eyes snapped open, and upon gazing at the middle-aged man, a faint smile appeared on his face, revealing his admiration. 5 techniques of botany and 3 techniques of spiritual beasts, impressive. Han Jianya felt invigorated, bowing respectfully to Elder Su, turning to face Du Lingfei and the others. His pride became even more pronounced. With a flourish of his sleeve, he chose the central alchemy furnace and confidently settled into a cross-legged position. At this moment, the surrounding crowd collectively inhaled deeply, releasing exclamations of astonishment. 8 resounding booms echoed forth, a phenomenon that typically manifested only after the maturation of flora and fauna. Reaching the level of spiritual beasts, The individual who had just declared their ambition to become the foremost alchemist this time now seemed to have a plausible chance of achieving that goal. Within the crowd, Bai Xiaochun initially felt indifferent upon witnessing the scene, yet the astonished gasps from those around him soon transformed his incredulity into wonder. Wasn't it merely the 3 volumes of spirit beasts? Why were these individuals making such a commotion? He curiously inquired of Su Baokai. Recalling that there had been thousands who had successfully navigated the 3rd stele of the demon beasts. Even for the 10th stele, several hundred had accomplished the feat. Su Baokai rolled his eyes, his heart brimming with disdain, yet refrained from revealing his sentiments in front of Bai Xiaochun. After clearing his throat, he finally spoke. Brother Bai, you fail to grasp the significance. The 5 volumes of botany pose considerable challenges, whereas the spirit beast volumes are even more arduous. Achieving mastery of 6 volumes is enviable, and reaching 8 volumes naturally elicits astonishment. Do you presume everyone is as extraordinary as Zhou Xinqi and that little turtle? Excluding them, among the thousands of outer disciples at Shangyun Mountain, fewer than 50 have mastered both the 5 volumes of botany and the 5 of spirit beasts. Each of these 50 individuals is a paragon among men. The stone stele of the 10,000 Medicine Pavilion may display a multitude of names. Yet it actually lists the achievements of a millennium, many of whom have since ascended to intersect status, leaving only their ranks from yesteryears. Moreover, this advancement assessment can commence once one reaches 5 volumes. Thus, the individual who achieved 8 is evidently, as he claimed, vying for the title of first medicinal apprentice to garner 5,000 contribution points. Su Baocai's tone carried a hint of derision, but Bai Xiaochun paid it no heed. Instead, gazing at Su Baokai with delight and asking, "Did you just say Zhou Xinqi and the little turtle are peerless prodigies? Are they truly that formidable?" "Indeed. Especially that little turtle, who has astoundingly achieved first place among the 10 steles for the first time in a millennium." "Brother Bai, I advise you not to aim too high," Su Baokai replied, his disdain intensifying inwardly. Just as he was about to elaborate, Bai Xiaochun erupted into laughter. Finding Su Baokai increasingly agreeable, he clapped Su Baokai on the shoulder and strode towards the entrance. Su Baokai was momentarily taken aback, observing Bai Xiaochun's approach to the archway. Though surprised, he thought little of it. After all, Bai Xiaochun had garnered some renown for his expertise in botany, having triumphed over Du Lingfei, making his participation in the assessment only fitting. Yet, Su Baocai's eyes widened in astonishment as he witnessed Bai Xiaochun boldly step into the entrance. A flash of light erupted, followed by an overwhelming cacophony. 1 sound, 2 sounds, 3 sounds, 6 sounds, 7 sounds, 8 sounds. The crowd fell silent, yet the thunderous noise continued, producing a 9th sound, and ultimately, the 10th sound. Boom. At the moment the 10th reverberation resonated, Elder Su's eyes flew open, a remarkable brilliance shining within them as he fixed his gaze upon Bai Xiaochun, his astonishment palpable. It is worth noting that, among the 1,000 outer disciples of Shangyun Mountain, those who had mastered a total of 10 volumes of botany and spirit beasts were exceedingly rare. These individuals had long since participated in the assessments, patiently awaiting the completion of the botany and spirit beast volumes before attempting the evaluation. Until today, he had only witnessed such a feat once. Even Zhou Xinqi had only participated in the assessment after the 9th stele. Du Lingfei widened her eyes, staring blankly at Bai Xiaochun within the doorway. Although she was aware that Bai Xiaochun's mastery of herbalism surpassed her own, she could scarcely fathom the astonishing level he had achieved, one of complete mastery in both herbalism and spirit beasts. Her mind buzzed, rendering her momentarily dazed, as memories flooded back of their previous competition, where she had demanded a comparison of their herbal skills. She recalled the anxious expression on Bai Xiaochun's face as he cautiously inquired about her ranking, as well as the troubled look he wore when he finally acquiesced. "Bai Xiaochun." Du Lingfei clenched her teeth in realization. She now understood that Bai Xiaochun must have been inwardly overjoyed at the time. Qin Xiang and Zhao Yi were aghast, their astonishment evident as they gazed at Bai Xiaochun, rendered speechless. Meanwhile, Han Jianye, who had been in seclusion for many years, trembled, fixated on Bai Xiaochun as if a tempest raged within his mind. He regarded Bai Xiaochun as his greatest adversary. The crux of an alchemist's advancement lies in the art of potion making. Although Bai Xiaochun was formidable, Han Jianye doubted he could rival him in this domain, especially after dedicating 7 years in seclusion to secure the top position in the examination. Simultaneously, the outer disciples who had been observing gasped in unison, their exclamations even more fervent than before, some even losing their voices. Could it be 10 successes? This implied that he had already triumphed in the 5th tier of spirit beasts at the Myriad Medicine Pavilion. Among the outer disciples of Shangyun Mountain, fewer than 50 could achieve such a feat. This fellow possesses remarkable restraint, having surpassed the 10th stone of the Myriad Medicine Pavilion. He only now chose to participate in the advancement assessment. Chapter 43. So slow. So slow. Could it be? He is the little turtle? The crowd erupted in astonishment. Complete mastery of herbalism and spirit beasts. Bai Xiaochun had clearly been mocking me just moments ago. Yet, how utterly incredible! He has only been in the sect for a few years. Could it be that he is indeed a little turtle? Su Baokai inhaled deeply, quickly producing a small notebook to record these events. Secretly grateful that he had resolved his grievances with Bai Xiaochun and relieved that he had not expressed his disdain too overtly. As everyone remained in shock, Bai Xiaochun stepped out from the doorway and sighed. In truth, had he been able to conceal his mastery of the 10 stones of herbalism and spirit beasts, he would have preferred not to reveal it, especially since some of Zhou Xinqi's admirers were inner disciples. However, he had no choice. He could not forego his advancement. Though reluctantly, witnessing the expressions and hearing the voices of those around him stirred a sense of gratitude within Bai Xiaochun. They were all commendable fellow disciples. How wonderful it would be if everyone shared such camaraderie. With a sigh of sentiment, Bai Xiaochun emerged from the doorway, choosing a cauldron under the watchful gaze of the crowd, and settled down. Elder Su cast a contemplative glance at Bai Xiaochun, a fleeting smile gracing his lips before it vanished, returning to a tranquil demeanor as he spoke. Before you lies a pouch containing 10 herbs, sufficient for refining 10 first-tier spirit medicines, the ink spirit fragrance, using the success rate as the basis for assessment. Those who achieve qualification twice will be rewarded with 5,000 contribution points. As Elder Su's words echoed, the outer disciples surrounding the examination area were momentarily taken aback. The task at hand was to refine the elusive Mo Lingxiang. Although this particular elixir is not the most challenging to concoct within the first tier, it certainly presents its own set of difficulties. Unlike the more familiar Ning Lingxiang, which many young alchemists have practiced in advance, this endeavor demands a deeper understanding of alchemical aptitude. The increase in complexity, transitioning from 4 to 5 herbal compositions, suggests that future challenges will only escalate. As the whispers of speculation circulated among the onlookers, those seated before the alchemical furnaces wore expressions of gravity. Despite their internal lamentations upon hearing about the Mo Lingxiang, they could not afford to be distracted. They diligently opened their pouches to inspect their herbs. Previously, Bai Xiaochun had heard from Su Baokai about the matter of 5,000 contribution points. At this moment, upon hearing Elder Su's words, he felt a stirring within. His contribution points were dwindling, and in the future, whether for exchanging prescriptions or purchasing herbs, he would require these points. Securing these 5,000 contribution points would alleviate many of his burdens, sparing him the need to exert effort to earn them. With this thought, Bai Xiaochun opened the pouch before him. Inside, besides 10 types of herbs, lay a jade slip. Holding it in his hand, he discovered it contained the prescription for Mo Lingxiang. Rather than immediately beginning the alchemical process, Bai Xiaochun collected his thoughts and focused intently, meticulously studying the prescription. His pace of study was slow, a reflection of his alchemical habits. Even the slightest detail required thorough understanding before he felt assured. Thus, he immersed himself in study for an entire hour. During this time, Du Lingfei and the others had already completed their inspections of the herbs and commenced the alchemical process. Some were so swift that they had nearly finished their first batch. Scanning the entire square, apart from Bai Xiaochun, everyone else was engaged in alchemy, while he alone pondered over the jade slip. This peculiar scene left the outer disciples, including Su Baokai, astonished. At that moment, the first batch of spiritual herbs began to yield results, accompanied by a series of muffled roars. Excluding Bai Xiaochun, the 18 participants remained silent. As dark smoke billowed from their alchemical furnaces, the first batch had failed. Only Han Jianya burst into hearty laughter. As his furnace trembled, a fragrant aroma wafted forth, revealing a 3-inch block of Mo Lingxiang at the bottom of his furnace. The outer disciples around him turned to gaze in astonishment. His first batch had succeeded. Han Jianya possessed a unique talent for alchemy. With a triumphant expression, Han Jianya cast a proud glance at the other participants, particularly at Bai Xiaochun, who was still engrossed in studying the prescription. A hint of disdain flickered in his eyes as he bent down to retrieve another batch of herbs, preparing to refine once more. Du Lingfei and the others wore grim expressions, gritting their teeth as they continued their attempts. As time flowed, when the second hour concluded, The second batch of spiritual herbs emerged one after another, accompanied by the same muffled roars. This time, however, not a single one succeeded. All had failed. It was at this juncture that Bai Xiaochun finally set the jade slip aside. He had fully comprehended the prescription for Mo Lingxiang. Yet when everyone anticipated he would commence his alchemical process, they were taken aback to see him retrieve a spiritual herb and begin to study it again. His demeanor earnest and intensely focused. What was Bai Xiaochun doing? He had already spent 2 hours on the prescription. What more was there to study about the herbs? Even if he were inspecting, it seemed excessive to be this slow. Su Baokai widened his eyes in disbelief, and upon glancing at the others, he noticed they had already begun their third batch. Amidst the bewilderment of the onlookers, the third hour arrived, and once again, all 18 exam participants faced failure. As the fourth and fifth hours concluded, 4 individuals managed to successfully concoct the elusive ink spirit incense, among them Du Lingfei, Qin Xiang, and Zhao Yidhua, who each produced their first piece. With the fragrance wafting through the air, Han Jianya beamed with pride, having become the first to create a second piece. Glancing around, his demeanor grew ever more arrogant, regarding Bai Xiaochun with increasing disdain. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun was engrossed in examining a fourth type of herb, occasionally tearing off a small strip for closer observation. The surrounding crowd was increasingly astonished. Even Elder Su cast several glances in his direction. Time swiftly passed, and the 6th hour soon arrived. In this 6th attempt, every other participant failed, with only Han Jianya succeeding. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Even Elder Su nodded in acknowledgement. Han Jianya had produced a third piece, while the others remained at just one. In previous assessments, the success rate stood at 20% for passers and 40% for prodigies. With several attempts remaining, should Han Jianya succeed once more, he would undoubtedly be deemed a prodigy. As discussions buzzed around him, Han Jianya exuded a palpable confidence, murmuring to himself, "I will surely create the fourth piece of ink spirit incense and claim the title of prodigy." With a flourish of his sleeve, he embarked on the 7th attempt. Du Lingfei, her face pale with determination, gritted her teeth and joined the others in starting the 7th furnace. As the 7th hour concluded, a glimmer of joy appeared in Du Lingfei's eyes. A delightful aroma emanated from her furnace, while many around her were engulfed in clouds of failed concoctions. Astonishingly, she was the sole success in this round. "I have qualified. I can advance." Yet, mere qualification is not enough. Du Lingfei suppressed her excitement, inhaling deeply. And with Han Jianya's darkened expression, she prepared to refine once more. The 8th hour passed in an instant, and as the sound of explosions echoed one after another, every participant once again faced total failure. Thus, among the 19 who had taken part in the advancement assessment, Han Jianya succeeded thrice, Du Lingfei twice, while Qin Xiang and Zhao Yidhua managed only one success each, leaving the rest without any victories at all. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaochun began his examination of the final herb. This round of assessment proved exceedingly challenging. The outer disciples observing felt the tension in the atmosphere. Nearly all contestants were left with only 2 materials at their disposal, aside from Du Lingfei and Han Jianya, who had secured their standings. Qin Xiang and Zhao Yidhua faced the grim prospect that should they fail in the next 2 attempts, their assessment would end in failure. Compared to the 4 of them, the remaining 10 or more participants felt an even deeper sense of trepidation, as they were left with but one final chance. Should the 9th attempt fail, there would be no need for a 10th, as Elder Su would certainly not permit such a waste of precious herbs. Should the 9th furnace fail, the assessment would be deemed a failure. Only Bai Xiaochun sat there, grasping the final herb, seemingly confronted with an arduous dilemma, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. While he was utterly overlooked by those around him, the 9th hour seemed to drag on interminably, and amidst the anticipation of nearly everyone present. At the precise moment the 9th hour concluded, a thunderous sound erupted. It was a disciple who had not succeeded even once throughout the process. His face turned pale in an instant as he let out a bitter smile, bowed to Elder Su, and departed in desolation. The surrounding crowd fell silent, and gradually, more rumbling sounds emerged as disciples silently rose and left the square. Ultimately, only 6 individuals remained, their alchemical furnaces still in operation. Before long, another explosion resonated from the furnaces of these 6, yet only one emitted the fragrance of herbs, Zhao Yidhua's furnace. Zhao Yidhua clenched his fist tightly, his breath quickening, his eyes reddening. At this moment, his emotions surged to their zenith as he finally met the requirements of the assessment, 2 successes, rendering him qualified. Among the 5 who had failed, 2 disciples who had previously not succeeded wore bitter smiles, sighed softly, and rose to leave the square. Du Lingfei furrowed her brow. Closing her eyes in thought, Han Jianye felt the least pressure. Yet he was unwilling to remain stuck at a 30% success rate. He sought to break through and become a paragon. The final furnace. The spectators collectively inhaled sharply. Witnessing the unfolding scenes in the square, where only 5 individuals remained, Han Jianye, Du Lingfei, Zhao Yidua, Qin Xiang, and of course, Bai Xiaochun. The first 3 had qualified, while Qin Xiang had but one chance left. As for Bai Xiaochun, the crowd merely cast a fleeting glance before disregarding him once more. They even suspected that his 9 hours spent researching the formulas and herbs might still be ongoing. Was he merely here to join the fray? With an unprecedented seriousness, Du Lingfei and the others on the square solemnly initiated the refinement of the 10th spiritual medicine. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, the 10th hour slowly passed. With a resounding boom, a black mist rose from Zhao Yidua's furnace. He sighed. Although he had failed, he had nonetheless qualified. However, at the very moment Zhao Yidua faced his failure, a fragrance wafted from Qin Xiang's furnace, and not only from his, but also from Du Lingfei's and Han Jianye's furnaces, all releasing the scent of herbs. The aroma spread instantaneously, and the expressions of the 3 reflected pure ecstasy. All had succeeded. At this moment, after an hour of repression, the crowd erupted in excitement. This assessment had proven exceedingly difficult. Under such challenging conditions, for Han Jianye to achieve 4 successes indeed marked him as a true prodigy. Du Lingfei succeeded thrice, while both Qin Xiang and Zhao Yidua achieved 2 successes, yet all met the promotion criteria. Had it not been for the increased difficulty, these 3 likely could have attained a success rate of 4 times. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, some, being friends of Du Lingfei and others, cheered from the sidelines. Elder Su nodded slightly, particularly casting an appreciative glance towards Han Jianye. Just as he was about to announce the results, unexpectedly, Bai Xiaochun stirred. Chapter 44. Dawn breaks. Having completed his study of the final herb and resolved the most challenging problem, Bai Xiaochun remained oblivious to the cheers surrounding him. From the moment he had grasped the jade slip containing the medicinal formula, he had immersed himself in the realm of herbal alchemy, entering a state of utter absorption. Unless thunder roared from the heavens, the cacophony outside could not distract him in the slightest, nor did he notice that others had already finished their alchemical endeavors. His movement immediately captured the attention of those around him, including Su Baokai, who regarded Bai Xiaochun with peculiar expressions. They all shared a sentiment that Bai Xiaochun's sense of time diverged remarkably from theirs. He was progressing too slowly, while others had completed their tasks. He had only just begun. Surely, this assessment should have concluded by now? It seems I did not hear of any time constraints regarding the examination for the advancement to apprentice alchemist. As the crowd continued to speculate, an unknown voice uttered the final remark, causing everyone to pause and glance towards Elder Su. Elder Su hesitated. Indeed, there were no time limits for the assessment of aspiring alchemists. Thus, he stood there, observing Bai Xiaochun as he crafted his potion. Han Jianye felt no pressure whatsoever. Smiling faintly, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. He had initially considered Bai Xiaochun a formidable rival, but after this examination, he doubted that Bai Xiaochun could surpass him. Du Lingfei frowned, finding Bai Xiaochun increasingly unsatisfactory in her view. Bai Xiaochun moved with remarkable swiftness, his eyes gleaming with determination. In the entirety of the world, only the alchemical furnace before him remained in focus. The various herbs in his hands were rapidly transformed, either kneaded into juice or ground into powder, all of which fell into the furnace. With a decisive gesture of his right hand, he pointed towards the furnace, causing the flames beneath it to ignite instantly. Before long, an hour had elapsed, and a rich, fragrant aroma of herbs emanated from the furnace, enveloping the surroundings. Bai Xiaochun grasped the air with his right hand, and a piece of, measuring 4 inches in size, flew into his palm. As he examined it closely, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. At that moment, the expressions of those around him turned solemn. Elder Su's eyes sparkled with anticipation. However, as everyone awaited Bai Xiaochun to commence with the second batch, they gradually realized that he was instead engrossed in further study of the. What could be his intention? Having achieved success, why not proceed with the next batch? The onlookers were left in a state of bewilderment. In this moment, Bai Xiaochun scrutinized the in his hand, feeling a sense of dissatisfaction. Although it had succeeded, it was not in accordance with his expectations, which anticipated a size of 7 inches. Where had the error occurred? He pondered deeply, and this contemplation extended for 3 hours, even as those around him grew increasingly impatient. A spark ignited in Bai Xiaochun's eyes. He retrieved more herbs and began refining once again, revitalizing the spirits of the crowd, who now turned their attention back to him. After another hour, a fragrance even more potent than before wafted through the air, and from the furnace emerged a piece of measuring 5 inches. Du Lingfei's expression shifted, while Chun Xiang and Zhao Yidua were equally astonished. Han Jianya's gaze flickered, appearing calm, yet his heart raced with tension. Their anxiety stemmed not from Bai Xiaochun's dual successes, but rather from the astonishing feat of consecutive triumphs. As the crowd gasped in astonishment, Bai Xiaochun flicked his sleeve, sending forth a third batch of herbs. With grave focus, he initiated the third refinement, drawing the attention of the outer disciples, who observed with rapt attention. After an hour of tense silence, the furnace suddenly trembled violently, releasing a wave of fragrance even more magnificent than before. Within the furnace, a 6-inch piece of materialized with startling brilliance. 3 consecutive successes. How could this be possible? How had Bai Xiaochun accomplished such a feat? Had he perhaps refined in the past? The crowd erupted in exclamations of disbelief. Du Lingfei gasped, fixated on Bai Xiaochun, her heart tumultuous. Qin Xiang and Zhao Yidua stood in stunned silence. 3 consecutive successes. Surely, he must be well versed in and exceedingly fortunate. Surely, he would falter on his next attempt. Han Jianya clenched his fists, his eyes tinged with urgency, as all eagerly anticipated Bai Xiaochun's 4th attempt. He instead furrowed his brow once more, contemplating the 6-inch before him while resting his chin on his hand. And so, they waited, for 5 long hours. Had it been in earlier times, the crowd would have dispersed, unwilling to wait. However, now, as Bai Xiaochun had achieved success thrice in succession, the anticipation for his 4th attempt grew palpable. Should he succeed once more, he would surpass the others, reaching the level of Han Jianya. Their curiosity compelled them to remain. Yet, Bai Xiaochun appeared to deliberate for an inordinate length of time over a mere first-tier spiritual herb. Particularly, Du Lingfei and Han Jianya fixated on him, reluctant to depart. At that moment, a spark ignited in Bai Xiaochun's eyes. His brow danced with excitement as he waved his hands. As the herbs soared forth, the 4th furnace was ignited. In that instant, the spectators perked up, their attention drawn to him. An hour later, a thunderous sound erupted, not the sound of failure, but rather a resonance born from an overwhelming fragrance that filled the cauldron, expanding into the air. In the blink of an eye, an even more potent aroma permeated the surroundings, and within the cauldron, 7 inches of ink spirit fragrance materialized. The 4th furnace had once again succeeded. The crowd erupted in astonishment. For consecutive successes, such an occurrence was nothing short of miraculous. Just how many successes could Bai Xiaochun ultimately achieve? 2 qualifications for extraordinary feats. He recalled that senior sister Zhou Xinshi had ascended after 7 attempts. As the crowd gasped, Du Lingfei's expression darkened. Though she understood that Bai Xiaochun's proficiency with herbs far surpassed her own, the realization of the vast chasm separating their alchemical abilities stirred a complex turmoil within her. As for Han Jianya, he clenched his fists, his body trembling with rage. He was unwilling to accept this reality, yet the scene before him was undeniable. For successes, this was his limit, and he was certain he would fail in all subsequent attempts. Amidst the uproar and rising expectations for Bai Xiaochun's success, the crowd was taken aback to find him once again pondering, clutching the ink spirit fragrance. This fellow was still engrossed in his studies. Despite their exasperation, the onlookers could not leave. They could only gaze at Bai Xiaochun, hoping he would spend less time in contemplation this round. As time flowed on, after 8 hours, Bai Xiaochun inhaled deeply, blood vessels appearing in his eyes. Unbeknownst to the onlookers, he had come perilously close to failure during his 4th attempt. Ignoring the chatter around him, he remained undeterred. His dedication to alchemy was beyond comprehension. No matter how much others spoke, if he lacked confidence, he would never hastily proceed with the concoction. At this moment, as the 5th furnace opened, the onlookers, weary from the prolonged wait, struggled to maintain their focus. The 5th furnace succeeded. Han Jianya sat there, dazed, a bitter sense of despair rising within him. After a lengthy silence, he let out a deep sigh, rendered speechless. This time, Bai Xiaochun did not keep the crowd waiting long. With a flick of his sleeve, he continued to prepare the 6th furnace. Before long, another resounding explosion occurred, the fragrance intensifying as the 6th furnace achieved success. Bai Xiaochun's eyes flickered with determination, undeterred as he grasped the medicinal herbs and commenced the preparation of the 7th batch. However, just as the concoction was nearing completion, an unexpected whiff of scorched aroma wafted through the air. Though subtle, it was perceptible only to Bai Xiaochun. sending a jolt of alarm through his heart. With a deft gesture of his right hand, he lowered the temperature of the flames, barely managing to conclude the 7th batch, which emerged as a qualified success once more. Yet, the resulting ink-scented essence measured merely 3 inches and was laden with impurities, teetering on the brink of inferior quality, potentially transforming into a toxic fragrance. Nonetheless, to the onlookers, it was still a triumph. At that moment, the spirits of those surrounding him were thoroughly ignited, breaths quickening, particularly for Su Baokai, whose eyes shone with disbelief. 7 successes, good heavens. Bai Xiaochun has truly accomplished 7. Just like senior sister Su Xinqi. I recall that only the legendary senior brother Wang Qinshan had achieved 8 successes in the past, and he is now a distinguished disciple of the sect. As for 9 successes, that remains unprecedented, with no one having ever succeeded. Amidst the astonished murmurs of the crowd, Bai Xiaochun fell into a contemplative silence, fixating on the alchemical furnace. His eyes gradually reddened, as he had long ceased to focus on the examination, immersing himself instead in the art of alchemy. Reflecting on his near failure, he withdrew the herbs once more for scrutiny, gradually uncovering the cause. It was the ink fruit, a spiritual plant. Each internal ink essence differing subtly. Bai Xiaochun scrutinized the ink fruit in his hand, his mind racing with analysis and deduction. As time passed, the onlookers observed Bai Xiaochun's pensive demeanor, exchanging wry smiles. While they were invigorated, his contemplative pace before each alchemical endeavor was exasperatingly slow. Reluctant to depart, the outer disciples settled cross-legged around him, waiting patiently for Bai Xiaochun. Some, worn out, leaned against nearby rocks and fell asleep. Elder Su, with an odd expression, cleared his throat and also sat down in meditation. Du Lingfei and Han Jianya, similarly unwilling to leave, found themselves drained by Bai Xiaochun's pace. Their eyes reddening as they too were compelled to meditate. Gradually, silence enveloped the area, and before long, even the sounds of snoring emerged. Yet, some remained vigilant, steadfastly gazing at Bai Xiaochun, with Su Baokai among them. Several hours later, someone stirred, and upon noticing Bai Xiaochun still deep in thought, could not help but exclaim in awe. He is still researching? The sun has risen finally. After more than 10 hours, Bai Xiaochun, his eyes bloodshot, abruptly lifted his gaze. Chapter 45. It's not difficult to end you. Bai Xiaochun breathed heavily, having long forgotten himself, neglecting to consider how many times he had succeeded, nor paying any heed to the outcome of this assessment. His eyes were bloodshot, and at this moment, he harbored but one thought: how to ensure that he could confidently open the furnace during the next attempt. Without assurance, he would never dare to ignite the furnace. He cherished a cautious disposition, which he had perfected in the art of alchemy. Yet, as he pondered, he realized that no matter how he strategized, he could not resolve the dilemma unless he could stabilize the ink essence within the ink spirit fruit. However, this would not merely alter the formula, but rather constitute a subtle adjustment. After a brief silence, determination flickered in his eyes. He had no choice but to diverge from the original formula and adjust according to necessity. With a swift motion, he crushed the ink spirit fruit in his hand. With a sharp crack, an abundance of juice cascaded forth, but instead of falling into the furnace, it coalesced in midair, merging under Bai Xiaochun's command to achieve the desired richness. To the onlookers, this scene seemed unremarkable, merely surprising. Even Bai Xiaochun himself found nothing extraordinary about it, believing that such an approach was the only prudent course of action. However, Elder Su suddenly opened his eyes wide, a profound astonishment gleaming within their depths. It was noteworthy that even when Bai Xiaochun had succeeded 7 times prior, Su had merely been surprised. Yet now, the astonishment he felt was vastly greater. This Bai Xiaochun dared to adjust the formula. The young man was exceptional. No wonder the pavilion master had instructed him to pay attention to this lad before his departure last month. Elder Su pondered thoughtfully. Moments later, Bai Xiaochun vigorously waved his right hand, expelling the excess ink essence until only a portion the size of a fingernail remained, which he then cast into the furnace. He proceeded to retrieve other herbs, placing them in one by one, and ignited the 8th furnace. The furnace visibly reddened, and within less than an hour, roughly the time it takes to burn 2 incense sticks, the entire furnace trembled, releasing a powerful fragrance as the 8th attempt succeeded. Elder Su immediately focused his gaze on the furnace and was greeted by the sight of a piece of ink spirit fragrance, measuring a full 10 inches in size. A dark hue tinged with purple, almost of medium grade. A gleam of wonder sparkled in Elder Su's eyes. Bai Xiaochun discerned the distinctive nature of the Mo Ling Xiang he was concocting. A moment of clarity washed over him. as he suddenly comprehended why all his previous elixirs had been of inferior quality. The formula was not fixed. It required adaptation to one's needs to yield superior elixirs of medium grade or higher. A sense of enlightenment surged within him, invigorating his spirit. Before the crowd could erupt in astonishment once more, he waved his hand and commenced the 9th furnace. At that moment, the surrounding onlookers held their breath, silenced by sheer awe. Despite their earlier expectations, witnessing Bai Xiaochun's successive triumphs left them incredulous. Not only had he surpassed Zhou Xinqi, but he was also on par with Wang Qingshan, the current disciple of inheritance. Before the crowd could recover from their shock, Bai Xiaochun accelerated his pace, completing the process in merely the span of an incense stick. The furnace trembled violently, releasing an even more potent fragrance. The 9th furnace was yet again a success. This was unprecedented. No one had ever achieved 9 consecutive successes, especially with the Mo Ling Xiang. Although Bai Xiaochun had pondered for an extended period, his success rate was equally astonishing. Su Baocai's mind buzzed incessantly, leaving him utterly dumbfounded, while Du Lingfei felt a tumultuous wave in her consciousness. Recalling the moments from the initial competition, where the act of grafting plants was revealed, Han Jianye, on the other hand, exhaled a sigh of relief, though bitter. He no longer felt frantic. If Bai Xiaochun had merely surpassed him by a fraction, he might have contested, but now he conceded, with but one attempt remaining. Bai Xiaochun had established an unparalleled precedent. Would he be able to create a miracle? This moment was worth it, even if he had to endure several days here. It was all worthwhile. In that instant, all eyes were fixated on Bai Xiaochun. Their breaths were heavy, and their gazes reflected intense anticipation. Even Elder Su was transfixed, his astonishment deepening. Soon, Bai Xiaochun made his move, his expression grave. He meticulously retrieved the final ingredient, organizing it carefully before placing it into the furnace according to varying timings and combinations. He then formed hand seals to summon the earth fire. Time passed in silence. The atmosphere is so still that one could hear their own heartbeat. After the incense stick had burned down, a thunderous roar erupted suddenly from within the furnace. Unlike the dissipating mist of failure, yet no fragrance wafted forth, causing trepidation among the onlookers. Had he failed? Su Baocai felt parched and dry in the throat. Bai Xiaochun was momentarily taken aback, as a flurry of conjecture stirred within his heart, and his eyes instantly gleamed with brightness. At that very moment, everyone surrounding him observed with astonishment that radiant colors emanated from the alchemical furnace, streaming out through the crevices. As the luminous spectacle unfolded, Elder Su surged forward. His gaze fixated on the purple-hued, 1-inch-sized Mo Ling Xiang within the furnace, his eyes brimming with uncontainable joy. A mid-grade elixir. Elder Su erupted with laughter, sweeping his sleeve to gather all the alchemical furnaces, pouches, and the freshly concocted Mo Ling Xiang into his grasp. In this examination, Bai Xiaochun, Han Jianye, Du Lingfei, Qin Xiang, and Zhao Yidua have all successfully ascended to the rank of apothecary, with Bai Xiaochun emerging first, earning 5,000 contribution points. As his words resonated, a tumultuous uproar erupted among the crowd, the sound reverberating far and wide. 10 times, 10 consecutive successes. The final concoction was, astonishingly, a mid-grade elixir. As an apothecary, he managed to refine a mid-grade spiritual medicine. Whether it was Su Baocai, Du Lingfei, or Han Jianye, everyone present was left in a state of sheer astonishment. Bai Xiaochun felt a sense of helplessness. He had yet to thoroughly examine the only mid-grade spiritual medicine he had refined. At this moment, witnessing Elder Su take it away, he stood up with a profound dissatisfaction brewing within him. However, observing the demeanor of the other party, it was evident that he was offered no opportunity to reclaim it. Bai Xiaochun let out a weary sigh, utterly exhausted at this moment. As he descended from the square, he was met with the fervent admiration and respect of those around him. It was evident to them that his 10 successes were not mere strokes of luck. The profound contemplation he had undertaken was not something ordinary individuals could achieve. Congratulations, Senior Brother Bai, for creating a miracle and accomplishing the unprecedented. Senior Brother Bai, I am in awe of your achievements. Senior Brother Bai, I have some uncertainties regarding the flora. Would you be so kind as to assist me? Bai Xiaochun blinked, realizing that he had become overly engrossed in alchemy. Noticing the expressions of those around him, he immediately understood that he had stirred up quite a commotion. However, upon observing the enthusiasm of his fellow disciples, he felt a surge of emotion and promptly clasped his fist in gratitude. His heart swelled with joy. Unlike during the incident with the little turtle where he had missed the chance to shine under the limelight, he finally sensed a taste of admiration. For the female disciples who sought his assistance, Bai Xiaochun readily nodded in agreement, often reminding those who addressed him as brother by that his name was Bai Xiaochun, eager that no one remain unaware of his identity. While he reveled in this moment of pride, he suddenly spotted a young man in the crowd who was glaring at him intently. Bai Xiaochun quickly recognized him as one of Zhou Xinqi's admirers. His expression shifted upon realizing the hostility in the young man's gaze, prompting him to hurriedly extricate himself from the throng and make a swift exit. He slept for a full 2 days, and on the 3rd day at noon, Bai Xiaochun awoke, the fatigue and dizziness dissipating. He recalled that the only mid-grade spirit medicine he had crafted had been taken by Elder Su, and he sighed. Checking his identity token, he discovered an addition of 5,000 contribution points, which offered him a slight consolation. With these points, Bai Xiaochun resolved to continue his alchemical pursuits and cultivate his immortal longevity technique. He ventured out to the sect, exchanging for 7 or 8 prescription formulas, selecting one that replenished vital energy and acquiring a substantial amount of herbs. The process was swift, yet he felt a wave of trepidation as he noticed that some individuals changed their expressions upon seeing him. Among them was even one of Zhou Xinqi's admirers, who, upon spotting him, revealed a cold smirk and seemed to be transmitting a message using a jade slip. He had been careless this time. Humph. Once I emerge, fully proficient in the indestructible iron skin, anyone who dares provoke me shall face my wrath, 1 by 1, or even 10 at once. I'll seek out the sect leader. Bai Xiaochun scoffed, choosing to remain within the confines of the medicine pavilion to begin his alchemical work. He could surmise that during his 2 days of slumber, the events surrounding his ascension to the status of a medicine apprentice would inevitably spread, and it wouldn't be long before the entire Shangyun Mountain was abuzz with rumors. Indeed, within the sect, there were already whispers questioning whether Bai Xiaochun was none other than the little turtle. After all, how coincidental it was that both he and the spirit beast were flourishing in their respective realms, especially since Bai Xiaochun had successfully produced a mid-grade elixir, achieving 10 consecutive successes in alchemy. Yet, they dared not intrude upon the medicine pavilion, and Bai Xiaochun's status instilled a degree of caution in them. After all, they could not truly act against such a disciple. However, they could certainly teach him a harsh lesson, for the sect would not intervene, as their skills were simply lacking, and they could not blame others for their failures. With no other options, the crowd departed in frustration, though within their midst, a young man with a sullen expression watched the medicine pavilion with a slowly emerging, sinister smile. Do you believe that hiding here renders you invincible? It is one thing to have assaulted my cousin Shinfei, but you have also tormented my beloved junior sister Zhou and my dearest junior sister Du. Even the junior sister Ho, whom I have recently taken a liking to, seems to be perpetually speaking of you, Bai Xiaochun, though you may possess a somewhat mediocre talent. I assure you, extinguishing your life would not pose a significant challenge. A cold laugh echoed within the heart of the young man, for he was none other than Qian Dajin, a disciple of the inner sect bearing the surname Qian. In the tranquil confines of the alchemy pavilion, Bai Xiaochun enjoyed a leisurely existence, dedicating his days either to the art of potion making or to cultivating his immortal longevity technique. As time passed, his mastery of this technique advanced by leaps and bounds. His skin had grown increasingly resilient, and both his speed and strength surpassed his former capabilities. In just 2 days, his immortal iron skin would reach its pinnacle. Bai Xiaochun inhaled deeply, a spirited glimmer shining in his eyes. However, on this particular evening, an unexpected event transpired. A beam of azure light shot forth from the sect's task office, racing towards the spiritual herb pavilion. It disregarded the protective wards of the building and, in an instant, materialized within the very chamber where Bai Xiaochun resided. Bai Xiaochun was taken aback, and upon closer inspection, he discovered it was a token. This token was pitch black, with a raised character for law in the center, evoking an undeniable sense of solemnity. As an outer sect disciple, Bai Xiaochun was informed by the law enforcement hall that after several years of entry, he had completed only one task of nurturing spiritual plants, thus violating the sect's regulations. Consequently, he was compelled to participate in an external mission after 3 days, without any room for error. The voice was chilling, imbued with a frosty air, suggesting that should Bai Xiaochun dare to refuse, he would face the harsh penalties of the law enforcement hall. The name law enforcement hall made Bai Xiaochun's eyes widen in shock, and his heart sank. In an instant, the token transformed into a streak of black light and vanished without a trace. The surroundings fell into silence, and Bai Xiaochun's expression shifted continuously. Upon retrieving his own identity token, he discovered a task he was mandated to undertake. Indeed, He had neglected the annual requirement within the sect to complete at least one task, yet the sudden appearance of the law enforcement hall's token left him feeling perplexed. After a moment of contemplation, he exited his chamber and departed from the alchemy pavilion, heading straight for the mountain summit. Su Baokai, as an outer sect disciple of Shangyun Mountain, resided on the opposite side of the mountain. Bai Xiaochun hurried along, the dusk settling in, and the path was relatively devoid of figures. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of Su Baocai's courtyard. This place was less secluded than Bai Xiaochun's own, as it was adjacent to several other courtyards. In the dim light of night, flickering candle flames could be seen emanating from within these abodes. Bai Xiaochun lowered his head and, without knocking, swiftly leaped inside, immediately spotting Su Baochai bent over a small notebook, engrossed in writing. Su Baochai, Bai Xiaochun murmured softly, startling Su Baochai, who abruptly looked up and, upon seeing Bai Xiaochun, quickly regained his composure. "Brother Bai," Su Baochai exclaimed in surprise, hastily rising to allow Bai Xiaochun to enter the room. "Isn't Brother Bai sequestered in the alchemy pavilion? What brings you here?" Su Baochai inquired with curiosity. "Bai Xiaochun, how much do you know about the enforcement hall?" Bai Xiaochun interjected. "The enforcement hall. It is divided into two branches, north and south, each empowered to oversee all outer disciples and miscellaneous workers within their jurisdiction. However, they typically remain in the shadows, intervening only in the face of severe breaches of sect rules," Su Baochai responded, sensing something amiss as he observed Bai Xiaochun's somber expression. He continued hastily, "Yet, when they do intervene, their authority is formidable. They can impose decisions at will and, in cases of defection, can even execute offenders. To put it succinctly, the enforcement hall wields a metaphorical sword, a blade suspended over the heads of all outer disciples, instilling a palpable fear of rule violations. Should one transgress the regulations and catch the enforcement hall's attention, they would not merely face death, but endure a fate akin to skinning alive. Nevertheless, despite their considerable power, the enforcement hall is bound by numerous restrictions, as long as one does not breach the sect rules. There is no need to concern oneself with the enforcement hall," Su Baochai detailed extensively, sharing all he knew about the enforcement hall with Bai Xiaochun. He even recounted the tragic fates of several disciples who had fallen under the enforcement hall's scrutiny. 500 years ago, our Lingxi sect produced a traitor who was relentlessly hunted by the enforcement hall for 7 days, ultimately annihilated, body and soul. 300 years ago, an outer disciple committed a grave transgression. The enforcement hall offered a chance for redemption, but the disciple remained unrepentant and disregarded the warning, resulting in a report to the sect and subsequent punishment in the Black Wind Pass, enduring relentless torment to this day. 100 years ago, when the Zhou Mountain sect rebelled, the enforcement hall issued a warning, yet the party remained obstinate, prompting the enforcement hall to take action, exterminating all cultivators from the Zhou Mountain sect, sparing only the common folk, creating a tremendous uproar. As Bai Xiaochun listened, his expression grew increasingly grim, his heart pounding incessantly. "Are you implying that the law enforcement hall typically issues a warning first, and if one does not repent, they will face severe consequences?" "Indeed, this is one of the limitations imposed on the law enforcement hall. Otherwise, their power would be boundless." Su Baochai glanced at Bai Xiaochun, a subtle suspicion stirring within him that the other might have caught the attention of the law enforcement hall. However, given the sensitivity of the matter, Su Baochai prudently chose to tread lightly, sharing some information but refraining from becoming overly involved. Yet, as Bai Xiaochun was about to leave, Su Baochai hesitated momentarily. Recalling Bai Xiaochun's profound understanding of nature, he quietly mentioned, "Senior Brother Bai, are you aware of Qian Dajin, an intersect disciple of Qingfeng Mountain? He happens to be the cousin of Chen Fei and is also a member of the law enforcement hall." After a brief interval, Bai Xiaochun departed. Walking along the path of the sect, gazing up at the luminous moon, he reflected on Su Baochai's words, corroborating them with what he had previously learned. And upon confirming their accuracy, he exhaled a deep sigh. "It has become somewhat clearer now. My failure to complete the annual task is a potential catalyst. In truth, if no one investigates, this matter is not significant. After all, I cannot be the sole one who has failed. That Shendajin, as a member of the law enforcement hall, is merely seeking personal vengeance." Bai Xiaochun fell into silence, and after a prolonged pause, his eyes began to redden. "If I embark on the task, this individual will undoubtedly take action along the way. Otherwise, he would not expend such effort. Yet, despite this, he remains hidden, not daring to expose his intentions to the sect. Overall, he is in a passive position. However, if I choose to ignore him, it will play directly into his hands, transforming him from a passive to an active role, empowered by his affiliation with the law enforcement hall to impose penalties upon me. After contemplating for an extended period, feeling trapped in a dilemma, Bai Xiaochun retrieved his identity token and meticulously examined the task. Soon, he discovered a familiar name within. Ho Yunfei? Bai Xiaochun was taken aback, recalling that it was Ho Yunfei who had introduced him to the sect in detail when he had just become an outer disciple. After reviewing the information, he closed his eyes in contemplation. Thus, this task emerged, dispatching 3 outer disciples to investigate the matter, yet there was no explicit requirement to uncover all clues. Moreover, the disappearance of an outer disciple, while not an overly grave issue for the sect, still necessitated attention given that he was one of their own. This is the premise behind the current task. Bai Xiaochun pondered for a moment, weighing his options, and with a firm resolve, he decided to undertake the task. His breath quickened, and his eyes glistened with determination as he immediately set about refining elixirs, striving to perfect his indestructible iron hide before embarking on this mission. 2 days later, a resounding roar emanated from his entire being, causing a tremor that rippled through his skin. In that fleeting moment, darkness enveloped him. But soon his ebony skin returned to normal. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a fleeting hint of crimson, swiftly flickering across the surface. Black represented iron, while red symbolized copper. Bai Xiaochun pressed his skin, and to his astonishment, it produced a series of metallic sounds. Rising swiftly, he moved with a speed surpassing his former self. He tested his strength once more and, in a moment, leaped into the air. Pinching fiercely with his thumb and index finger, the shattered locks unfurled, and the sound that emanated was no longer a mere clicking but a deep, resonant rumble. Though not overly loud, Bai Xiaochun clearly sensed that the potency of his shattered locks had increased significantly, far exceeding its previous power. The indestructible iron skin had reached its peak. Filled with exhilaration, Bai Xiaochun felt a greater confidence regarding his upcoming mission. Alas, he could only refine first-tier spiritual medicines suitable for those at the 5th level of qi condensation. Even when refining spiritual essence, the effects were not particularly impressive. Standing in his room, he felt a twinge of regret, yet time was of the essence, and he was unable to concoct second-tier spiritual medicines suitable for those below the 8th level of qi condensation. Thus, his cultivation had not progressed much, only reaching the pinnacle of the 6th level of qi condensation. Tomorrow morning, he would embark on his journey. Bai Xiaochun felt a surge of anxiety. This would be his first true venture since joining the Lingxi sect, and an unsettling sense of insecurity gripped him. Consequently, he refined the shield he had received from Qin Fei 3 times, feeling it was still insufficient, so he also refined the leather garments he had worn during the competition. Qian Dajin, once I reach foundation establishment, I shall make you regret it. The more he contemplated, the more nervous he became, his eyes gradually reddening with fear. He was no longer the novice who had just entered the sect. He had gained a certain understanding of the world of cultivation. As night fell, his mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. Gradually, dawn broke. Chapter 47. Xiaochun leaves the sect. This journey demands utmost caution. I must not lose my life. Bai Xiaochun wore a frown, donning 7 or 8 leather garments, and shouldered the hefty black pot that belonged to Zhang Depeng. Originally slight in stature, his appearance now resembled that of a ball. Burdened with heavy thoughts, Bai Xiaochun departed from Shangyun Mountain, making his way towards the southern gate. Along the way, many outer sect disciples were taken aback by Bai Xiaochun's peculiar attire. Bai Xiaochun wore a sorrowful expression. Upon encountering acquaintances, he would merely wave goodbye. Gradually, he approached the mountain gate on the southern bank, and, as he drew near, he noticed 2 figures there. One was a young man seated cross-legged in meditation, while the other was a woman, whose silhouette seemed somewhat familiar to Bai Xiaochun. At that moment, the woman was pacing impatiently beside the mountain gate. Du Lingfei? Bai Xiaochun was taken aback. At that instant, Du Lingfei also spotted Bai Xiaochun and was momentarily stunned, particularly upon noticing his peculiar attire, which elicited a frown from her. The one investigating senior brother Ho's disappearance is you? Indeed, it is I. What a coincidence. Bai Xiaochun cleared his throat, his gaze casually sweeping towards the young man beside Du Lingfei. The young man's expression was devoid of emotion, yet an aura of menace surrounded him. As Bai Xiaochun looked in his direction, the young man opened his eyes and cast a glance at Bai Xiaochun that was both enigmatic and sardonic. Bai Xiaochun felt a stir within his heart. Prior to his arrival, he had already analyzed how Qian Dajin would act during this mission. The simplest approach would be to find a fellow disciple also engaged in this task, strike from the shadows after distancing themselves from the sect, thus ensuring their actions went unnoticed. At this moment, both Du Lingfei and the young man before him raised suspicions in Bai Xiaochun's mind. Though outwardly he maintained a cheerful demeanor, even offering a silly grin to the youth. I am Bai Xiaochun. May I inquire your name, senior brother? Qingfeng Mountain, Feng Yan. The young man replied with a gentle smile, slowly beginning to speak. Ah, Feng Shixiao. At first glance, you are certainly no ordinary person. This is my first time out on a mission. I hope you can offer some guidance. Bai Xiaochun hastily clasped his fists, having already noted the other's cultivation at the 7th level of qi condensation. Of course, Feng Yan responded, a barely perceptible trace of disdain flickering in his eyes. The reason he had joined this mission was due to a tempting promise from the inner disciple Qian Dajin, who had lured him with a hefty reward. Thus, he had agreed to the plan of eliminating Bai Xiaochun during the mission. For him, this task was simple. He wouldn't even need to act directly. Just a little tripwire would suffice to ensure Bai Xiaochun met an untimely demise. The only caution was to avoid detection by Du Lingfei. However, to him, it was evident that since Du Lingfei was included in the mission, she must also be a pawn of Qian Dajin. Du Lingfei frowned. She had not anticipated encountering this detestable individual during the mission. This task was not thrust upon her. Rather, she had willingly accepted it. Despite the inherent dangers, it was relatively straightforward, and the contribution points were quite substantial. Having been stuck at the 5th level of qi condensation for an extended period, she sought sufficient contribution points to exchange for a Lingyun incense to facilitate her breakthrough. The mere thought of the Lingyun incense intensified her disdain for Bai Xiaochun. Timid as a mouse, Du Lingfei observed Bai Xiaochun's demeanor, feeling an even greater aversion, especially as he donned an outfit resembling a ball, complete with a large black pot on his back, an unmistakable display of extreme cowardice. With a cold snort, she ignored Bai Xiaochun and instead turned to Feng Yan, clasping her fist in acknowledgement. Feng Yan smiled slightly, then produced a storage bag with a flick of his right hand. Instantly, a beam of white light surged forth, expanding in the wind, soon transforming into a 2-zhang-long white boat suspended in midair. Waves of spiritual energy radiated from the vessel, exuding a formidable pressure. Feng Shixiao, what is this? Bai Xiaochun inquired, his eyes sparkling with curiosity at the sight of the boat, which he had never encountered before, especially as it floated effortlessly in the air, clearly designed for travel. Du Lingfei's eyes revealed a hint of scorn, while Feng Yan chuckled lightly. This is a wind-sailing sail. When we embark on missions to distant locations, the sect rents us such vessels, which require minimal spiritual energy to operate, making them exceedingly convenient, though they do consume a considerable amount of spirit stones, Feng Yan explained. Leaping gracefully onto the boat, Du Lingfei followed closely, and Bai Xiaochun hurriedly leaped aboard as well. The boat was not large, and the space within was limited. However, it could easily accommodate 3 individuals. Bai Xiaochun settled at the back, exploring his surroundings with curious hands and eyes, increasingly convinced of the vessel's worth. In the future, I shall procure one for myself, Bai Xiaochun mused aloud. Even if you were to sell yourself, you could never afford it, Du Lingfei remarked, eyeing Bai Xiaochun with a teasing smirk, perceiving him as rather unsophisticated. Bai Xiaochun cast a sidelong glance at Du Lingfei and nodded in acknowledgement. If you were to be sold, I dare say you could fetch a handsome price. Du Lingfei's eyes widened in indignation, ready to retort, but at that moment, under Feng Yan's command, the vessel surged forward like a rainbow, racing towards the horizon. The speed was astonishing, stirring a howling wind. Yet, a luminous barrier rose to shield them from the tempest, allowing Bai Xiaochun and his companions to hear the winds outside without feeling discomfort. From a distance, the vessel, akin to a long rainbow, gradually vanished into the sky. Meanwhile, atop Shangyun Mountain, within the apothecary hall, Elder Su, responsible for the promotion of apprentice pharmacists, furrowed his brow slightly as he held a jade tablet. The law enforcement hall has bypassed Shangyun Mountain and forcibly dispatched Bai Xiaochun for a mission. After scrutinizing the jade tablet, his frown eased. He discerned that the task was simple, albeit fraught with some peril, yet it posed no threat to life. This lad has grown accustomed to idleness. A minor admonishment would suffice. Recalling the words of Li Qing before his departure and the nature of Bai Xiaochun, Elder Su set aside the jade tablet and resumed his alchemical pursuits. Simultaneously, on Qifeng Mountain, at the abode of the inner disciples, Qian Dajin stood outside a cave dwelling, gazing at the receding vessel with a chilling smile gracing his lips. The azure sky was pristine, and the boundless waves shimmered beneath it. Although Bai Xiaochun felt a twinge of anxiety aboard the vessel, He could not help but feel invigorated as he observed the earth below shrinking into insignificance. Leaning over the edge, he beheld towering peaks like swords and mountain ranges resembling dragons, particularly a colossal river that thundered through the landscape. The Tongdian River. Bai Xiaochun inhaled deeply. Since becoming an outer disciple, he had perused many texts and learned that the entire realm of cultivation relied upon this river. It was the very source of all spiritual energy. Consequently, every sect established itself near the banks of the Tongtian River, where the upstream currents were rich in spiritual essence. The location of Lingxi sect could only be considered midstream, yet it had stood resilient for millennia. According to the records he had studied, the Lingxi sect was not originally situated here but downstream, where a remarkable ancestor emerged, carving a path through countless sects and cultivation families to gain recognition from the upper sects, thereby earning the right to establish a sect in midstream. It was said that the sects upstream of the Tongtian River were of such formidable strength that they could not be compared to multiple Lingxi sects, and at its source, legend spoke of even more fearsome sections. Bai Xiaochun quelled the tumult within his heart. As he embarked on this journey, he remained acutely vigilant. The Tongdian River flowed not far beneath them, its waters glimmering gold, endlessly surging like the sea. On the opposite bank stood 4 towering peaks, brimming with spiritual energy. That must be the northern shore of Lingxi sect. Gazing at the 4 peaks across the river, Bai Xiaochun also beheld the main peak of Lingxi sect. The bridge-like mountain spanning the Tongdian River, Zhangdao Mountain. When Bai Xiaochun was initially brought here by Li Chi-ho, he had glimpsed these sights, but at that time, he was still an ordinary mortal. Now, however, as an outer disciple, his perspective has transformed entirely. The boat sped swiftly, gradually distancing itself from the sect, gliding along the tumultuous currents of the heavenly river, heading downstream. Junior sister Du, junior brother Bai, I trust you have both reviewed the mission. Our destination is the Falling Star mountain range, situated downstream of the heavenly river. The last correspondence from junior brother Ho indicated that he was there. This mountain range marks the boundary of our Lingxi sect's influence. Beyond it lies the territory of the Bloodstream sect. Feng Yin spoke in a calm tone, his voice somewhat obscured by the wind within the vessel. This journey may entail certain risks, yet we have all mentally prepared ourselves upon accepting this task. Therefore, as long as we exercise caution, we should encounter no significant troubles. However, our destination is quite distant, and the consumption of spirit stones will be considerable. Thus, for the majority of the journey, we shall proceed on foot, utilizing the boat only for particularly challenging crossings. After finishing his words, a glimmer of cold light flashed in Feng Yan's eyes as he closed them to meditate. Du Lingfei, unwilling to engage with Bai Xiaochun, leaned against the side and began her own breathing exercises. Bai Xiaochun felt a sense of vigilance within. Although he sat cross-legged in meditation, his mind was incessantly pondering who among the 2 individuals before him had been sent by Qian Dajing. The likelihood of Du Lingfei being the one was minimal thus. It was almost certain that Feng Yin was the one. A day later, when the first spirit stone aboard the vessel was exhausted, Feng Yin retracted the windsailing sail, and the 3 descended upon a mountaintop. It was dusk, and in the distance, the sun could be faintly seen sinking below the horizon. As the earth gradually succumbed to darkness, below lay a dense forest, from which the occasional sounds of birds and beasts could be heard, surrounded by an abundance of humidity. After we pass through this forest and have taken some rest, what do you think? Feng Yin spoke calmly, glancing at Du Lingfei and Bai Xiaochun. The sky is about to darken. There might be ferocious beasts lurking in this jungle. We should fly over it using the wind-sailing sail, Bai Xiaochun suggested. You can rest if you wish. It is merely a forest, Du Lingfei scoffed, unable to tolerate Bai Xiaochun's fearful demeanor, and with a swift motion, she charged ahead. A flicker of disdain passed through Feng Yan's eyes, yet he maintained a smile towards Bai Xiaochun, and similarly set off down the mountain. Bai Xiaochun furrowed his brows, observing the 2 with growing apprehension. He sighed, becoming increasingly vigilant as he descended the mountain, plunging into the dense jungle. The atmosphere within the forest was even more humid, with swamps occasionally coming into view, and various birds and beasts flitting about. However, the 3 of them were adept qi cultivators, agile and swift, weaving through the thicket as they gradually ventured deeper. As time slipped by, the sky darkened slowly. By the time the full moon ascended, they had traversed nearly half the distance, encountering no menacing beast along the way, which made their journey remarkably smooth. Noticing Bai Xiaochun at the rear, poised as if he would spring into action at the slightest sound, Du Lingfei's disdain only deepened. Be cautious, Bai Xiaochun suddenly interjected, halting his steps, his expression betraying unease. Du Lingfei scoffed, ready to mock him. But at that moment, a fierce gust of wind swept through, carrying a metallic scent. Du Lingfei's expression shifted drastically as she looked up, her eyes widening at the sight of countless crimson eyes looming in the distance among the trees. These eyes glowed with an eerie red hue, and almost immediately upon their discovery, a cacophony of flapping wings erupted. A swarm of two-headed bats, each the size of a palm, surged forth. The double-headed bats bore venomous claws, capable of causing hemolysis. Split up and regroup at the summit on the other side of the jungle. Feng Yin exclaimed, his countenance shifting with alarm as he swiftly altered his course, his speed suddenly surging. In this moment, Bai Xiaochun, ever the cautious soul with a meticulous nature, instinctively retreated at the first hint of danger. His senses keenly attuned to threats beyond the ordinary. As he withdrew, the approaching bats suddenly divided into three distinct swarms, each pursuing one of the three individuals. Within the jungle, Feng Yin wore a cold smirk, swiftly stowing away a fragment of fragrant incense. The emergence of these bats was a direct consequence of that very incense, and his decision to pause in this particular spot was informed by a previous mission during which he had discerned the presence of these dual-headed bats in the vicinity. Each bat possessed a cultivation level no less formidable than that of a third-tier qi condensation practitioner. Bai Xiaochun, do not blame me. Someone wishes for your demise. Feng Yin remarked with a faint smile. With a flick of his wrist, he retrieved a piece of blackwood from his storage pouch. A gentle breath ignited the wood, releasing a plume of black smoke that elicited sharp cries of aversion from the pursuing bats, causing them to scatter in disarray. Feng Yin chuckled softly, proceeding forward with ease, gradually fading from sight. In the depths of the jungle, Bai Xiaochun moved with remarkable speed, the bats screeching as they pursued him. Yet, no matter how swiftly these creatures attempted to close the distance, they could not catch up to him. Before long, the gap widened significantly, and with a flicker of sword light, one bat fell from the sky, its piercing cry echoing in the air. Bai Xiaochun jogged briskly before pausing after the passage of an incense stick. Casting a glance over his shoulder, his brow furrowed in concern. This was not a double-headed bat. It was a purple-striped bat. Although both were venomous, the teeth of this creature were the primary ingredient for concocting the second-tier spiritual medicine, blood-burning incense. Within the sect, one could exchange 50 contribution points for a single portion of this valuable material. Bai Xiaochun's heart leapt with excitement. This was a revelation from the 5th chapter on spirit beasts, a recognition not easily attained by many. Driven by impulse, he hastily began to collect the bat corpses. Before long, he had gathered more than a dozen, and as he extracted their teeth, he felt a surge of exhilaration. These bats appeared rather feeble. With a chuckle, Bai Xiaochun summoned a protective barrier around himself and ventured deeper into the jungle, soon attracting the attention of a swarm of purple-striped bats that came rushing toward him with a fierce howl. Bai Xiaochun formed a seal with his right hand, causing the speed of his flying sword to surge instantaneously as it soared towards the bats. The velocity was so extraordinary that before the bats could approach, they emitted piercing shrieks, each one being pierced and falling to the ground. Even a few that came close collided with the protective barrier surrounding Bai Xiaochun, being rebounded high into the air. Bai Xiaochun cautiously retracted his senses, realizing there was indeed no imminent danger, which put him at ease. He held his head high and continued his search. Thus, he traversed the jungle alone, gathering more and more teeth along the way. 2 hours later, Feng Yin departed from the thicket and made his way to the agreed-upon peak. He sat cross-legged, a smile gracing his lips, silently awaiting his companion. Has Bai arrived yet? He inquired. May he find his own fortune, he continued with a hint of regret. But alas, the two-headed bats are most active at night in this jungle. Should we venture in again, our safety may be compromised. Feng Yin sighed heavily, shaking his head in a wry smile. To maintain a semblance of realism, he refrained from resting, adopting a posture of tension and concern, his gaze fixed intently on the jungle below. Du Lingfei remained silent. While she harbored disdain for Bai Xiaochun, it did not extend to a wish for his demise. After all, they were fellow disciples. Sitting cross-legged, she gazed into the depths of the jungle, and after a long while, she let out a soft sigh. Time passed swiftly, and soon dawn broke. After waiting throughout the night, Du Lingfei felt a sense of foreboding, as Bai Xiaochun still had not made an appearance. If he has not emerged yet, it seems Bai Xiaochun's fate may be grim. Regret washed over her. It is my fault. Had I not suggested traversing this jungle, he would not be in this predicament. Alas. Feng Yin rose, fatigue evident in his bloodshot eyes, his expression a mix of sorrow and anger as he peered into the jungle. Do not blame yourself, Feng Shixiao. None of us anticipated the presence of the two-headed bats here. Perhaps Bai Xiaochun has survived. Even if he has perished, as fellow disciples, we must retrieve his remains. Du Lingfei's feelings were conflicted. She was unsure of her emotions. The image of Bai Xiaochun lingered in her mind, and while she still felt disdain, there was an undeniable sense of compassion, for their enmity was not deeply rooted. You speak wisely, Du Shimi. Regardless of the outcome, we cannot abandon hope. Feng Yin inhaled deeply, nodding gravely. The two were about to descend the mountain in search of their companion when suddenly they spotted Bai Xiaochun emerging from the jungle below, yawning and swaying as he walked out, even stretching lazily as he did. Du Lingfei's eyes widened, while Feng Yin gazed in disbelief, watching Bai Xiaochun ascend the mountain path with an air of ease. He appeared rejuvenated, as though he had enjoyed a splendid slumber, contrasting sharply with the fatigue etched on their own faces from a sleepless night. Before long, Bai Xiaochun reached the summit and hurried over to greet them. Good morning. Feng Shixiang, Du Shiji. That jungle was terrifying. I nearly lost my life. Bai Xiaochun indeed had rested well, having vanquished nearly all the bats within the jungle and ultimately enjoying a refreshing sleep in their cave. Du Lingfei's expression darkened as she scrutinized Bai Xiaochun, a cold huff escaping her lips. Observing his demeanor and recalling her earlier conflicted feelings, she suddenly found him even more irksome. A glint of coldness flashed in Feng Yin's eyes, yet he maintained an outward appearance of delight. It is a relief that Shidi Bai is well. We were worried throughout the night. Bai Xiaochun chuckled lightly, appearing as nonchalant as ever. However, a flicker of cold light passed through his eyes. Soon after, the trio continued their journey on foot, eschewing boats. Following the recent events, Bai Xiaochun proposed they travel by boat at night and walk during the day. Surprisingly, Du Lingfei did not voice any objections, and after a brief contemplation, Feng Yin nodded in agreement. The three of them gradually made their way along the Tongdian River. Racing downstream, time slipped by, and before long, a month had passed. This month marked the most extensive journey of Bai Xiaochun's young life. He beheld towering mountains, expansive forests, and desolate landscapes that stretched endlessly, the world resembling a wild and untamed wilderness. On one occasion, while they were traveling, the ground suddenly trembled. Bai Xiaochun was astonished to discover a colossal figure, covered in countless strands of hair, steadily traversing the distant mountain range. With each footfall, the earth quaked beneath him. The sight of such a giant took Bai Xiaochun's breath away. Another night, as their boat soared through the air, a flash of lightning erupted in the distance. Bai Xiaochun witnessed a gigantic avian creature, comparable in size to the fragrant Yun Mountain, soaring by with a deafening roar, its form illuminated by flickering bolts of lightning, creating a breathtaking spectacle against the night sky. Yet, the most indelible memory etched in Bai Xiaochun's mind occurred one day when they encountered a fearsome beast with short limbs and a head as large as a small mountain. By the banks of the Tongdian River, a golden crocodile, measuring thousands of feet in length, leapt from the water and devoured the creature in one swift motion. Its icy gaze lingered on the trio, who had retreated in terror, leaving them aghast at the horrific scene. In that brief moment, a resonating buzz filled their minds. Blood trickled from their lips, and they suffered from excruciating headaches for several days before they could scarcely recover. It was utterly terrifying. The outside world was far too fearsome. Bai Xiaochun trembled, muttering to himself for quite some time. Chapter 49. The Fallen Qin clan. Despite Feng Yan's numerous missions, he had never ventured this far before. After witnessing that scene, he felt a prickling sensation on his scalp, and needless to say, Du Lingfei was even more affected. Fortunately, all the formidable creatures they encountered along their journey refrained from attacking them. At most, they merely cast a glance, seemingly indifferent to the aura that surrounded the trio, which appeared not to provoke any hostility from these beasts. Bai Xiaochun surmised that perhaps it was due to their status as disciples of Lingxi's sect. For this vast expanse undoubtedly lay within the influence of their sect. Thus, the three continued their journey amidst trepidation, sending word to their sect on designated days each month. After 2 months, they finally reached the borders of Lingxi sect's territory, the Falling Star Mountains. Along the way, Feng Yin had longed to act from the shadows. Yet the continuous shocks they encountered left him in a state of disquiet, his heart gripped by fear. Moreover, Bai Xiaochun's cautious demeanor, always lingering near Du Lingfei, made him overly wary, depriving him of any opportunity to strike, compelling him to endure in silence. Upon arriving at the Falling Star Mountains, a flicker of concealed malice flashed in Feng Yan's gaze as he looked at Bai Xiaochun. He is determined to eliminate me. What a deep-seated vendetta. Bai Xiaochun mused, his mind sharp as a needle, narrowing his eyes as he grasped Feng Yan's intentions with clarity. The Falling Star Mountain stretched endlessly in a north-south orientation, resembling a dragon lying in repose, seemingly cleaving the earth asunder. From afar, one could discern a subtle crimson hue in the sky beyond the mountains, suggesting a divergence from the atmosphere here. Legends spoke of a star that fell from the heavens countless years ago, crashing here and causing the ground to collapse. Yet a portion of it rose high, giving birth to this mountain range. Within, dense forests thrived, teeming with ferocious beasts, yet also home to various rare flora, rendering this place perilous yet alluring enough for cultivators to brave its depths. This is indeed the Falling Star Mountains, Du Lingfei eventually spoke, fatigue evident in her tone after their arduous journey, her heart finally finding solace upon reaching their destination. The last communication from junior brother Ho marked this very area. Feng Yin produced a compass-like artifact from his storage bag, its needle spinning rapidly. According to the sect's regulations, disciples venturing out were required to convey their coordinates monthly. This Lingxi compass would guide them to the last known location of junior brother Ho's transmission. As he spoke, the compass needle abruptly stilled, pointing resolutely in a particular direction. "Found it!" Feng Yin exclaimed, his body swaying as he surged forward, with Du Lingfei's expression shifting as she followed closely behind. Bai Xiaochun gazed upon the expanse of the Falling Star Mountain range before him. The area was a verdant forest, stretching endlessly like an ocean of trees, occasionally interrupted by the sounds of birds and beasts, and even from afar, one could hear the distant, ominous roars of ferocious creatures emanating from the depths. Bai Xiaochun's expression grew solemn as he activated the protective radiance of his jade pendant, ensuring that he would be alerted to any disturbances in his surroundings. With utmost caution, he proceeded forward, maintaining a respectful distance from Feng Yin. After an hour, the trio came to a sudden halt deep within the valley. Feng Yin lowered his gaze to the compass in his hand, its needle distinctly pointing towards a colossal tree, one that would require 10 men to encircle. "Junior brother Bai, please investigate that tree," Feng Yin directed, gesturing towards the magnificent giant. Bai Xiaochun hesitated for a moment, carefully scrutinizing the grand tree. Once assured of its safety, he pressed the jade pendant at his waist with his right hand, causing the emerald light enveloping his body to intensify. He even retrieved a few talismans and affixed them to himself, then cautiously approached the colossal tree, pausing every 3 steps. "So fearful of death, yet here to cultivate." Du Lingfei scoffed disdainfully. Her aversion towards Bai Xiaochun only deepened. Despite her own close calls during their journey, his demeanor, which seemed to reflect an extreme dread of demise at every turn, irked her further. Now that they had reached their destination, his behavior continued to be a source of irritation. Bai Xiaochun had no time to attend to Du Lingfei. Cautiously approaching the majestic tree, he drew forth a flying sword and peeled back the bark, revealing a newly sprouted area. As he pried it open, he discovered a hidden jade tablet within. Slowly extracting the tablet, Bai Xiaochun's consciousness swept over it, and his expression shifted slightly as he tossed it to Feng Yin. The tablet bore a cryptic phrase devoid of context. "I have uncovered some other clues and must seek verification from the Luochen family." After reading it, Feng Yin furrowed his brow and tossed the jade pendant to Du Lingfei. Upon examining it, she too frowned, deep in thought. "Luochen family." After a moment, Du Lingfei murmured, turning her gaze toward the deeper expanse of the Falling Star Mountain Range. The Falling Star Mountain Range was vast, abundant in resources, and belonged to the Lingxi sect, lying at the border with the Bloodstream sect. Naturally, the Lingxi sect would assign guardians to this territory, and the family responsible for this protection was none other than the Luochen family. Numerous members of the Luochen family had been stationed in the Falling Star Mountain Range for a millennium, with each generation boasting an ancestor of foundational cultivation, sufficient to instill awe and provide protection. In their mission, Bai Xiaochun and his companions were instructed that, should they encounter danger, they could reach out to the Luochen family. However, at this moment, Ho Yunfei's jade slip inexplicably pointed towards the Luochen family, and it seemed that he had gone missing while attempting to verify certain matters with them. "What do you think? Should we pay a visit to the Luochen family?" Feng Yin casually cast a glance at Bai Xiaochun before turning his gaze towards Du Lingfei. "Senior brother Feng, senior sister Du, having found this jade slip, our task is considered complete. Safety is paramount. There is no need to take unnecessary risks," Bai Xiaochun quickly interjected, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Feeling a sense of oppression in this place, my inclination is to investigate the Luochen family. Since we have come this far, we cannot simply depart without uncovering the truth behind Ho Shidi's unfortunate incident. Furthermore, perhaps the members of the Luochen family could assist in the search, which would significantly increase our contribution points. He continued, "Moreover, as long as we do not venture deep into the Luoxing mountain range, Remaining at the periphery poses little danger. As for the Luo Xing family, every cultivation family within the territory of Lingxi sect bears the mark of our sect in their bloodline, an eternal bond that forbids betrayal. How dare they act disrespectfully towards us? Feng Yin spoke slowly, and upon finishing, he turned his gaze towards Du Lingfei. She nodded, finding merit in Feng Yin's reasoning. Very well, let us proceed to the Luochen family. It is possible that Ho Shidi went missing only after departing from their midst. Seeing Du Lingfei's agreement, Feng Yin smiled, but a glint of coldness flickered deep within his eyes as he looked at Bai Xiaochun. If you fear for your life, then do not follow. Ignoring Bai Xiaochun, Du Lingfei turned and strode forward with determination. Bai Xiaochun's expression darkened, his blood coursing faster through his veins. As he gazed at Feng Yan's receding figure, red veins gradually appeared in his eyes. Although he feared death, he began to comprehend that the only prudent course of action was to turn the tables on Feng Yin and eliminate him first. Feng Yin, you have forced my hand. Bai Xiaochun stood in silence for a moment, then lowered his head and dashed forward, trailing behind Feng Yin and Du Lingfei. The three of them gradually vanishing into the depths of the forest. 2 hours later, as the trio pressed on without pause, dusk had descended. With the sun setting in the distance, the jungle darkened slowly. We have arrived, Feng Yin suddenly announced. The three halted, raising their heads to behold a clearing ahead, where trees were sparse and the ground was adorned with numerous bluish stones forming a broad expanse. Within this area stood several courtyard-style buildings, collectively forming a sizable residence, seemingly capable of accommodating hundreds. Yet, although it was still twilight, the most bustling time for a family, this estate lay in complete darkness, silent and still, as if it had merged with the encroaching night, evoking a sense of desolation. Only the 2 lanterns hanging at the entrance emitted a dim glow. Despite the stillness of the surroundings, the lanterns swayed gently, casting eerie shadows upon the 2 stone lions standing guard at the door, their expressions ominous and uncertain. This scene caused both Feng Yin and Du Lingfei to change their countenance. As for Bai Xiaochun, upon sighting the estate, a surge of alarm welled up within him, as if every fiber of his being was screaming in warning. Something feels amiss. Feng Yin felt a jolt of apprehension in his heart. But before he could articulate his thoughts, a sudden creak echoed as the door of the estate swung open, a chilling breeze spilling forth. In the dim light, a shadow seemed to materialize silently within the doorway. Chapter 50. The eerie courtyard. At the moment the door opened, Du Lingfei and the others immediately became alert. Bai Xiaochun, feeling anxious, produced a handful of talismans and affixed them before him, causing a cacophony of crackling sounds. The figure that appeared held a lantern, standing within the open doorway, its form seemingly merging with the darkness, gazing intently at the trio. 3 visitors from the Mu Luochen family. I wonder what brings you here at this hour. In the lantern's dim glow, the young man came into clearer view, his expression calm yet pale, devoid of any color, clad in a flowing azure robe. Upon seeing another person, Feng Yin and Du Lingfei exhaled in relief. Though the previous eerie atmosphere still lingered, it had diminished considerably. Esteemed friend, we are disciples of Lingxi's sect, and we have come to inquire about an urgent matter, Feng Yin stated, cupping his hands in greeting. Du Lingfei then noticed the layers of protective barriers surrounding Bai Xiaochun and furrowed her brow. Bai Xiaochun paid no heed to Du Lingfei. Yet he could not fathom why both the residents and the youth who had emerged from it instilled within him a profound sense of unease. As it turned out, he was a comrade from Lingxi's sect. Thus, let us engage in a detailed discussion. The youth spoke with a calm demeanor, his face appearing to fluctuate between light and shadow beneath the swaying lantern overhead. After he finished speaking, he stepped back a few paces and turned to leave. The grand entrance of the residence stood wide open, seemingly awaiting the arrival of Bai Xiaochun and his companions. Feng Yin hesitated momentarily before stepping forward, followed closely by Du Lingfei. Bai Xiaochun scanned his surroundings, gritted his teeth, and cautiously trailed behind them into the abode. As they crossed the threshold, the door slammed shut with a resounding thud, causing the 2 lanterns to sway more violently, while the stone lions at the base suddenly shifted their eyes, which gradually turned a ghastly crimson. Inside the residence, a narrow path of bluestone meandered through a landscape adorned with sparse vegetation and artificial hills. Despite the presence of moonlight, everything appeared shrouded in a veil of mist, save for the youth at the forefront, whose lantern emitted a faint glow that flickered as he advanced. The 4 traversed this stone pathway, enveloped in an eerie silence that seemed to separate them from the outside world. To their right stood several fruit trees, heavy with an abundance of crimson fruit. Though the air within the residence was still, the trees began to sway unnaturally, producing a rustling sound. Du Lingfei and Feng Yin immediately adopted a vigilant stance, while Bai Xiaochun, at the rear, continuously surveyed his surroundings, particularly the swaying fruit trees, which stirred a sense of foreboding within him. Gradually, he detected a faint yet unmistakable scent of blood, lingering in the air. A sudden jolt stirred within Bai Xiaochun's heart. And just as he was about to speak, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Fruits from the nearby trees plummeted to the ground, rolling forward upon landing. To his astonishment, each fruit bore the visage of a child's smiling face, as if intentionally painted, grinning at Bai Xiaochun and his companions. La la la, greetings to you all, they chimed, their bodies sprouting limbs as they grasped each other's hands, swiftly rushing towards Bai Xiaochun and encircling him, Feng Yin and Du Lingfei with their jubilant laughter. Auntie said we must obey, refrain from tears, and only smile. The ripest fruits are the most delightful. The fruits danced around the trio, their melodies enchanting. As they drew nearer, an overwhelming sweetness wafted through the air, yet this saccharine aroma was so intense it threatened to induce nausea. A few of the fruits even scampered to the front, before a young man, indifferent to their presence, crushed several underfoot. Remarkably, these shattered fruits rose again, still smiling, continuing to sing their nonsensical tunes. What in the world is this? Feng Yan's eyes glimmered with intensity. With a swift flick of his sleeve, a gust of wind surged forth, lifting numerous fruits into the air, which shattered upon hitting the ground. Yet, they persisted in their ascent, surrounding the group once more. Their laughter unabated. Bai Xiaochun was overwhelmed with goosebumps, and all the protective shields surrounding his body activated simultaneously. Du Lingfei's complexion turned ashen as she gazed at the fruits holding hands and singing. A look of terror crossed her face, suppressing the nausea rising within her. She bit her silver teeth, her phoenix-like eyes flashing with intensity. Just as she was about to perform a hand gesture, suddenly, the fruits displayed expressions of fear. Feng Yin and Du Lingfei's faces darkened, and with a cold snort, they strode forward. As Bai Xiaochun ventured forward, a chill surged within him. Suddenly, he noticed that the footsteps echoing around him seemed to have increased by one. Thud, thud, thud. Unbeknownst to him, the sounds had ceased to belong solely to 4 individuals. There were now 5. Perhaps, ever since they had entered the residence, this additional footfall had been present, merely overshadowed by their fascination with the fruits. Now, in the stillness, it resonated with striking clarity. As Bai Xiaochun listened intently, a shiver coursed through his body. He realized that the additional footsteps were directly behind him, sending a chill down his spine as if someone was breathing closely at his back. Did you hear that? There is one more set of footsteps. Bai Xiaochun felt every hair on his body stand on end. Feng Yin, too, exhibited a change in expression. He had also heard the extra footsteps. Du Lingfei's pupils contracted, her breathing becoming rapid. The trio halted abruptly, and with their pause, the footsteps vanished. The woman in red, her countenance ashen, gazed at Bai Xiaochun with a ghastly smile. Her lips moved slightly, as if uttering a plea. The fire is insufficient. Help me. This sudden apparition caused Bai Xiaochun to leap back, emitting a piercing scream as he retreated. The woman in red transforming into a fleeting crimson shadow that vanished in an instant. Du Lingfei and Feng Yin were jolted by fear, glancing around. Though they sensed no visible figure, their hearts raced with trepidation. At that moment, a woman's song drifted through the dark, silent abode, ethereal and elusive, reminiscent of a lullaby soothing a child to sleep. Yet in the oppressive stillness of the house, it sent chills down their spines. Sleep well, dear child. The wind stirs the flames, do not scratch, nor cry. Such trickery. Feng Yin, on edge, conjured a flying sword that whirled around them. Simultaneously, the young man holding a lantern gradually turned, his silhouette becoming indistinct in the dim light of the lantern. Why have you stopped? Come, come, he said, a sinister smile spreading across his face. We shall not enter. We are here to investigate a fellow disciple's disappearance. Do you recall that 5 months ago one of my companions visited this place? Feng Yin inquired sharply, taking a deep breath. Du Lingfei had already drawn her talisman, her focus razor-sharp. No, the young man replied softly, his voice wavering, melding with the haunting melody. Why are your family members not present? Du Lingfei suddenly asked. They are away on matters. Have you finished your inquiries? The young man's smile widened unnaturally, his lips curling in an unsettling manner. We have finished. We take our leave, Feng Yin declared, stepping back immediately, with Du Lingfei following suit, while Bai Xiaochun had already retreated ahead of them. Since you are unwilling to enter, then you may remain, to keep us company. The young man's laughter echoed, his mouth splitting into a grotesque gash that threatened to sever his head. The lantern in his grasp transformed into a green hue, plunging the entire dwelling into deeper darkness as his body levitated, lunging straight toward Feng Yan. Feng Yan's expression changed dramatically as he formed a hand gesture, sending a flying sword whistling through the air. Yet, the young man showed no inclination to evade. With a thunderous crash, he allowed the sword to pierce his body. Sporting a peculiar smile, his chin hung loosely as he lunged towards Feng Yan. The youth, at the forefront of the assault, was struck, and as he staggered back, numerous wounds appeared on his body. However, seemingly impervious to pain, he continued to smile unnaturally. Veering like a kite in the wind, pressing onward. Where the medicinal pill had exploded, countless intersecting lines emerged, resembling threads of deathly energy, rapidly weaving as if to mend the damage. This is a formation. It's the Yiming array. Feng Yan exclaimed in shock upon seeing those patterns. Simultaneously, beneath Du Lingfei's feet, the bluish stone slabs began to stir, revealing pairs of eyes and even sprouting hands. The hands were gaunt and emaciated, reminiscent of mummified remains. Upon closer inspection, one could observe thin, thread-like entities writhing within, grasping at Du Lingfei's legs. You tread upon us, and it pains us greatly. Come, join us here. The voices emanating from the stone slabs were chilling, resonating deeply within the soul. Du Lingfei's complexion turned pale as she formed a hand gesture, causing a small flag to soar from her storage pouch. Two misty beasts encircled her, providing protection, while a flying sword shot forth, its radiant blade severing the grasping hand from her calf as she retreated swiftly. Meanwhile, for Bai Xiaochun, in that very moment, the melodious voice of the woman by his side suddenly crescendoed. Do not scratch, nor call out. Chapter 51. Brother Feng is a good man. As Bai Xiaochun's scalp threatened to erupt, his eyes blazed crimson as he let out a deafening roar. He produced a multitude of talisman papers, forcefully pressing them against his body. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the protective barriers surrounding him surged, towering over half a zhang in height. At the very moment this radiant shield materialized, the ominous figure of the woman clad in red emerged from the shadows, charging towards the luminous barrier. With a resounding crash, she penetrated 3 feet into the protective field, yet was halted, unable to advance further. A piercing shriek escaped her lips, reverberating with a penetrating force that rendered Bai Xiaochun momentarily deaf and disoriented. In a state of shock, he bit down sharply on his tongue, and as clarity returned, he beheld the woman in red transforming into a myriad of scarlet beetles, surging from all directions in a desperate attempt to infiltrate his defenses. However, the thickness of his protective layer proved insurmountable. Despite their relentless efforts, the crimson insects could not breach the final 7 inches of protection, being violently repelled and coalescing midair to reconstitute the figure of the woman in red. With a mischievous grin, she fixed her gaze upon Bai Xiaochun and lunged once more. Simultaneously, a cacophony of howls echoed from the surroundings as the artificial mountains began to wriggle and rise, transforming into stone giants. The fruit trees, too, trembled as they sprouted limbs, uprooting themselves and advancing with great strides, encircling the trio. The fruits adorning these trees once again revealed grinning faces, resuming their melodic nursery rhymes. Among them, a fruit tree, alarmingly close to Bai Xiaochun, followed closely behind the woman in red, making a beeline for him. Puppets! Du Lingfei exclaimed in astonishment. Bai Xiaochun trembled, having never encountered such peril in his life. His eyes reddened as he saw the woman approaching once more. In a moment of urgency, he formed a seal with his hands and channeled all his spiritual energy, pointing directly at her. Instantly, his wooden sword shot forth like a bolt of black lightning, stirring a tempest in its wake. With a resounding crash, it pierced through the woman's skull. She emitted a chilling scream as her body disintegrated into countless red beetles, which struggled in their descent, shattering along the way. The power of the wooden sword remained undiminished. This was Bai Xiaochun's desperate strike. After penetrating the woman's head, it surged towards the fruit tree guardian behind her. In an instant, the fruit tree guardian halted, its head exploding, the fruits upon it visibly withering, yet even in death, it continued to sing merrily. This scene sent a shiver down Bai Xiaochun's spine. Fortunately, the might of the wooden sword was immense, and it continued its rush, crashing into the adjacent wall with a thunderous roar, shattering it and creating a massive hole through which swirling tendrils could be seen, as if seeking to weave anew. As he approached the breach, poised to escape, Feng Yan suddenly changed expression. 2 enormous stone lions charged through the gap, roaring ferociously, one lunging at Feng Yan, the other at Bai Xiaochun. These stone lions were indeed the very guardians that had stood watch at the entrance. Seeing the gap rapidly closing, Feng Yin bellowed, forming seals with his hands. Suddenly, several fireballs, each the size of a head, materialized around him, radiating intense heat and distorting at the edges. They erupted in explosive bursts, sending waves of fire in all directions. The stone lions were forced back slightly, while the young members of the Luochen family paled in response. Two fruit tree guardians were struck. One exploded on impact, while the other was vanquished by a swift sword strike from Du Lingfei as it retreated. One of the guardians lay unconscious, the other barely managing to open its eyes, revealing excitement upon seeing Du Lingfei. "Seen your brother, Ho," she exclaimed, recognizing him as Ho Yunfei, and rushed forward to support him. "The Luochen family has betrayed us. We must escape and send word to the sect." Ho Yunfei, weakened, grasped Du Lingfei's arm, infusing her with the last remnants of his spiritual energy. Instantly, her own power surged, and with a determined bite of her silver teeth, she propelled Ho Yunfei forward, dashing towards the breach with newfound speed. Upon a fleeting glance, Bai Xiaochun instantly recognized the individual as Ho Yunfei. With a sudden shift of his body, he deftly evaded the approaching stone lion and surged towards the gap. At this moment, the three were racing forward. Du Lingfei was the closest to the opening, followed closely by Feng Yin and Bai Xiaochun, who, while not far behind, exhibited a notably swifter pace, nearly catching up to Du Lingfei. Feng Yin's complexion was ashen. The fireball technique drained him considerably. Upon noticing Bai Xiaochun's speed, a glint of cold determination flickered in his eyes. As he reversed his right hand, a black elixir reappeared. "Du Shimi, hurry. Deliver the message to the sect. I shall lend you my strength." His voice rang out as he hurled the black elixir into the air precisely between Du Lingfei and Bai Xiaochun. With a resounding explosion, the elixir detonated, its force propelling Du Lingfei forward with renewed vigor. She leaped towards the gap, crashing into it as if merging with the water's surface, bursting forth. However, Bai Xiaochun found himself hindered by the shockwave, his movement stalling momentarily before a stone lion blocked his path, causing his eyes to redden with fury. "Feng Yin," he bellowed, the winds howling around him as the stone lion lunged forward. Just as he prepared to evade, three fruit tree puppets approached, their combined assault overwhelming Bai Xiaochun's defenses. With a thunderous crash, the protective aura surrounding Bai Xiaochun flickered before shattering. Even the emerald glow of his jade pendant dimmed and broke apart, though he mitigated a substantial portion of the impact. The formidable force of the stone lion still struck him squarely in the chest. The tremendous impact sent Bai Xiaochun flying. "Bai Shidi." Feng Yin witnessed this scene with a cold smile, though his voice betrayed a sense of anguish. He maintained his speed, swiftly nearing the gap, his body nearly merging with the surface of the water, ready to escape. At that moment, a member of the fallen Shen family suddenly emitted a shrill cry, his body disintegrating into countless bloodless fragments that surged towards Feng Yin. As Feng Yin was on the verge of breaking free, these remnants rapidly approached, ensnaring him in a vice-like grip, yanking him back from the gap, which was rapidly diminishing. In desperation, he bit down hard on his tongue, drawing blood that fell upon his flying sword, causing it to blaze crimson in an instant. Instead of striking anyone, it erupted in a cacophony, shattering into countless shards that hurtled towards him. In an act of near self-mutilation, he allowed these fragments to pierce through him, severing the grotesque remnants entwined around him. As his body relaxed, Feng Yin was left with numerous wounds, his flesh a ghastly sight, causing him to feel lightheaded. Fortunately, he had skillfully avoided any critical damage, and with gritted teeth, he surged toward the gap once more. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaochun found himself struck in the chest by the stone lion, his body recoiling as a scream escaped his lips. Yet, just as that scream echoed, it abruptly ceased. Stunned, Bai Xiaochun blinked and lowered his gaze to his chest, discovering that despite the tattered state of his clothes and the numerous rips in his leather attire, he felt no pain. Astonished, he hastily examined himself and confirmed that, although the situation appeared perilous, he bore not even a single scratch. The blow from the stone lion had sent him flying, yet he felt remarkably unscathed. As he reveled in this unexpected fortune, the fruit tree guardians closed in around him, and one landed a punch on his back. Bai Xiaochun surged forward, still feeling no discomfort, and let out a hearty laugh. "So, I am this strong. By my grandmother's name, what is there to fear?" Energized, he brimmed with confidence, accelerating with remarkable swiftness towards the opening, moving far quicker than before, and in the blink of an eye, he reached the breach. At that moment, Feng Yin had extended half of his body through the gap, oblivious to Bai Xiaochun's rapid approach. In his eyes, Bai Xiaochun had already perished under the onslaught of the puppets. As Feng Yan prepared to leave, a glimmer of resentment flickered in Bai Xiaochun's eyes. He swiftly raised his right hand and seized Feng Yan's exposed shoulder, yanking him back with great force. Only then did Feng Yan catch sight of Bai Xiaochun's figure at the breach. "Senior brother Feng!" Bai Xiaochun cried out, his voice laced with anguish. His body swayed as he stepped through the gap, just as it was on the verge of sealing. In that fleeting moment, he squeezed through. As he emerged, the gap closed behind him. Outside, they were no longer within the confines of the Luo family residence but stood at the entrance, where Du Lingfei, having fled, dared not linger. She anxiously awaited at the edge of the distant thicket, glancing around frequently. Upon seeing Bai Xiaochun burst forth, she was about to call out when she noticed the despair etched on his face. His eyes reddened. "Senior brother Feng, you sacrificed not only your storage bag to save me, but you also faced those puppets alone. Bai Xiaochun, we must flee," Du Lingfei urged, her heart heavy with sorrow as she observed the breach vanishing, while Bai Xiaochun remained consumed by grief and fury. Tears welled up in Bai Xiaochun's eyes as she hurried over, joining Du Lingfei and supporting Hou Yunfei, making their way swiftly into the forest. Du Lingfei felt a bitter pang. She never anticipated that this mission would prove so perilous. Reflecting on how, had she heeded Bai Xiaochun's advice and refrained from visiting the Luoqing family, perhaps Feng Yan would still be alive. The sight of Bai Xiaochun, overwhelmed with sorrow and a desire to pound her chest in despair, deepened her own sorrow, prompting a soft sigh from her lips. Bai Xiaochun felt a jolt run through his body, instantly recognizing the imminent danger. As the clock struck midnight, the plot thickened. Chapter 52. The Betrayal of Luo Chen. Meanwhile, beneath the residence of the Luo Chen family lay an expansive underground palace, home to a blood lake filled with countless submerged skeletons. At the center of the lake sat an elderly man in a meditative posture, his white hair contrasting with his commanding presence. With each breath he took, the blood lake stirred violently. Suddenly, the elder's eyes shot open, revealing a glint of crimson light. Among the closest circle of his kin, a young man spoke in a hushed tone. "Ancestor, 3 outer disciples from Lingxi sect have arrived unexpectedly. I was caught off guard and fear this may jeopardize our family's significant affairs. With my puppet body stationed outside, I intended to use formations in conjunction with other puppets to eliminate the 3. Regrettably, my incompetence led to the death of only one, allowing the other 2 to escape. As for the previously captured disciple, he has also been rescued." This young man was indeed the one Bai Xiaochun and his companions had encountered in battle. He felt a deep sense of frustration. Ordinarily, a missing Lingxi sect disciple would only be confirmed lost after a minimum of 6 months, at which point an investigation would be initiated. Consequently, reaching the Luoqing mountain range would typically take around 9 months. Yet, only 4 months had passed, and disciples from Lingxi sect had arrived. Not only he, but the entire Luoqing family was taken aback, for they had not anticipated such swift developments from mere outer disciples, especially given the absence of any prior signs. As for Hou Yunfei, had they not uncovered the secrets of the Luoqing family, they would not have desired his capture. Their original plan aimed for completion within 6 months, after which their family would soar to new heights, free from the control of Lingxi sect. But now, with only a month remaining, 2 outer disciples. "Humph," the old man declared, "I have activated the formation to seal off all directions. You must arrange for their swift elimination. Just 1 more month, and all shall be sufficient." He spoke with a calm demeanor, closing his eyes once more. The young man took a deep breath, bowing in acknowledgement. Soon after, 7 figures burst forth from the Luoqing residence, led by this young man, whose true cultivation level was revealed to be at the 8th layer of qi condensation. The weakest among the others were at the 6th layer, with 2 at the 7th. They cannot escape far. Pursue them with a swift movement. The 7 displayed a murderous intent and made their way into the forest. Within the forest, Bai Xiaochun and Du Lingfei supported the unconscious Hou Yunfei, hastening forward. He attempted to summon a flying vessel, but the formation here not only obstructed the transmission of information but also rendered the vessel inoperable. This scene deepened the grim expressions of Bai Xiaochun and Du Lingfei. In silence, they pressed on, determinately carrying Hou Yunfei forward. Bai Xiaochun's face was ashen, and at this moment, his sense of crisis had reached an extreme. Every fiber of his being screamed in terror, seemingly conveying an urgent plea. He must flee swiftly. A moment's delay could result in his demise here. This impending death felt exponentially more intense than anything Feng Yan had ever instilled in him. After all, even if Feng Yan intended to strike, he would have hesitations and would plot in the shadows. As long as Bai Xiaochun remained vigilant, He might evade the worst of it, perhaps even seize an opportunity to counterattack. Yet now, the mere thought of the information he and his companions possessed sent shivers through him, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. This intelligence concerning a rebellion within a cultivation family was no trivial matter, let alone the Luochen clan, even within Bai Xiaochun's own circle. There would be no hesitation to eliminate him. The opposing party would undoubtedly spare no effort to silence him and his companions completely. They would not strike covertly but rather with thunderous ferocity, leaving no time for them to escape. It was possible that members of the Luochen clan were already pursuing them from behind. Cursed Enforcement Hall. This task. It was completely beyond what outer disciples could handle. The thought of the existence of a Foundation establishment ancestor within the Luochen clan made Bai Xiaochun tremble even more. Foundation establishment. The disparity between Qi condensation and Foundation establishment was akin to that between mortals and those in the Qi condensation stage. Bai Xiaochun's breath quickened, his eyes reddening. I cultivate to attain longevity. Bai Xiaochun felt tears welling in his eyes as he glanced at Hou Yunfei. He could not bring himself to abandon Hou Yunfei for the sake of speed. Such an act was beyond his capability. Du Lingfei's complexion was also pale. Being the weakest among them, her internal spiritual energy was struggling to recover, leaving her with a bitter taste of despair. She understood that this time, they were likely facing a perilous situation, perhaps even one from which they would not return. If only Feng Yan were here. His cultivation at the 7th level of Qi condensation might have offered them a fighting chance, provided the Foundation establishment ancestor did not intervene. But now, with Feng Yan dead and her own cultivation stuck at the 5th level of Qi condensation, she felt utterly hopeless, especially given Bai Xiaochun's fearful disposition. To think that on her first mission, she might meet her end here. Du Lingfei forced a bitter smile, yet she gritted her teeth. Until the very last moment, she would not relinquish her chance of survival. At this moment, she patted her storage pouch, retrieving a pill and swallowing it. She glanced at Bai Xiaochun, whose trembling, pallid expression filled her with an unexpected sense of empathy. With a soft sigh, she tossed a vial of pills to him. Junior brother Bai, ensure that you replenish your internal spiritual energy at all times. Bai Xiaochun was taken aback for a moment as he accepted the vial of medicine. In silence, he opened it and swallowed a pill. Suddenly recalling something, he retrieved 2 elixir bottles from Feng Yan's storage bag. Senior brother Feng has elixirs as well, he remarked, distributing half to Du Lingfei. She silently accepted it, and the two maintained their pace, once again rushing forward. Gradually, they arrived at the spot where they had first discovered Hou Yunfei's jade slip. Gazing at the large tree, Du Lingfei sighed deeply within her heart. However, at this moment, regret was futile. The two continued to support Hou Yunfei as they sped onward, but gradually, Du Lingfei's speed began to diminish. Bai Xiaochun, anxious, grasped her arm, urging her to run alongside him and Hou Yunfei. Du Lingfei had long noticed Bai Xiaochun's unwavering speed, and instinctively, she wanted to struggle against his grip. Yet, upon seeing his pale face and the fear reflected in his eyes, she sighed inwardly and allowed him to hold her arm as they charged forth together. Just then, Hou Yunfei trembled slightly, slowly opening his eyes, weariness evident within them. Junior brother Bai, who would have thought that after years apart, we would meet here, he said with a bitter smile, glancing at Bai Xiaochun and Du Lingfei, who were supporting him. Upon seeing Hou Yunfei awaken, Du Lingfei promptly produced the elixir and handed it to him. Senior brother Hou. Bai Xiaochun gazed at Hou Yunfei, letting out a sigh. We still have hope. The Luochen clan, driven by their own selfish interests, has wreaked havoc upon the mundane world, exchanging bones for blood. And that foundational elder, overseeing the blood reversal, cannot possibly pursue us personally. Moreover, the entire Luochen clan is currently within a formation, so the number of pursuers will not be too great. Although we cannot send information to the sect from here, once we escape a certain range, we surely will. Hou Yunfei smiled, taking the elixir from Du Lingfei and swallowing it. A spark of vitality flickered in his eyes as he no longer required Bai Xiaochun's support, gritting his teeth to run alongside them. Consequently, the trio's speed increased slightly, and they gradually approached the edge of the Falling Star mountain range. Before long, they burst forth. Du Lingfei immediately took out the jade slip, attempting to contact the sect, but her complexion grew even paler, and she shook her head in despair. Still no success. A sudden pang of alarm surged within Bai Xiaochun, while Hou Yunfei remained silent. The trio fell into a heavy silence, resolutely pressing onward. Yet, in an instant, a piercing sound echoed from behind them. As their expressions shifted, 7 figures emerged from the depths of the forest, propelled by a swift gust. At the forefront stood a young man at the 8th layer of qi condensation, his gaze locking onto Bai Xiaochun and his companions. A glimmer of malice flickering in his eyes. I had warned you before, you cannot escape. Remember, the one who seeks to take your lives is named Xinyu. Eliminate them. The members of the Chun clan, each brandishing their magical artifacts, advanced with a chilling glint in their eyes, charging forth without hesitation. The expressions of Bai Xiaochun and his companions changed dramatically, each gritting their teeth as they increased their speed. Xinyu let out a cold laugh. And with a flick of his sleeve, a violet skull materialized, growing in size to half a zhong, emitting a chilling cackle as it surged toward Bai Xiaochun and his companions. In an instant, it approached them, and with a distant gesture from Xinyu, it unexpectedly shattered into a violent explosion. With a resounding boom, a shockwave erupted, forcefully separating the three, causing Du Lingfei and Hou Yunfei to be abruptly halted, only to be swiftly surrounded by the members of the Luochen family. Bai Xiaochun, already remarkably swift, had intended to lead Du and Hou. Now, upon their dispersal, he instinctively unleashed his full speed, the sound of rushing wind echoing as he surged forward, his pace astonishingly increasing. Before the members of the Luochen family could encircle him, he had already dashed out several dozen zhong, and it appeared that his speed was still on the rise. Such a surge in velocity left even Xinyu, who was at the 8th level of qi condensation, and the other members of the Luochen family momentarily stunned. Run swiftly. Eliminate these two first, then pursue this one, Xinyu declared indifferently, his hand raised with murderous intent aimed directly at Du and Hou. In the midst of the chaos, Du Lingfei spat out blood, barely holding herself together, her body covered in wounds as she was surrounded by several assailants. A sense of impending doom washed over her, and in that moment, she gazed longingly at Bai Xiaochun's receding figure, a bitter smile forming on her lips. Bai Xiaochun harbored a profound fear of death, a truth she had long been aware of. Though her heart was inevitably tangled with complexity, it was predominantly filled with bitterness and despair. Junior brother Bai, I hope you can escape. Du Lingfei chanted her incantation, and with a piercing whistle, her flying sword surged forth. With an effortless grace, she once more clashed against those around her, blood spurting forth as her body teetered on the brink of collapse. Hou Yunfei, too, wore a wretched smile, his eyes gleaming with determination. He let out a low roar. Despite the near exhaustion of his spiritual energy, he remained resolute, prepared to grasp the final moments of his life. Gritting his teeth, he resolved that even in death, he would strive to take a few of his adversaries down with him, buying precious time for Bai Xiaochun. Midnight tonight. Chapter 53. Courage. Bai Xiaochun's complexion was ashen, his heart trembling with an overwhelming sense of impending doom that permeated his very being. This pervasive feeling of peril left him utterly unsettled, each moment weighed down by the haunting notion that death could strike at any instant, causing him to shudder uncontrollably. He had never experienced such profound fear before. Whether it was during the incense offerings in his village amidst thunderclaps, being led by Li Chiho to the Valley of 10,000 Serpents within the sect, or encountering various formidable creatures along his journey. In those instances, despite the tension, he had always possessed the assurance that he would not meet his demise. However, now he was acutely aware of the stark reality. He could truly perish. He had also witnessed Du Lingfei spitting blood, and it was evident to anyone observing that both Du Lingfei and Hou Yunfei could not endure much longer, poised to face annihilation and obliteration of both body and spirit. Bai Xiaochun's body suddenly stiffened as he stood there, gazing at the scene before him. Tremors coursed through him more intensely, and his eyes gradually filled with bloodshot veins. He could profoundly sense that both his body and soul were fervently urging him to flee with all his might. He even harbored a flicker of confidence. With his speed and the obstruction posed by Du Lingfei and Hou Yunfei, there existed a considerable likelihood of his escape. If he managed to break free, he could preserve his life, continue his cultivation, and pursue his aspirations of immortality. Moreover, the sect would not only refrain from punishing him, but would instead offer rewards. However, if he were to flee in such a manner, witnessing the deaths of Du Lingfei and Hou Yunfei, Bai Xiaochun would be plagued by guilt for the rest of his life. At that moment, he felt as though his being was torn between two consciousnesses. One urged him to escape immediately to avoid death, while the other insisted that abandoning his companions would leave his heart in perpetual unrest. Bai Xiaochun gasped for breath, emitting a series of meaningless low growls. Veins throbbed on his forehead, and his body trembled like a sieve. At this moment, he was unable to ponder the consequences. He clenched his fist with fierce determination. Knowing only one thing, though I, Bai Xiaochun, fear death, I cannot simply depart this world. With a sudden strike to his chest, his eyes became bloodshot, and he let out a thunderous roar that echoed through the heavens. He surged forward, racing towards the location of Du Lingfei and Hou Yunfei. His speed was so great that it stirred up a howling wind that swept across the surroundings. Hou Yunfei trembled at the sight of Bai Xiaochun, his expression a mixture of astonishment and relief. Suddenly, he laughed, a look of resolve in his eyes. He ceased his defense and unleashed his full strength. Charging towards the members of the Luochen clan, Du Lingfei stood there as if struck by lightning, frozen in place, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. She was overwhelmed with emotions, touched, exhilarated, and shocked. She knew Bai Xiaochun was afraid of death, yet as she watched him approach, his crimson eyes and trembling form, she could hardly fathom the immense courage it took for him to cease fleeing and choose to return. "Run, you fool! Hurry, don't come here to seek death!" Du Lingfei cried out through her tears, oblivious to a disciple of the Luochen clan, who was at the 6th level of qi condensation. Raising his palm behind her, with a resounding crash, blood spurted from Du Lingfei as her vision blurred, her body flung into the air. Not far away, a flying sword, now controlled by another member of the Luochen clan, hurtled towards her head with terrifying speed. As Bai Xiaochun witnessed this scene, he let out a more powerful roar. His speed, already at its zenith, surged once more, and with a thunderous sound. It seemed as if his very body was being pulled apart, slicing through the air. In an astonishing leap, he propelled his slender figure forward, creating a magnificent arc that rapidly closed the distance. Just as the flying sword was about to reach Du Lingfei, he appeared beside her, wrapping her in his embrace. After spinning her around, his right hand formed a fist and struck towards the flying sword. With a resounding crash, the sword quivered and was sent soaring away by Bai Xiaochun's punch. This spectacle left the members of the Luochen clan astonished. Qin Yu's eyes flickered with surprise. But soon, a chilling murderous intent filled his gaze. "What a concealed talent! I should have taken note of you during the formation. Do not concern yourselves with the other two, eliminate him." As soon as his words left his lips, the surrounding members of the Luochen clan were engulfed in a murderous frenzy, charging towards Bai Xiaochun. In Bai Xiaochun's embrace, Du Lingfei was momentarily stunned, and before she could comprehend the situation, he had set her aside. With a swift motion, he surged towards the oncoming members of the Luochen clan. Bai Xiaochun's eyes were as red as blood. At that moment, he had long forgotten death, forgotten everything. In his mind, there was only one thought: to save Hou Yunfei and Du Lingfei, and to annihilate everyone before him. His speed was astonishing, and in an instant, he closed the distance to a member of the Luochen family, who was at the 6th level of qi condensation. As this individual formed a hand seal, a small cone of light shot towards Bai Xiaochun with ferocious intent. "Get lost!" Bai Xiaochun roared, raising his right hand and delivering a powerful slap forward. With a whoosh, the small hammer trembled violently, and upon contact with Bai Xiaochun's palm, its radiance shattered, sent flying by a single strike. The 6th level qi condensation member gasped in horror at this scene, his expression one of disbelief. Just as he was about to retreat, Bai Xiaochun swiftly formed a hand seal and pointed. Instantly, his wooden sword shot forth like a bolt of lightning, appearing directly before the 6th level member. In that fleeting moment, with no time to evade or react, it pierced through his forehead. A chilling scream echoed as the wooden sword penetrated, spraying blood everywhere, before curving midair and targeting another individual. Simultaneously, a figure from the 7th level of qi condensation flickered into view. As he formed a hand seal, a thick mist enveloped his body, creating a gigantic fog figure that approached Bai Xiaochun, preparing for a sneak attack. However, Bai Xiaochun trembled, yet his left hand shot forth. His thumb and index finger glowed with a dark radiance, piercing through the protective mist with ease, reaching inside. Crushing lock. With a crisp snap, the mist surrounding the 7th level member dissipated. He widened his eyes in shock as he beheld the arm gripping his neck. In that instant, his neck snapped cleanly. Everything unfolded at lightning speed. From Bai Xiaochun's charge to this moment, it was merely a few breaths of time, and two members of the Luochen family had been swiftly vanquished. This scene left Hou Yunfei, who had retreated to Du Lingfei's side, gasping in astonishment, his eyes wide with unprecedented shock. Du Lingfei was utterly stunned, gazing at this Bai Xiaochun, so different from the one she remembered. Her breath quickened as she struggled to believe that this was the once timid Bai Xiaochun. At that moment, several other members of the Luochen family finally surged forward, all alarmed and drawing forth their strongest weapons. With a fierce whistle, a flying sword, a pearl, and a small cauldron hurtled towards Bai Xiaochun. They were unmistakably three individuals joining forces. Two were at the 6th level of chi condensation, and one at the 7th, striking with ruthless intent, sparing no effort to eliminate Bai Xiaochun while he was momentarily vulnerable. In Bai Xiaochun's eyes, a crimson light flickered as the three figures approached. At the moment their magical artifacts descended, he instinctively curled into a ball, enveloped by the large black pot, which had previously seemed ludicrous to Du Lingfei. A thunderous roar erupted as the small cauldron of the chi condensation 7th layer cultivator struck the enormous black pot. The pot trembled and fissures appeared. Yet it did not shatter, successfully blocking the small cauldron. Immediately after, a pearl surged forward, crashing down once more. Amidst the cacophony, the large black pot could no longer withstand the assault and exploded into countless black shards. As they spiraled outward, Bai Xiaochun burst forth from within, hurtling directly toward the chi condensation 7th layer cultivator. This middle-aged man's expression changed dramatically. He attempted to retreat, but it was too late. Bai Xiaochun's speed was overwhelming, and he collided forcefully with the man. Despite the protective treasures adorning the middle-aged man's body, they could not withstand the impact, crumbling under the force. As the sound of shattering bones echoed, Bai Xiaochun seized the man's form and, using his own head, delivered another brutal blow. Boom. No. Blood gushed from the middle-aged man's mouth. Despair etched across his features as he found himself unable to break free. At that moment, the two chi condensation 6th layer cultivators nearby were struck with fear by this scene. One, trembling, commanded his flying sword, which whistled through the air, hurtling towards Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun, with bloodshot eyes, paid no heed to the flying sword that struck again. As the sword drew near, it pierced his body. Yet a startling scene unfolded. The blade could not penetrate, not even breaking the skin, but was instead repelled with force. In that moment, Bai Xiaochun let out a fierce roar, and with a violent impact, the middle-aged man he had seized emitted a chilling scream, succumbing to death instantly. The two clansmen at the 6th level of chi condensation, who were close to Bai Xiaochun, now gazed at him with disheveled hair and blood-red eyes, resembling ferocious beasts. As Bai Xiaochun turned his gaze upon them, they hesitated not a moment before retreating abruptly. Not far away, Chen Yu was equally astonished, his mind resonating with disbelief. Chapter 54. Righteousness in the Heart. Upon witnessing the two clansmen attempting to flee, Bai Xiaochun formed a seal with his fingers, and the small wooden sword whistled through the air, instantly slicing past the neck of one of the 6th level chi condensation clansmen. In the moments leading to his demise, the clansmen's eyes were filled with unprecedented horror and dread. They were meant to be the pursuers, yet now, they had become the hunted. In a mere span of time, Bai Xiaochun had dispatched 4 individuals. The last of the clansmen who had teamed up to besiege Bai Xiaochun now wore a pallid expression. Retreating with all his might, his heart pounding fiercely, his body trembling in fear. He could hardly fathom that this slender, fair-skinned disciple of Lingxi's sect was, in truth, so terrifying. A fierce glint flickered in Bai Xiaochun's eyes as he prepared to pursue. However, at that moment, an inexplicable sense of danger surged within him. Simultaneously, the anxious voice of Du Lingfei reached his ears, warning him, "Be careful." Bai Xiaochun's body abruptly recoiled, and in that fleeting moment of retreat, a massive purple skull, measuring a yard in diameter, materialized with astonishing speed at his previous location, detonating suddenly. The explosive force unleashed a shockwave that caused Bai Xiaochun to tremble. As for the first time, his indestructible iron skin felt the sting of pain, resulting in blood trickling from the corner of his mouth while he staggered backward. The assailant was none other than Chen Yu, a formidable practitioner at the 8th level of chi condensation. His expression was grim, his eyes betraying a sense of gravity. Having rescued his kin, he swayed and charged directly at Bai Xiaochun. Behind him, 2 of his compatriots, both at the 6th level of chi condensation, gritted their teeth fiercely and pursued him without hesitation. The trio advanced relentlessly toward Bai Xiaochun. Ho Yunfei, struggling to assist, found himself in a weakened state. Having expended his last ounce of spiritual energy during the previous battle, he now tasted blood at the corner of his mouth, rendering him unable to fight. Du Lingfei, also grievously injured, watched Bai Xiaochun with growing urgency, her previous animosity and prejudice towards him having vanished without a trace. Bai Xiaochun's complexion was ashen, blood oozing from his wounds, his body swaying precariously, and his speed dwindling. Observing this, Chen Yu and his companions closed in relentlessly. However, just as they neared, a fierce glint flashed in Bai Xiaochun's eyes. Despite the fact that Chen Yu's magical assault had not completely breached his indestructible iron skin, it had dissipated a significant portion of it, rendering him seemingly weak, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, a fade he had meticulously crafted. At that moment, his speed surged dramatically. Rather than retreating, he surged forth, intersecting Chen Yu with astonishing swiftness. His true target were the two members of the Qin family at the 6th level of qi condensation. A fierce glint appeared in his eyes as he flicked his sleeve, conjuring a lantern that transformed into a fireball, hurtling directly towards Bai Xiaochun. Simultaneously, the two 6th-level disciples of the Qin family gasped in horror, hastily retreating. Yet, Bai Xiaochun's figure, akin to a flash of lightning, erupted with speed, swiftly overtaking one of them. As he raised his right hand, a black radiance shimmered between his thumb and forefinger, and he viciously squeezed towards the Qin family disciple before him. Shatterlock. With a crack, the Qin disciple let out a wretched scream as Bai Xiaochun brutally snapped his neck. Just as the fireball approached behind him, its intense heat radiating outward, he had no time to evade. With a thunderous explosion, the fireball struck before him, engulfing Bai Xiaochun in a sea of flames, eliciting gasps of astonishment from Du Lingfei and Hou Yunfei. Bai Xiaochun, not far away, a 6th-level disciple of the Chun family, revealed an expression of glee, laughing heartily as he witnessed Bai Xiaochun consumed by the flames. However, at that moment, a figure erupted from the inferno with blinding speed, closing in on the jubilant Chun disciple in an instant. As the latter's eyes widened in shock and he attempted to retreat, Bai Xiaochun's foot descended, crushing his head into his torso, silencing any cries and extinguishing his life instantly. After executing this feat, Bai Xiaochun gasped for breath, his eyes bloodshot, burns marring his skin, and blood trickling from his lips. Upon raising his head, he fixed his gaze intently on the last remaining member of the Chen family, Chen Yu. Feeling the weight of that gaze, Chen Yu's heart raced with trepidation. At the 8th level of qi condensation, he was considered a prodigy within his clan, albeit not as esteemed as the young clan leader. Nonetheless, he garnered the respect of the elders and had survived numerous life and death encounters against ferocious beasts in the Falling Star Mountains, honing his combat prowess. In his eyes, the disciples of Lingxi sect were beneath him. Despite their higher status, he believed them to be mere cultivated flowers, extraordinary in ability, yet lacking in the grit of true combat. Yet now, facing Bai Xiaochun, he felt an overwhelming fear, particularly as Bai Xiaochun's gaze seemed more terrifying than any beast he had encountered in the Falling Star Mountains. The ferocity encapsulated in that gaze appeared poised to devour him whole, sending shivers of dread coursing through Chen Yu's heart. The strength and speed exhibited by Bai Xiaochun were formidable. He had evidently mastered a certain body refinement technique to an impressive extent, allowing him to kill with a single strike. Most alarming was his defense, utterly terrifying. Though he possessed no remarkable magical abilities, his command over the flying sword was extraordinary. Not only was its speed unimaginable, but the force behind each strike was astonishing, and that wooden sword was far from ordinary, possessing a remarkably high grade, enabling him to instantly slay those at the 6th level of qi condensation. Such an individual must undoubtedly be a renowned prodigy of the Lingxi sect. Yet I have never heard of him before, Bai Xiaochun. As Xin Yu felt a surge of astonishment, an even greater fighting spirit ignited within him. With a flick of his right hand, 3 skulls, each the size of a fist and crafted from jade, materialized before him. His expression grew solemn as he gazed at Bai Xiaochun. I had underestimated you before, but not anymore. Let us see whether the techniques of your Lingxi sect are truly formidable, or if the lethal arts of my Chun family are sharper. As his words echoed, Chen Yu formed a seal, and the 3 skulls around him came to life, emitting low growls as they expanded, each reaching a size of 10 feet. Charging directly towards Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun's breath quickened. His mind was a blank slate, devoid of any thoughts. He had long forgotten about death, consumed only by the impulse to vanquish his opponent. As the skeletal figures approached, he swiftly formed a hand sign with his right hand and pointed forward. A small wooden sword whistled through the air, accompanied by 2 flying swords that materialized in an instant. He controlled all 3 swords, transforming them into a torrent of sword light that surged forward with his body. Surrounding him were a host of small shields, radiating a brilliant glow. Chen Yu, with an 8th layer cultivation, possessed a deeper mastery than Bai Xiaochun, yet he lacked the same strength and defense. Their clash resonated with a thunderous sound, and for a moment, neither could gain the upper hand. This scene caused Du Lingfei's heart to race. Her fists clenched so tightly that her nails dug into her flesh without her feeling any pain. The despicable figure of Bai Xiaochun from their previous contest had vanished, replaced by the iron-willed Bai Xiaochun now battling against the Qin clan's Chen Yu. I misjudged him before. This is the true Bai Xiaochun. Even in the face of death, he harbored unwavering resolve and a sense of justice, refusing to abandon his companions out of fear. At that moment, Bai Xiaochun seized the opportunity to strike. Qinyu, spewing blood, was caught off guard as Bai Xiaochun's attack locked onto him, slamming directly onto his arm. With a sharp crack, Qinyu's left arm shattered, yet despite the injury, a small sword shot from his mouth, piercing Bai Xiaochun's shoulder by an inch. Even the indestructible iron skin could scarcely withstand it. As blood flowed down, Qinyu retreated hastily, but before he could distance himself, Bai Xiaochun, disregarding his wounds and with eyes ablaze, charged after him with astonishing speed, creating a deafening rush of wind. Qinyu's expression darkened. In this perilous moment, he gritted his teeth, formed a hand sign pointing to his brow, and his body trembled violently as his vital essence surged. With a thunderous roar, he struck his forehead. Bai Xiaochun, today, either you die or I perish. Had it been any other time, Qinyu would have retreated, but now, with the fate of his entire clan at stake, he had to eliminate Bai Xiaochun. With a spurt of vital blood escaping his body, it was greedily consumed by the three skeletal figures. Vengeful spirits, arise. Qinyu growled, unleashing his secret technique. The three skeletal heads before him suddenly gleamed with ghostly light, charging at him in a frenzy, voraciously tearing away at his flesh and blood, burrowing into his very being. This bizarre scene left Du Lingfei and Hou Yunfei gasping in shock. Simultaneously, Qinyu emitted a heart-wrenching scream, his body quaking as a sinister expression overtook his face. A mass of black energy enveloped him, coalescing into a towering, vengeful spirit. Die! His voice was chilling as he raised his right hand, aiming to strike at Bai Xiaochun. It is you who shall die. Bai Xiaochun roared back, forming a hand sign and pointing to the sky. Instantly, the spiritual energy within him erupted like a wild stallion, swiftly sketching a massive cauldron in midair. It was the Chi of Transformation Cauldron. Seek recommendations. Chapter 55, Young Master Chen Heng. The Chi of Transformation Cauldron. Both Hou Yunfei and Du Lingfei exclaimed in unison, their faces reflecting an even deeper astonishment. Especially Du Lingfei, who had already mastered the art with remarkable ease. Fully aware of the formidable challenge posed by the purple Qi Transformation Cauldron, a skill so rare that even within the entirety of the southern shore, and particularly at Ziding Mountain, few could claim its mastery. In a thunderous roar, the colossal cauldron collided with the fierce spirit, causing the ground to tremble. The spirit emitted a piercing wail as its form disintegrated, dispersing into countless tendrils of black mist, revealing the barely alive Qinyu within. Blood gushed from Qinyu as he crashed to the ground, his gaze fixated bitterly on the dissipating cauldron, murmuring softly, "Purple Qi. Transformation Cauldron." With that, he cast a final, struggling glance at Bai Xiaochun, his body growing still as he succumbed to death. The secret technique he had previously employed had already drained him greatly. Now, with the shattering of the purple Qi Transformation Cauldron, even the spirit he had summoned was obliterated, leaving him no chance of survival. Until the very end, his eyes remained open, fixed on Bai Xiaochun. As Bai Xiaochun witnessed Qinyu's demise, his body suddenly relaxed, having expended an excessive amount of spiritual energy, leaving him dizzy and deflated like a punctured ball. He stood there, trembling uncontrollably, on the verge of collapse, his complexion ashen, struggling to comprehend that he had indeed slain everyone. Recalling the harrowing scenes of the recent confrontation, Bai Xiaochun felt a sweetness in his mouth, as fresh blood seeped forth once more. I am bleeding. I nearly succumbed. A profound pain enveloped his entire being, particularly in his shoulder, which throbbed excruciatingly upon movement. Numerous areas of his skin had been scorched, and the sharp, stinging discomfort evoked memories of the previous battle, leaving Bai Xiaochun shivering with trepidation. Bai Xiaochun was momentarily taken aback, but soon his expression turned serious. He embraced Du Lingfei tightly and spoke softly. Do not fear, senior sister Du with me, Bai Xiaochun. By your side, no one shall dare to harm you in the slightest. As he spoke, his hand inadvertently ventured to an inappropriate place. Thank you, thank you. Du Lingfei exclaimed, her emotions overwhelming her as tears streamed down her face. When she finally registered her surroundings, she realized she was in Bai Xiaochun's embrace and felt the unwelcome touch of a hand behind her. Instantly, her face flushed with embarrassment, and she quickly stepped back, casting an indignant glance at Bai Xiaochun. At this moment, Hou Yunfei wore a peculiar expression, clearing his throat and chuckling as he gazed at Bai Xiaochun. Upon hearing these words, Bai Xiaochun's heart trembled. Just moments ago, he had exerted every effort to emerge victorious. and the thought of facing even more formidable opponents like Chun Yu sent shivers down his spine. His complexion turned ashen as he glanced around in a panic, instinctively retracting his neck and nodding vigorously. Yes, yes, we must leave quickly. Let's flee, he exclaimed, immediately darting forward. This display of fear starkly contrasted with his previous tenacity. However, Du Lingfei found no disdain in his demeanor. Rather, she found it endearing. As she followed him, memories of his courageous rescue and the fierce battle they had just endured filled her with admiration. Ho Yunfei shook his head, gathering the storage bags from the fallen members of the Luo family. He caught up with Bai Xiaochun and presented them to him. Junior brother Bai, these are your spoils of war. Bai Xiaochun did not scrutinize the object closely. He merely tossed it into his embrace. At this moment, he was trembling uncontrollably, his mind consumed by a singular thought: survival. Amidst the continuous rumbling, fragments began to shatter one after another. This scene immediately astonished the members of the Luochen family, each face paling in shock. Simultaneously, the ancestral figure of the Luochen family, submerged in the blood lake, slowly opened his eyes. Chen Yu had also been slain. All 7 of them were dead. How could this be? They had merely pursued 2 outer disciples. Could it be that Lingxi sect had discovered our plans and dispatched foundation-building cultivators? The surrounding members of the Luochen family could no longer restrain themselves and erupted into chaos, many displaying overt fear. The opportunity to defy fate and purge the lineage of its afflictions was a rare chance for our clan, one that had not arisen in a millennium. Having made the decision, we must not indulge in baseless speculation. If any foundation-building cultivator were to enter my formation, I would be the first to sense it. As of now, no such cultivators have arrived, nor has any news reached us. Why are you all in a frenzy? The elder spoke slowly, his expression grim. Were it not for his obligation to oversee this crucial formation, he would have personally ventured out to annihilate Bai Xiaochun and his companions. However, if he left and abandoned the family's blood reversal formation, all would be in vain. He might barely survive, but his entire clan would perish in an instant. The ability to kill Chen Yu and the others did not necessarily require a foundation-building cultivator. These 2 outer disciples either concealed their true powers or possessed extraordinary treasures. Even if they were concealing their cultivation, they could only reach the 8th level of qi condensation at most. As for the treasures, the greater their power, the more limitations they imposed on qi condensation cultivators. Hunger. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in the elder's eyes as he raised his right hand and struck the blood lake beside him. Instantly, the waters surged violently, and from within the depths, a young man clad in blood-red robes gradually emerged. This youth was strikingly handsome, with sharp features. At that moment, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, revealing a glint of bloodlight, elevating his aura dramatically. Surrounding him, 9 blood-colored, indistinct specters manifested, unleashing silent, yet fearsome howls in all directions. Upon witnessing this young man, the members of the Luochen family felt invigorated, collectively bowing in respect. Hunger. As the heir of the Luochen family and the strongest aside from myself, your cultivation at the 9th level of qi condensation is sufficient for this task. Take 9 companions with you and ensure that you eliminate all 3 outer disciples of Lingxi sect. The elder gazed at the youth with rare warmth and admiration, his tone softening. Soon, within the Luochen residence, 10 figures surged forth, and with a wave of Chen Heng's hand, a mist of blood enveloped them, propelling them into flight. Their speed was unmatched, far surpassing that of galloping steeds, and in the blink of an eye, they raced toward the site of Chen Yu's demise, guided by the family's bloodline, vanishing into the distance. The 10 individuals, with the exception of Chun Heng, who was at the 9th level of qi condensation, were all at least at the 7th level, while 5 among them, like Chen Yu, had reached the 8th level. This formidable assembly represented the pinnacle of strength that the Chun family could muster at that moment, within the span of a mere incense stick-s burning. Chen Heng and his companions surged forth from the dense thickets of the Falling Star mountain range, arriving at the very spot where Chen Yu and his 7 companions had met their demise. Upon witnessing the gruesome scene of lifeless bodies, the expressions of everyone, save for Chen Heng, shifted dramatically. Chen Heng's demeanor remained icy as he surveyed the corpses on the ground, particularly fixating on the relatives whose necks had been brutally snapped. A glimmer of a chilling light flickering in his eyes. A practitioner of body refinement. In a swift motion, he materialized beside Chen Yu's corpse, contemplating for a few moments before his right hand suddenly rose and pressed down onto the ground. With his eyes shut, they swiftly flung open again. Fascinating, residual fluctuations from the purple Qi transformation cauldron. This individual must be one of the prodigies from Lingxi's sect, perhaps Shangwan Tianyu or El Tianlei. A savage glint appeared in Chen Heng's gaze, beneath which lay a profound battle intent. Choose a direction to search. If you notice anything amiss, signal immediately. Chen Heng stood, his voice frigid. The 9 accompanying him nodded, bowing their heads in agreement before dispersing to search with all their might. The formation's expanse was vast. It would take no less than half a month to traverse it, and you shall not escape. Chen Heng snorted coldly, selecting a direction and soaring away. Chapter 56. Dependent on each other at this moment, it was already dusk on the second day. Bai Xiaochun and his 2 companions raced forward, intermittently producing communication jade slips in an attempt to contact their sect, yet they remained unable to establish a connection. Despite their mounting anxiety, they found themselves powerless to alter the situation. Fortunately, they had sufficient medicinal pills, and the storage bags of the 7 members of the Qin family, whom Bai Xiaochun had dispatched, contained some as well. Although these were not on par with those from Lingxi's sect, they were certainly better than nothing at this critical juncture. Sustained by the elixirs, Du Lingfei and Hou Yunfei steeled themselves, suppressing their injuries as they advanced alongside Bai Xiaochun through the encroaching night. Throughout their journey, Bai Xiaochun was gripped by trepidation. Even the slightest rustle would send a chill down his spine, his mind perpetually taut, bloodshot eyes betraying his distress. The pain coursing through his body was sharp and relentless, compelling him to grimace frequently. While the agony was not insufferable, when compared to the suffering endured during his cultivation of the undying longevity technique, it was nonetheless disheartening to see his flesh in tatters. And he feared that a deterioration of his wounds could jeopardize his life, casting a pall over his expression. Had it been any other time, Du Lingfei would have held Bai Xiaochun in contempt, looking down upon him even more. Yet now, her attitude had shifted entirely. A softness illuminated her gaze as she continuously offered him words of comfort. It's all right, junior brother Bai. Do not fear, while these wounds appear severe. They will not endanger your life. Do not move, let me apply some ointment on you. Observing Bai Xiaochun grimacing in pain, even amidst this crisis, Du Lingfei couldn't help but stifle a laugh, her smile infused with an ineffable sentiment. Such courage had forged an indomitable spirit, etched into her memory. Under Du Lingfei's comforting presence, Bai Xiaochun felt a surge of pride within, reflecting that perhaps his desperate efforts were not in vain, as this enchanting Du Lingfei had shown him such tenderness. Hou Yunfei, witnessing this scene, also wore a smile. In their flight, they had managed to grasp a fleeting warmth, especially in this shared reliance, which deepened the bond among the 3 of them. Bai Xiaochun fell into silence as well. As time passed, 2 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. The 3 of them had scarcely rested, pushing themselves to the limit. Along the way, they repeatedly attempted to send messages using the communication jade slips, yet all efforts proved futile. Hou Yunfei's injuries worsened, and Du Lingfei's complexion gradually turned pale. Fatigue compounded by their wounds left them both mentally and physically exhausted. Unfortunately, there was no way to hide. It was imperative to relay a message to the sect swiftly. According to my calculations, the ritual of the Luo Qin family was nearing completion. Once it was finalized, that ancestor of the foundation establishment stage would personally appear. No matter how well we concealed ourselves, death would be inevitable. With a soft sigh, Hou Yunfei addressed Bai Xiaochun and Du Lingfei. Just then, Bai Xiaochun's expression suddenly changed. He grasped Du Lingfei and Hou Yunfei, making a beeline for a nearby ravine, and abruptly crouched down. The expressions of Hou and Du shifted instantly, and they fell silent. Before long, a sudden streak of crimson mist shot across the sky like a long rainbow. Within the mist was a member of the Luo Qin family, at the 8th level of Qi condensation, scanning the surroundings with a lowered head. Thanks to Bai Xiaochun's timely evasion, this member of the Luo Qin family did not linger in the area for long and soon departed. Bai Xiaochun's heart raced as he gazed at the receding figure, his eyes increasingly bloodshot. Yet, he understood that he could not act unless he could eliminate this person in an instant. Otherwise, it would not be long before more members of the Luo Qin family would appear. They were closing in. Du Lingfei sighed inwardly as she watched Bai Xiaochun. Hesitating for a moment, she was about to speak when Bai Xiaochun suddenly grasped her hand and surged forward. The trio fell into a deep silence as they traversed the path, the atmosphere around them becoming increasingly oppressive, instilling a profound sense of unease within their hearts. As if the shadow of death loomed larger, threatening to overwhelm them. We still have hope, Hou Yunfei suddenly declared. His implication was clear. Even if the ancestor of the Luo Qin family was well prepared, the distance of over 10,000 miles would not be excessively daunting. Du Lingfei's eyes sparkled with determination as she promptly responded, "At this distance, considering our speed, we will need approximately days," Bai Xiaochun murmured, gritting his teeth as he pressed onward. They concealed themselves along the way, encountering several members of the Luochen family, each time evading them thanks to Bai Xiaochun's acute awareness of impending danger. However, the intense concentration required, coupled with their relentless flight, began to wear him down, and his complexion gradually paled. Meanwhile, the injuries sustained by Hou Yunfei and Du Lingfei worsened, their speed diminishing until, in the end, it was Bai Xiaochun alone who bore the burden of carrying both of them forward. This time, Bai Xiaochun was even more cautious. His prudent nature and meticulous attention to detail, along with his acute sense of danger, allowed them to endure 3 days without incident. During this period, the trio remained hidden, with Bai Xiaochun becoming increasingly fatigued and haggard. Upon entering a valley, just a few steps in, Bai Xiaochun's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He swiftly led Du and Ho to hide behind a large rock, but they were a moment too late. A piercing sound suddenly echoed from the sky, prompting Bai Xiaochun to shove the two aside and retreat rapidly. With a resounding crash, a beam of white light descended from the heavens, striking the boulder and shattering it into fragments. Hou Yunfei spat blood, and Du Lingfei's lips also bled. At that moment, a cold snort resonated from above. "So, you are hiding here." A disciple at the 7th layer of qi condensation stood amidst the blood mist, holding a mirror in his left hand, while his right hand tapped a storage pouch, producing a jade slip, ready to send a message. "We cannot allow him to send that message," Hou Yunfei exclaimed anxiously, while Du Lingfei, pale-faced, prepared to forcefully wield her flying sword. Just then, Bai Xiaochun, who had been retreating, turned pale and trembled, his eyes turning red. Gritting his teeth, he gathered all his energy and, with a powerful stamp of his foot, shattered the ground beneath him. With a thunderous roar, he soared into the air, transforming into a streak of light. At the moment when the members of the Luochen family were about to convey their message, Bai Xiaochun swiftly surged forward with a shout, directly confronting one of them. The expression of the Luochen family member shifted dramatically, unable to deliver the message in time. He immediately retreated. As he formed his incantation, the mirror in his left hand suddenly gleamed brilliantly, and several beams of white light shot forth, hurtling towards Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun's eyes gleamed with ferocity, showing no sign of evasion as several beams of white light struck him. His body surged forward, and in the instant that the members of the Luo family were taken aback, he closed the distance to one of them. With a flash of dark energy from his right hand's fingers, he seized the man's throat and squeezed fiercely. Shatterlock. With a sharp crack, the member of the clan, at the 7th level of qi condensation, widened his eyes and coughed up blood, gasping his last breath without having the chance to send a warning. "Let us go." He pulled Du Lingfei and Hou Yunfei with him. "Release me," Hou Yunfei suddenly exclaimed. "You two should leave. It will enhance your speed considerably." Hou Yunfei looked at Bai Xiaochun and Du Lingfei, speaking decisively. "Bai Shidi, you?" Du Lingfei gazed deeply at Bai Xiaochun. Hou Yunfei's words were what she had longed to express days before, and she was on the verge of speaking. "Silence. If I, someone so afraid of death, am risking everything, you cannot let my efforts be in vain. We shall leave together," Bai Xiaochun bellowed, interrupting both Hou Yunfei and Du Lingfei. He pulled them along and dashed forward. The two fell into silence, their words unspoken, yet the emotion they felt was profoundly etched in their hearts. Bai Xiaochun grew increasingly cautious, constantly altering his direction, successfully evading the relentless pursuit of the Luo family. As 3 days passed, dusk descended, and the sky was illuminated by flashes of lightning, dark clouds gathering ominously overhead. Gradually, rain began to fall in torrents, the large droplets drenching the earth and filling the air with a cacophony of sound. A chilling aura spread through the atmosphere, causing Hou Yunfei and Du Lingfei to shudder. The cold intensified their pallor. Bai Xiaochun, sensing their precarious state, hurriedly sought refuge in a nearby cave, igniting a fire. Shielding the flames from view, he settled cross-legged, his gaze fixed upon Du Lingfei and Hou Yunfei. The crackling of the fire provided a comforting warmth, gradually dispersing the surrounding chill, allowing the two to regain some color, though they remained pale. Within the cave, silence enveloped the trio as they stared into the flames, fatigue creeping into their hearts. Du Lingfei regarded Bai Xiaochun with a gentle gaze. Hou Yunfei attempted to smile, but as he opened his mouth, blood erupted forth, rendering his complexion even more ashen, his body swaying precariously. Their days of flight had left them depleted, the medicinal pills long exhausted. Bai Xiaochun immediately rose to his feet, intending to investigate, when suddenly his expression shifted dramatically. With a swift motion, he flicked his sleeve, positioning himself in front of the two individuals just as the stones blocking the entrance were forcefully shattered from the outside. Chapter 57. We must all survive. This towering figure wielded a long spear, his eyes glinting with a cold light, and his cultivation level at the 8th layer of qi condensation, appearing even more formidable than Xinyu. The young master's assessment proved accurate. On such a frigid, rainy day, you, with your injuries, would naturally seek refuge from the biting cold. Chen had searched through over 100 peaks and, indeed, discovered your whereabouts. In the blink of an eye, Bai Xiaochun dashed out of the cave, engaging in combat with the retreating warrior amidst the torrential storm and cascading rain. Yet, it was evident that the man was not attacking. He was wholly focused on defense. Realizing the dire situation, Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth and, despite the risk of injury, recklessly charged forward in a frenzied assault. The chilling wind surged into the cave, extinguishing the fire. Hou Yunfei struggled to rise, but once again coughed up blood. Du Lingfei gritted her silver teeth, barely managing to control her flying sword as she stood and pursued, using a gesture to assist Bai Xiaochun in battling the formidable foe outside the cave. Moments later, a piercing scream echoed through the stormy night as a wooden sword pierced the chest of the great warrior. In his final moments, the long spear in his grasp stabbed into Bai Xiaochun's right leg, not penetrating entirely but leaving a significant wound. You cannot escape. The young master will arrive soon. The giant glared fiercely at Bai Xiaochun, blood spilling from his mouth as his head tilted, and he breathed his last. Bai Xiaochun's complexion was pale, his body trembling. In order to swiftly eliminate his foe, he had no choice but to exchange injuries for the kill. At that moment, a sharp pain radiated from his right leg. As he lowered his head, raindrops cascaded down upon him, leaving him drenched. The ground beneath him was stained crimson with his blood, and half of his body felt frigid. Du Lingfei stumbled over, her eyes brimming with tears as she beheld Bai Xiaochun's wounded leg. Approaching him, she slowly and gently extracted the long spear from his flesh. The process was akin to the tearing of sinew and bone. Bai Xiaochun trembled yet did not utter a sound. The final words of his adversary and the clear signs of delay had plunged his heart into despair. He could even feel the fluctuations of the wind around him. He understood that it would not be long before all members of the Luochen family pursuing him would arrive. We must leave at once. The Luochen family could show up at any moment. Bai Xiaochun inhaled deeply and rose to his feet. Glancing at Hou Yunfei, he found him on the brink of death. After days of turmoil, his injuries had become unbearable. Du Lingfei appeared utterly exhausted. Her meridians had suffered severe damage, and some had even ruptured. When she had assisted Bai Xiaochun earlier, she had gritted her teeth through the trembling to accomplish the task. Now, she raised her gaze to meet Bai Xiaochun's eyes. In the night, her eyes were strikingly beautiful, imbued with a unique brilliance. Junior brother Bai, do not concern yourself with us. You are swift. You must go. Du Lingfei spoke softly, while Hou Yunfei, struggling to sit up, wearily gazed at Bai Xiaochun and nodded. In 3 days, we can escape to safety, Bai Xiaochun began, his eyes reddening, but was weakly interrupted by Hou Yunfei. Junior brother Bai, once you escape, send word to the sect. There may yet be a glimmer of hope for me and junior sister Du. Bai Xiaochun forced a bitter smile. Such deceit was not something he, a man of reason, could possibly believe. He was acutely aware that once he managed to escape, when the sect arrived, no matter how swiftly it occurred, both Hou Yunfei and Du Lingfei would meet with certain demise. Perhaps it was for the best. If he were to perish, they would be granted their freedom. Just as Bai Xiaochun appeared ready to decline, Hou Yunfei suddenly erupted into laughter. Bai Xiaochun's heart quivered as he observed the faint tremor of spiritual energy coursing through Hou Yunfei's body, threatening to shatter his meridians. Junior brother Bai, will you leave or remain? Hou Yunfei inquired, his gaze steady and composed. Bai Xiaochun was engulfed in despair. Taking several steps back as he gazed at Hou Yunfei and Du Lingfei, his emotions a tumultuous blend of bitterness and complexity. If only there were hope. If only there existed a next life, I yearn for the chance to know you anew. Junior brother Bai, survive. Du Lingfei gently tucked a strand of hair, blown by the chilling wind, behind her ear. Despite her pallor at that moment, her beauty shone with a more captivating allure than ever before as she gazed at Bai Xiaochun, her voice a soft whisper. The words survive resonated in the air. And at that instant, Bai Xiaochun's body trembled violently, as if struck by a heavy hammer on his chest, inducing a sharp pain. He stared blankly at Du Lingfei and Hou Yunfei, falling into silence. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he found himself at a loss for thoughts. Speechless as he abruptly retreated, vanishing from their sight. He exited the cave and soared into the stormy sky. The surroundings fell into a profound silence, yet at that moment, Hou Yunfei and Du Lingfei, fixated on the space above the cave where Bai Xiaochun hovered, suddenly changed their expressions dramatically. There, in midair, Bai Xiaochun unleashed an explosive surge of power. His inner spiritual energy erupted and radiated outward, distorting even the falling raindrops. Like a blazing torch in the darkness of night. The icy rain could not extinguish its brilliance, a palpable force felt from a great distance. As the thunder rumbled across the sky, the members of the Qin family, rushing toward this location, all sensed the phenomenon. Notably, Qin Heng's gaze flickered, and in that moment, everyone was drawn to Bai Xiaochun's presence. Bai Xiaochun's body swayed as he suddenly surged towards the distance. Upon leaping over the peak that housed the cave, a resolute voice echoed from him towards Du Lingfei and Hou Yunfei. I will draw them away. You must seize the opportunity. Hurry. Tears streamed down Du Lingfei's face, her heart churning with tumultuous waves, while Hou Yunfei trembled both physically and mentally. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaochun unleashed his full speed, hurtling towards another direction with a deafening roar. They are all dead, all dead. The Luochen family, I may not be able to annihilate your clan, but the Lingxi sect will certainly come to eradicate your entire lineage. As he raced onward, his piercing laughter mingled with frenzied cries, reverberating through the air. It appeared as though he could escape a vast distance, yet the aura he exuded unmistakably conveyed that all his companions had perished. He was already in a state of hysteria, willing to risk his own demise to transmit a message and avenge his comrades. This scene caused Qin Heng's expression to shift. Despite suspecting a possible ruse, Bai Xiaochun's speed was too formidable for him to gamble with the fate of his family. First, we must concentrate our efforts to eliminate this individual. As for his companions, even if they're not dead, they must be gravely injured. Once we deal with him, we will search for them. Everyone unleashed their full velocity in a thunderous pursuit after Bai Xiaochun amidst the raging storm. As thunder clashed and lightning roared. Within the dark cave moments later, Du Lingfei clenched her jaw, wiping away her tears, her eyes now gleaming with fierce determination. She turned to Hou Yunfei, who mirrored her resoluteness. Do not assist me. We shall split our paths. Whoever breaks free first must immediately summon the sect to rescue junior brother Bai. Hou Yunfei had made up his mind, even if it cost him his life. He would charge forth with every ounce of breath to ensure the sect would save Bai Xiaochun. Taking deep breaths, the two plunged into the rain, parting ways outside the cave, racing towards the distance with all they had. Their physical bodies had reached their limits, but in that moment, their will seemed to transcend the boundaries of the flesh, transforming into an unwavering fervor. As the thunder rumbled and lightning streaked across the sky, Bai Xiaochun propelled himself forward with all his might. His right leg had long since lost sensation, and his eyes burned red with the encroaching threat of death. He was frightened. He feared for his life, feeling as though death was closing in, ready to drag him into the abyss. He was uncertain whether his earlier actions had been impulsive or whether he would regret them, for the purpose of his cultivation was to attain immortality. And he had no answers to these questions. Even along this perilous path, a voice within urged him, flee alone. Yet, caught between the fear of death and the bonds of friendship, he chose the latter. Sister Du, Brother Ho, we must survive. Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth and sprinted with all his might. Luochen family, you pursue extermination so ruthlessly. Then come at me. A fierce glint shone in Bai Xiaochun's eyes, akin to a beast extending its claws in the face of despair. Chapter 58. The cornered beast fights back. From afar, the world lay shrouded in a curtain of rain, a blurred expanse teeming with an overwhelming sense of impending doom. On the ground, Bai Xiaochun trembled, his eyes a fiery red, unleashing his utmost speed as he dashed forward. Occasionally, he would stomp forcefully on the ground, leaping into the air like an arrow released from its bow, whistling past. We must survive. We all must survive. Bai Xiaochun stammered, continuously repeating these words. The figures of Du Lingfei and Hou Yunfei flashing in his mind. The shadow of death loomed, mingling with the rain, rendering the surroundings increasingly frigid. At this moment, 8 figures were pursuing him from various directions, with Qin Heng being the furthest away yet moving with remarkable swiftness, transforming into a streak of light as he weaved through the curtain of rain, gaining speed. The raindrops before him produced a series of sonic booms. You cannot escape. No one can elude the formation set by the ancestors of the Qin family. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Qin Heng's eyes. This relentless chase of the three had exceeded even his expectations. He could hardly believe that these outer disciples of Lingxi's sect were so adept at fleeing. There were only a few days left before they could potentially escape the confines of the Ancestors' formation. Particularly, the individual he was currently pursuing possessed formidable skills, having not only slain Shinyu but also eliminated several members of his family along the way. This solidified his belief that the fugitive was undoubtedly one of the renowned figures from the southern bank of Lingxi's sect, either Shangguan Tianyu or El Tianlei, as this area was under the southern bank's control, while the northern bank typically did not venture here. Lingxi's sect's prodigy, Shin Heng's murderous intent intensified, and he felt a tinge of excitement. Thunder rumbled as Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth and sped onward, his breath coming in quick gasps, the spiritual energy within him rapidly depleting. The world around him blurred, resembling an ancient beast with its maw wide open, overshadowing the skies. Suddenly, Bai Xiaochun lifted his head, ferocity igniting in his blood-red eyes. Ahead, several dozen feet away, the rain rippled abruptly, and a powerful force surged forth, shattering countless raindrops that rushed toward him. Behind the curtain of rain emerged the first member of the Chun family to intercept Bai Xiaochun. He was a middle-aged man with a scar across his face, emanating a fearsome presence. His cultivation was at the peak of the 7th layer of qi condensation. As he approached, he brandished a massive battle axe in his right hand, akin to a tempest. Drawing near, he let out a roar, gripping the axe with both hands and bringing it down fiercely toward Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun's eyes were bloodshot, yet his body showed no signs of hesitation. At the very moment the opponent's axe descended, he charged forward, his left hand abruptly raised to press against the descending axe. The middle-aged man sneered, his hands gathering even more of his cultivation, causing the axe to stir up a tempest as it fell. As Bai Xiaochun's left hand lifted, a flash of black light erupted from the indestructible iron skin, rendering his hand an obsidian hue, which instantly met the axe head. With a thunderous crash, Bai Xiaochun's left hand gripped the axe blade with such tremendous force that the surrounding rainwater erupted in tumult. A sharp pain surged through him, blood trickled forth. Yet the resilience of the indestructible iron skin, especially when fully unleashed by Bai Xiaochun, ensured that although his palm oozed with blood, it remained unbroken. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow and yanked with all his might, yet Bai Xiaochun's grip was akin to a vice, steadfastly clenching the massive axe. The man's pull yielded no movement whatsoever, causing a shift in his expression. When he raised his gaze, he was met with the sight of Bai Xiaochun, whose eyes were ablaze with madness. This kind of fervor was something he had never witnessed in any other person, reminiscent only of the desperate ferocity seen in the beasts of the Falling Star mountain range. This scene jolted the middle-aged man's heart, and in an instant, several layers of protective light enveloped him. Without a moment's hesitation, he released the axe and retreated swiftly. He was quick, but Bai Xiaochun, even quicker. At the moment Bai Xiaochun gripped the massive axe with his left hand, a dark radiance emanated from his right hand as well. In the fleeting instant akin to lightning streaking across the sky, his obsidian right hand manifested right before the middle-aged man. Astonishingly, a forceful suction erupted from his palm, causing the man to halt abruptly in his retreat. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the world before him was entirely engulfed by the darkness emanating from Bai Xiaochun's right hand. With a thunderous crash, Bai Xiaochun's right hand clamped down on the middle-aged man's neck, his expression ferocious as he tightened his grip. A sickening crack echoed as disbelief filled the man's eyes, blood spilling from his mouth, rendering him incapable of uttering a scream. In that moment, all the bones in his neck were crushed, causing his head to droop lifelessly as he succumbed to death. Even in his final moments, his eyes were wide with terror. Though he was aware of the opponent's formidable strength and had prepared himself, he had not anticipated that this seemingly frail disciple of the Lingxi sect could possess such overwhelming power. Just as the middle-aged man perished, two figures rapidly approached from a distance, one of whom was a formidable 8th-layer qi condensation practitioner, identical to Qinyu. Qinzhong. Upon witnessing the death of their comrade, the two newcomers let out anguished cries. "You have forced my hand." With a swift flick of his wrist, Bai Xiaochun hurled the corpse of the middle-aged man aside, his breath coming in quick gasps as he shifted direction and sprinted away. His body trembled, yet the ferocity in his eyes intensified beyond what it had been before. He understood that he could not afford to be impeded. His original intention had been to lure away the members of the Luochen family. But now he abruptly altered his course toward a distant range of mountains that stretched endlessly. This mountain range was unnamed, not marking a boundary, but it towered magnificently, rivaling even the Falling Star mountain range. The rain there seemed to pour more heavily, and the lightning and thunder coalesced in that vicinity. Gazing upward, one could see countless bolts of lightning forming spheres that erupted violently with the downpour. With a whoosh, Bai Xiaochun dashed forward, pursued relentlessly by the two members of the Luochen family. In that moment, he could also glimpse other members of the family closing in from all directions. Notably, a distant figure, akin to a shooting comet, was Chun Hong, rapidly approaching. As the members of the Luochen family drew nearer, Bai Xiaochun found himself mere dozens of paces from the mountainous jungle, his entire body drenched. With a powerful leap, he prepared to plunge into the forest. "Stop him!" Chen Heng's ominous voice echoed from afar. At that moment, the two closest members of the Luochen family, including the 8th-layer Qi condensation man, roared as one. He seized the 7th-layer practitioner beside him, and after exchanging a knowing glance, the latter immediately compacted his form into a spherical shape, which the 8th-layer man forcefully hurled forward. With a thunderous roar, the culmination of all his cultivated power erupted at that very moment. Instantly, the clansman, who had condensed into a sphere at the 7th layer of Qi, experienced a sudden surge in speed. Amidst the howling winds, he maneuvered through the torrential rain and, in the blink of an eye, caught up to Bai Xiaochun. His body exploded with a resounding crash, transforming into countless fragments of flesh, coalescing into a bloody rope. Intent on ensnaring Bai Xiaochun's expression shifted dramatically, and he instinctively retreated. Yet, at that very moment of distraction, a sharp whistling sound pierced the air from behind him, an arrow. It was shot by a clansman at the 8th level of Qi consolidation, who held a great bow, its string still vibrating from the release. They had perfectly coordinated this attack at the critical moment when Bai Xiaochun was unable to evade. Reminiscent of the earlier situation with the 7th-level clansman who had sacrificed himself. In the face of this impending danger, a glimmer of determination sparked in Bai Xiaochun's eyes. He forced himself to halt, seemingly choosing to draw closer to the oncoming arrow. With a whoosh, the arrow struck him directly, sending a jolt of searing pain through his body, leaving his complexion pale. As the arrow pierced through his right shoulder blade, it fortuitously became lodged in the bone. The arrow, crafted from fine materials and propelled by immense force, carried the petite Bai Xiaochun along with it, evading the entanglement of flesh and blood ropes. With a thud, the arrow, bearing Bai Xiaochun's body, impaled him against the trunk of a large tree at the forest's edge, pinning him firmly in place. The clansman who had loosed the arrow, filled with elation, rushed forward, preparing to draw his bow again in order to unleash a second arrow, intent on eliminating Bai Xiaochun. Meanwhile, other members of the Luochen clan, drawn by the commotion, approached with malicious intent. Just then, Chen Heng, racing to the scene, changed expression abruptly. "Be careful." Chapter 59, Life and Death. Almost instantaneously as Chen Heng's warning echoed, Bai Xiaochun, pinned to the tree, abruptly lifted his head, his eyes flashing with ferocity. He raised his left hand and seized the arrow's fletching protruding from his right shoulder, disregarding the barbs embedded in his flesh, and yanked it out with a forceful pull. Blood gushed forth as he extracted the arrow along with chunks of flesh. Despite the excruciating pain causing his body to tremble violently, he hesitated not for a moment. At that instant, the purple Qi convergence technique erupted within him, coalescing into a weightless force, which he flung towards the approaching 8th-level Qi consolidation clansman. With the might of that arrow, it flew forth as though it bore the weight of a mountain. The clansman, well-versed in combat against ferocious beasts within the Luosheng mountain range, had honed his instincts through years of experience. Even as he faced an imminent crisis and retreated, he refrained from immediately invoking a defense. Instead, he seized the fleeting moment to fully draw back the partially released bowstring. "Will you block it?" he roared as the second arrow whistled forth, aimed directly at Bai Xiaochun, his eyes gleaming with malice. In his mind, he presumed Bai Xiaochun would attempt to fend it off with his wooden sword, thereby transforming a potential double kill into a chance to escape the peril and regain the initiative. Yet, in that instant, Bai Xiaochun's eyes blazed with crimson determination. He could not afford to grant his adversary a single opportunity. If ensnared, the others would swiftly converge, and at that juncture, his demise would be inevitable. With a determined grit, he did not wield the wooden sword to deflect even a fraction of the impending arrow, allowing it to pierce through his abdomen. In that very moment, his own arrow erupted with force, plunging violently into the chest of a member of the Luochen clan, drawing forth a torrent of blood. The cultivator of the 8th layer of Qi emitted a piercing scream, shock evident in his eyes as his body instinctively recoiled. Yet, in that instant, Bai Xiaochun's wooden sword, like a harbinger of death, swiftly encircled the neck of the 8th layer cultivator, and in the blink of an eye, his head fell away. After this grim act, Bai Xiaochun coughed up a mouthful of blood, showing no sign of hesitation as he turned and dashed into the thicket, quickly vanishing among the trees. Within mere breaths, figures from the Luo Qin clan rushed towards the scene, their hearts gripped with terror as they had just witnessed the brutal spectacle. The ruthlessness of Bai Xiaochun, exchanging injury for death, left them aghast. The young master of the Luo Qin clan, Qin Hong, staggered to the edge of the forest. His gaze fixed upon the headless body of the 8th-layer cultivator, and then fleetingly on the one transformed into a gruesome blood-soaked rope. A profound silence enveloping him as a more intense murderous intent flickered in his eyes. 2 cultivators of the 7th layer retreated, obeying Qin Hang's orders to scout the area, while 3 cultivators of the 8th layer, their eyes brimming with murderous resolve, charged into the forest alongside Qin Hang. Within the depths of the nameless mountain forest, Bai Xiaochun felt dizzy and disoriented. His shoulder, abdomen, and right leg bore severe injuries, and the chill of the rainy night seeped into his trembling body, exacerbating his shivers. Am I to perish? Bai Xiaochun grimaced, observing the multitude of wounds upon himself. The piercing pain struck deep, bringing tears to his eyes. Memories of his parents' death, and the fear that gripped him as he beheld their gradually cooling bodies, surfaced in his mind. Perhaps it was from that moment onward that he began to harbor a profound fear of death. I must survive. Bai Xiaochun lifted his left hand to wipe away the tears at the corners of his eyes, biting down hard on his cold teeth. In this forest, he sprinted with urgency, uncertain of his destination or what lay ahead. Only a singular, powerful thought occupied his mind: to live. At this moment, the fear of death ignited an inexhaustible strength within him, propelling Bai Xiaochun forward through the stormy night. He gradually realized that his cultivation had begun to loosen after these life-and-death encounters, seemingly on the brink of breaking through to the 6th layer of qi. Slowly, the horizon in the distance revealed the first light of dawn, beams of sunlight piercing through the leaves, cascading upon the rain-drenched droplets in the forest, refracting a marvelous glow. Although the rain showed no signs of abating, behind Bai Xiaochun, Qin Hang and his 3 companions raced through the jungle with increasing urgency. Qin Hang's expression grew increasingly grim. Their adversary's speed was astonishing. Despite his severe injuries, they found themselves unable to catch up within the dense foliage. After a night of relentless pursuit, they struggled to discern the direction of their quarry. The torrential rain had erased all traces, leaving even the seasoned cultivators from the Falling Star Mountain range, who were accustomed to navigating the wilderness and confronting fierce beasts, utterly lost in this deluge. Spread out in search. This individual is gravely injured. He cannot have escaped too far. You 3 maintain a distance of 100 zhang. Should you catch sight of him, retreat immediately and send word to me. Qin Hang commanded through clenched teeth. His 3 companions, all at the 8th level of qi condensation, hesitated momentarily before nodding in agreement and dispersing. As time passed, a day later, Bai Xiaochun's exhaustion reached a critical juncture. Were it not for his indomitable will to survive, he would have collapsed long ago. His lips were parched, his complexion haggard, and even his speed had diminished. After advancing for a short while longer, he suddenly felt a shift in the atmosphere. A fleeting glance to his right revealed a figure leaping away, not towards him, but in retreat. It was a long-faced youth, one of the 3 cultivators from the Qin family at the 8th level of qi condensation. As he withdrew, he clutched a jade slip in his right hand and crushed it fiercely, sending out a message in haste. A heavy sensation weighed upon Bai Xiaochun's heart as he accelerated fiercely into the depths of the jungle. The young man with the elongated face displayed a change in expression, harboring a sense of trepidation toward Bai Xiaochun. Just as he hesitated whether to pursue, a glimmer of joy sparked in his eyes. 2 figures were rushing toward him from a distance of 100 paces on either side. Both individuals were at the 8th level of qi condensation, and further away, a long streak of light soared into the sky. It was Qin Hang. The 3 approached with a fierce intensity at their current speed. The 2 qi condensation 8th level clansmen would close in within 10 breaths, while Qin Hang would arrive in no more than 20. The elongated-faced young man erupted into laughter, having made his decision. His cultivation surged forth dramatically, and a multitude of protective lights shimmered around him. With a swift motion, he slapped his storage bag, producing a great sword that measured 7 feet in length. Its surface bore an ancient appearance, and as the young man wielded it, it sliced through the air with unparalleled sharpness. A glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he charged forward at full speed, intent on pursuing Bai Xiaochun. Killing a prodigy of Lingxi sect would undoubtedly bring him immense satisfaction, far surpassing the sense of accomplishment he would gain from slaying mere loose cultivators. His laughter echoed as he swung the long sword forward with ferocity, unleashing a beam of sword light that cleaved through the air, accompanied by a resounding whoosh. With his left hand forming a seal, he pointed ahead, conjuring a fireball the size of a fist that hurtled toward Bai Xiaochun. With a thunderous explosion, the fireball detonated despite the ongoing thunderstorm, releasing searing heat that stirred the air around it. Bai Xiaochun faltered momentarily as he turned. A glint of resolve shone in his eyes. He understood that if he did not resolve this threat, his escape would remain impossible. However, in the very instant he pivoted, the elongated-faced young man suddenly retreated, a mocking glimmer in his gaze. He would not grant Bai Xiaochun any opportunity, nor would he draw near. His sole objective was to ensnare Bai Xiaochun in this perilous game. Bai Xiaochun clenched his fists, his body swaying as he surged forward once more. However, the long-faced youth soon returned to obstruct him. Within a few breaths, two other members of the clan, both at the 8th level of Qi condensation, approached. Upon spotting Bai Xiaochun, they unleashed their full cultivation, charging directly at him. Simultaneously, the long-faced youth let out a hearty laugh, no longer evading, but accelerating his speed to join the other two, attacking Bai Xiaochun from 3 distinct directions. Alas, your potential for growth has been extinguished. Chen Heng's voice was calm. Yet in the blink of an eye, his expression suddenly changed. In the distance, Bai Xiaochun was surrounded by 3 figures rushing toward him, each employing their formidable techniques. Bai Xiaochun swiftly formed a hand seal with his right hand, sending his wooden sword hurtling toward one of them, while simultaneously launching a powerful punch at another. In doing so, he directly appeared before the long-faced youth. The youth, momentarily stunned, was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of life and death crisis as his scalp prickled. As he instinctively loosened his grip to retreat, Bai Xiaochun's right hand, gleaming with dark energy, seized the youth's neck. You. The long-faced youth's eyes widened. Yet before he could finish his words, crack, his neck was crushed in an instant. Chapter 60, A Life and Death Struggle. The scene unfolded with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, one of the 3 clan members at the 8th level of Qi condensation was slain. The remaining 2 gasped in shock. But there was no time for further contemplation as they charged toward Bai Xiaochun. Blood trickled from the corners of Bai Xiaochun's mouth as he staggered backward, colliding violently with the massive tree behind him. The long sword embedded in his chest was forcefully dislodged, and with a swift motion, he grasped it tightly. In a sudden flourish, he swept it horizontally towards one of his assailants. However, while the opponent deftly evaded, another member of the Luo-Chen clan, possessing the 8th level of Qi condensation, approached rapidly, forming a powerful incantation with his right hand. With a resounding crash, Bai Xiaochun was propelled into the air, blood spraying from his body, staining his garments crimson. The 2 members of the Luo-Chen clan pursued relentlessly, encroaching upon him with lethal intent. Yet, amidst the looming peril, Bai Xiaochun remained undaunted. His fervent will to survive ignited a deep, guttural roar within him. As he formed another incantation, a long spear emerged, followed by a colossal axe and 2 flying swords, all summoned forth in a simultaneous flourish. Utilizing his purple Qi controlling cauldron technique, he unleashed a powerful surge outward. It was time to conclude this. The 2 8th level Qi condensation warriors charged once more, this time with even greater speed, their cultivation powers reaching a peak. In the blink of an eye, they were upon him, intent on delivering a fatal blow. I must survive. Bai Xiaochun's eyes glinted with madness. His internal spiritual energy nearly depleted. He let out a hoarse, desperate howl, and within that cry, the feeble spiritual essence accumulated over the years within his myriad meridians, blood and bones erupted forth like rivers converging into the sea. Boom, boom, boom. Simultaneously, a wave of Qi condensation at the 7th level surged explosively from Bai Xiaochun's form. The 2 approaching 8th level warriors sensed the sudden shift, and their expressions transformed in shock. Disbelief etched across their faces. A breakthrough in the midst of battle. How is this even possible? As the 2 were engulfed in dread, Bai Xiaochun abruptly lifted his gaze, his eyes alight with fierce brilliance. This surge of additional spiritual power, though insufficient to mend his injuries, revitalized his waning spirit. In an instant, he lunged forward, appearing directly before one of the members of the Luo-Chen clan. As the warrior gasped in astonishment, Bai Xiaochun's right hand, now shrouded in darkness, unleashed the fragmented locks of his technique. With a sharp crack, the 8th level warrior found himself unable to evade, his body careening uncontrollably towards Bai Xiaochun's grasp, as if willingly offering himself. With a swift motion, Bai Xiaochun crushed his neck. The other warrior, now trembling in terror, witnessed Bai Xiaochun's gaze upon him and let out a piercing scream. He retreated frantically, fear palpable in his eyes, utterly cowed by Xiaochun's presence. "Young master, save me!" he cried in desperation as he withdrew. At that moment, Chen Hang, less than 30 paces away, witnessed the scene unfold before him and erupted in fury. "You seek death." Xiaochun did not spare Chen Hang a single glance. With a flick of his right hand, he executed a series of gestures, causing the scattered magical artifacts around him to tremble violently, emitting a resonant hum as if in response to his summons. In an instant, they soared into the air, their speed far surpassing that of before, hurtling directly towards Chen Hang, who was now advancing towards him, intent on obstructing his path. As Chen Hang was momentarily hindered, Xiaochun swiftly propelled himself towards the fleeing member of the 8th layer of qi condensation. His eyes glinted with murderous intent as he unleashed a powerful punch. The sound of impact echoed as the 8th layer qi practitioner coughed up blood, attempting to retreat further, unaware that Xiaochun's left hand had already formed another gesture. A wooden sword materialized silently from behind the 8th layered practitioner, piercing through his skull in an instant, staining the weapon with blood as it appeared before Xiaochun. The 8th layered practitioner stared wide-eyed at the world around him, his body crashing to the ground with a thud. He convulsed a few times, blood pouring from his mouth. And soon his gaze dimmed, breath leaving his body. After executing this series of lethal maneuvers, Xiaochun stumbled slightly. Despite his recent cultivation breakthrough, the exertion had drained his energy completely. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he retreated abruptly into the thicket. Aware that only one foe remained, the strongest of them all, a cultivator at the 9th layer of qi condensation, whose presence he had already sensed. The bitterness settled in Xiaochun's heart, yet the fierce instinct for survival ignited a fiery resolve within him. He understood that this time, it was either his enemy's demise or his own. There was no third option. Almost as soon as he began to retreat, Chen Hang let out a thunderous roar, his blood mist expanding outward with a deafening roar. The magical artifacts quivered ominously, showing signs of imminent shattering, soon collapsing in a cacophony. Within the blood mist, Chen Hang surged forward, his breath rapid, his gaze settling on the corpses of 3 clan members around him. Filled with rage, he bellowed, his eyes ablaze, and hastened after the direction in which Xiaochun had fled. One fled, the other pursued, as they traversed deeper into the uncharted mountains and forests, the sky crackling with thunder. Though it was day, the lightning remained unseen, while the rain intensified. "Are you Shangguan Tianyu or El Tianlei?" Chen Hang's voice, laced with murderous intent, echoed through the air. As he formed his gestures, 9 trails of blood mist coiled around him like serpents, darting forth to unleash crimson light aimed at Xiaochun. "I am your grandfather." Xiaochun, pale yet keenly aware, dodged multiple attacks. As he felt the presence of the Chun clan's young master closing in, his body trembled before he suddenly leaped forward, feigning a sprint. In that moment, as Chen Hang also prepared to leap, Xiaochun planted his foot upon a sturdy tree. The tree shook violently, granting Xiaochun the leverage to launch himself into the air, spinning mid-flight to confront the pursuing Chen Hang. "No matter who you are, today marks your end." A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Chen Hang's eyes as he swiftly gestured with his right hand. The 9 blood pythons surrounding him opened their massive jaws, poised to devour the approaching Xiaochun. Xiaochun's eyes glowed a fierce crimson as he let out a low growl. With a gesture of his hands, the scant spiritual energy within him surged forth, and suddenly, a violet cauldron materialized, enveloping his form. Despite the onslaught of 9 blood pythons rushing at him, their speed remained undeterred, roaring towards Chen Hang. Such trivial skills. Chen Hang scoffed, and with a swift gesture, the 9 blood pythons transformed into ethereal mist, coalescing into a menacing crimson skull that hovered above him. This ghastly apparition collided directly with the descending violet cauldron. The resounding clash echoed thunderously, causing the cauldron to tremble violently before it shattered, ultimately exploding into fragments. Though the blood mist skull dissipated significantly, it still lingered in the air. In that very instant of collision, Xiaochun burst forth from the remnants of the shattered cauldron, swiftly navigating through the debris and plunging towards the fog below. Simultaneously, Chen Hang's eyes glimmered with intensity. As the mist thinned, he surged upward beneath the blood fog, his right hand forming a gesture that entwined his arm in mist, conjuring a grotesque visage within his palm. As he erupted from the fog, his gaze met Xiaochun's. Their eyes locked, and they collided head-on, one with a fist, the other with an open palm, one radiating a dark brilliance of indestructible iron skin, the other wielding an eerie sorcery manifested in a ghoulish face. The sound of their impact was deafening. Bai Xiaochun spewed blood as his body was forced backward, cracking branches as he careened like a kite severed from its string. Meanwhile, Qin Heng merely staggered slightly, his complexion paling as blood surged within him. He was taken aback by Bai Xiaochun's formidable strength. In that moment, he steadied himself and propelled after Bai Xiaochun. As he raised his right hand, the surrounding mist erupted, expanding to cover an area of over 10 zhong, forming a colossal human face that advanced towards Bai Xiaochun with overwhelming intent. Bai Xiaochun's eyes glinted with ferocity, having been driven to the brink of death. His body twisted violently in midair, and as he turned, his right hand shot up abruptly, pointing fiercely at Qin Heng. In that moment, his purple chi surged forth explosively. Not to manipulate objects, but to seize control of Qin Heng's very being. This unprecedented application left Qin Heng astounded, as he instantly felt a tremendous force enveloping him, akin to an invisible hand striving to grasp his body. In that fleeting instant of hesitation, the wooden sword whistled through the air, hurtling towards Qin Heng. While Bai Xiaochun charged forward with reckless abandon, his indestructible iron skin whirring into motion with a thunderous roar. How absurd! With a swift flick of his sleeve, Qin Heng summoned a blood-red visage that pierced through his form, descending to suppress the onslaught. Amidst the cacophony, the wooden sword collided with the spectral face. Trembling yet not shattering, instead, it pierced through the blood-red visage, creating a gaping breach. Bai Xiaochun's body slipped through the gap, propelled by the indestructible iron skin. Enduring his injuries as he charged forth, Qin Heng's eyes flickered, and with a swift gesture of his right hand, he cast another spell. Instantly, an arc of crimson light emerged, resembling a curved blade, aimed directly at Bai Xiaochun. In that fleeting moment, the arc of blood light struck down upon Bai Xiaochun, leaving his chest a gruesome mess. Yet, with all his cultivation concentrated into one fist, Bai Xiaochun retaliated with equal ferocity. A tremendous sound resonated as Qin Heng's body jolted backward, taking several steps in retreat, his complexion paling slightly. However, Bai Xiaochun's onslaught was far from over at that moment. His speed approached the brink of exhaustion, recklessly unleashing a full-scale eruption of power. Boom, 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 boom. Chapter 61. A Desperate Strike. Bai Xiaochun moved with astonishing speed, circling around Qin Heng and leaving him no opportunity to respond. Each punch and kick unleashed a tempest of fury. Qin Heng's expression darkened as he formed a defensive seal, causing a radiant barrier to expand around him, accompanied by a billowing mist that enveloped the two combatants. They clashed relentlessly in the dense jungle amidst the torrential rain, creating a cacophony of explosive sounds. With each exchange, Qin Heng's apprehension grew. He had previously held this outer disciple of Lingxi sect in high esteem, but now, experiencing the confrontation firsthand, he realized he had gravely underestimated his opponent. The ability to continuously slay over 10 clan members and vanquish those at the 8th layer of chi condensation was no trivial feat. Such prowess was beyond that of an ordinary disciple, even considering that Lingxi sect, being a major sect, provided its disciples with far superior resources than those available to external cultivation families. The resilience of Bai Xiaochun's physique was remarkable. What kind of body refinement technique could achieve such a state? His strength and speed were both a product of rigorous training. Qin Heng waved his sleeve, causing the mist around him to surge forth in an attempt to push Bai Xiaochun away. Yet, undeterred by his injuries, Bai Xiaochun charged again, and with each thunderous collision, Qin Heng's pallor deepened. What terrified him most was Bai Xiaochun's regenerative ability. If his cultivation were to reach the 8th layer of chi condensation, I would stand no chance. Qin Heng struggled to fathom how someone, despite sustaining such grievous wounds, could still possess such explosive power. Anyone else in his position would likely have succumbed to unconsciousness by now. Yet, Bai Xiaochun, on the brink of exhaustion, persevered. Narrowing his eyes, Qin Heng concentrated the surrounding mist into a massive hand to intercept the approaching force. In that instant of contact, the large hand disintegrated effortlessly. Realizing he had fallen for a trap, Qin Heng's expression remained unchanged, though his gaze was sharp. "Crimson Demon Art," he uttered, and in that moment, his entire form was engulfed in a blood-red hue, transforming him into a crimson-skinned figure. Almost simultaneously, Bai Xiaochun executed a sweeping half-circle kick aimed at Qin Heng, the air crackling with the force of his strike, infused with all his might. Qin Heng sneered, and as Bai Xiaochun's left leg approached, he swiftly raised his right hand to meet it. Boom. How could this guy's power have surged so dramatically? The Crimson Demon Art had rendered him immensely formidable. Bai Xiaochun felt a jolt of pain, his left leg twisting painfully, While the skin remained intact, the flesh was crushed and the bone fractured. Gasping for breath, he was overwhelmed by fatigue, his injuries intensifying. Many times, he had felt on the verge of collapse, only to discover that his body was recovering at an astonishing rate. This remarkable regenerative ability astonished him. It seemed no matter how severe the injury, healing would gradually occur. Perhaps this was the essence of the undying longevity technique. On Chen Heng's side, his right hand appeared normal at first glance, yet upon closer inspection, one could observe a subtle tremor, while the skin on his exterior had turned a deeper shade of red. Internally, fissures crisscrossed his bones. You possess a method of physical refinement. I, too, from the Chen clan, have my own. Chen Heng surged forward. His speed remarkably increased, even surpassing Bai Xiaochun, as if he had transformed into a being of boundless strength. In the blink of an eye, the two engaged in fierce combat once more within the dense foliage. Witnessing the imminent danger, blood vessels surged in Bai Xiaochun's eyes. His right hand suddenly lifted, the palm a deep ebony hue, unleashing the power of the fragmented lock, akin to a bolt of black lightning darting towards Chen Heng's neck. Chen Heng's eyes gleamed with intensity. He had anticipated this move, having seen it before. In an instant, a crimson glow enveloped him, and as Bai Xiaochun's hand drew near, he seized it with a powerful grip, crushing it with a resounding crack, shattering Bai Xiaochun's entire right arm. Simultaneously, Bai Xiaochun's left hand, imbued with dark energy, surged forth, slicing past Chen Heng's neck without pause, and clamped down upon his shoulder. The power of the fragmented lock erupted with a sharp crack. Chen Heng's complexion turned pale as beads of sweat streamed down. The bones in his left shoulder shattered at that moment, the excruciating pain eliciting a low growl from him. Die. His eyes, now bloodshot, glared fiercely as he formed a seal with his left hand, preparing to strike Bai Xiaochun's brow. A fierce glint emerged in Bai Xiaochun's eyes as his body trembled violently. With a sharp crack, he allowed the fingers of his left hand to shatter, twisting his body to unleash a powerful kick with his right leg, generating a thunderous sound as it struck Chen Heng. Blood spewed from Chen Heng's mouth as he staggered backward, involuntarily releasing Bai Xiaochun's hand, which allowed Bai to retreat swiftly. This retreat created a distance of over 10 paces between them, leaving Bai Xiaochun severely injured. His arms were rendered useless, his right arm shattered. And although he could still lift his left arm, his fingers were twisted and incapable of executing the shattered lock technique. His legs trembled. The left one completely deformed while blood soaked the right, exacerbated by the force of that last kick. Unable to maintain his balance, he leaned against a large tree. Biting down on his tongue to stave off unconsciousness, panting heavily, he had reached his limit. Only his left arm remained functional, while the rest of his body felt numb. Yet he maintained a facade of readiness to continue fighting. On the other side, Chen Heng's eyes burned crimson. His left shoulder was utterly destroyed, rendering his left arm incapable of movement, and several ribs in his chest had fractured, causing blood to continuously seep from the corner of his mouth. I underestimated you, Chen Heng rasped, fixating on Bai Xiaochun. He never anticipated that, despite his cultivation level, killing this severely wounded Bai Xiaochun would prove so arduous. To him, the opponent's physical resilience seemed akin to an invincible secret art, surviving even such grievous injuries. Chen Heng had nearly exhausted all his techniques, even employing the red demon art. However, this battle of life and death must come to an end. Taking a deep breath, the crimson aura surrounding Chen Heng seemed to vaporize, rising from his body and coalescing into swirling blood mist in the air. His complexion rapidly returned to its normal hue, and he appeared significantly weakened. This life and death struggle had taken its toll, and he found his opponent will to survive extraordinarily formidable, especially the astonishing recovery ability. The notion of trading injuries for kills was truly alarming. Red demon secret art, Bloodblade. Flash. Chen Heng bit his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of blood, which instantaneously transformed into blood mist, merging with the surrounding fog. The mist churned violently, quickly forming into a blood-red long knife. This blade, ethereal and over a yard in length, contained countless faces manifesting within it, each emitting agonized wails. With a mere gesture, Chen Heng directed this blood blade straight towards Bai Xiaochun. After casting this secret art, Chen Heng felt his strength wane further, propping himself against a nearby tree. His complexion pale and his hair now disheveled. Die. He glared at Bai Xiaochun, malice evident in his gaze. In that moment, an unprecedented wave of intense danger erupted from within Bai Xiaochun, accompanied by a strong premonition that no matter how he attempted to evade, he could not escape. It felt as though he was locked in by an unseen force. The ground before him cracked open, and the tree behind him withered in an instant as the blood-red long knife descended upon him. Bai Xiaochun's body trembled, his pupils constricted. He was unwilling to embrace death, his heart quaking with fear. Yet, at this moment, the restoration of the eternal life technique seemed insufficient to alter his fate. As his body shook and the long blade approached, a sudden flash of inspiration ignited in his mind. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his left arm and swept it forward. Instantly, a surge of dark energy erupted from within him, expanding in the blink of an eye to form a formidable shield before him. A great pot. It was none other than the turtle pattern pot. Remarkably, the pot bore not even the slightest crack. It merely transformed into a stream of dark light upon impact, vanishing into Bai Xiaochun's being. Impossible. Chun Heng's body quivered as he spat a mouthful of blood, unable to fathom the scene unfolding before him. He had already been weakened by the use of this technique. And now, as his power was shattered, a backlash drained his energy, leaving him in a haze. What? What is that thing? That is your grandpa turtle. Bai Xiaochun narrowly escaped death, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His body unable to maintain its stance as he slid down the trunk of a great tree and sat there, laughter escaping his lips, tinged with despair. Alas, he had no weapon left. He could feel the vitality within him rapidly dimming, and everything before his eyes had grown increasingly blurred. He yearned to summon his wooden sword, yet found himself devoid of strength. He sought to call forth the turtle pattern pot, only to discover that even the spirit energy needed for summoning had evaporated, let alone access to his storage pouch. No matter what secrets you possess after death, all will be mine. Chun Heng gasped for breath, his energy waning, yet he remained somewhat better off than Bai Xiaochun. He fixed his gaze upon Bai Xiaochun, and after a few moments of silence, managed to straighten himself with great effort. From his storage pouch, he retrieved a long sword and advanced toward Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun gazed at him in silence, his eyes reflecting a sense of bewilderment. He thought of the village, of the hefty figure of Depang, of Li Chi Ho, of Lingxi sect, and many other faces, including Du Lingfei, Ho Yunfei, and Ho Xiaomei. Step by step, Chun Heng approached Bai Xiaochun, lowering his gaze upon the lifeless figure that exuded a sense of despair. He discerned that Bai Xiaochun was utterly spent, unable to even access his storage pouch, with his internal spiritual energy completely withered away. Remember my name, the one who shall slay you. Chun Heng of the Chun family. Slowly, Chun Heng raised the sword in his hand, a blade that he could usually wield with a mere flick of his sleeve, yet now it felt burdensome. The act of extinguishing a prodigy was profoundly exhilarating, suppressing the overwhelming fatigue that threatened to engulf him. A fierce glint ignited in his eyes as he thrust the longsword toward Bai Xiaochun's chest with great force. However, at that very moment, Bai Xiaochun's only movable left arm violently jabbed toward the ground beside him. With a crack, the bones of his arm shattered, and a sharp bone shard pierced through his skin, extending 3 inches beyond. In that instant, his body surged with unexpected vigor. His left arm swung with a swiftness born of desperation as he summoned the last vestiges of his strength. Just as the longsword plunged into his chest, his arm found its mark on Chun Heng's neck, the bone shard, piercing directly into the side of Chun Heng's throat. After executing this desperate act, Bai Xiaochun collapsed, his breath faint, slipping into unconsciousness. Chun Heng trembled. Everything transpired too swiftly, so rapid that he had no time to prepare. Too quick for his fatigued body to evade. Blood gushed from his mouth and neck, saturating the ground around him. As he attempted to stanch the flow, the blood continued to spurt uncontrollably. He stared blankly at the bloody bone shard on Bai Xiaochun's arm, feeling a sense of absurdity and disbelief. In his eyes, an expression of unwillingness emerged. His future, his aspirations, everything he had, crumbled into a bitter smile at that moment. Was this the final strike before death? Chun Heng staggered back a few steps, slowly collapsing as life slipped away, his eyes remaining wide open until the end. Chapter 62. A Sledgehammer to Crack a Nut. In the depths of the nameless mountains, within the heart of the forest, the storm gradually abated, the rain ceasing by dusk. Though only a dim sunset lingered in the distance, one could still faintly glimpse fragments of a rainbow. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the rainbow seemed to disintegrate further. The forest was eerily quiet, the scent of blood having dissipated, save for the remnants of corpses that bore witness to the fierce slaughter that had transpired. Chun Heng lay lifeless on the ground, and even in death, a flicker of will seemed to linger in his eyes, an expression of unwillingness and incredulity. Beside his corpse, Bai Xiaochun remained motionless, if his life were a flame. Then at this moment, that flame had dwindled to a mere flicker, struggling for survival. After a considerable time, footsteps approached from afar. crunching through the fallen leaves soaked in mud, drawing closer until they stood before Qin Heng, the sound of footsteps fading into silence. An elderly man clad in a long black robe stood before us, his flowing white hair swaying gently in the breeze. His face was etched with numerous wrinkles, embodying the profound weight of time, as if he had existed in this realm for an eternity. The passage of years having transformed into a palpable aura of decay that enveloped the surroundings. This was Qin Heng, yet his gaze was vacant, as though he had succumbed to a complete loss of consciousness, trembling uncontrollably. With a deliberate motion, the old man raised a finger, and in an instant, Qin Heng's soul was wrenched from his body, merging into the old man's fingertip and vanishing from sight. After claiming Qin Heng's essence, the enigmatic elder turned his attention toward Bai Xiaochun, his expression a tapestry of complexity, gradually giving way to nostalgia. To his astonishment, he beheld the art of immortality. The old man closed his eyes, a soft sigh escaping his lips, a sound that seemed to alter the very fabric of the void around them, rendering this realm distinct, as if time itself had stagnated, isolated from the world. Countless plants quivered, swiftly disintegrating into dust, as Qin Heng's corpse visibly withered. Within mere breaths, his entire being was reduced to bones, ultimately transforming into mere ash, merging with the muddy ground. In stark contrast, Bai Xiaochun remained untouched by decay. Instead, an overwhelming vitality surged within him, swiftly mending his grievously wounded form. The old man stood immobile, resembling a statue, his presence seemingly devoid of breath or life, as though he did not exist within this world, akin to a lingering spirit reluctant to depart. Simultaneously, at the precise moment of Qin Heng's demise, within the confines of the Luochun family in the Falling Star Mountain Range, the patriarch of the Luochun clan abruptly opened his eyes, an unsettling feeling rising within him. He surveyed the surrounding clan members and noted the numerous casualties among the 11 dispatched kin, yet Qin Heng's soul tablet remained intact, bringing him a measure of solace. Having processed these events, a brilliant light flickered in his eyes as he inhaled deeply. Regardless, a single day's time remained. The reversal of blood could still succeed. Gritting his teeth, the patriarch suppressed his anxiety, fully aware that he had no path of retreat or alternative choice. He merely needed to endure for one more day, and that would suffice. At that very moment, in a valley less than 10 miles from the Luochun patriarch's formation, Ho Yunfei's countenance turned ashen, unable to advance further, blood erupting from his mouth as he collapsed with a bitter smile. Junior brother Bai, I am sorry, I could not save you. Before losing consciousness, he clenched his fists tightly, his heart heavy with sorrow and helplessness. In another direction, Du Lingfei's disheveled hair framed her face, her appearance utterly fatigued. Her meridians had been severed beyond repair, and she bore no resemblance to her former vibrant self. Her eyes were devoid of spirit, akin to a soulless automaton. Yet propelled by an indomitable will, she stumbled forward, clutching a jade slip in her hand. At that moment, a singular thought consumed her mind: to break free, to send word to the sect, to save Bai Xiaochun. Step by step, she stumbled yet rose again. Even if her garments were tattered and her body bore the marks of her struggles, even as the blood seemed to dry upon her skin and her vision blurred, nevertheless, she persisted, sprinting forward with unwavering determination. Time flowed gently by, and Du Lingfei had long since forgotten her injuries, forgotten her very existence. She could not discern how long she had been moving until, with a sudden step, her entire being shuddered, as though emerging from beneath water, and a spark of clarity ignited within her dazed eyes. Had she finally emerged? Du Lingfei's parched lips trembled as she grasped the jade slip in her hand. After weeks of silence, the slip vibrated vigorously, as if an invisible passageway had opened, bridging her to the sect. The memory of Bai Xiaochun's iron-willed figure upon his return haunted her. She recalled his brave charge to divert the Qin family and the numerous events that had transpired along her arduous journey. Junior brother Bai, senior brother Ho, survive. Tears flowed ceaselessly down Du Lingfei's cheeks, and as her strength waned, she succumbed to unconsciousness. Almost instantaneously, as Du Lingfei sent her message to the sect, the task pavilion in the southern bank of Shangyun Mountain buzzed with activity. Numerous outer disciples moved about, and deep within the pavilion, a middle-aged man clad in a Taoist robe meticulously organized the sect's tasks. Before him lay thousands of jade slips, each recording the assignments accepted by the disciples. Suddenly, a jade slip emitted a flash of light. The middle-aged man, maintaining his composure, beckoned for it to come forth. Upon scanning its contents, his eyes widened in shock, and he sprang to his feet. The Qin family has betrayed us. His breath quickened. The gravity of the situation compelled him to report immediately. Should anyone dare to suppress such news, it would amount to a heinous crime. Without delay, he retrieved a purple jade slip and hastily conveyed the message. This intelligence swiftly reached the law enforcement hall. Although Qin Dajin was a member of the hall, his status was humble, and this matter was beyond his purview. Nonetheless, upon receiving the report, the entire law enforcement hall sprang into action, seeking information with remarkable efficiency to safeguard the Lingxi sect. In scarcely the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, they confirmed the veracity of the report. What had transpired? The drums of war resounded, heralding bloodshed, the annihilation of clans, and the return of Lingxi. Amidst the shock of all present, a chilling yet authoritative voice resonated throughout the southern bank of Lingxi's sect. I am Ouyang Jie of the Law Enforcement Hall. All inner disciples of the southern bank, cease all tasks, activities, and meditations. Gather at the mountain gate within 20 breaths. There must be no mistakes. As his words echoed, disciples from Qingfeng Mountain, Shangyun Mountain, and Ziding Mountain felt a tremor in their bodies. Without hesitation, they rushed forth with great urgency. Even in the face of monumental events, not a moment could be wasted. For the name Ouyang Jie signified an elder of the Law Enforcement Hall, synonymous with mercilessness. He bore a title, the Wolf Man, and his appearance heralded matters that invoked the ire of the sect, necessitating bloodshed, requiring the annihilation of entire clans. Booming sounds echoed as countless figures surged towards the mountain gate. Surveying the scene, one could see that the South Bank's 3 mountains were home to a staggering 1,000 to 2,000 inner disciples. These individuals, rarely seen in numbers, now stood united, leaving all outer disciples in awe. A contingent of disciples from the Law Enforcement Hall, clad in black robes and numbering in the hundreds, surged forth. At their forefront was an elder, his flowing red hair a stark contrast against the atmosphere thick with bloodlust. He was none other than Ouyang Jie. Surrounding the mountain gate were over 2,000 individuals, each bearing a countenance of grim determination. The Qin clan had betrayed their kin, and under the command of the sect leader, their extermination was mandated. No survivors would be left. Ouyang Jie swept his sleeve, and at that moment, the very heart of Lingxi's sect trembled as a radiant beam of light erupted from Zhongdao Mountain. This beam transformed mid-air into a colossal teleportation array, unexpectedly descending and enveloping the more than 2,000 disciples within and beyond the mountain gate, as a thunderous roar signaled the impending transport. All outer disciples on the south bank inhaled sharply, witnessing this spectacle, their hearts swelling with profound pride and a sense of belonging to the sect. In comparison to Lingxi's sect, the Qin clan was merely a small family, possessing only a single foundation establishment cultivator. Yet, the fact that Lingxi's sect would mobilize over 2,000 individuals, alongside the iron-willed Ouyang Jie, was clearly a show of force. It was a deterrent aimed at all the cultivation families within Lingxi's sect's domain. This was not merely using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, but rather a resolute commitment to wield such power against even the smallest of threats. Such a sect, willing to expend such resources for the sake of its outer disciples, fostered an overwhelming sense of allegiance among all its disciples. Lingxi's sect had endured for millennia, evolving from a modest sect to its current stature, a testament to its remarkable strength. At that moment, unexpectedly, atop Shangyun Mountain, within the Grand Hall, Li Qingho's countenance darkened, and with a thunderous rush, he emerged. A tempest of fierce energy erupting from him, forming a whirlwind that surged towards the formation. Chapter 63, Crushing the Qin Clan. As Li Qiho approached, standing within the array, his expression was profoundly somber, embodying the essence of a blade poised for action, exuding a chilling aura. Ouyang Jie cast a glance at Li Qiho, his eyes narrowing slightly. Among the masters of the South Bank's 3 mountains, Li Qiho was the one he regarded with the most concern. For he too was a significant figure within Lingxi's sect. Beyond his identity as an alchemist, Li Qingho's extraordinary talent was exceedingly rare, having only practiced for a mere century. He had already reached the late stages of foundation establishment and was regarded as one of the most promising candidates within the sect likely to break through to the Golden Core stage. It is said that among the 4 outer disciples, one has some connection with Li Qiho. As Ouyang Jie pondered this thought, the surrounding formation erupted with a thunderous roar, countless dazzling lights flashing brilliantly. In the blink of an eye, a tremendous sound resonated, and along with him and Li Qiho, the 2,000 individuals present in that place became indistinct, vanishing in an instant, in a matter of mere breaths. The location that Bai Xiaochun and his companions would have taken months to reach was instantaneously arrived at, thanks to the teleportation array of Lingxi's sect. The thunderous sounds reverberated like celestial roars, as the sky above the unconscious Du Lingfei darkened abruptly. Countless clouds were torn apart as if by an invisible hand. And amidst the cacophony, the shadow of a colossal formation materialized, crashing down upon the earth with a resounding impact. The ground trembled violently within a radius of 100 miles, fissures appearing like flames as a monumental array imprint was indelibly marked upon the terrain. In this expansive area, all flora, all stones, including a towering peak, were obliterated in an instant, reduced to ash and smoke. The power of this formation was overwhelmingly destructive, annihilating everything in its path upon arrival. Surrounding Du Lingfei was an immediate protective barrier formed by the array, ensuring she remained unscathed. As the formation descended, the earth quaked, and silhouettes gradually emerged from the haze, becoming distinct. Soon, over 2,000 inner disciples from the southern shore appeared, still imbued with the remnants of teleportation energy, allowing them to transport once more. Ouyang Jie and Li Qingho hastened towards the unconscious Du Lingfei, while several inner female disciples rushed forward to administer pills and cover her with garments, channeling their own spiritual energy to nurture her back to consciousness. As Du Lingfei slowly opened her eyes, confusion initially clouded her expression. Upon recognizing her fellow sect members, tears streamed down her face, overwhelmed by emotion. Particularly, as an outer disciple of Shangyun Mountain, the sight of her master, Li Qiho, intensified her tears. Supported by her companions, she anxiously implored, "Master, please save junior brother Bai." Her pallid face bore a tone of desperation. "What has happened to Bai Xiaochun?" Li Qiho stepped forward, his gaze heavy with anger and urgency. "Junior brother Bai, he risked himself to save me and senior brother Ho Yunfei, diverting the pursuers from the Luochen family." Du Lingfei wept, recounting the events that transpired during their perilous journey. Around them, the 2,000 disciples, most of whom were unfamiliar with Bai Xiaochun, were gradually moved by Du Lingfei's narrative. The harrowing nature of their ordeal caused each of them to gasp in astonishment. Feng Yin had perished valiantly protecting his comrades, while Ho Yunfei and Du Lingfei had fought desperately for their lives. The Luochen family had even dispatched 2 groups composed of several 8th and 9th layer cultivators. Such relentless pursuit would have spelled doom for any other inner disciple who dared to face it alone. Above all, the mention of Bai Xiaochun painted him as a figure of profound loyalty and righteousness, a hero in every sense. He could have fled for his own safety, but chose instead to return and rescue his fellow disciples, defeating several formidable enemies while carrying 2 severely injured comrades, traversing nearly 10,000 miles over the course of half a month. Ultimately, he sacrificed himself to draw away the powerful foes, providing a glimmer of hope for his companions. Thus, Du Lingfei was able to convey the message. Otherwise, the sect might still be oblivious to the betrayal of the Luochen family. Gradually, the figure of Bai Xiaochun became vividly etched in the hearts of all the inner disciples present, embodying a spirit brimming with profound loyalty and towering stature, reminiscent of a valiant and iron-willed hero. Even the members of the law enforcement hall were deeply stirred, including Qian Dajin, who found himself momentarily dazed. He could not reconcile the image of Bai Xiaochun with the person described by Du Lingfei. Initially, in a fit of impulsiveness, he had acted with malice. And although there had been some unease regarding the sect's investigation, he had never fully believed that Bai Xiaochun was the little turtle. However, driven by a narrow-minded heart filled with jealousy, he thought it better to wrongfully condemn than to let anyone escape. In this moment, he felt a sense of relief. With Feng Yin dead, the matter had become shrouded in secrecy. Ouyang Jie, known for his ruthless demeanor, also inhaled deeply, a flicker of respect gleaming in his eyes. With his level of cultivation, he could instantly discern that Du Lingfei was not lying. In fact, her account likely fell short of the actual truth. Such a disciple must not be allowed to perish under our watch. With a flourish of his grand sleeves, he promptly organized hundreds of inner disciples to search tirelessly for Ho Yunfei and Bai Xiaochun. Li Qiho remained silent, gradually lifting his head, revealing a trace of bloodshot in his eyes. A bittersweet sensation welled up within him. Bai Xiaochun's actions reaffirmed his belief in the potential of the boy. Yet he understood that the odds of survival in such an environment were exceedingly slim. "You are the one I brought up the mountain." Li Qingho's murderous intent erupted dramatically as he stepped forward, his entire being aglow. Harnessing the residual teleportation power of Lingxi's sect dwelling within the crowd, his figure momentarily blurred, racing toward the Luochen family. Ouyang Jie sighed softly. Having absorbed Du Lingfei's words, he too comprehended that Bai Xiaochun faced dire straits. At that moment, his body swayed, and he transported the remaining 2,000 disciples in unison. In an instant, the clouds above shattered, unleashing a torrent of energy that swept outward. the forces of heaven and earth erupting. Within the estate, countless gasps of astonishment erupted as the formation's shadow descended, targeting the Luochen family. Boom, boom, boom. As the formation landed, it branded the earth, causing the entire expanse of blue stone ground surrounding the Luochen estate to disintegrate into ash. While the residence itself trembled and began to collapse, roars of fury echoed from within the estate as figures surged forth, infused with rage and despair, unleashing piercing cries. The two stone lions at the entrance, along with a few fruit trees inside, instantly turned into puppets, lunging to attack. Li Chiho was the first to emerge. With a powerful sweep of his sleeve, the two stone lions shattered with a resounding crash. The fruit trees shuddered, their fruits plummeting as they attempted to flee, only to be ruthlessly exterminated. The thunderous chaos persisted as the disciples of Lingxi's sect encircled the area, bringing annihilation. Li Chiho soared directly into the ruins of the Luochen estate, his right hand forming a swift gesture, conjuring a sphere of azure flames. With a sweeping motion, he unleashed it upon the surroundings as his hair billowed, an earth-shattering force erupted. The inferno surrounding instantaneously expanded, crashing into the ruins, engulfing the residents of the Luochen family. The few rushing family members emitted piercing cries, their bodies igniting, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Li Chiho lifted his right foot and stamped it fiercely upon the ground, causing the earth beneath him to shatter, revealing a massive fissure that seemed to tear open, exposing the subterranean palace below. As the underground chamber materialized, a blood lake surged forth, from which the ancestral figure of the Luochen family swiftly emerged. Upon seeing Li Chiho, despair flooded his expression. The sudden arrival of the Lingxi sect posed a dire threat. His formation was on the verge of completion. Had it been anyone else, he might have managed to fend them off with his prior preparations, yet it was Li Chiho and Ouyang Jie who had come. He retreated hastily, releasing a mournful wail. Flee. Escape as many as you can. Within the underground palace, all members of the Luochen family trembled, hastily darting in every direction. However, they were encircled on all sides. At the gesture of the impassive Ouyang Jie, all inner disciples charged forward with deadly intent. Li Chiho's gaze sharpened as he observed the blood lake surrounding the ancestral figure, his expression shifting with emotion. It was not only him. Ouyang Jie also revealed fury upon witnessing the blood lake. Slaughtering the innocents, this clan cannot be allowed to persist. It defies the very laws of nature. Li Chiho flicked his sleeve, causing the flames to erupt once more. Simultaneously, the air was filled with anguished cries as the inner disciples of the Lingxi sect descended upon them. This was no mere slaughter, but an overwhelming annihilation. With 2,000 strong, they had claimed hundreds of lives. As family members perished one by one, be they his own progeny or distant kin, under the relentless onslaught of the Lingxi sect. The ancestral figure of Luochen let out a heart-wrenching roar, retreating even faster. Yet in that moment of retreat, a thunderous roar erupted, and a wave of fire surged from all directions, its speed and intensity overwhelming, engulfing the ancestral figure. Li Chiho's expression turned cold as he raised his right hand and clenched it fiercely. Boom! The ancestral figure of Luochen emitted a ghastly scream. His body consumed by flames, his flesh and blood reduced to a grotesque blur, and within moments, he was reduced to ashes, annihilated by a single strike from Li Chiho. This scene left all the inner disciples gasping in awe. Even Ouyang Jie widened his eyes in shock at Li Chiho. As Li Chiho hovered in the air, he waved his hand once more, igniting the flames around him anew, enveloping the Luochen family, incinerating everything in their midst. He gazed into the distance, a hint of melancholy in his expression, and sighed softly, "By Xiaochun, I, Li Chiho, owe you and your family an apology." With bitterness in his heart, he strode away, unwilling to entrust anyone else with the search for Bai Xiaochun. With even the faintest hope, he felt compelled to seek her out himself. As Li Chiho departed, the towering inferno blazed behind him, and the inner disciples gradually revealed expressions of exhilaration amid the flames. The stronger their sect became, the more radiant their futures would be. Chapter 64. Spirit and Funeral. In a radius of 10,000 miles, over 2,000 individuals searched tirelessly, continuing their quest for an entire month. In the span of a month, the vast expanse of land had been meticulously scoured, yet the elusive Bai Xiaochun remained unfound. Along the journey, the lifeless bodies of those from the Luochen family, slain by Bai Xiaochun, were discovered one after another, leaving the inner disciples in a state of profound shock. Most of the victims had succumbed to a single blow, prompting disbelief that an outer disciple at the 6th layer of qi condensation could achieve such feats. Qian Dajin inhaled sharply. realizing that it might have been better for Bai Xiaochun to be dead. Otherwise, given his ferocity, he might not stand a chance against him. Witnessing the fury of Li Qiho, anxiety gripped his heart, silently lamenting, "Damn it, with such a background, why didn't you reveal it sooner? Had I known, I wouldn't have provoked you." Particularly within the nameless mountain thickets, they stumbled upon the remains of 3 Luochen clan members at the 8th layer of qi condensation. The gruesome scene etched vivid images in their minds, stirring intense emotions among them. After a month of searching, it gradually dawned upon everyone that Bai Xiaochun was likely dead, with the place of his demise being this very wilderness, rife with ferocious beasts capable of concealing a body post-mortem. Their realization deepened when they learned from 2 previously dispatched clan members that the pursuer was most likely the Luochen young master at the 9th layer of qi condensation. The truth was undeniable. Bai Xiaochun had indeed perished. In his quest, he had engaged in battles with numerous formidable beasts within the mountains, sustaining injuries himself. 2 months later, he bitterly gazed at a great tree, its bark stained with dried blood and a torn piece of fabric hanging from it. In silence, he sighed deeply, feeling as though he had aged somewhat. Collecting the piece of clothing, he had thus far unearthed 7 or 8 bloodied fragments on his journey. Ultimately, Li Qiho quietly exited the thicket, transforming into a streak of light as he soared into the distance. Meanwhile, the reasons behind the betrayal of the Luochen family came to light under the investigation of Lingxi's sect, revealing numerous clues. The bloodline imprint was merely one aspect. Deeper, more intricate motives lay beneath. As these clues intertwined, the magnitude of the situation astonished Lingxi's sect. Should they fail to intervene in time, the repercussions would be far-reaching. If the Luochen family succeeded, every sect within the Lingxi domain would be compelled to act, leading to widespread rebellion. In the face of a formidable enemy, such a scenario could precipitate irreversible consequences, even threatening the very foundation of the sect. Especially poignant was Bai Xiaochun's refusal to abandon his fellow disciples, instead choosing to divert the enemy's attention to save them. This noble act resonated deeply with all, highlighting the rarity of selfless individuals in the self-serving realm of cultivation. The loss of such a disciple evoked profound sorrow among all elders of the sect, including the sect master. The implications of this incident were vast, and as more clues emerged, Lingxi's sect fell into silence. For reasons unbeknownst to them, they refrained from further investigation. Yet the foundational cultivators within the sect grew increasingly vigilant, as if anticipating an impending storm. After several days of communication and deliberation, the 7 leaders from both the northern and southern sects, along with the sect master and numerous elders, reached a consensus. Du Lingfei, Po Yunfei, and the fallen Feng Yin all contributed significantly, especially Bai Xiaochun. He achieved monumental merit this time. Before the tempest arrives, a spirit must prevail. A spirit that has remained unchanged for countless years in our Lingxi sect. Bai Xiaochun, with his life, established such grand merit. We ought to honor him with a grand funeral. Those who contribute to the sect shall never be forgotten. This was the final proclamation of the sect master, Zhang Yuandong, in the days that followed. Although Lingxi sect did not pursue the underlying reasons behind the betrayal of the Luochen family, the sect seized this opportunity to vigorously promote Bai Xiaochun's selfless acts for his fellow disciples and the sect's honor. His deeds spread throughout the sect, ensuring that all disciples across the northern and southern peaks became acquainted with Bai Xiaochun and the lengths he went to save his companions. Simultaneously, the sect assured that such loyal disciples would never feel abandoned. A family that could easily be extinguished by a single Li Qingho was met with the mobilization of over 2,000 inner disciples from the southern sect, showcasing a formidable display of strength. This incident left all disciples with a profound sense of admiration for Bai Xiaochun, even if orchestrated by the sect. This deliberate action was something each disciple deeply yearned for. This is the tradition of Lingxi's sect, an unchanging legacy. Those who harm our disciples shall face relentless consequences, no matter the distance. Every disciple of Lingxi's sect, when venturing out, is never alone. As long as Lingxi's sect endures, the sect shall always stand as their unwavering support. This will cultivate an even stronger sense of belonging, inspiring all disciples to dedicate everything, including their lives, to defend the sect and their homeland. This is Lingxi's sect, a minuscule congregation of less than 100 members a millennium ago. Regarding the life and death of Bai Xiaochun, even the sect master personally enlisted an esteemed elder skilled in divination to perform a ritual, attempting to unveil the heavenly secrets. Regrettably, no trace of Bai Xiaochun's survival could be found. Only the pervasive aura of death confirmed that Bai Xiaochun had perished in battle for the sect. There a gravestone stood, bearing an image of Bai Xiaochun, where he smiled joyfully. Zhang Depeo stood dazed among the crowd, gazing at the gathered assembly and the gravestone inscribed with Bai Xiaochun's name. Raindrops fell upon him, soaking his garments, and he wept, reminiscing about the moments spent with Bai Xiaochun, stealing spirit pearls, sharing hearty laughter, selling outer sect quotas, and sneaking chickens. 9. Fatty. Zhang Depeo's expression was one of sorrow. His heart felt hollow, as if the entire world were shrouded in darkness. Other chubby brothers from the cooking room, along with He Sanpao, were also within the crowd, each consumed by grief, tears flowing ceaselessly. Yao Baokai, Chen Xiang, Zhao Yidua, Elder Su, Elder Zhou, and everyone who had come to know Bai Xiaochun after he ascended the mountain stood among the crowd, their expressions laden with sorrow. Zhou Xinqi also arrived, silently gazing at the tombstone. Upon hearing of Bai Xiaochun's fate, her mind instinctively recalled his fervent quest for the spirit-tail chicken in earlier days. Hou Yunfei, supported by Hou Xiaomei, stood in the crowd, his fists clenched tightly, body trembling, his countenance filled with grief. The number of attendees grew steadily, soon filling the mountainside of Shangyun Mountain with countless disciples, each one silent and fixated on the tombstone. Du Lingfei stood at the forefront, her complexion pale, raindrops falling upon her face, indistinguishable from tears. Her expression bore a hint of daze, the beauty she possessed now tinged with an aura of melancholy. You could have lived on I remain, yet you have departed. Li Qiho felt a bitter pang in his heart, overwhelmed by deep self-reproach. Bai Xiaochun, an outer disciple of Lingxi sect at Shangyun Mountain, a prodigy of the medicinal path, had valiantly slain numerous traitors of the Luo family during the conflict, sacrificing himself for his fellow disciples in the sect. He had etched a monumental legacy with his life for the sect, and all disciples of Lingxi sect shall eternally remember this. The sect leader spoke slowly, his voice resonating throughout the gathering. It carried a profound sorrow. And as his words spread, Du Lingfei could no longer contain her tears, her weeping intensifying. In that moment, Hou Yunfei, Zhang Depan, and countless others shed tears. The title of honorary disciple is the pinnacle of prestige within the Lingxi sect, a distinct and exalted title that transcends the inner sect, holding equal standing with the lineage. Among the deceased, it is the highest honor. Among the living, the strongest legacy. Over the millennia, only 9 individuals had ever been bestowed with the title of honorary disciple, each having perished in battle for the sect's glory. Now, the 10th had emerged. No one deemed this recognition inappropriate. It was a tribute earned by Bai Xiaochun through the sacrifice of his life. Upon joining the sect, he had yet to receive a master, and this child, who had rendered monumental service with his life, must not be allowed to wander in solitude in the netherworld. Today, I, as the representative of the late Masterling Luo, shall accept Bai Xiaochun as my disciple, allowing him to continue his pursuit of the Tao in the afterlife. As the sect leader spoke with heavy heart, Li Qiho gently nodded, his gaze lingering on the tombstone, revealing his sorrow. All observe a moment of silence. The sect leader closed his eyes, bowing his head toward the tombstone, and at that moment, all disciples lowered their heads in unison. After a brief pause, as the silence drew to a close, Du Lingfei was inconsolable in her grief. Meanwhile, amidst the solemnity of the gathering, in the depths of an unnamed forest, Bai Xiaochun stirred, his eyelashes fluttering as he slowly opened his eyes, releasing a sneeze. The village chief of Sheep Village, once a prominent figure, has now fallen into obscurity. It is rumored that they are currently recruiting new villagers. The opportunity is rare, and the benefits are plentiful. One should act swiftly to join. Chapter 65. The Guardian of the Tomb. In the very instant that a sneeze escaped, Bai Xiaochun awoke, his consciousness still entwined in the state of severe injury from before his fainting spell. Upon regaining awareness, he instinctively clutched his left arm and let out a piercing scream, only for it to abruptly cease. In bewilderment, he gazed down at his left arm, then surveyed his body, touching here and prodding there, even lifting his shirt to inspect his soft, fair abdomen. Strange. Why are there no wounds? Fear flickered in Bai Xiaochun's eyes as he recalled the words of the village elder, who had spoken of souls entering the underworld upon death, now devoid of injuries. He realized he was but a spirit. Trembling, he lifted his gaze to the surroundings, only to find an eerie stillness enveloping the area. Grass and trees lay withered, and Chunheng's corpse had vanished. Looking further afield, he saw that the mist shrouded the vicinity, obscuring distant views. An oppressive aura of death permeated the air, chilling him to the bone. It's over. I've managed to survive for half a lifetime, only to lose my life now. Bai Xiaochun felt increasingly despondent, his face contorted in sorrow as he lamented. I haven't even had the chance to repay Du Lingfei. Senior brother Ho had made solemn promises to me. No one knows that I am the old tortoise. I have yet to indulge in enough spirit-tailed chicken. And I have yet to achieve immortality. The more he pondered, the deeper his sorrow, tears brimming in his eyes. Yet, just as he was engulfed in grief, a sudden cough echoed from behind him. The unexpected sound startled Bai Xiaochun, causing him to crawl forward instinctively. With a swift roll, he turned, brandishing a wooden sword in his hand. Who goes there? Bai Xiaochun exclaimed sharply, and his gaze fell upon an elderly figure clad in a black robe, standing eerily in the place he had just occupied. The old man, resembling a zombie, stared at him with an unsettling intensity. An aura of death emanated from him, particularly evident in his pale, wrinkled visage, as if he had clawed his way out of a grave, creating a chilling atmosphere in conjunction with the surrounding eeriness. Upon gaining clarity, Bai Xiaochun felt an immediate prickling sensation across his body, as if every hair stood on end. Countless legends of vengeful spirits and supernatural entities surged through his mind. However, he quickly recalled his own demise, and thus a wave of calm washed over him. He raised his chin defiantly and let out a dismissive snort, rising to his feet from the ground. Well, if you are a ghost, then so am I. After all, I am already dead. We are both specters now. Who has reason to fear whom? Bai Xiaochun approached the elderly figure, circling the cloaked specter with an audible hiss. You must be the spirit of this nameless mountain range. Do not be alarmed. I merely met my end here by chance while passing through. I shall depart shortly. Alas, I wonder if, upon becoming a ghost, I can continue my cultivation and achieve immortality, transforming into an eternal spirit. As he spoke, a wave of sorrow washed over him, prompting a heavy sigh. The old man in the black robe furrowed his brow and regarded Bai Xiaochun with a raspy voice. Do you truly wish for death so fervently? Bai Xiaochun was momentarily stunned, as if a sudden realization struck him. He hastily bit down on his tongue, and when the sharp pain coursed through him, he found it hard to believe. He bit down once more, this time so fiercely that tears streamed down his face. His expression transformed into one of unrestrained joy. He danced with exuberance, shouting towards the heavens, I am not dead. Haha, my cultivation is unparalleled, invincible in this world. How could I possibly perish? In his excitement, Bai Xiaochun grasped the arm of the elder before him, only to have his hand pass right through the elder's body, grasping at nothingness. Even as he touched the elder, he felt a chilling aura envelop him. Startled, Bai Xiaochun stiffened and gazed up at the elder with wide, dilated pupils, emitting a piercing scream as he stumbled backward. A ghost. Just moments ago, he had believed he was dead and felt indifferent, but now a genuine fear gripped him. As memories of vengeful spirits clamoring for souls flooded his mind, he retreated to the edge of the mist, where an invisible barrier prevented his escape. Leaning against it, trembling while clutching a small wooden sword, his eyes widened in terror as thoughts raced through his mind. Finally, with a pitiful gaze, he looked up at the figure in the black robe. Old sir, if you have any unfulfilled wishes, I, Bai Xiaochun, will surely help you accomplish them. The elder's expression shifted to one of intrigue as he scrutinized Bai Xiaochun, finding that the youth before him bore little resemblance to the iron-willed figure he had previously witnessed. Gradually, a contemplative look emerged in his eyes. Perhaps it is precisely such a character that is most suited for the cultivation of the immortal and eternal arts. The elder murmured softly, feeling a sense of relief in his heart. He shook his head with a smile and turned to drift away into the distance. The immortal scroll, breaking the 5 shackles of life. The eternal scroll, unraveling the 5 seals of eternity. Cultivate diligently. Should you reach the level of the immortal golden skin, you will touch the first layer of life shackles. Whether you can transcend those shackles depends on your fate. Meeting is a matter of destiny. I bestow upon you a pill that will allow you to slightly break through to the immortal skin, achieving mastery of the copper skin. Additionally, I grant you a jade slip, which contains the records of the immortal. The second scroll, the immortal Vajra, the immortal and eternal arts, are extraordinary. The elder had already vanished from sight, his presence fading, but with the echo of his voice, 2 radiant beams suddenly shot forth, hovering before Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun's heart trembled as he stared blankly at the retreating figure of the old man. In that moment, he comprehended fully that the reason he had survived and his injuries had healed was entirely due to the other's intervention. The cause of it all was his cultivation of the immortal longevity technique. Though Bai Xiaochun harbored a profound fear of death, he held a deep regard for the gratitude owed to others. He was acutely aware of his past injuries, which had nearly claimed his life. At this moment, His body trembled as he took a deep breath and knelt heavily in the direction the elder had departed. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for saving my life and imparting your teachings. Might I know your name?" Bai Xiaochun called out loudly. "I am the guardian of the tomb," the elder's voice, now merged with the fabric of the universe, was faint, imbued with a sense of age and nostalgia, as if it had traveled through countless epochs, both present and absent. At that precise moment, the surrounding mist began to fracture with a series of cracking sounds, swiftly dissipating and reconnecting the enclosed space with the outside world. A breeze swept in, lifting Bai Xiaochun's long hair as he gazed silently into the distance for an extended period. The art of immortality. The 5 great shackles of life. The 5 eternal seals. He murmured softly, these concepts entirely unfamiliar to him. After a long pause, Bai Xiaochun inhaled deeply, observing the elixir and jade slip floating before him. As he grasped the jade slip and scanned its contents with his consciousness, he found it detailed the 2nd volume of the Art of Immortality. After stowing the slip, his gaze fell upon the elixir. Although he had become an apprentice alchemist, he could not discern the grade of this particular pill. He examined it carefully in his hand, his cautious nature revealing a contemplative expression. He understood that if the elder in the black robe intended harm, there were countless methods to do so. Thus, this elixir could only be beneficial to him. "I wonder how senior sister Du and senior brother Ho are faring. Have they managed to escape?" While pondering this, Bai Xiaochun refrained from attempting to contact them through the jade slip, concerned that if the Qin family had not been eradicated, the slip's fluctuations might incite trouble. At this moment, he reached into his storage pouch and retrieved Feng Yan's windwalker boat. Upon a brief demonstration, he was delighted to discover it was operational. With hope glimmering in his eyes and conjectures forming in his mind, he was not in a hurry to depart. Within the mountain range, he located a cave where he could rest. He took out the turtle-patterned cauldron and began to refine the elixir given to him by the elder in the black robe. Soon, the elixir shimmered with silver light, revealing 3 spiritual patterns upon its surface. Bai Xiaochun, holding the elixir, displayed a determined expression and swallowed it whole. The moment it entered his body, a thunderous roar erupted from within, akin to a sudden explosion of fire, transforming into an indescribable vitality that rapidly spread throughout him. His body trembled as he gritted his teeth and activated the art of immortality, striking his own body. Gradually, his skin transformed from black to a rich copper hue, which intensified until he resembled a statue of bronze. The power within him surged dramatically, a potent sensation rising within his heart. Yet the effects of the elixir were not yet complete. After Bai Xiaochun refined its essence 3 times, the elixir achieved an astonishing quality. In the moment his skin turned entirely copper, his body shuddered violently, and he heard a series of cracking sounds near his ears, as if something were shattering. At that moment, his skin began to fissure, and as the cracks multiplied, densely covering his entire body, an excruciating pain surged through him. Yet, under Bai Xiaochun's fortitude, gradually, a silvery glow emerged from within those crevices. The undying skin is categorized into 4 tiers: iron, copper, silver, and gold. Even the old man in the black robe could not have anticipated that the elixir he provided to Bai Xiaochun would, under Bai Xiaochun's alchemical mastery, propel his own undying skin to transcend from copper to an astonishing breakthrough. After another 10 days had passed, when the last fragment of his shattered skin fell away, he radiated a silvery luminescence. Though it was merely a faint silver, when he opened his eyes, even his gaze shimmered with silver brilliance. His body swayed, and with a speed that was astonishing, it produced a resounding sound as it tore through the air, evidently more than twice as swift as before. Bai Xiaochun's eyes gleamed with overwhelming joy as he clenched his right fist and struck the nearby cliff. A thunderous roar erupted, and the rock disintegrated instantaneously, not merely shattering into fragments, but transforming into fine dust. The sheer magnitude of this power was several times greater than before. Bai Xiaochun felt a surge of excitement as he took a deep breath. In that moment, he was filled with confidence. Should he engage in battle with Chen Heng once more, he would not suffer such a devastating defeat. To his astonishment, his level of protection was even more remarkable. The indestructible silver skin enveloping his entire body rendered the wooden sword, refined 3 times through spirit forging, utterly incapable of inflicting any harm upon him. Bai Xiaochun, invigorated, gazed at his pristine appearance, restored after ceasing the operation of the undying technique. He donned a fresh garment and set off at full speed, brimming with pride. Chapter 66. For the sect, braving fire and water with a whoosh, the vessel transformed into a shimmering rainbow, hurtling towards the horizon. The thought filled him with even greater exhilaration as he glanced at his storage bag. Throughout his journey, he had organized the contents obtained from the members of the Luochen clan, discovering a considerable number of items, including a handful of spirit stones. Most intriguingly, he had stumbled upon a fist-sized seed within one of the storage bags, pulsating rhythmically like a heart, seemingly teeming with life, yet gradually losing its vitality. After pondering for quite some time, Bai Xiaochun, with his profound knowledge of botany, was astonished to identify it as a legendary spirit seed. Long thought extinct and exceedingly precious, the beast-nurturing seed. It was said that this seed, after absorbing the essence of spirit beasts, could spontaneously give rise to offspring, making it invaluable for those ferocious beasts that, despite their strength, struggled to leave descendants. Particularly for cultivators accompanied by formidable spirit beasts. The desire to obtain their progeny often led to singular possession. Thus, the worth of the beast-nurturing seed became even more pronounced, though he could not fathom how such a precious item came into the possession of a member of the Luochen clan. It seemed plausible that it was a matter of fate. After all, the Luochen clan resided within the enigmatic confines of the Falling Star Mountain Range, a place shrouded in mystery. Moreover, since it took him considerable time to identify the seed, it suggested that the Luochen clan member who had acquired it likely lacked sufficient knowledge, leading to certain inadequacies in its preservation. Bai Xiaochun carefully selected several pieces of spiritually infused wood and skillfully carved them into a wooden box, within which he placed the beast-nurturing seed. Gradually, the life fluctuations of the seed stabilized. After securing the wooden box, Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath and maneuvered the wind-sailing vessel, soaring through the skies, retracing his original path, ever closer to Lingxi's sect. As time swiftly passed, a month had gone by. During his initial journey, due to the scarcity of spirit stones, the three of them had only traveled at night on the wind-sailing vessel. However, now that Bai Xiaochun's pockets were filled to the brim, he was no longer concerned about the expenditure of spirit stones. In just a month, he caught sight of the southern gate of Lingxi's sect from a distance. Adopting a facade of unwavering devotion to the sect, he appeared tragically battered, his robe stained with blood, each tear a testament to a life-and-death crisis. Satisfied with his appearance, he guided the wind-sailing vessel forward. As he approached the gate, just as he was about to pass through, an invisible barrier suddenly manifested, forcefully repelling the vessel. Bai Xiaochun stumbled, nearly losing his balance. At the same time, a radiant figure emerged from the southern gate, a young man, his demeanor calm, who regarded Bai Xiaochun with a steady gaze. "Who are you, fellow cultivator, and what brings you to Lingxi's sect?" he inquired. As the young man spoke, he furrowed his brow, glancing at the wind-sailing vessel and then at Bai Xiaochun's attire. "You possess our wind-sailing vessel and don the robes of an outer sect disciple, yet you are barred from entering the mountain gate. Who are you?" His eyes glinted with coldness as he formed a hand seal, revealing his cultivation level to be at the 8th layer of qi condensation. "Senior brother, what is happening? Why am I not allowed to enter the sect?" "I am Bai Xiaochun, an outer sect disciple from Shangyun Mountain." Bai Xiaochun stepped back, bewildered by the situation, and hastily spoke up. The young man's brows knitted together, but he suddenly froze mid-sentence. "You are Bai Xiaochun." He scrutinized Bai Xiaochun more closely, and as recognition dawned upon him, he recalled attending Bai Xiaochun's funeral and seeing the portrait on his gravestone. His body trembled with shock, especially at the sight of Bai Xiaochun's blood-stained garments, which caused him to gasp. You're not dead?" "I am very much alive," Bai Xiaochun replied, momentarily taken aback. The young man's expression shifted to one of exhilaration as he swiftly produced a jade slip, instantly sending word back to the sect. The news of Bai Xiaochun's survival reached the sect in an instant. On Shangyun Mountain, the reclusive Li Chiho suddenly opened his eyes wide, his body shaking as he hurriedly emerged. Meanwhile, the sect leader, upon receiving the news, was initially taken aback. But upon scanning the southern gate with his divine sense and spotting Bai Xiaochun, his surprise turned to joy, prompting him to notify the entire sect. Bai Xiaochun? Was he not dead? How can he be alive? In the blink of an eye, countless figures surged forth from within the sect, with Ho Yunfei leading the charge. He rushed out of the mountain gate, and upon seeing Bai Xiaochun, his expression reflected disbelief. He had endured the relentless pursuit of the Luochen family. And although he had refused to accept the notion of Bai Xiaochun's demise, deep down he had known that no disciple could survive such a brutal hunt. At this moment, tears of excitement streamed down his face. "Brother Bai?" He laughed heartily, his body rushing forward to embrace Bai Xiaochun tightly, overwhelmed with emotion and rendered speechless. "Brother Ho." Bai Xiaochun blinked, suddenly realizing that the sect believed him to be dead. Seeing Ho Yunfei unharmed filled him with great joy. Almost as soon as Bai Xiaochun stepped through the mountain gate, more figures came rushing in from all directions. Jiu Peng, Zhang Depeng, He Sampeng, and the other portly brothers from the Miscellaneous Affairs Department arrived, all trembling with fervor. Particularly, Zhang Depeng stepped forward and fiercely embraced Bai Xiaochun, tears streaming down his cheeks. In a moment of profound emotion, Bai Xiaochun gazed upon the crowd surrounding him, and at that instant, he suddenly felt that all his previous sacrifices had been worthwhile. Just then, a magnificent rainbow appeared, and within it stood Li Qingho, who looked at Bai Xiaochun in disbelief. In his arms, he held a bundle containing fragments of Bai Xiaochun's blood-stained garments. Li Qingho, more than anyone else, understood the perilous crisis that Bai Xiaochun had faced, recognizing its deadly nature. "Greetings, master." Bai Xiaochun hurriedly stepped forward and bowed to Li Qingho. "As long as I live, that is what matters," though usually composed. Li Qingho trembled involuntarily at this moment. He raised his right hand and placed it on Bai Xiaochun's head, his eyes brimming with excitement. "This is my home. My disciple is willing to brave any peril for the sect." Bai Xiaochun stood tall and declared loudly, deliberately swishing his sleeve to reveal the numerous bloodstains on his clothing. The three peaks on the southern shore saw a continuous stream of visitors, and upon catching sight of Bai Xiaochun, they were astounded by the blood-soaked garments he wore. His words resonated throughout the area, causing all who heard them to shudder in awe, recognizing him as the true prodigy of the sect. At that moment, tears streamed from one individual who beheld Bai Xiaochun. She rushed forward, embracing him tightly, laughing and crying simultaneously, her disbelief in the reality of the situation warming Bai Xiaochun's heart. Instinctively, he reached toward her, but remembering the throng of onlookers, he restrained himself. "Seen your sister do. I have promised that as long as I, Bai Xiaochun, draw breath, I shall not allow you to suffer even the slightest harm," Bai Xiaochun spoke softly, lifting his chin with an air of defiance, uttering words that might have seemed overly sentimental. Yet, upon hearing these words, Du Lingfei felt her strength wane, her eyes glistening with tears that concealed profound affection, sweet as honey. Soon, figures from the law enforcement hall emerged, led by Ouyang Jie, who regarded Bai Xiaochun with astonishment and intense interest. Especially noteworthy were Bai Xiaochun's attire and the words he had just spoken to Li Qingho, which prompted Ouyang Jie to nod in approval. "Bai Xiaochun, I am Ouyang Jie from the law enforcement hall." Upon hearing the words enforcement hall, Bai Xiaochun's heart trembled momentarily. However, recalling the great merit he had achieved, he straightened his chest and clasped his fists towards Ouyang Jie. "Regarding the matters of the Luo Chen clan, I shall accompany you to meet the sect leader," Ouyang Jie said, a rare smile gracing his face. He raised his right hand and pointed at Bai Xiaochun, instantly enveloping him in a swirl of spiritual mist that lifted him off the ground, following Ouyang Jie as they progressed forward. Li Qingho, observing this, revealed a look of satisfaction and transformed into a radiant rainbow to accompany them. As for the other disciples, witnessing Bai Xiaochun's departure, they gradually dispersed amidst exclamations of astonishment and discussion. Nevertheless, the news of Bai Xiaochun's survival spread with even greater swiftness. By the end, nearly everyone in Lingxi's sect was aware of the incident, eliciting a spectrum of emotions, some rejoicing, others distressed. Qian Dajin trembled within his cave abode, fear etched upon his countenance. Damn it, how is it possible he survived? After such perilous and brutal pursuits, how could he still be alive? He must be unaware that I orchestrated this mission for him. Yes, he should be oblivious. Qian Dajin's expression fluctuated, and finally, he sighed deeply, caught in a web of anxiety and uncertainty. That evening, they convened. Chapter 67, Senior Brother, Where is our Master? Lingxi sect is graced with 8 peaks, 4 on the northern bank, 3 on the southern, with the central peak being the Dao Cultivation Mountain, the very heart of the sect's external power. Typically, the sect leader, Zheng Yuandong, conducts all sect affairs from this esteemed location. Before long, Li Qingho and Ouyang Jie arrived at the entrance of the grand hall with Bai Xiaochun, instructing him to wait outside while they entered. Outside the hall stood 4 disciples, guarding either side, each casting curious glances at Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun smiled at the 4 individuals before him. It was his first visit to this place, and as he surveyed his surroundings, he found the atmosphere suffused with spiritual energy, the fragrance of flora wafting through the air, reminiscent of a celestial realm. The tranquility was palpable, devoid of any clamor, far surpassing the likes of Shangyun Mountain. This was a sacred ground of the sect, where disciples typically approached with utmost caution. Yet, Bai Xiaochun appeared unperturbed, standing there with an expression of calmness. This scene elicited admiration from the 4 disciples around him, who secretly marveled at his demeanor. Recognizing him as a figure of significant merit within the sect, such an air of composure was not something an ordinary individual could possess. In truth, although Bai Xiaochun harbored a fear of death, the thought of his own accomplishments and the certainty that he would not meet his end here filled him with a sense of invulnerability. He stood tall, his mind brimming with anticipation of the rewards that awaited him. With my contributions, surely I shall receive a pill that extends my lifespan by a century. 1,000,000 contribution points, and the finest cave dwelling. An inner sect disciple status is also a given, huh? The more he contemplated, the more his excitement grew. Yet after waiting for what felt like an eternity, he still received no summons from the Grand Hall. Bai Xiaochun was taken aback for a moment. And after waiting for quite some time, until his breath fogged the air, he finally heard a voice filled with resignation emanating from within the Grand Hall. Bai Xiaochun, you may enter. With a surge of spirit, Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, striving to present himself as a figure ready to brave any peril for his sect. He strode confidently into the Grand Hall, and upon entering, he clasped his fist and bowed. Disciple Bai Xiaochun of Shangyun Mountain pays respect to the sect leader and esteemed elders. After his bow, Bai Xiaochun lifted his head and beheld an elderly man seated at the center. The elder exuded an aura of authority without anger, clad in a flowing white robe. His cultivation unfathomable. The disciples regarded Bai Xiaochun's tattered attire with keen interest. Their discerning eyes quickly recognized that the frayed edges were not a result of deliberate tearing, but rather the marks of a harrowing battle. Notably, Bai Xiaochun's innocent demeanor and polished appearance suggested a certain docility, and at this moment, he maintained an air of calm confidence, neither servile nor arrogant. While the onlookers maintained their composure, their impressions of Bai Xiaochun improved significantly, though a hint of peculiarity lingered in their hearts. Bai Xiaochun, please elaborate on the details of your mission to the Luochen family, Li Qiho said kindly. Gazing at him, Bai Xiaochun's expression grew solemn as he calmly recounted the events of their journey from beginning to end. Omitting any mention of the old man in the black robe, this remained his own secret. Additionally, he spoke of Feng Yan's sacrifice and the challenges they had faced along the way. Naturally astute, he refrained from boasting about his own contributions, instead persistently praising Feng Yan. Du Lingfei and Hou Yunfei, it is all my fault. Seeing your brother Feng perish to save me. It is all my fault. The more he lamented, the greater the admiration in the eyes of the sect leader and others grew. However, these seasoned practitioners, with minds as cunning as foxes, had discerned Bai Xiaochun's character from the moment he entered wearing that garment. Nevertheless, they still held a sense of appreciation for him. Upon awakening from his coma, he had miraculously recovered? The sect leader chuckled, dismissing Bai Xiaochun's explanation. After all, every disciple harbored their own secrets. The sect sought a sense of belonging rather than absolute control, for otherwise, it would inevitably lead to discord. Bai Xiaochun, your reward was distributed months ago. From that time onward, you have been a glorious disciple of our Lingxi sect. When the sect leader uttered the term glorious disciple, a strange sensation stirred within him, for this was the first time he had encountered a living glorious disciple. They had previously deliberated within the Grand Hall, finding themselves in a quandary because the identity of a glorious disciple was of utmost importance. Previously, it had only been bestowed upon those who had fallen in battle, never before upon the living. Yet now, Bai Xiaochun appeared before them, vibrant and full of life. This revelation had left them momentarily stunned. After much discussion, they realized that there was no way to alter the decision. According to the sect rules, they could only continue to bestow this title upon Bai Xiaochun. Glorious disciple? Bai Xiaochun was taken aback, having never heard such a title before. He stood there for a long while, anxiously watching the elders in the hall, noticing their peculiar expressions. Yet when no further rewards were mentioned, he could no longer contain himself. Is that all? Bai Xiaochun inquired. That is all, the sect leader replied. Forcing a smile, Bai Xiaochun felt a surge of anxiety and was about to articulate the arduous journey he had endured, recounting the numerous perils he had faced. However, Li Qiho cleared his throat, fully aware of Bai Xiaochun's temperament. He urged him to express gratitude to the sect leader, emphasizing that the title of honorary disciple was a rare distinction. Only 10 had been conferred throughout the history of Lingxi sect. You are the first and the sole recipient in this millennium. As an honorary disciple, you stand above the inner disciples, embodying the highest honor of the Lingxi sect. Your bloodline descendants shall have access to the entire resources of the sect, born into the inner circle, and the sect shall provide everlasting protection to your lineage. In our Lingxi sect, there are 9 prominent families, all of which are esteemed families, and this marks the inception of a glorious and illustrious identity, Li Qiho elucidated. Upon hearing this explanation, Bai Xiaochun's brow furrowed in distress, his once formidable presence diminished. He cast a pitiful glance towards Li Qiho, and then at the sect leader. At a loss for words, he began to comprehend the significance of his status as an esteemed disciple. It appeared commendable at first glance, yet it was, in truth, a title reserved for the deceased, with its accolades intended for posterity, yet he remained alive. In that moment, Bai Xiaochun sorrowfully realized that he had sunk to the depths of a father enviously lamenting the achievements of his children. "Master," Bai Xiaochun uttered, his face a mask of despair, his voice feeble. "What?" Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened in astonishment, his emotions oscillating wildly. Entering the grand hall filled with hope, he was swiftly met with the harshness of reality, his spirits plummeting to an abyss, only to be confronted with an unexpected turn of events. "In light of your contributions, and considering you lack a master, I shall take it upon myself to have you become a disciple of my revered mentor. Henceforth, I shall be your senior brother." The sect leader felt an even greater discomfort in his heart. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, a momentary spark of excitement flickering in his eyes. He felt that the sect had been exceedingly kind to him. The mere thought of the sect leader's master, undoubtedly a figure of great esteem within the sect akin to a venerable elder, filled him with exhilaration, and his eyes gleamed with anticipation. From this moment onward, who would dare to bully me? My master is truly formidable, haha. Bai Xiaochun's heart swelled with joy as he hurriedly clasped his fists in a deep bow. "Thank you, sect leader. Where is our master? I shall go pay my respects to him at once," he said, brimming with eager delight. "There's no rush. His image, enshrined before his passing, is located in the back mountain. I have already arranged for someone to prepare it, and I shall take you there shortly," the sect leader replied, his expression somewhat peculiar as he spoke slowly. Enshrined in the back mountain, Bai Xiaochun felt as if he had been struck by a bolt of lightning, standing frozen in place, his mind consumed by these 6 words. It took him a while to comprehend that the master he had just reverently acknowledged had passed away. On Shangyun Mountain, several disciples who witnessed him hurriedly came forward to pay their respects, curiosity evident in their eyes. Some even kindly led the bewildered Bai Xiaochun to view his master's gravestone. Gazing at the gravestone, Bai Xiaochun felt as though the world had turned dark. For several days, he wore a sorrowful expression, and it was not until half a month later that he began to recover from this profound blow. Sighing heavily, he stepped out of his dwelling, intending to seek out Zhang Daoping for a chat. However, as he exited, he encountered an outer sect disciple who, upon seeing him, immediately clasped his fists and bowed deeply. "Greetings, Uncle Bai." Bai Xiaochun took a few steps before suddenly pausing, turning his head with eyes gleaming, and grasping the hand of the outer sect disciple. "What did you call me?" "Master Bai, you are the younger brother of the sect leader, thus I naturally must address you as Master Bai," the outer sect disciple replied, momentarily taken aback, before hastily responding. Bai Xiaochun released his grip, his eyes increasingly radiant, and his heart raced with fervor. He realized that his identity was not devoid of merit. In fact, his lineage was astonishingly formidable. Bai Xiaochun quickly stifled his laughter, clearing his throat and adopting a senior's demeanor as he nodded slightly to the other party. He refrained from seeking out Zhang Daoping, instead setting off with great anticipation towards the task office, for it was filled with people. Meanwhile, atop Shangyun Mountain, after Li Qingho's return, he immediately entered seclusion. He sat cross-legged in a secluded space, deep in contemplation. With a swift motion of his large sleeves, his expression turned grave as he began to refine elixirs. "This child, Bai Xiaochun, possesses a mischievous nature, and it is essential to prepare a life-preserving treasure for him. Unfortunately, my skills in crafting artifacts are lacking. Thus, I can only concoct a furnace of Jiu Dan to exchange with the Danchi sect. Such treasures, designed for disciples in the Qi condensation stage, are clearly intended for the younger generation, and the Danchi sect will undoubtedly demand a hefty price." Li Qingho shook his head, choosing not to dwell on this matter. Even though producing Jiu Dan requires considerable effort on his part, the thought of Bai Xiaochun's recent brush with death steeled his resolve as he prepared to ignite the furnace. Tonight at midnight. Chapter 68. Disciples, do not flee. Bai Xiaochun is an individual exceptionally adept at finding joy in any circumstance. At this moment, he has discovered the delight in being the junior disciple of the sect leader. Elated, he strides confidently along the mountain path of the sect, and in the distance, he spots the task office. Clearing his throat, Bai Xiaochun adjusts his attire, adopts an air of seniority, raises his chin, and leisurely approaches. The task office is teeming with people. As one of the most bustling spots in Shangyun Mountain, it attracts a multitude of outer sect disciples daily, and the lively chatter resonates from afar. Soon, Bai Xiaochun arrives at the task office, where he stands with what he believes to be a benevolent smile, gazing at the outer sect disciples. Almost immediately upon his arrival, he captures the attention of many, particularly the group of disciples in front of him, who were previously engaged in discussions about upcoming tasks. Upon catching sight of Bai Xiaochun, they are momentarily taken aback. "It is Master Uncle Bai. We pay our respects to Master Uncle Bai," they exclaim, hastily clasping their fists in salute. As more individuals notice Bai Xiaochun, nearly every outer sect disciple present soon follows suit, offering their greetings. "You all have worked hard," he replies, his heart swelling with joy at the repeated address of Master Uncle Bai. With a smile, he waves to the crowd, hands clasped behind his back, and continues forward. The outer sect disciples around him gaze at Bai Xiaochun with envy, whispering among themselves, "Master Uncle Bai, he is the junior disciple of the sect leader." Particularly, the several stewards at the task office, upon seeing Bai Xiaochun, promptly rise to pay their respects, causing the entire office to come to a halt. This scene further exhilarates Bai Xiaochun. "Continue with your work. Do not mind me. I have come today on behalf of my senior brother, the sect leader, to observe the outer sect disciples of Lingxi's sect." Bai Xiaochun's heart nearly burst with glee at his own words. As he speaks, the disciples around him bow once more, and even the elders within the office step out to nod in acknowledgement. However, despite his insistence for others to disregard him, Bai Xiaochun makes no attempt to leave. Instead, he walks among the crowd, smiling and nodding at everyone he encounters. The phrase Master Uncle Bai echoes continuously from the outer sect disciples, with some repeating it more than 10 times. Gradually, the expressions of those around him shift to something peculiar, realizing that Bai Xiaochun has come here solely to relish being called Master Uncle. Sensing the situation as delight, Bai Xiaochun waves farewell to the crowd and struts away, allowing the task office to resume its operations. What a remarkable identity! Bai Xiaochun's eyes glisten with excitement. Throughout the morning, he feels a profound sense of joy, and more importantly, he has discerned the unique advantages of his status. As an honored disciple and the junior disciple of the sect leader, this title implies that within the sect, no one would dare to provoke him. With this thought, Bai Xiaochun bursts into laughter and hastens toward the Wan Yao Pavilion, where the crowd is equally dense. Before long, Bai Xiaochun arrived at the Wan Medicine Pavilion. Gazing at the 10 stone tablets while the title of Master Bai echoed in his ears, he felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. After lingering for a considerable time, under the increasingly peculiar gazes of the crowd, he reluctantly departed. Despite the approaching dusk, he felt no fatigue and made his way to the quarters where numerous outer disciples resided. As Su Baochai stepped out, he immediately spotted Bai Xiaochun and hurriedly clasped his fists in greeting. "Ah, it is you, little Bao. When I departed 6 months ago, your cultivation appeared unchanged. This is not acceptable. You must devote yourself to diligent practice," Bai Xiaochun chided, patting Su Baochai's shoulder with an air of wisdom beyond his years. Su Baochai was momentarily taken aback, blinking in surprise. The term little Bao sent a shiver through him, for only his father addressed him in such a manner. No one else dared to do so. A sense of awkwardness enveloped him, yet he felt unable to protest, simply nodding in agreement. This humble one." Bai Xiaochun suddenly realized that, given his current status, he could no longer refer to himself in such an informal manner. Thus, he recalled the titles used by Li Chi-ho and altered his speech to "this humble one." "This humble one is unfamiliar with this place, little Bao. Please guide me around," Bai Xiaochun said, clearing his throat, hands clasped behind his back, and chin lifted with an air of authority. Su Baochai, with no other choice, complied and promptly led Bai Xiaochun on a tour of the area. Bai Xiaochun once again reveled in the glory of his status, basking in the admiration of the outer disciples who came to pay their respects. His heart soared with joy, and he departed contentedly only after the night had fallen. As he passed by the area where the spiritual tail chickens were raised, he decided to take a detour. And soon the sounds of disciples greeting Bai Shirshu echoed once more. When he left, he carried 2 spiritual tail chickens in his hands. At dawn the following day, as the sun rose, Bai Xiaochun sprang to life, tidied his attire, and posed in front of a bronze mirror, experimenting with various postures until he settled on one he deemed most befitting his stature before stepping outside. He appeared to treat this endeavor as a vocation. This time, he did not head to the task hall but instead ventured to other bustling areas of Shangyun Mountain, even attending a small competition held there. Throughout that entire day, he was greeted countless times as by Shirshu, and a feeling of transcendence enveloped him, his spirit soaring. Thus, the third, fourth, and fifth days passed, and astonishingly, he continued this leisurely stroll for over 10 days. By the end, nearly all the outer disciples of Shangyun Mountain had referred to him as by Shirshu dozens of times. The disciples grew increasingly exasperated, for addressing a child as Shirshu was one thing, but the frequency of it became a source of irritation. During these days, Bai Xiaochun's life was filled with fulfillment. He particularly relished encounters with acquaintances, greeting them warmly whenever they crossed paths. One day, he spotted Zhao Yidua and, with a spark of recognition, promptly pulled him aside. Upon hearing the term Yidua Shitzi, Zhao Yidua's expression twitched slightly. By Shirshu, we have already met numerous times these past few days. Bai Xiaochun blinked, cleared his throat, and was about to speak when he suddenly noticed a figure not far away. Upon seeing him, the figure immediately turned to leave. Isn't that Chen Xiang, my junior apprentice? It has been quite a while, Bai Xiaochun thought, hastily letting Zhao Yidua go and intercepting Chen Xiang with a look of delight. Chen Xiang was nearly driven to madness these past few days. He had encountered Bai Xiaochun at least 3 times a day. To his knowledge, everyone in Shangyun Mountain who was acquainted with Bai Xiaochun shared his plight, including a hapless fellow who fancied himself the Wolf Lord, rumored to meet Bai Xiaochun more than 10 times daily. Master Bai, I have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. Chen Xiang almost fled in desperation. After more than 10 days, the outer disciples of Shangyun Mountain had taken to pretending not to see Bai Xiaochun whenever he appeared, a sight that displeased him, prompting him to be even more proactive. Ah, how familiar you look. Come now, remind me, have we met before? Bai Xiaochun seized upon one of Zhou Xinqi's former admirers, drawing him aside amidst the glum expressions of the outer disciples and engaging him in conversation for the duration of an incense stick, until the disciple had uttered Master Bai over 30 times. Only then did Bai Xiaochun, satisfied, allow the forlorn outer disciple to depart. Yet this was not a viable solution. Observing many avoiding him, Bai Xiaochun resolved to assert himself further, and in the days that followed, he would clear his throat to remind others of his presence. However, the results were generally underwhelming, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Fortunately, apart from Du Lingfei, there was another girl whom Bai Xiaochun found quite endearing. She was Ho Xiaomei, who would eagerly appear before him multiple times each day, calling out for him as Uncle Master with a sweet, sing-song voice. Without needing Bai Xiaochun to cough for her attention, the other outer disciples looked on with envy, but Bai Xiaochun felt increasingly pleased and proud. Moreover, Ho Xiaomei, having been influenced by Bai Xiaochun's earlier teachings, held great admiration for the mysterious little turtle within the sect. On one occasion, while following Bai Xiaochun, she inquired about his thoughts on the little turtle. The little turtle? It is enigmatic and extraordinarily gifted, a rare and great figure in Lingxi sect's millennia of history. Such individuals are like clouds in the sky, inspiring all to gaze upward in awe. Bai Xiaochun coughed lightly, boasting, suppressing the urge to reveal to Ho Xiaomei that he was, in fact, the little turtle himself. He resolved to wait for a moment of great significance to disclose his illustrious identity to her. I think so too. I've told many that the little turtle is indifferent to fame and fortune, devoted to the pursuit of the pinnacle of alchemy, floating like a cloud in the sky. Ho Xiaomei replied, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Upon hearing Ho Xiaomei's words, Bai Xiaochun paid little heed, his thoughts captivated by Zhou Xinqi, one of the 5 renowned beauties of the southern shore. He pondered curiously how the typically proud and haughty Zhou Xinqi would react upon addressing him as Master Bai. This thought ignited a spark of excitement within him, prompting him to seek Zhou Xinqi with renewed vigor each day. His diligence bore fruit when, on one occasion, he beheld Zhou Xinqi gracefully soaring through the sky, her presence draped in azure silk. Ni Xinqi, Bai Xiaochun exclaimed urgently. Ni Xinqi, come. Let us converse about the intricacies of life. Elated and invigorated, he had long sought Zhou Xinqi, and the moment had finally arrived. He could not let it slip away. Yet, with determination, Zhou Xinqi gritted her teeth and accelerated, swiftly evading Bai Xiaochun as she flew beyond the fragrant clouds of Shangyun Mountain. Bai Xiaochun gazed longingly at the silhouette of Zhou Xinqi, letting out a sigh, feeling a sense of regret. It's all right. It's merely the ability to fly. In due time, I too shall soar through the skies, and there will be ample opportunities for you to address me as Master Bai. With a heavy heart, Bai Xiaochun turned to seek out Du Lingfei as twilight began to settle. Upon spotting Bai Xiaochun, Du Lingfei couldn't help but stifle a giggle. Master Bai, Master Bai. Master Bai. Bai Xiaochun was instantly elated. The more he gazed at Du Lingfei, the more endearing she appeared. However, just a few days later, due to her previous merits, Du Lingfei was taken as a disciple by an elder and assigned to Donglin City as an attendant of the Lingxi sect. This opportunity was immensely beneficial for Du Lingfei. After spending a few years in Donglin City, she would accumulate sufficient qualifications and, combined with her achievements, could even be directly promoted to the inner sect. Furthermore, her authority in Donglin City would grant her access to superior cultivation resources, far surpassing those available within the sect itself. Bai Xiaochun felt a sense of regret. After bidding farewell to Du Lingfei, he continued his pursuit of enjoyment in the fragrant clouds of the mountain. Time flowed on, and a month passed. Throughout the entire fragrant cloud mountain, the term Bai Shishu had become a taboo, eliciting bitter smiles from all who recalled it. Fortunately, at this juncture, Bai Xiaochun realized that this situation could not persist. As the junior disciple of the Lingxi sect's leader and the uncle of all disciples, he could not favor one lineage over another. It was imperative that he explore other peaks. With a resolute heart, Bai Xiaochun contemplated his course of action and set off for Ziding Mountain.